morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. Got a great show planned today. Looking forward to talking a little bit about bidding, and that might lead to contracts. I don't know. But ideally, we're going to talk about choices that we all make during the day and running our businesses, and bidding a little bit, and going to talk about a pretty good little a story with a customer, and you know how it goes. And then that'll get us all started and rocking, and then we'll talk about whatever you guys text in and want to talk about. And looking forward to your all's opinion for sure. Because as you all know, this show is only as good as you're all in your participation. So I look forward every Monday, Wednesday, Friday of doing my show. And today, here we are rolling in on Hump Day. And it's just hard to believe it. It's just hard to believe that these weeks are rolling by the way they are. But they are. And we got a cloudy, windy day here. We're under a wind advisory until like 1 a.m., I think it is. And we're going to have potentially some storms roll through here. Not potentially, probably the likelihood of it, realistically, roll through here a little bit later on, more in the late evening, 10 to 2, 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. time frame. Good morning, Dan, out in St. Louis. Appreciate you listening to us, my friend. So hopefully you guys are okay out there and safe out in St. Louis and everywhere where people are listening to us. So we're going to have a good show today. Hope your week's going well. Our week's going really good here at WLS, we think. It's only Wednesday, though, right? It's only Wednesday, but hey, we think we're rolling along pretty good. We've made some great progress. We've been working ahead due to the weather, the anticipated weather that looks to be a pretty good bet as far as having a significant amount of rain rolling through here starting later on this evening, like I said, and continuing through Sunday off and on. So I don't know. They got us in a 7 to 10 inch rainfall total potentially, but you know, the reality that is a lot of rain, significant rain, and no doubt about that. But good deal, Dan. Glad to hear that. We'll talk about that. And but you know, the good part about it is, I guess, with that much rain is just a few, I don't know, maybe a month ago, I can't remember for sure, but few weeks ago, we had about 6 inches of rain. But the good part about it, if you will, or the good part about, you know, I always try to look to be the optimist, right? Yeah, the optimistic side of this rain that they're talking about, even though it's going to be a ton of it, and is it's going to come over 4 days, where just about a month ago we had 6 inches in, I don't know, 6 or 7 hours. I mean, it was crazy. And we did have a whole lot of flash flooding and a lot of issues. And I'm sure there's going to be issues with this one as well, but at least it's coming over a longer period of time. Now, it kind of stinks that it's going to happen, Wednesday night, Thursday, and Friday. So what's that do to workload for a whole lot of us, right? But we've been very aggressive trying to work ahead the last 2 days, and certainly we're going to I'll get all we can get in today, and hopefully by the end of today we're in pretty good shape. I think we're going to have our mowing complete, actually. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. So and that was our goal when we started the week, like I talked about on Monday. Dan said weather's will hold it up a bit, but they've had a really good round one is almost completed. So yay, glad to hear that, Dan. We completed round one, and we're actually moved into round two. We got our round one done quicker than, for you guys that jargon wise are new to the industry, maybe that we're referring to our fertilization and weed control applications. I don't I can hear some of you guys saying, "Wayne, why did you even explain that?" But hey, we got listeners all the time, that coming in new and may not understand what rounds are. It's kind of like, when you talk about bidding jobs, and we're going to talk a little bit about that here in a little bit, but we talk from the proposal side, and here I go off on my first tangent of the day, but I'm thinking of something Kyle told me just 20 minutes ago. It's funny, but my first tangent of the day is when you're submitting proposals to somebody, specifically like landscaping or mulching or whatnot, when we put in a proposal a 2-inch caliber tree or a B&B shrub, or a 3-gallon this, the reality of it is we understand the jargon, but maybe the client doesn't understand the jargon. So that's something to be aware of as well. So I thought I'd certainly bring that up. So good morning. Good morning, Seth. Appreciate you listening, my friend, as well. Mike, yes. Mike says, remember these weeks if you ever considered biweekly mowing. Oh my God, that is so funny. That is so true, Mike. And we're going to talk about that actually here in a little while. But yeah, that is an absolute great point to make. But before we get into all that, I wanted to give my buddies a shout out that Aaron Walls and Daniel, who were on before me today here on Turfs Up. And you guys did a great job. Great job as always. So appreciate you guys getting the day started on Turfs Up Radio. And stay tuned all day long. Realistically, stay tuned all day long. We're doing a little landscaping today and a little bit of mowing today. And curious what you guys are trying to do today. We're not making applications today. I mean, we got, pretty consistent winds out there and then gust. But like I said, we're in a wind advisory already. So we just weren't going to take the risk and do let's see what we can do thing, because it's kind of like spraying out at the airport. It's always windy at the airport, with or without planes, y'all. I don't know why, but it's always windy out there. We've got a couple tarmacs we take care of out there and for companies. And the reality of it is it's always windy out there. It just is. So, but we got a new listener today listening to us, Dwayne in Atlanta, Georgia. Dwayne, hopefully you tuned in to us, and look forward to having you as a listener here on Turfs Up Radio. And also appreciate you trusting Profits Unlimited to help you with your business. And so, yeah, we're looking forward to helping you do what you want to do with your business, as well as getting you involved here on Turfs Up Radio because there's a lot of great content that's shared here. And as a lot of you guys know, that's 24/7 radio, live radio. A lot of people say, well, is it just another podcast? Absolutely not. This is not one person. This is multiple people doing live shows that are turned into a podcast. And for all of our new listeners out there, certainly, take the time and check out our shows. You can go to the website, turfsupradio.com, and look at all the shows that are on and go back and listen to those podcasts. So sometimes you can listen live. I get that. Like specifically, like Aaron and Daniel, they're on daily. I'm on a Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule, and our other hosts are on different schedules. So, so you can listen live, but you can also go back and listen to any live session because they're all on podcast as well. So just simply go to turfsupradio.com and the shows are right there. So you don't have to miss a minute. You can always listen in. That's the thing. And y'all can tell I can't sing, so we're not even going to attempt that. But I am curious what you guys got going on today. What you're into. So somebody share with me what you're into today. 502-550-8307. 502-550-8307. And like I said, I know for sure we got one new listener on with us today, and that's Dwayne. And like I said, he's in the Atlanta, Georgia area. And actually was helping him, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me share this with you. was helping him this morning go through his cost sheets, some cost calculation sheets. He is working through his know why you charge what you charge sheet. So, the reality of that is the first step in anything is always the hardest, right? I mean, you guys know it. I know it. We all know it. Change sometimes is hard. I understand that, but it's when you decide to take the first step. I remember when I decided to change my business. And I think the reality of it is, that fear of change is really our main competitor. Craig says he's doing walkthroughs, proposals, and spraying weeds today. Sounds like a plan, Craig. Good deal. Good deal. So, yep, do it while you can before the weather comes your all's way, right? Craig is over there toward the East Coast. So, yeah, absolutely. So, get it done today. So, I don't know how far this heavier rain's going to reach, quite honestly, but I think like Aaron Walls down in his area, I think he may be more in the sweet spot of even more potential bad weather and even more rain than we're going to have right here, in the Louisville area. So, um, Dan, that's funny. The hard part's texting during Spotify. True that. True that. Hey, if that's the worst thing we got to worry about today, it's a good day. But as we all work through our businesses each and every day, it goes back to if you had one chance, one opportunity, would you take it? And I think the reality of that is most of us are risk takers, or we wouldn't be in business, right? I mean, that's just the reality of it. But I think what we got to think about is, are we willing to not just risk by going into business, but getting outside of our comfort zone? For an example, like Dwayne, for an example. Good morning, Corey. Appreciate you tuning us in. Good to have you with us. But, we get good deal. Good deal. Mike says they're out mowing today, trying to get some mowing done. Absolutely. They're going to get quite a bit of rain his way, too. So it's going to be a lot of rain in a lot of areas, is what it really amounts to. Uh, Aaron Walls says, I feel like Lieutenant Dan trying to beat the storm. I hear you, buddy. I hear you. You got going out shrimping. Actually, going out crawdadding, I guess, in your area, going out crawdadding, not shrimping. But, yeah, I appreciate all you guys reaching out. Let me know you're on with me today. But talking about, choices and the first step being the hardest, I want you guys to visualize for a second, here you are at the crossroads, right? You're coming up to a four-way intersection, let's say, and, are we going right? Are we going left? Or are we going to go straight? And I think that's something we all need to think about because, human nature in most situations is going to tell us to keep going straight. It's our comfort zone, right? We generally don't want to make that choice or chance or change, however you want to look at it, of taking let's take a right-hand turn. Let's see what's down that way. Or let's take a left-hand turn, because we get comfortable in doing things a certain way. But what I challenge each and every one of you guys listening to us today here on Turfs Up is to do this. Do something different today. Look at your business. I guarantee you can find something within your business, whether it's bidding, proposals, marketing, advertising, selling, whatever it is. Do something a little bit different than the way you've been doing it today. Daniel talks about it quite a bit about 1% changes, 1% change. Make a 1% change today. Do something. Because the reality of it is, not to keep repeating myself, but I am going to say it again. Human nature wants us to keep walking straight, keep doing things the same way we did it before, because that's our comfort zone. We don't like getting outside our comfort zone sometimes. However, for our customers or for our companies and customers to grow, we're the ones that have to be willing to make a different choice. Now, maybe the choice that you make isn't going to be, you might say, God, why'd I do that? Things were okay the way they were before. Or you may say, man, I'm glad I did that. I was really scared this was going to happen, but it didn't. And also know that change takes a while. It's kind of like when you take on a new lawn for somebody, whether you're mowing it or treating it. Let's look at it from a treating it perspective for a minute. You put on a new lawn that looks pretty rough, and probably one of the first things you're going to tell the customer is, hey, this is going to take us a minute to get it in order. Excuse me. But the other side of it is, as long as the customer knows that, then the expectations are going to be okay. So we're going to make a different choice. The customer's going to make a different choice, let you provide their maintenance. But are you willing to make the choice and the change to go outside the box, if you will, that says, hey, I want to let you know up front, this isn't going to be a one application and your yard's going to be in perfect shape. I think that's one of the biggest mistakes we make in the lawn industry is we don't, there's a fine line between talking too much and not saying enough. But I think when it comes to specifically lawn care and lawn applications, we need to let our customers know that your yard didn't get in this bad a shape overnight, and we're not going to fix it in an application. I actually was talking to my neighbor last night about her yard, and we don't do anything for her. I'm one that doesn't like working for my neighbors because when I go home, I want to go home. Now, I do some things for our neighbors occasionally, but with the strict understanding that, when I come home, we're not talking about your yard or your landscape. It's just the way it is. I'm, called the office like everybody else does. But Kim, my neighbor, she actually reached out to us and asked me if I would, take a look at some things going on in her yard for her. And what I told her was, Kim, realistically, with your company that you've got providing service, what they told you is 100% accurate. And I've heard the same complaint coming from our customers before. They've got we're in the transition zone here in Louisville, right? So we can grow warm season grass, we can grow cool season grasses. And her problem is her neighbor's got a yard full of Bermuda, and it's creeped into her yard some, not significantly, but some. And she's like, they're giving me excuses on why I got all these brown spots in my yard, and I need to seed my yard. They've killed my weeds. Now I got all these bare spots, and they're saying that, well, they've done their job. Actually, other than suggesting seeding, they had done their job. I mean, for you guys that do fert and weed, how many times haven't you had that phone call? Well, I got these bare spots in my yard. I'm paying for lawn service. We get those calls. But are you being proactive? Are you being proactive with those customers is the question, and letting them know in advance. And sometimes when you tell them, they still don't remember. So we can all agree to that, right? That, well, I've told them 100 times about this. But the reality of it is this company is doing a good job. And that's what I told her last night. I said, your broadleaf weed problem's not that bad. It's predominantly the few that you've got going on are in your bare areas or your really thin areas. But the first thing in a bare spot's a weed, not a grass plant. I mean, we got to put more grass seed in the ground. So, but now's not the time to do it. And that's what I wanted her to be aware of, whether she ends up having us do it this fall or them do it. It's up to her. But I wanted her to understand that the reality of it was these guys are doing a really good job. They told you right on the Bermuda grass, and there you are. Your yard's not in bad shape, you know. So I said, and the good side of it is, in about 30 days, this will be green and you won't even notice it, you know. But so many people, they want to throw the lawn care company under the bus first, when sometimes we can help ourselves with a little education for the customer, but sometimes even the education for the customer doesn't help. So what it boils down to, again, is what I was talking about a few minutes ago, is you have a choice. None of us can change the past. We can all agree to that, right? And I'll get to all y'all's text here in just a second. So not one of us can go back and change the past. Wish we could. We'd all go have things we would do differently, right? We can't change what we did 5 seconds ago, 5 minutes ago, 5 hours ago, 5 days ago, whatever, 5 months, 5 years, whatever. We can't go backwards. But what we can do is go forward and don't repeat the same mistakes. Don't keep, we come to that 4-way stop sign like I was talking about. Don't keep doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Make different choices. Try different things. And like I said, my challenge to everybody today is to try to do something different today in some aspect of your business. Doesn't matter what it is. I'm not going to go through it all again, but whatever it is, it can be in production, it can be in efficiencies, it can be in whatever you want it to be. But try to do something different today. And look at it from the standpoint, if you had one chance, one opportunity, would you take it? Or are you going to let it slip away? There's no need in letting it slip away. Take the chance, make the choice to do something different, and let choice, not chance, control your destiny. And I'm going to say that one more time. Let choice, not chance, control your destiny. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere. Welcome back to Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Craig and Mike sent me some really interesting and good texts. Craig said he heard from a business coach that if you improve 1% a month for 10 of the next 12 months, you'll be 10% better in a year. There you go, Daniel. What do you think of that?
There you go.
There you go. There you go. See, it's not rocket science. It's just you got to trust the system. That's what it's about.
Technically, I think you'd be more than 10%, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're adding 1% to your existing percentage, and then you add another 1% onto that, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
I don't exactly know how to say it.
We need to get Katie involved. Katie says you're right.
It'd be compounding growth.
It'd be like compounding interest.
So, yes.
Remember the what?
Pennies.
Oh, the penny thing. Yes, absolutely. Penny. But the point's well taken, Craig.
Yes.
That's it.
But I'm actually going to try to figure that out.
Daniel's going to.
Because I'm interested now.
Daniel is our resident solid think it all the way through guy, on stuff like that. But no, it is an absolute great point, Craig. It really is. Craig also said he had one of those customer complaint emails this morning. He said, I had to remind the guy basically that we had this discussion back in February, but he opted for spot seeding versus his pre-emergent. And see, that's what I say. Customers get selective memory sometimes, they really do. And it doesn't make them bad or dumb or indifferent. It means that they're more interested in the short-term solution rather than a long-term solution. And the deal is, if, they may say, yeah, go ahead and do it. But it goes back to, that email we had the other day from that lady that I talked about actually here on the show, where she said, I just want it mowed, but I want it trimmed once a month and no frills, no fuss. Well, this guy, I'm sure, felt the same way. No frills, no fuss. Just put me some fescue in. And you said, okay, I can do that, but we're not going to be able to put our pre-emergent down. And that's going to create a bigger problem very soon. Well, his solution was the customer solution, I mean, was he wanted the grass and not the pre-emergent in Craig's world. And the reality of it is, Craig, that happens to every one of us. You know, we
Have the
do
answer.
all we can do. Daniel's got the answer to that.
So you'd actually grow 10.46%.
Oh,
So you basically get a free 0.46%.
by doing 1%.
Yeah.
There you go, man. So there, hey, if nothing else, we are educational here on Profit Time. And that's why if you're looking for help with Profits Unlimited, give us a call. We'll be happy to help you guys out. But no, it is solid advice, and it's a point very well taken, Craig. Very well taken. You can't make progress if you don't make change. That's just it. You know, Mike said he had that very same conversation yesterday. You know, Mike said sometimes he thinks if he just had a dark green can of spray paint
Yeah.
that he carried around with him, it'd fix a whole lot of issues. You know, and that's probably true too. People look out and, if it looks green, they're okay because most of them aren't walking around in their yard dissecting the yard. They're
Right.
just seeing either a dandelion or a clover or chickweed or, something that's got something that is going to stand out. Speaking of standing out, what about colorblind customers?
Guess it's a win.
Huh. Yeah, could be. Because I guess it'd be what colors they do and don't see, right?
Yeah. But there's
Or-
probably less diversity in their color palette, if you will.
Yeah.
So they're green. One weed that's slightly different color green probably won't stand out as much to them
As it would
as it would to somebody else.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good deal. Good deal. Hey, keep your all's comments coming, man. Love it. Love it. Absolutely. And we got our uniform stuff in. When I say our uniform stuff in, a couple weeks ago, we got our new where would you get? We got
Long sleeves, short sleeves,
2 or 3 different kinds of
sweatshirts,
hats.
hats.
Yeah. The guys like those floppy hats, especially in the
Yeah.
summertime.
Man, it's
I like them actually. I'd take them to the lake, man.
yeah.
I love it.
I wear them at the lake or on vacation.
Yeah. Well, but they give you good protection all the way around and on your neck, and it's got the insect repellent in it, and then we got our other caps, and I don't know, we got 2 or 3 different things over there, and then our we got some hoodies for the transitional time of the year, and Katie's got her new what's that, like a 3/4 zip on her, and she was thinking she wasn't going to get to wear it till next fall. She said, "Well, I guess I'll put this away," but she rode in here today with it. Looks like next week we're going to be in the 30s. So
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, there's probably a good 2 months left of potential sweatshirt weather, really. Maybe
Yeah.
not during the day, but certainly nights and mornings.
yeah, nights and morning kind of time frame. But we just wanted to share that with you guys to talk about the importance of the branding for your company. Because you see a whole lot of companies out there that are providing service, whether it's mowing or whatever, fill in the blank, it could be any type of business, that there's no uniformity at all to it, And I think it's very important that you look professional. In other words, whether you're a one truck operation, one person operation, or a very large company or anything in between, I think it's important that you, number one, have a uniform policy as far as you're going to wear, our logoed stuff. It's number one. If you want to wear a hat, you wear one of our styles. We're not cutting the sleeves out of shirts. You see that a lot where sleeves are cut out or they're slit up the sides and, going through that. But, branding's a very important aspect to your business. And I think it's something that a lot of companies could do a whole lot better at, but they're not spending the time or the effort or the money to make it happen. And use a good quality shirt. You know, I can't emphasize that enough. A lot of people, and we've got some really cheap T-shirts. Okay, um, we've got some really cheap T-shirts. Sometimes when I say really cheap, so I'd probably offend somebody, but just those. What's that brand? Uh, God,
Gildan.
huh? Yeah,
Gildan.
yeah, that's them. You know, so and they're okay too. Especially when you get into the summer. But we've went to a wicking type shirt now. It's supposed to be a cooler shirt.
Yeah, most people are familiar with like dry fit.
Yeah, that's it. I couldn't think of what it was. Yeah, dry fit stuff, and it's a little more expensive to buy. But if we can make our people more comfortable, then absolutely that's the main goal. Um, any specific? Let's see. Mike said, "Do you have any specific uniform requirements for your subs?" Yeah, that they wear their logo uniform stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think that's about, going after the sub that's already to a certain level and not trying to go after a sub that you're going to have to build up to professional level, right? Like
Right.
there's a difference in coaching someone and getting someone on board that's already doing that from a lawn service perspective.
Right. Yeah. Great point. And that is it. It's and Mike actually brought that through on his next text to us. He says, or is that vetted out through the hiring on the process of getting your subs? And that is it. I mean, we look for professionals going in. People. That's how we decide who we're even going to talk to. Is what do they look like?
Yeah.
You
Yeah. I
know,
mean, you, as
both
a,
both both professionally and uh, got like I don't. You know what I'm trying to say. I can't figure
are you
out how
trying
to
to
say
say
it.
like what they wear and
And
their
their appearance,
hygiene or,
yeah, and their hygiene, yeah. Do
yeah.
do they? Was I mean, I don't care if a guy's got a beard or whatnot, but it's going to be maintained. I want that. I want that same image with our subs that we project
Yeah.
out.
Well,
You
when you
know,
go after a sub, it's in your best interest, obviously, to have those qualities, of course. They probably have been in business a few years and understood that those things are important,
they are important.
and they're going to continue to do those things because they know they're important, and you don't have to babysit them doing those things.
And that's something to promote in your advertising as well. You got the branding side and the marketing side, the perceived value side. But, when you're actually advertising, that's something to think about throwing out there that, hey, train the uniform professionals, and there's a difference. There is a big difference. And, whether you're doing that in a digital format or paper format or, however you're doing it, social media, I guess that'd be digital, you know, be sure to promote that side. And if you're not good with that, feel free to reach out to us. Katie can certainly help you with the digital side of your marketing campaign, to say the least. So you may say, well, I'm not good at that. I don't have time to do that. Reach out to it. Katie's got a program where she can help you with that and does help several contractors with their social media side, and very affordable. So if you're interested in that, feel free to give her a call. Matter of fact, here's her phone number if you want it: 502 751 8341. 502 751 8341. And, she can tell you basically how affordable it is and your return on investment, what it's going to look like, and, the advantages of utilizing a consistent uh, effort in marketing and advertising, and that is very, very important. So let's see what we got text coming in, Daniel. Let's see. Mike said, I can see it now. We showered this morning. Kidding, of course, but I've seen some shady people. We all have. Yesterday, I left our office and not literally 200 yards from us, these two guys were cutting this piece of property. And if they could have looked any worse than they did, they would have had to tried really hard. I mean, they were really, and I say that with all respect to our industry, but it amazes me how many people just, and I know it's not any of our listeners, but I just got to vet on this for a minute, vent on it. It amazes me how many people, and some people don't care, right? Probably Daniel, right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
some people just don't care.
some people just don't care. These guys obviously did not care one bit what their image was, and I can understand why they're a mow and blow operation, But these guys just couldn't have cared less based on the way they looked. Now they may have done a good job. Honestly, I didn't look when I came back by, you know, and it probably was a good job. But my whole point of even sharing that with you guys on the radio today is think about what you look like, because, and maybe I'm stereotyped, and maybe it's because I'm 62 years old. Okay. I don't know. And Daniel, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong here. But I do believe that people make a buying decision sometimes based on the image of what they see. I can believe that some people say, well, I don't care what they look like. I just want this done or that done, but I got to believe that there is a large percentage of the population out there that do care what somebody looks like when you're coming to their home
Yeah.
and or their business.
Especially when you're trying to target someone that will pay a little bit more for a premium service, right? Like that's what what I will say on a general level, that's what that consumer is comfortable with seeing. They're not comfortable with someone that looks like they might break into their house, being at their house especially when they're not home, right? Like that's just what that level of consumer doesn't want around them.
Right.
I mean, it might sound bad, but that's just the way it is.
Yeah. We got to think about it. I want you guys to think about it. Maybe that could be your 1% change today, is to aggressively look at what your perception is towards the client or potential clients that see you, you know, because, the reality of it is, and this is something I learned from Hackabus many years ago, probably 3 or 4 years ago. And he made a really good point with this is your customer's perception is your reality. So I don't think any of us perceive ourselves as being less than professional, but as what's an outsider looking in see? Because that's the reality. Their perception is your reality. And that's what we got to deal with. That's what we got to be willing to make a different choice and potentially change, and let choice, not chance, control that destiny for your company from the perceptual side. What do you think?
I think most people who don't look not necessarily sharp, right? Like you don't have to be squeaky clean, but most people who don't put any effort into their appearance or their clothing looking good or matching, or they just don't know. It's hard you can't really, I don't think you can care about uniforms and how they impact your business if you don't know, if no one's ever told you.
Right.
And
it's one of those things,
something
yeah,
that you can't know it until you know it. And you have to, and that's something too that you have to be willing also to reach out and learn and figure out new things for yourself. It's not on somebody else to do that for you.
Yeah.
But it's hard to know. It's hard to care about something when you don't know it.
Yeah. It goes back to you don't know what you don't know. And the reality of it is, we as a business owner, we meaning you and I, right? You that are listening to us, we don't like spending things that spending money on something that we don't think we are going to get a direct return on that investment. But when it comes to branding and perceived value, that's something that it's hard to measure, but the reality of it is a measurable event in your business that takes place on a daily basis, not just through the course of uniforms or hoodies or pullovers or, 3/4 zips or hats or, but also from the standpoint of your equipment, your trucks, your trailer, how you act when you stop and eat lunch. We've all seen it. I mean, how many times haven't you seen a group of contractors in a restaurant, whether it's fast food or not, and they're sitting there being about halfway goofy but they got their name displayed all over their shirts, and me as a consumer, if I'm seeing that or they're being loud or, language isn't what it should be for, being in public in that situation, we got to think about the little things, because the reality of it is if we take care of the little things, the big things take care of themselves. And, and what is it that makes the phone ring? What is it that makes the lead come through your website? That's what we also need to look at. When we're talking about bidding jobs, and want to touch base on that for a little bit today. Excuse me. What are a few things we want to consider before bidding a job? If anybody's got any input on that, shoot me a text. 502-550-8307. That's 502-550-8307. What are some things that you look at before bidding? I think, and while you guys are texting, looking forward to some of that. While you guys are texting that in, I want to share a few things that we look at. Number one is, why did they really call us? I think that's really an important aspect of how we're going to handle that lead when it comes through. And what I mean is, why'd they really call us was, are they calling us because they're really interested in changing services? Or are they interested in acquiring, service for the first time? Maybe they've been doing it themselves. Or are they calling us just to price check the person they've already got? All those things are realities on why somebody had really called us. But we try to figure that out first. And sometimes they may fit from that standpoint, but they say, and by the way, we need the estimate by today at 4 p.m. at the end of business or whatever. Or we need, we need to bid by Friday, or they throw in an unrealistic expectation. I think that's something that we think about. Let's see what we got here. I do a drive-by before my meeting for a proposal, so I know what to expect and I'm not caught off guard. Absolutely, it's a great idea. Kind of doing your due diligence on what you're going to look at, who you're going to talk to, what's the property already look like, but that's something very, very important too. And I think something else that took me a long time to pick up and learn and be more efficient with my time was not only how quick they need the estimate, okay, but prioritizing those estimates when they come in, especially this time of the year. When we're all kicking our seasons off, things are going pretty good, phone's ringing off the hook, you're getting a lot of lead requests, but you can't see them all at one time. And the smaller your company is, the more of an issue that becomes. And how do you handle that? How are you handling the prioritizing of the estimates that come in? Are you using the first in, first out methodology? Because we used that for a long time, quite honestly. Or do you do something different? This was one of the changes we made, quite honestly. Goes back to we needed to make a change. We couldn't see everybody in a timely manner. And it's before we had multiple people that could actually give pricing, right? You know, now, I mean, Katie can take care of quite a bit of it right here from the office when it comes to reoccurring service type work, so that's pretty quick and effective. But what we also learned is we need to prioritize those estimates. In other words, if something comes through for a request for a quote that fits into our wheelhouse really good on what we provide and the service area we provide it in, we'll give that priority over something that's not such a great fit. When you're getting multiple leads at a time, and how many is too many is different for each and every one of us, right? Or what constitutes busy. But what I do know is, from my own experience, is the smaller I was, the harder it was to respond and take care of lead generation that was coming through. So are you prioritizing those accounts? And know that it's okay to put a better potential client ahead of somebody else from a proposal standpoint. Or that's just my 2 cents worth on it. I know some guys will sit and argue till they're deaf and don't want to talk anymore about it. But the reality of it is simply this. For us, we decided that, hey, if we've got multiple leads sitting there, we're going to pick the one. It might have came in today and we got 3 from yesterday that are still waiting on a proposal. But if something fits better, the one that fits best is going to be dealt with first and fast and foremost. So I think we got to figure out a way, each and every one of us, including you for your company, is get off of the first in, first out methodology and start prioritizing those estimates if you're not already doing that. So just a suggestion, suggestion on that. Let's see what we got here. Mike says they use a Google Street View to identify the service area and the schedule capacity. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Fred says red flags in a proposal: urgency, scope of work. Are they to the decision maker? Absolutely. Great point. Somebody was just talking the other day, just yesterday, to me. God, do y'all remember? Daniel, you remember what it was about? Somebody was pushing for the proposal, and it was a whole lot of things they wanted done, but it was actually the maintenance coordinator that actually was talking to him, and not so to.
Gosh.
But it was just yesterday, that exact thing. Make sure that you got an opportunity.
Corey.
Yeah, Corey. It was Corey the other night. That was it. Yeah, Corey was talking about that. So, and that is a very valid point. Or when they bring out, hey, we're getting multiple bids, or 4 bids, 3 bids, 5 bids, whatever it is, and yeah, thanks, Mike. Mike said it was Corey the other night in our Zoom meeting. Yeah, but that is the truth. When somebody calls you and tells you they're getting multiple bids, I don't have a problem with somebody getting multiple bids, but I'm not going to bust my tail to get ours to them faster than somebody that didn't tell us that. And maybe they still are getting a few bids, and that's okay. They're doing their due diligence. But on the other hand, I'm not going to break my back if I don't have to get to somebody that says they're taking multiple bids, because what I've found out in a lot of places and places and or people, when they tell you they're getting multiple proposals, that can lead to price being the deciding factor, which I understand that. But it also can lead to, I bust my tail, and this happened to me a lot. I busted my tail to get that proposal to them by the due date, if you will. And then when I do my follow up on it, what do I hear? Well, hey, Wade, we're still waiting on proposals to come in. We hadn't got them all yet. Well, I thought they were due on March 28th. Well, they were, but we still have 3 that are outstanding. We're waiting on those. And
that should be a red flag for them.
That's a red flag. Yeah, that's my point. That's when I will say I thought they were due on the 28th. And not talking bad about whoever it is that hadn't submitted their proposal on time or based on what it was supposed to be sent in. But it's a valid question to say, if they can't get their proposal to you on time, what leads you to believe that they're going to provide service in a timely manner? I don't think that's criticizing. I'm just saying we follow the rules.
Yeah, if someone's not working hard to try to get your money, they're probably not going to work too hard when they already have it.
Yeah. And that's just it. Yeah, that's a very valid point as well. Fred also said if the word cheaper is mentioned, that slows him down. Look for somebody cheaper. That I hate that too. That's just one of those things that, man, just rolls over me, man, hard. And if you've got history with that company, Fred, that's an absolute great point as well. How many, if you get the call from a company that was, what's history on it? Is it history with you? Is it history with somebody you knew? Mike said he was just getting ready to say that as well. But heck, yeah, that's all. So we run into similar issues is what it amounts to. We can tell by the text that you guys are sending in. So regardless where we're at in the country, we run into similar issues. So it's up to you to prioritize your accounts that are important based on who you want, where you want them, why you want them. And until you do that methodology and stop with first in, first out, like Wayne did for a long time. Like I said, I did it wrong for a long time. I thought first in, first out was the best methodology, but at the end of the day, it's not. We owe it to ourselves to have something better in place than that FIFO accounting methodology. A lot of inventory works that way, right? First in, first out. But I don't think it works good for us. So with that being said, man, we didn't even get into the bidding side of things, Daniel. And I was really looking forward to that. We're going to do that Friday. We're going to follow this process through. But hey, I appreciate your time. Friday, we're going to talk about the actual process of bidding the job and things to think about, and that sending that proposal to the client and how we deal with all that. So hope you guys have a great day. Appreciate all the text as always. You guys make it more fun every time. You guys make it interesting, and it's educational for each and every one of us. We all make ourselves a better company by listening and doing and sharing here on Profit Time, here on Turf's Up Radio. So be safe. If you're in an area where you got those storms rolling through this afternoon and tonight and tomorrow and Friday and Saturday, be safe. And that's what comes first, right? Safety first. But look forward to seeing all you guys on Friday. And remember, as always, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Bowes, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. My, oh my, we have rode around to another week. Here we go, starting off the week. Hard to believe it's already April 7th. Here we go again, right? I mean, look at it, man. We've got January, February, March are in the books. The first quarter is in the books. hopefully everything's going good for you today, and hopefully you made it through the weekend, depending on what part of the country you're in. There was quite a bit of rain. I know ours started, goodness gracious, last Wednesday with some severe weather moving in the evening, and off and on a lot of heavy rain, a lot of heavy rain. Matter of fact, historical type of rain in some areas right around Kentucky here and other areas near us, and historical flooding going on. So here we go, trying to run a business and do what's right by Mother Nature and our customers and our business. And there we go again. So, like we always say, Mother Nature drives the bus, but the reality of it is, it's up to us to try to navigate, change the sail, no pun intended, and navigate through it all. So that's what we're doing. But one big shout out to anybody that had any type of damage, whether it was through the tornadic activity or just wind or floods. There's just so many things that were going on for, I think they said at one point it was, I don't know, 22 or 32 million people under a flash flood warning. And then we also got the explanation of the difference between flash flood warning and river flood warning, and absolutely two different things. And you guys probably know the difference, but I thought it was pretty interesting, to hear some of those explanations going on with our weather people here in the city. So, but yeah, it was something else. I was very fortunate so far, knock on wood. Didn't have any type of water issues at my home, and just thank God for that. And I've known a few people that did have a little bit of an issue. Um, and Kyle, I think, had a neighbor or a friend of his that's in their neighborhood that quite a few people had a lot of water problems. So, Daniel, y'all were good, right? Yeah, Daniel's shaking his head. They were good. So we we were very fortunate. I think Tabitha had a little water in her basement, but not anything significant. Nothing more than shop vac didn't take care of. So that was a good thing. So um, here we go, rolling through another week, getting underway, and hopefully you had at least a decent weekend. I know a lot of you guys listening to us didn't have to go through all that rain day after day after day. Um, I know some of the areas here in Kentucky, they're talking about in Tennessee, our river levels are higher than they've ever recorded. So, um, quite a bit of rain. This just isn't me talking about rain. So, everybody's out doing a little bit different work today in our markets, and hopefully you had a good day, good start to your week, good day kicking off today, to say the least. We're trying to do a little. We're doing some lawn applications today. Sun's full out today. It's if you didn't know it was a problem or you weren't experiencing a problem, you wouldn't know it. But we thank goodness we do have some sun today, and um, looks like a not too bad of a week actually, weather-wise. Maybe a little rain moving in later on in the week, but we'll talk to our buddies with BAM about that on Wednesday. I think they're going to join me on my Wednesday show and do like a recap of this historic water and that was experienced across the Midwest and moving now further east. But hopefully, you guys over on the East Coast don't get it nearly as bad as we did. We just had that front that just kind of stalled out and just kind of flopped back and forth, back and forth. And I'd really wanted to get Matt on the air with me today and talk about it, but they had a company wide meeting this morning. Mondays are not a good day for those guys to hop on at my time frame because that's their meeting time. So, but just let's just hope that's the last one like it, to say the least. I know we had, I think, a little bit over 7 inches of rain since Wednesday here in Louisville, and I mean places not too far from us. I mean, literally 35, 40 miles had upwards of 10, 12, even 15 inches of rain from Wednesday through yesterday. So quite a bit of water out there. So, and I know we got quite a few guys listening to us in the parts of the area that got rain like that. So hopefully you guys are okay. Last time I checked in with everybody that I know and have phone numbers on, everybody was doing okay. So um, with that being said, we're going to move along with our show today. We've got a great show planned. We going to talk about a lot of things. We've got a topic we're going to talk about is mowing, obviously, and not mowing in wet because that's obvious. But we just talked about that just last week. But because a week ago today, that's what we were doing, mowing wet grass, and um, at some point you just got to do some mowing. You can't just wait for it to completely dry out. But you know who they are and who they aren't. But we're going to talk about bidding jobs. We're going to talk about perspective on understanding some things between pricing versus profitability and how they seem to align a lot of times, but can be very different. So we got a lot of different topics we're going to talk about today. I've got one topic I want to touch base on is something that I read funny this morning, and I've actually printed it out, and I've got it here in front of me. I know you guys listening to me on the radio can't see me, but yeah, I've got it right here in front of me. We're going to touch on, and because it's funny, it's to the point, and we'll leave it at that for now till we follow up with it. But I want to thank you guys for all the views we've had on one of the videos we put out last week about our company specifically, going back many, many, many years ago. But the topic I think was how we made $300,000 a year mowing grass and lost money. And it's funny, we've got some really great content on it, as well as some very great comments on it. And one guy's like, "Oh man, that'd be equivalent to $1 million nowadays. You know, there's no way you did that with two people." And so, and he was right. We didn't do it with two people. We talked about two trucks. But we did do it with two trucks. Got the tax forms to do it. Show you that's where we were at, man. And the reality of it is, hey, yeah, we accomplished the fact of making $300,000 a year and doing real shitty from a profitability standpoint. So yeah, it is true. But yeah, we did not do it with two people, but we did do it with two trucks. We had more than that. It was my brother ran a truck, I ran a truck, and sometimes we had one or two people with us pretty much all the time, and then a couple seasonal helps. So before you call somebody out and tell it's BS, and I realize a lot of you guys are used to looking at content that is a lot of BS. But I want you guys to rest assured that anything you see that we put out as Profits Unlimited or as Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, it's the reality of what we really experienced. I don't have to make things up, man. I've traveled all over the country, all over Canada since 1990, doing seminars and talking to contractors. I'm not a keyboard hero. I'm not a podcast hero. I just share real life experiences, and I think they're exciting enough not to have to lie about it. Now I realize a bunch of the guys out there, they've got 5, 6, 7 years or less, or some even more experience, that are heroes on podcast and that whole deal, and maybe telling a few stories. I don't know. I don't care what they do, but you can rest assured if I put it out there, it's stuff that actually happened to us at Wayne's Lawn Service, and or things that we've experienced over the course of 46 years of being in business. And you can take that right to the bank, man. I mean, that's just the reality of it. But like I told that guy, I wasn't nasty to the person that responded. Heck, we like the fact that guys are listening to our content. But, like I told him, hey, just take the content for what it is. I mean, if as I'm trying to think of the best way of saying this, if as an industry, we weren't out there working hard and not making money, the failure rates would not be what they are. You don't have to believe Wayne Vose. You don't have to believe the Easter Bunny. You don't have to believe the Tooth Fairy. All you got to do is look at the statistical probability of your success or failure in any business, but specifically lawn and landscape industry. And those failure rates are staggering when compared to most other industries. Small business in general is hard to succeed in, but our industry statistics back it up that it's even worse than almost all other industries. Restaurants, I think, are still beating us as far as failure rates go. But, the reality is the reality. So, with that being said, we got a lineup that I think you guys are going to love. Mike, it's funny, and I'm not sharing that to get support from you guys. I'm sharing it in case that guy's a listener to us here on Turf's Up Radio as well. You can believe that the content that I tell you is what our experiences actually were, good, bad, or indifferent. That's what they were. So. I think the thing, let's see, Mike says what should make his eyes open is that mowing pricing hasn't changed in 30 years because the market is so prostituted. Absolutely. And pricing goes backwards a lot of times. I mean, that's the reality of our industry too. I mean, how many times haven't you particularly had a job at a certain level and somebody comes in and says, oh, we can do it for less? With a meet or beat concept. Well, we'll meet or beat their price. So, to Mike's point here in his text, that's exactly right. Pricing goes backwards. We lost those accounts this year that I talked about here on Turf's Up Radio, and hopefully we'll get them back at some point. But it was a family. It actually was the dad. We started off with the dad, then we put the daughter on, and then the son. And, we had 3 or 4 of them going. And then this year, somebody went in and went backwards on the pricing because they thought it'd be a great idea to go backwards. Our customer took advantage of it, which, when there's that kind of difference, I mean, in residential pricing, you almost owe it to yourself to try it, as a consumer. And then when you don't, then you come back at full rate for you, and I think that's a lesson I would like each and every one of you guys to take away from this conversation today is that in the event, I feel like I'm talking a million miles an hour, but in the event that does happen to you, know that when somebody comes back, they come back at your current pricing, not necessarily at the price level they were at based on the loyalty. Everybody's got a choice, right? We make choices every day. Each and every one of us do. But when they make the choice to jump ship because they think they're going to get the same level of service at a better price, and like I said, I'm not mad at the customer for that. I'm not mad at the customer for that at all. But the risk they take is if it doesn't work out when you come back at current pricing. And I think that's something that we all can learn a little bit about. So, that's we're going to actually talk a little bit more about that today. I've got a funny thing from one of the and I'm not going to mention any names on it, but one of the business coaches that are out there that I got a funny email from today. And again, I'm not criticizing, but it was just kind of funny. I wanted to share with you. But yeah, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. Welcome back. Appreciate you guys being with me today. Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. I tell you what, I was watching Shark Tank last night, and Mark Cuban brought up something as he was talking with one of the business owners that was in there looking for some funding and some support from one of the sharks. And I thought, man, that is a great topic for Profit Time on Turf's Up Radio. And the point that Mark Cuban was making, and I think this is very important. This is very important. But how important how important is quality to you? Now, I know it's very important. I really do believe that for each and every one of us here on Turfs Up Radio, doing a good quality job is very important. But here's the real question. And he didn't break it down like this, but I broke his comments down like this, just so you guys know in case you were watching it. And I think I'm doing it justice. I don't think I'm slaughtering it. What do you strive for? And this is a question that he presented to this lady. Not in this way, but very similarly. My question is, what do you strive for in your business? Is it perfection or is it excellence? Are you striving for perfection or excellence? Because the point he made to this lady on that show last night was simply he believed, and the reason he wasn't going to invest in her company is that she was too much of a perfectionist. And I got to thinking about that. And I thought, you know what, Wayne, you've actually got to talk on that exact topic of what's more important, perfection or excellence. And I think the reality of it is, and obviously he's a billionaire, he's got the right mindset on this, that too many times as business owners, we strive for perfection when that is in most cases unachievable. And especially as we scale our companies and we try to grow into something bigger. So excellence should be the target. We can be excellent at what we do, but when we have expectations of perfection, and then we have expectations of trying to grow our company or scale our company into something different and better than what it is, whether it's a bigger company, a better profit margin, whatever it is that you want to fill in as those extras, if you will, that's up to you. But what can happen, and this was Mark Cuban's point last night, and that's why I wanted to talk about it today, because it just rekindled my idea on it. What happens a lot of times is perfection will get in the way of profitability. In other words, yeah, let's do a good quality job. Let's be dependable. Let's do all the things that we're supposed to do as a business to build a good relationship with our clientele. But we need to throw out the window the fact that we're going to be perfect. Because when we try to achieve perfection, in many, many cases, and in most cases, perfection is an unachievable goal. We might be perfect for the day, or we might be perfect for the week, but the overall goal needs to be excellence and not perfection, because we will tend to get and be too hard on ourselves, number one, but then also on any of our help, team members, employees, that are trying to help us achieve this same goal. So I think what we need to do is look at it and ask ourselves, are we willing to accept excellence, and are we willing to put excellence out there as our goal and not try to achieve perfection? And I don't want to keep hammering that horse to death. But I want to make the point very clear that, you know, it happens a lot of times with small companies that, you know, we think and we get in the mindset of it's got to be just perfect each and every time we do it. But what we also got to understand, and this was a challenge for me. This was very hard for me to understand that as my company was growing and I was scaling a little bit, I needed to understand that let's make the target excellence and not perfection. Because as we start to delegate things to other people, and delegation is a big part of that, when we begin to delegate things, there's a lot of pain and suffering, I'll call it, that we can put on ourselves that at the end of the day isn't necessary because we're trying to achieve that perfection within our company. So know that yes, quality is very important. Quality is very important. Being dependable is very important. But I think the next thing we got to think about is let's don't be too hard on ourselves. You know, let's don't place unrealistic expectations on ourselves or our employees on what we think something should look like versus what, and this is going to come out probably wrong. It's going to sound wrong, but hopefully you guys get it where I'm coming from. And I'm trying to text somebody something at the same time. But the as important as the delegation is, and the growth is, and the quality is, know that there's just going to be some days when it just shit ain't going to be perfect. It just ain't. You know, that's just the reality of it. And I think when we finally, when we as owners finally uh, own up to that, I think that's how things are going to be different and better for our businesses. Is when we finally own up to the fact that, you know what, nobody's going to do it like you're going to do it. And that was hard for me. And this is kind of what he rekindled last night in my mind. You know, that was hard for me because I really did. I tried doing things perfectly a lot. And then I expected everybody to do it just like I was going to do it, you know, when we'd hire somebody. And that's not going to happen, you know. So when we begin to delegate and we begin to see our companies grow, know that nobody's going to do it exactly the way you do it. And that's okay. So let's see what Corey's got to say here. Corey says, "You mean we shouldn't fix it until we lose money?" No, and then he's got a laughing face. No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying sometimes the expectations that we not only place on ourselves, but we try to place on our help, our team members, our employees. Sometimes those expectations are unrealistic because what it took me a minute to understand was, and it really wasn't a minute. It was a heck of a lot longer than that. What it took me a while to understand is that, you know, there is a fine line between perfection and excellence. Excellence is achievable. Perfection's not constantly achievable. But then having being quality conscious about what we're doing and how we're doing it and why we're doing it is certainly an achievable goal. But know that we're not going to be perfect for everybody all the time, because it is an expectation that will drive you crazy. And it actually cost this lady last night, because that's what a couple of them actually thought about with her, was she was too perfection. She was a perfectionist, you know? So it lost the investment into her company. And I didn't want that to happen to you guys. Not that you're going on to Shark Tank, but don't get hung up or lost in that transition of I need to be perfect. Because I'm just here to tell you I tried it. It doesn't work. You don't have to listen to me saying it doesn't work. Let's listen to a billionaire, you know, literally Mark Cuban, who says, hey, man, you got a great business. I'd love to invest in it, but I think because you're a perfectionist, I don't think you're going to be able to scale it to where we need to scale it to really make some decent money at it. So I wanted to share that story with you guys today, because it's important anytime, any place, but especially this time of the year when we've got so many things working against us, whether it's labor, whether it's weather, whether it's trying to get, business going, trying to get your cash flow going, all those different things that, come into play all the time, but especially on our startups and, this time of the year, the reality of it is do what you can do, understand why you're doing what you can do, and know that the speed at which some of the people that you're going to have working with you is going to be much different than the speed at which you work. But what everybody can do is simply care. And I think that maybe is a major component of what I want the takeaway to be today here on Profit Time, is know that you can always care and you can always have the goal of excellence, but don't put yourself under the pressure. Don't put yourself under the pressure of perfection. It's way too hard. What we're trying to do as business owners is not an easy thing anyway. So don't apply the extra pressure to yourself to try to be a perfectionist. Take a short break. Something else I wanted to talk about today is, and we're going to talk a little bit about bidding here in just a few minutes, but is understanding the difference between competitive pricing and profitability. Understanding the difference between competitive pricing and profitability, because they can be, and they are, two different things, number one, but you can and should have competitive pricing and still be able to remain profitable. Now, what changes sometimes within that is the customer base in which we're going after, So, but the reality of it is, the way you know the difference between the two is simply understanding your break-even point. And I know we've hammered this horse pretty good, and we'll continue to hammer a little more, because now's the time of the year for a lot of us. I know a lot of you guys are doing a lot of bidding work right now, and it can get very creative on how we're going to bid jobs and how we're going to price those jobs. And, well, I want to be competitive in my pricing, and, they've got this price, and this price. But the reality of it is, you cannot really understand the difference between competitive pricing and profitability until you understand your company's break-even point. And then that allows you the opportunity as the business owner to go out and bid your jobs accordingly. But until that point, you're guessing at best if it's competitive, quote unquote, if you will. Well, I'm trying to be competitive in my market. Well, sometimes the problem with trying to be competitive within your market is having a good understanding of what your break even point is. Because are you trying to be competitive based on a unknown bottom line number? And I'm not saying any of us should or want to work for break even money. Hell, before you do that, stay home and don't wear your equipment out. But until we understand where the break even point is, it's hard to say or answer the question for the client, well, damn, y'all aren't very competitive. Well, maybe we really are, and they just don't understand what they don't understand. I mean, that's the reality of a lot of it, too. So then what's that tell you as the owner? That, hey, if I want to be competitive with my pricing and I understand my break even point, then I've got to know where to look for those clients. And I just want to reiterate that fact more and more and more this time of the year because of the importance of it. That, it doesn't do you any good to go out there and sell if you're not making any money on the individual sales. So know what those costs are and how you're going to incorporate those costs into your company's profitability. And I want to dive deeper, but I'm not going to today in that. But know that, I'm going to take one more jump off the diving board with this because I want to, and I can. Know that as you're putting jobs on that are neighbors, let's look at it residentially or commercially. Either way you want to look at it, doesn't matter to me. But know that as you're putting jobs on and their neighbors, we must be careful about adjusting pricing. Let's look at it that way. Because what happens is, you get 3 or 4 or 5 in a row, and it sounds really good, and the profit margin's sounding really great. But the reality of it is, the problem that comes to play with all that is when one of them leaves or one of them moves or one of them dies. We've talked about that. But the lure, the carrot that's dangling out there from the client a lot of times is, hey, you need to get more competitive because there's 3 of us that are going to use this, that are going to use you potentially. Yeah, but 3 of you use me, 3 of you lose me too. I mean, that could happen too. So don't look at it as just being, hey, I need to be more competitive. But are you going to be competitive enough to be profitable in the event that you're down to just one of them and not 3 of them or 4 of them? Or 5 or 10 or whatever the number is. It doesn't matter. So that's the one thing I want you guys to keep in mind about bidding and competitive versus profitability this time of the year, because it can get a little bit convoluted when we let it. Another thing I want to look at is something that I read in a newsletter today that was a little bit concerning, but it very informative but concerning. And gentlemen put out some information on the 0% interest loan scam. And I had a little bit of problem with it reading that way, quite honestly, because, it said, well, it sounds like the dream deal, but 0% interest. We look at it, we say, oh man, that's free money. That's great. But he said, here's the truth that nobody tells you. You're still paying the price. And one additional line that went into that was manufacturers and dealers bake the cost of financing into the sale price. I've got a little. I want to throw a rock at that for a minute. I want to throw a little rock at that because, and this is just my opinion versus somebody else's opinion. Doesn't make theirs right and mine wrong, or mine right and theirs wrong. But I can honestly say, anytime that I've approached a dealer for equipment, I've never had them say, well, if you take advantage of the 0% financing, this is the price. Or if you don't, this is the price. Now, that might just be my dealer, okay, so that we work with. Maybe it is. And so maybe that's a valid point that this gentleman's making, that, it's not free, it's baked into the price. But what I do know is, since I know my cost, and I'm turning this around to my business model right now, okay? And we offer 0% financing through a program, an outside source program called Green Sky. Is the name of it. So we do offer an opportunity for somebody to take advantage of 0% financing, which does cost us some points or money, however you want to look at it, if the customer takes advantage of that. Okay, and that percentage depends on the size of the cell. All right, but my whole point's this: when we price a landscaping job to somebody, we're not saying, well, hey, if you run it through the financing program, the 0%, it's going to be $1,000, but if you don't, it's going to be $800. We don't do that. We price the job. We're willing to give up some of the profit out of that job, but that's because we know our cost. But we're willing to share or sacrifice, however you want to look at it. Depends on how good you want to make yourself feel, I guess, on what words you're going to use there. But we're willing to sacrifice some of the profit on that job in order to make the sale of the job and get our money immediately on the job. Now, that person going through that financing program. So they may buy, and what we've found is they do buy, the consumer will buy and spend more money when they can get financing at 0% for 12 months, let's say, on something they wouldn't have necessarily been able to purchase from us. So we're not baking anything into the price. We're given the price, and then when that proposal goes out, if it's a large enough proposal, the client then has the option of selecting that as an option. But we're not artificially charging them more because they're going to take advantage of that option. And I don't know, some people probably do. Some people probably do. But I was just a little bit taken back when this particular consultant said the 0% interest is a scam. It's not a scam. We don't use it as a scam for our customers. We use it as an opportunity to, because we know our cost, we use it as an opportunity to let our customers buy more from us at a higher price and we're willing to share some of those profit dollars by giving up 4% or 5% of it to the Green Sky program, for an example, for financing that consumer for us at 0%. And like I said, equipment wise, we just took advantage of 0% financing on a new piece of equipment we bought. We just got a tractor. We took the 0%, I think, for 48 months or whatever it was. But the price that, they gave us the price beforehand, before we said, hey, is there anything going on special financing right now, potentially on this, So I had a little bit of pushback on that when I was reading that this morning. So, and I'm not saying again it's wrong or it's right, but I don't have a problem with you as a business taking advantage of a 0% financing if that's a way that you can expand your business. If you don't have the cash to go out and pay for it, or you don't want to take the cash reserve out of an account to go out and pay for a particular item that you can get 0% on for 12 months, 24 months, whatever it is. Now, you don't want to extend that out past the life of the equipment by any stretch of the imagination. You got to be smart in what you're doing. But I will say the funniest part of this whole email was the very end of it, as it related to this. It says, P.S. If you want free in-person coaching, I will fly out to your business for free. Now, that is a mixed ass message to me. I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that a mixed message? Telling me, hey, don't take advantage of free because it's baked into the price. But here at the very last line on the email, says, I'll come out and see you for free. I'll fly out and see you for free. I don't understand that. I just don't understand that. So I don't know. I'll let you guys ponder on that for the rest of the day, and we'll go with that for now. So again, I'm not criticizing. I'm just saying, don't tell me I'm making a mistake by taking advantage of a 0% financing for 36 months or 48 months, and it's a scam. Because I can tell you right now, a lot of our landscape work done here at Wayne's Lawn Service, a lot of our customers take advantage of our Green Sky program, which is an outside financing source that gives them the opportunity to do like a 12-month same as cash that otherwise they wouldn't buy. Cash is always king, right? Cash is always great. But sometimes it takes a little something to build your business. And if you can do it at 0% and that those terms are within the length of time for your company, then I think that's something that we all need to look at and say, hey, does it make sense to invest in a certain piece of equipment for a realistic time frame that my return on the investment is going to make sense? And if so, if I can get that money at 0% for 36 months or 48 months, and I know the term of that loan is less than the length of time that equipment is going to give me return on investment in my company, I personally don't think that's such a bad idea. That's just my 2 cents worth. I thought I'd share that with you guys today. Hope you guys have a great day. We'll see you on Wednesday. Be safe if you're in any of the areas that have had a lot of rain and flood. Hope everything stays dry at your house. And if you had any damage, hopefully that's going to go as easy as it can for you. And we will see you guys on Wednesday at 10 a.m. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Vo's Profits Unlimited coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. We got a great morning going on. It was full sun this morning when I got to work, and now we're partly to mostly cloudy, but we got a good day going on. Everybody's out and about getting our groove on today. Absolutely. We got a extra truck out on the road today doing some fert and weed, trying to get rolling a little faster on that stuff. Got a little bit behind. Not We're not technically behind on our schedule and our goal mark, but we don't. We had 3 days last week that what was it? Yeah, 2.5 days basically that weren't good days. Last Wednesday's when our weird weather started with the too much wind to spray, and then Thursday and Friday was monsoon city, and so was Saturday, and Sunday kind of backed off. But yeah, we're going to talk a little bit about that today. Expecting Matt with BAM Weather to hop on here with me in about 10 minutes. So looking forward to that. We'll talk about that. But it is hump day. Can you guys believe it? Here we are, hump day already. April 9th, I think. Yeah, April 9th is what we're on already. Time flies when you're having fun. That's all I can say. So, yeah, hope everybody's week's going good. Our morning got started off pretty good around here. Absolutely, or great, realistically. So, looking forward to having a great show. Looking forward to being alive. I say that because they're, hey, we're beating some of them just looking down on grass. But yeah, so with that being said, I want to talk a little bit about your week and find out how your week's going. Hopefully everything's going good with you and your company this week. And I know I've had a couple guys reach out to me talking about the pain in the butt that it's been already with employees saying they want to work and not showing up. Got a gentleman that I've been talking to recently, Dwayne, down there in Atlanta, Georgia, who's having some issues a little bit and with employees showing up. And hey, hey Dwayne, I'm not talking out of school on it, buddy. It's a common issue and common problem. So we come up with the answer to that, man, and we're gonna be zillionaires. We're gonna make Mark Cuban look like the little guy that carries the stuff around at parties. And not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm not minimizing that if any of you guys do that, but I'm trying to think of what that person's called. Like,
Only thing I can think of is like a waiter, but I know that's not what you're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. So, but anyways, we come up with that. I did see something neat the other day, and maybe it's been out there a long time, but I've always said it'd be a great invention. And 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 that's trailer lights without requiring wire. And now they're out there. I saw one, and I'm sure they probably been out there, but I just didn't really look for them. But I always thought, man, it'd be because trailer lights are almost as challenging as employees. Not quite, but they can certainly be a pain in the butt, to say the least. Just God, you plug it in and they're working 1 second and not the next. So that's one thing I got pretty good at, Daniel. I ain't gonna lie about was full of my trailer lights. And you know me, that kind of stuff's normally not my forte, but I got really good at figuring it out and making them work and figuring out what was wrong. And we finally, I tell you a little trick we did, and I'm not suggesting anybody does this because I'm sure it's probably not the best thing in the world to do. I need to ask my buddy Timmy Hamilton about this, but we immediately we'd buy a new trailer, and did not do this with our new ones. But anytime we bought a new trailer up to these that we just recently, the three new ones we just got, uh, we would just cut the old wiring off, take an outside extension cord, and run wiring, use that extension cord wiring as the wiring harness, if you will, from the plug back to the lights, just for better insulation, and having it work. So, um, but anyways, we'll see. We'll see what's going on with these seem to be acting pretty well, these new trailers, but yeah, the frustration can be real. The frustration can be really real at times. So, um, hopefully, you're not having trailer light and employee problems and customer problems. So, but Tim, appreciate you listening, my friend. Glad you tuned in. Tim Brennan listening to us up there in Schenectady, New York. Absolutely. Absolutely. Seth, appreciate you listening, my friend, as well. Yeah. So today is a good day to be looking down on grass. I appreciate that text. You guys are right. And, with that being said, just curious what you guys are into today. I know Tim Brennan up there in Schenectady, he's a dealer as well, and for SnowX equipment as well as other product lines. And he's just taken on a new line of robotic lawnmowers, Daniel. I don't know if I shared that with you yet or not, but
Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah, and he said things are going good. Maybe we'll get him on here one day to talk about it. He gave me a gentleman to reach out to, and Tim, I've still got his number right on my desk. I swear I do. I was just waiting, for this time of the year to reach out to him and get him on here. So looking forward to getting him on and talking about the robotic mowers, and yeah, Tim brings up a good point too. He said he's getting a little worried about people canceling, cutting service, cutting back, with what's going on. So we'll see how that handles. We've had a little bit of that, but nothing percentage wise, not anything greater than normal up to this point. But yeah, that's something we certainly can talk a little bit about as well. We've got some historic flooding going on in our area, and just it's crazy. When I say our area, not just Louisville proper. This, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll wait for Matt to get on with us. Bam weather, let him talk about it. He's going to be the expert authority on that. So yeah, well, that's cool, Tim. Glad to hear that. Tim said he's doing 2 houses so far with Segway robotic mowers.
Interesting.
So, yeah. So I guess, people complain. I remember when robotics got really, really rolling, in factories and, things like that. And everybody was complaining, where you're taking jobs away. Well, when you can't get people to come in and do the job, you got to go to the next solution. I mean, that's just the reality of it. And
I definitely think it's a balance to strike, though. I mean, there's a good, I think there's a good middle ground to find.
Yes,
in that.
Absolutely. So hang on to that thought. Oh my God, you guys are hilarious. I love y'all's text. Y'all keep me rolling. Y'all keep it honest. We'll talk about that here in just a second. But hey, on a more serious note, I did want to give I'm trying to think of the best way of saying this. There is no good way to tell you about somebody passing away. Jim Houston, some of you guys may be familiar with him. He's been an industry consultant and business coach for nearly 4 decades. He's been in the game a long time, like I have, and passed away last week. I just saw an article about that. So some of you guys may have used him as a business coach in the past, and may know of him, or maybe you don't know of him. And we were not great friends, realistically. I knew him. I had met him actually up in Connecticut several years ago. We were both presenting up in Connecticut, and I just got an opportunity to talk to him briefly there. But he was only 75, and I say only 75. I used to think when that was really old, but at 62, 75, I mean, I hope I'm still rolling. I mean, but I don't know. So, but I did want to share that with you guys and, put that out there because I know a lot of you guys know of him or heard of him. And I didn't know if you had seen any of the articles out yet. But, yeah, so the industry lost a great person, number one. And here's my buddy, Matt. We'll come back to Mr. Houston. Let's see. How you doing, Matt? Let me see. Let me get you hooked up here, buddy. All right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are good. How you doing, Matt?
I am doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Good. How's our friends at BAM Weather doing?
We're doing well. We got a lot of rain recently, not as much as you, but we're hanging in there. It's been a wild ride from the weather department recently. So,
well, you guys been rolling out the hours. I know that too. So, The other day when I saw you and Michael online, I was thinking, daggone, these guys will make good snow patrol guys. Y'all be good
Yeah.
snowplow guys,
No kidding. I mean, it's the same deal with like farmers too. It's we work any time of the day and whatever it takes. It's just one of the perks of the job. And
getting it
but
done.
I'm happy to do it. Happy to keep people safe. And at the end of the day, I'm a weather nerd, so I love doing it anyway. So
Yeah. Well, hey, I
absolutely.
appreciate all the input that we got from you guys and updates last week with all the craziness we had going on around here. I'll say that. My goodness. So
No kidding. How much rain do you get down in your neck of the woods?
somewhere around 8 inches, I believe, is what the official total was. And a little more, a little less, based on somebody having their own rain gauge scattered throughout. But I know we got a lot of historic flooding going on in this part of the country for sure.
Yeah.
Frankfort, Kentucky was crazy. I mean,
oh my gosh.
and
Just south of you?
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Foot of rain plus in spots. I can't even imagine that.
I mean, what is that like? Is that those what they call like once in 100-year things or 50 years or was it not that bad? And,
yeah.
And why is it happening?
That was probably, once in a 50, 100-year type of event, for sure. Although I say that, and, it's reminiscent of something that happened in 2011, really, where I know in 2011 there was a prolonged rain event that brought in really similar areas a lot of rain. Why it happened? Well, there's a couple of reasons, and the biggest reason was a front just kind of stalled out in the area. It didn't really move. And those areas, the Ohio Valley, Western Kentucky, of course, obviously some parts of Arkansas and Southeast Missouri as well, where they got the worst of it. And it's because the front just didn't move. It was around for days, and you had multiple waves moving along that front. And each of these waves brought in tons and tons and tons and tons of rain. And just incredible. I assume you're probably still dealing with flooding issues to this point.
Oh yeah. I think I think the Ohio River was supposed to crest today. I know some of the tributaries feeding it have crested already, but I think they said the Ohio River was actually going to crest today. And it's as bad as it's been for a little while. I mean, knock on wood, I was very fortunate. I live in a higher elevation area. I'm in a subdivision, but my elevation plane's just up, and
Sure.
But I can't imagine. I mean, some of these homes here are up to the roof, literally.
Oh, I can imagine. I'm just south of Indianapolis, and we and I say only got around 6 inches of rain, and my neighborhood for even the next 2 days. It was a maze getting out of my neighborhood because half the streets were flooded still, and I couldn't get past them. So I can't even imagine, folks around you and the heaviest rain areas. It's probably still, a lot of areas impassable, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was crazy. Last Saturday, my daughter Katie and I and Alyssa, a friend of hers, we rode up to Frankfort actually, not to be gawkers. There's a cigar shop up there that they're going to Cleveland this weekend, and they were going to get some cigars to take up there. And it was crazy. We were up there Saturday in this facility, and then Sunday downtown Frankfort's flooded. Right exactly where we were at, less than 24 hours. They had 2 feet of water in there. So or more.
Unbelievable.
So,
and
crazy.
That's not, and let alone the flooding, which is obviously in some spots just absolutely devastating and historical. We had all these tornadoes and severe weather as well. I mean, holy smoke! It was definitely one of the more wild day stretches I can remember.
Question on that, when it happens like day after day, like that did for 3 or 4 days. I always thought, and I mean, I know you got a simple answer for this, but I always thought that like when weather went through, it stabilized the atmosphere. Why? How could it keep regenerating severe day after day like that? How'd that keep happening?
That's a great point, and that's a great question. So oftentimes, when you're talking about stabilizing the atmosphere, so on and so forth, you're dealing with something, a pattern that's a little bit more progressive, right? Where there's nothing really to recharge the atmosphere. In this case, with that front didn't really move out of the area, and so if you were constantly south of that front, there was always lots of moisture, lots of instability. And what happened in this particular case is our jet stream was hyperactive, and we had these waves that continued to come in. And so you had wave number one come in, it exited, and it probably stabilized the atmosphere at least for a little bit. But then another wave approached the area, and that shifted the moisture and instability back north again. And so it was kind of a charge and discharge continually. Where in most instances, that's not the case. You get a wave that rolls through, stabilizes things for a good bit.
What does the rest of April look like?
Yeah, well, the good news, at least in terms of the rest of April, is I don't think it's as active. It will probably be cooler. It'll be colder. So I'm still concerned for some frost and some freeze, unfortunately.
Yeah, I saw that on your thing y'all put out yesterday that the cold's not over or something.
Yes, the cold's not over. Actually on the Clarity app, Wayne, and if you look in the map section, we have our last freeze estimate map there. And if you look at that, you can see a lot of areas from, let's call it from northern Nebraska to southern Pennsylvania. We've got April 17th to the 23rd. And then obviously that delays the further north you go. So it probably will be a colder month. And I don't think it's going to be as active. At least, it's hard to get as active as we were, right?
Right.
But there'll be shocks there. There's still a lot of storm systems we're eyeing in the future here as we look at things.
I saw where you guys were calling for a little snow up in northeast Indiana and Ohio potentially. Is that still on target? Or like my daughter's going to Cleveland Friday, and
mostly be good. I think there can be some snow Cleveland getting into tomorrow morning, but I think it'll be too warm. It's that tricky time of the year where there's snow in the forecast, but is it going to stick, right? And this is one of those cases where it's very borderline, but. Yeah, I'm watching this late this afternoon, the evening, I'd say far northeastern Indiana towards like Angola, but then into Michigan in particular, areas like Grand Rapids, Lansing, even Detroit. The concern would be as we head into tonight, you get some banding of some snow that sets up. And so it's all going to be about, do the rates overcome those warmer ground temperatures?
I got you.
Because we're just the time of the year where it's tough. I think there can be some slushy impacts, especially into Michigan, heading into the evening, into the overnight, because I am concerned about those snowfall rates, especially like bridges, overpasses, grassy surfaces, but even other surfaces. You get an inch snowfall rate for 1-2 hours, and maybe the air temperature is 34 degrees, but once the snow, starts sticking for a time, now you got snow falling on top of snow, right? And that's just way different than obviously snow falling on top of warm ground. So watch for a little bit of slush. If any of your listeners are in some of those areas, again, especially I'd say Grand Rapids to Detroit, and you're in the snow removal industry, unfortunately, you'll need to be keeping an eye on things for some slushy. It'll be that wet, heavy type of snow, almost like raining snow.
I got that. Now, does that move east into like New York or in Pennsylvania, or you think it's...
It's kind of the wave itself does, but as far as the wintry weather, a lot of areas in New York probably avoid that, especially at the time it kind of moves through New York, getting into the afternoon. So we're going to just naturally have those warmer temperatures.
I see.
But I mean, my apologies. There's a few areas, I think Syracuse east, kind of more upstate, and some of those higher elevation areas in upstate New York that probably have some snow. And I think even some snow can work in areas like Western Massachusetts into Connecticut as well, getting into overnight Thursday night into Friday. And that's the timing's the key here, especially this time of the year, because it's you get into the overnight, into the early morning hours. Obviously, that's when we're the coolest, and that's going to be the best potential for snow to mix in. Now, on the south side of the system, as we head into tomorrow, actually, we need to be on the lookout for the potential for some severe weather.
Now, is that what part? What are you talking about? Out of Indianapolis, Louisville, Nashville, St. Louis? Where are you looking at for that?
Yeah, I think for you're definitely in it. I would say, especially far southern Illinois, far southern Indiana, perhaps far southwestern Ohio, but Kentucky for sure, southeastern Missouri for sure, Arkansas to let's call it northern Alabama in particular, getting into tomorrow evening. It looks to be primarily kind of a windy gust, hail type of threat, but there can be a few tornadoes tomorrow as well. For you, probably more wind gust than hail.
All right. So should I put? I should. I just scooted my car back over that I leave in the garage, and so I need to get it back over so I can get what I normally drive in the garage. Then you think, or is it small hill?
I think, unfortunately, it'd probably be in your best interest. Luckily, it's tomorrow, right? And so we'll see how things trend, but you probably want to put it back in the garage.
All right.
Unfortunately.
Well, all right.
So,
well, I hear you. I guess the roofing companies are really looking for help from you guys too, aren't they?
Oh yeah. And a few of those are certainly clients and public adjusters across the board. Gosh, from severe weather, wind, flooding. I mean, these guys, I'm sure, are busy.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's good for business, I suppose. So.
I know it was crazy enough weather with this flooding that they actually, I don't know if you know, we have something called Thunder over Louisville down here, kind of like a big fireworks kickoff for Derby. And
I've heard about that.
Yeah, that was supposed to be this weekend. Yeah, and they canceled it due to the flooding, because they issue of trying to get people along the riverfront, number one, but probably more important than that is they anchor the barges out in the river that they set the fireworks off on, they just said they just couldn't take that risk,
Sure.
So that's crazy. That's got like $126 million impact, they said, to the city. I mean, 'cause it's a big deal. It's a big, it's a big deal. So,
and that's crazy. That's just one city. I haven't seen any totals. But I'm curious on what the financial impact will be from the system across the board.
Yeah.
I'm sure it probably will end up in the order of billions of dollars when all is said and done, which is, just wild.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. So, should my daughter take boots to Cleveland?
I think she's good. She's good. Fine. It'll be wet. It'll be rainy.
All right.
As long that snow is mainly a threat early Thursday morning, or I don't know.
Yeah, they're not leaving until tomorrow. I hear you. So they're going to be good. All right.
Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. Right.
Next week, short term next week for what's your forecast for the area? Not just mine, but we got listeners everywhere. So what do you think across the country, real quick, before you hop off?
Yeah. So like I said, there's just a lot of storm systems upcoming, but these will not be anywhere near the magnitude that we had kind of into the Midwest. There's a low moving across the northern plains. Probably will be a wet late into the week, into early next week, and maybe even a few folks near the international border in North Dakota, Minnesota might see some snow and some heavy snow at that. There's a little system that moves through getting into Monday as well, kind of into the Ohio Valley, Illinois, Indiana. Right now, I think the better threat's just north of you, but I could offer up some severe potential as well. Once again, and maybe a few locally, some heavier rain. And then Tuesday, front kind of settles to the south. And so that's mainly going to be in Oklahoma, the Tennessee type of deal heading into Tuesday. Some pesky rain chances midweek into the northeast U.S. And then need to watch out for yet another, perhaps a stronger system around April 17th and 19th. And that's going to be obviously towards the end of next week, but that may offer up once again some areas of heavy rain and potentially even some severe weather once again getting into the following weekend here. So it's about every 2 to 4 days we seem to have these systems roll through here, and so my apologies.
That's all right.
There's a lot of systems to track here. I do think April probably can end out a little bit drier here, not as active. So the deeper into April, getting into May, probably won't be as active across the board here, in my opinion. So for folks who need a break, that's fantastic news here. Right. And in fact, as we get into May, areas where it's probably going to be wetter, I'd say Michigan and to the northeast U.S. But concern as we get into May, things may get pretty dry, especially I'd say in the Central Plains and even Southeast U.S. here. So,
is there any truth to a lot of rain in the spring creates a dry summer? Or is that really. Is that just folklore kind of stuff you hear?
I would say that's just folklore. In fact, I would even argue the opposite. The rains, any rains we get now will help alleviate a little bit drought conditions that can develop in the summer. And I think the opposite, areas that miss out on the rain into the spring, that usually can spell bad news for the dryness and the drought upcoming. And a lot of that, you get dry soil moisture, and then you work in the heat of the summer, that further dries things out. And then if the soil's already dry, now you can heat up the ground even more than versus if it was wet. And it just kind of can snowball itself into dry, warm, hot type of conditions. And, I don't know if you've seen our summer outlook, Wayne, but
I have not looked yet.
It's pretty dry for folks out in the plains. We are concerned about that. A year that kind of comes into mind, although we're not predicting a 1-to-1 exact match, but 2012, very notorious in ag circles for drought conditions. And that year seems to be a pretty good pattern match to this year. So concerned about that. You and I, we're kind of on the line between dry and wet. There probably will be episodes where we get wetter and episodes where we get drier this summer. And then the further east you are, you're just going to have a better flow, atmospheric flow. So folks, Michigan to, let's call it Georgia, Florida, and east probably have some better shots to see above normal rain through summer here. So
the guys that are in the landscape and mowing business, if I'm hearing you right, and going east should have a pretty good season without a situation too bad in the summer, drying out and having to skip mows, right?
I would think so. Kind of what we're looking at now. Those folks will definitely be better off, but could be a rough one for folks into the plains this year.
Good deal.
Unfortunately. So,
all right, Matt. Well, hey, I appreciate you staying on a little extra with us today, and as always, appreciate everything you do to help us at Wayne's Lawn Service better organize our crews and our day with your all's weather information that we gain from you guys. So
awesome. I love to hear that. I love chatting with you, Wayne, and if folks want to try it, we're offering free trials now. So they can just go to the BAM website and try it out.
So check it out. BAMWX.com, get your free trial. And like I always say, the return on investment is certainly going to be maximized for you. There's not a doubt in my mind that, it's a big multiplier. I'm not going to put one on it, but I know it's a big multiplier for us on what the spend is versus what the return is. So if you want ROI on something that's going to be an excellent opportunity for you, check Matt and his whole team out at bamwx.com. Take that free trial, and I'd be willing to say you won't change it up. Let me say that.
Yeah, I definitely urge people to. And then thanks for that, Wayne. I appreciate you. And,
well, it's the truth, man. I mean, you all help us out quite a bit, and I think it's all good. But I just love the opportunity, the feature of being able to text you guys if we need some really specific information yesterday. I mean, right
Right.
now is what I mean. But when we need to make a decision, of hey, we sending crews out or not sending crews out, you guys are awesome with giving us solid advice on that. So
I love that, and that's what it's all about. It's if you're trying to make those business decisions on numbers and whatnot, you're just at the mercy of numbers. You're not really consulting anyone. You're just looking at numbers,
right.
and it may or may not be good. There's more context to the numbers, and so that's kind of what we specialize in. And I would love to help more of your listeners out. So
Good deal. All right, Matt. Well, thanks. Have a great day, and look forward to talking to you next week sometime.
likewise, Wayne, have a good one. Good luck out there.
All right, you too. That is the world famous Matt Griffin with BAM, WX.com. Reach out to those guys. You will not be disappointed. With that being said, we're going to take a short break. Appreciate you guys joining me today. I wanted to talk a little bit today, and Aaron this morning had somebody on his show, lady on his show, but with talking about battery powered equipment. And I'm just curious if any of you guys listening to us have made the switch to some battery powered equipment, whether it's, your old 2-cycle stuff like blowers or trimmers or hedge trimmers, string trimmers, whatever it may be. Or even, some of your bigger equipment, your riding equipment. We had a tractor here actually that was we were holding for somebody from the GIE show. I call it the GIE show, Lordy, in October, but the Equip Expo actually, and it was 100% electric. So I mean that's certainly the wave of the future for us, guys. And just curious if any of you all have transitioned into using any of that. I know for us, I mean, we've tried quite a bit of it, and looking forward to some transition into that. Currently, 2-cycle side is where we're looking to make our changes initially and go from there. But we've had decent luck with. Actually, brought a few blowers this year to try to get a little bit of use of around here, a little bit. So, I don't know. That's where we're at with it. I think it's going to be a good change for our industry. I think it's going to be a good change for Wayne's Lawn Service. And one thing you got the hardest part of getting past is certainly when you look at the cost. But it goes back to if you understand cost per hour of operation and how to calculate cost on equipment, when you start eliminating fuel, maintenance, and repairs, the purchase cost is greater, but when you look at removing those other expenses is where it becomes a valuable asset for you. So just wanted to talk about that just briefly this morning. But my main thing I want to talk about today for a little while, or one of them, is customers, if you will. Daniel, this can be a pretty exciting topic. And how the squeaky wheel gets the grease kind of concept. But it's funny, and we were talking about it just today. We had a lady call yesterday. I think it was yesterday. Yeah, yesterday. And maybe a Monday. Not 100% sure. But anyways, called and said, hey, I was just wondering when y'all were going to be out to spray my yard. And this is just somebody new that Katie had actually put on as a new client last week. And on Tuesday and Wednesday, we had 30 to 40 mile an hour winds where we weren't spraying. And then Thursday, Friday, we had rain straight for 2 days. And so we weren't able to even get back out until Monday. And so my question's this. When the customer calls in and complains about something like that, or I'm using the word complains, not really a complaint, I guess, right? Or is it, Daniel? What do you
I
think?
think it depends on each situation.
Depends on the situation, but basically saying, hey, where are you at? I really believe that if we'd have been out there Thursday morning and sprayed, and then we had 4 inches of rain, she'd have probably been saying, hey, you need to come back out and respray this. So I think it's perspective on how we look at it, how we look at it. Let's see what we got here. Yay. Good deal, Mike. We'll talk about that in just a second. But the reality of it is we create what we call a fire list, basically. And that is, customers like that. And we always try to get new customers sprayed right away. Just so, hey, they come on, let's get them treated right away. And the reason we do that for several reasons. One is not to push our older customers back and make them less important, but somebody new coming on, we try to just get them serviced, let them know that, hey, okay, you signed up with us. We're going to get your first application down, because we know with our existing customer base, some of them will call, but most of them understand the fact that, hey, we're going to be there and we'll take care of them. So we try to take care of the new ones that we put on, just ASAP. And so they generally hit what we call our fire list, or I named it that a long, long time ago. It's, hey, people that we, before they become a problem, let's try to to eliminate that, basically. So kind of like going slow to go fast, if you will. And we're going to talk a little bit about how that applies. But anyway, so we got out yesterday afternoon and sprayed this lady's yard for her, and got her sprayed. And it was funny. We also take care of a neighbor. Now, so the neighbor called, and she was really fun with it. She says, hey, I'm just checking to make sure I didn't get off y'all's route. Said my neighbor got sprayed, but my yard didn't get sprayed. And so Katie told her no, said, she's a new customer. And lady said, well, that's fine, because the neighbor wasn't up for their round 2 yet, timing wise, even though logistically we'd have loved to have sprayed it, but it wasn't the right thing to do, because it only been a couple weeks since she had her first application. But the neighbor said this afterwards. She said, just so you know, you're never going to make my neighbor happy. So what do you think, Daniel?
Probably not a great sign.
No, yeah. There's your sign, as Jeff Foxworthy would say. And that completely explains the phone call saying, where you at kind of concept. So we'll see how it goes. Daniel, was it you or Katie joking said we ought to start getting
letters of recommendation?
Yeah, was that you or Katie?
Me.
Yeah. Tell our listeners that. They might get a kick out of that.
Yeah, just that as part of our, lead process. Tell each of your neighbors to send us a letter of recommendation and to make sure you're not a lunatic. But then who knows, the neighbor could be a lunatic and we're just taking their word for it. So
yeah, maybe
they have a little beef going on, or a little quarrel going on, and
yeah, it could be like Mr. Walt. Yeah, Katie,
yeah.
Same. I mean, you thought the same thing, Katie. Like, yeah, Mr. Walt.
Individually, they're not hard to work with, but together, when they come together, they turn into the worst nightmare.
Oh, yeah, true that. But yeah, I thought it was funny when Katie said, "Oh my God," she just said, "We're never going to make her happy." So I don't know. We'll keep you guys posted. We'll keep you updated on how many days the new customer gives us before she calls and says, my weeds aren't dead.
Yeah.
We're
going to start a new tariff here. It's the crazy tariff.
Oh my God. Yeah.
You get one free call in.
After that,
you get next year's price goes up, or next app price goes up.
Oh, shoot. Mike sent us a text. He said, he bought a battery push mower last week for some commercial islands that they do, and sent us a picture of it. Hate that it's a push mower, but the contract was a good one. So, hey, good deal. And sounds like it. Looks like it. First of all, it looks like a nice mower. Looks like it'd be all right. Secured on the trailer, Mike. That a boy. He sent us a picture of it on his trailer, Daniel. So that's good. But yeah, let us know how it works out. I know that one that Crest bought by here for us, that push mower seemed pretty solid that day. You know,
Yeah.
and I think that's the thing. Battery powered equipment's getting better and better all the time. And Crest has certainly got their charging system figured out. I'm not saying nobody else does. I'm not saying that, everybody else is wrong and Crest is right, but they've certainly got they've got the history. That's what they've got.
The power and the power too seems like you mentioned.
Yeah.
It's the battery, but it's also that I don't know if this is the right word, but the output of the equipment seems pretty good. I
Yeah.
don't know what I don't know what it would be compared to a gas powered, but it's certainly not what you would traditionally think of as like, oh, this is just your grandma's battery powered,
Right.
whatever.
Inferior power and production kind of concept. Yeah. And, I know Crest, those guys have got it figured out pretty well. So,
And I think, like you said, you just have to be open minded to it. Doesn't mean you have to change, but too many times, either I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, we were walking out at the Equip Expo, and I can't remember why, but we were asking people, if they've used many battery powered equipment or whatever, and a lot of people were just not open at all to the idea of even trying it or learning about it. Even like they were so stuck in the ways of no, it has no power or whatever their excuse was, that you can tell they hadn't even really educated themselves on it. They just been spouting out what Facebook had been saying.
right. Right. And I think that's something we got to be really aware of as contractors too, is not making a judgment based on social media's output on what a product will or won't do. I mean, I know you say, well, where else am I going to get the information? Because the manufacturer is going to tell me it's the best thing since sliced bread. And I mean, I get that too. But what I also know is there's a lot of information that comes through social media. And actually, we got a video on that. Didn't we just do that video?
Yeah, it's not going to be up for a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But,
we just recorded a video.
Yeah, we just recorded a video
talking about some of the bad
on that.
things that are out there, some of the bad information or whatever.
Yeah. That, but I do. I think battery is going to be the wave of the future for us. And I was reading an article the other day of gentlemen that actually had 21 crews that just switched over, and I can't remember where they were from. It doesn't matter, but I could pull the articles. One of the trade magazines brought up. So, but he was talking about they had just switched over, on theirs. So, yes, that was one of our crew managers buzzing in there for us. So we'll give him a call and see what he's into. But yeah, I think battery powered equipment is certainly a good thing to consider for most all of us. So, with that being said, let's take a short break here, and we'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station.
Get ready to abandon gas with Crest Commercial. With insane power and extreme longevity, the era of batteries trailing behind gas engines is over. With the Crest revolutionary 8-minute cyber system, Crest Commercial landscape tools provide the same power and performance as their gas-powered counterparts, as much as a 2-stroke engine. Plus, the Crest 60-volt CyberPack batteries charge in 8 minutes or less. Professional landscapers can finally make the switch to battery without sacrificing performance, power, or runtime. Crest, it's the only choice to replace gas. For more information or to find a dealer near you, visit Crest.com. Landscapers, tired of old-school whiteboards, sticky notes, and spreadsheets? Crew Control from Aspire delivers all-in-one software that ensures your hard work pays off. Craft winning proposals, simplify scheduling, complete routes efficiently, and get paid fast. Powerful mobile features keep your team connected, and insightful reporting gives you the facts. Don't deal with the frustration. Get your free 14-day trial today at crewcontrol.com. That's crewcontrol.com.
I'm Cowboy Troy.
And you're listening to Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Bring it up.
Crank it up. Yes, indeedy. Bidding season is here. Mike, you brought it up. Let's talk about it a little bit. Mike got him a new battery operator push more to do some islands in a facility. So makes really good sense. And, you know, when you talk about bidding jobs, you know, it's that time of the year when everybody's phone's blowing up and ringing off the hook. And, you know, they start the conversation off with, you know, hey, my favorite one is, how much do you charge to cut an acre? And honest to God, I want you to respond this way next time somebody asks you that. How much do you charge to cut an acre? Or how much do you charge to cut a residential lawn? I got a small lawn. How many times don't you hear that? I got a small lawn. Well, let me ask you, if you're going to list your house for sale, would you list it as a house for sale with a small lawn? Well, probably not. Then they kind of laugh about it. But that can be part of the fun conversation with somebody. But realistically, you know, when they do say, what do you charge to cut an acre? I, honest to God, have told people, and I'm sure I'll do it again this year because it's just fun, jokingly say, as much as we can get. And I think what you see is somebody can appreciate, and if they don't, they can hang up and be mad at you. That's okay too. But the reality of it is, you know, hey, what do you charge to cut an acre? You know, that's like calling up a roofing company and say, what do you charge to put a roof on my house? Or what do you charge a painter? What do you charge to paint my house? Well, I don't know. There's variables that get involved, you know, and that's why I like to say, you know, when they say I got a small yard, well, is it really a small yard? Would you list it that way? That's one comeback. That's fun. And I don't mean to do it sarcastically. Do it in a fun way and smile, and you'll get by with it. Or say as much as we can get, you know, and they'll say, well, all right, fair enough. But what do y'all charge to do it? Well, we need to take a look at the property, or we need to look at it on Google Earth, or, you know, some type of software that you may be using, because an acre is not an acre. You know, is that acre wide open, or is that lawn wide open? Or are there islands involved? Like Mike was talking about, hey, man, we bought a push mower to do these islands. So maybe I've got 15 islands going down through this subdivision that we're doing, or this HOA, that total an acre, but that acre is going to be a more expensive acre to cut than a wide open acre with no obstacles that I can use a 61-inch lawnmower on at 6 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour, whatever speed you want to mow at. So, you know, there's variables involved. And so before you start giving generic pricing or coming up with minimums, have you thought about the variables involved on the job, you know, such as what's the contour of the ground you're mowing? You know, because best case scenario, and I know a lot of you guys maybe are not bidding your jobs this way, but you need to think about it, is what's the efficiency factor on the job that you're mowing? In other words, the best it's generally going to get is about 85%, to be realistic. Now, some guys over anticipate or over exaggerate how good they are on a piece of equipment, you know, that, oh man, there's no way I'm losing 15% efficiency on the property. Well, absolutely you can be. I mean, there's properties that may be efficiency factored all the way down to 60%, you know, based on curbs and islands and contour. You know, are we cutting a hill? Are we cutting, you know, what type of slope are we cutting? You know, so those are some variables. Do we have to pick up trash on a job? Visualize a job that you've got that's on a maybe not the busiest street in the world, but a main thoroughfare, and the time that it's going to require to pick up trash. So it's not that the efficiency of the mow is going to be reduced in all cases, but the efficiency to complete the job is going to be reduced based on, you say, well, what's the curbs got to do with it? Well, I mean, are we dealing with a 4-inch curb? Are we dealing with a 6-inch curb? Are we dealing with subdivision curbs where they're more I'm trying to think, concave? Would that be it, Daniel? Like your all's curbs in your neighborhood. They're not a straight up and down flat face curb. It's more of a concave that you can go up and over easier. You can blow it easier. So all those things are variables that need to be taken into consideration on the job. What about irrigation? Are you asking or looking for irrigation when you bid a property? Because again, if it's irrigated, what's that going to tell you? Well, it's going to tell me a few things. I mean, it could be numerous things, but number one, if I've got an irrigated property, then that tells me, number one, they're probably on a fertilization and weed control program. And a lot of times we can tell by looking. And if they're not, they could be, if that's a service that you offer, and maybe that's a suggestive selling opportunity. But throwing that out the window, if it's an operational irrigation system, and that's a question you need to ask, then that means that's going to be consistent mowing throughout the summer for you as well. You're not going to have to worry about, well, it's going to get dry and things are going to slow down. I'm going to have to skip a week or go to a 10-day cycle, so that's going to lead, to other things that you're going to do to bid the job that we'll talk about here in just a second. So looking to see if they've got irrigation, push mower work, is that going to be required? To Mike's point, he went out and bought a push mower for this job. And I'm not saying that's a bad decision. It was an absolutely great decision that he made to go, hey, what can we do to increase efficiency on this job? And sometimes it's going smaller and not bigger. I have a hard time getting that across sometimes to contractors when we're talking about that. And Daniel, that to be a really good thing for the profit circle to talk about. Just a quick little video on bigger's not better. And that's the reality of it. People want to, always throw a 52 or a 61 or whatever it is on a property, when the reality of it is, hey, maybe a smaller piece of equipment will actually do a better quality job and not take much more time to do it. It kind of like, here's a picture to put in your mind. Let's look at some HOAs sometimes. Sometimes you get into HOAs or just residential lawns where they've got some slope built into them up around, the buildings. Okay. I'm not talking about big hills, but just some slope where, you can't efficiently run a 61-inch mower or 72-inch mower or whatever it is that you're trying to use on it because of the contour of the ground. So going to a 36 or a 48-inch mower, although it's a smaller piece of equipment, the quality of the cut is going to be better and the customer's going to be happier. And I'm not saying to make a customer happy to use a smaller mower, but use a smaller mower if a smaller mower needs to be utilized is my point. And those are all things that affect the price of the job. Special angle cuts. I know a lot of you guys are all about the stripes, right? I mean, look at my stripes. And I'm not going off on that tangent, Daniel. I was just about ready to go off on that tangent, but I'm not. But if you're going to put stripes on a yard and you're going to do that special angle cut, everybody likes it, right? But what I mean by the special angle cut is a diagonal cut, all right? And I'm not saying don't do diagonal cuts. We do diagonal cuts. But here's the real question. Have you calculated the diagonal cut into the cost of doing the job? Let's say every other week you do a diagonal cut. Well, that means in a market like ours, let's say you got I'm 35 mows. Let's make it easy. Okay. Well, 17 of those services that you provide are going to take you a longer time frame to mow them, because on a diagonal cut, it's a shorter strip, right? It's a shorter run. Just visualize it in your mind. Visualize a rectangle in your mind, if you would. If I'm mowing long straight strips one week, but the next week I'm going on a diagonal cut across it, I'm taking something from maybe, I give you a quick example of like a funeral home we do here. It's about 17 passes, okay, with a 60-inch mower, 17, 18 passes with a 61-inch mower to get it done. But if I do it on a diagonal cut, think of how many more turns I've got involved. You say, well, Wayne, it's only, and remember what I talk about. Whenever you say it's only, you're justifying in your mind why it's okay to do something for less money. Well, it's only a few more turns. It's only 3 minutes. It's only 4 minutes. Well, instead of doing long straight strips, I want to cut it diagonally, but instead of having 17 turns, I'm going to have, 32 turns because of the short angle cut. Well, 32 turns times 2.6 seconds a turn. I'm not telling you got to do this math, although it would be beneficial. But what you do need to understand is the extra turns are extra time, and extra time is extra cost. And just because it may only be 3 or 4 minutes a week or every other week, let's say you're running a 3-person crew, three people on the job for 10 extra minutes, right? For 18 cuts a year, let's say, that's 180 minutes, which is 3 hours. If your labor rate is $100 an hour, let's just make a number up. That's $300 more it's costing you to do the special angle cut. So are you just eating it? Most times we are, because we're not calculating that into the efficiency factor of doing the job. So take into account special angle cuts. That's the main thing I want you to take away from my show today, are the variables that are involved in special angle cuts. And not only the time that it takes different. I just did a quick time comparison. But what is happening during that additional labor time is you have more equipment or machine run time. So that means fuel, maintenance, and repairs are going up because you're putting more hours on the equipment. You're not getting any more turf serviced. Still the same amount of turf, whether you mow it on a short angle cut or a long straight strip. So if you're not calculating for those special angle cuts that you're making, be sure to put that into your bidding process and reduce that efficiency factor on the job so you're bidding the job properly. Just that simple. It's not that you're going to charge the customer, I'm going to make a number up, $75 this week and $93 the next week, but I'm going to take my average total time on that property and bid the job accordingly. So if you haven't taken that into consideration, or you say, well, subconsciously I do it better than subconsciously. I don't have a big picture, Daniel, and tell me your opinion on this. You logically think things out. If I'm out of my lane, help me get back in there. But I don't have a big picture of Skag or John Deere or Ferris or Exmark or Echo or any of these equipment manufacturers, Cress. I don't have any of that. I don't have a big picture of them saying, well, I think it's costing us this.
Probably not.
Probably not. I mean, it may come up occasionally, but then once they get that thought in their mind, I think that's when they go to, I know, and figure it out. And that's what I want you guys to do is think about the variables involved in jobs. And we're going to elaborate a little bit more on this, on my Friday show. But I think the reality of it is too many times, guys say, well, what do you charge? A million, you can ask a million contractors. Let's just take it, 100 contractors. And you say, hey, man, what's your minimum? Or what do you charge to cut an acre? And most of them are going to give you a number. When the answer should be, what are the variables within that acre? Or what are the variables within that yard? Then I can give you a price. But until you really have a good handle on bidding jobs, you don't ask yourself questions like that. You just say, well, okay, it's going to be $40 or $50 or $100 or $150 a cut or whatever it is. You're throwing the dart out there. And I just ask you guys to stop throwing darts, start being more precise in how you're bidding your jobs, and understand that there's a lot of variables involved when it comes to what's it cost to cut an acre, or what's it cost to mow a yard, or what's it cost to spray a yard. Same variables get involved in spraying. Am I riding a wide open area, or am I riding around flower beds and gardens and up and down curbs? So contour ground, curbs, trash, landscape beds, quality of the turf, irrigation, push more work, special angle cuts. God, what else we got? Clients' expectations, which we don't have time to get into. But we are going to get into it Friday because I want to talk a little bit more about it. But that's good enough to think about today. Think about those things. Variables involved in the bidding. Variables involved in the bidding process. And do you take the variables not just subconsciously in mind, but do you take those realistically in mind? Because you're going to kill yourself profitability wise, and not always too low. You could be bidding too high, because you don't have a methodology in place, and you're sitting there figuring I got this much mow time, this much trim time. Absolutely break it down that way. Don't just look at a job and throw a dart and come up with a number. Now, on a residential lawn that you're doing, hey, you got a really great handle on what it's going to be. But when you get into doing something that is an acre or 2 acres or 5 acres or 20 acres, whatever it is, or multiple buildings involved that you're servicing, you need a better handle on it. And if you don't have a better handle on it, let us help you get a better handle on it. It's not hard. You just need to know what you need to think about. And too many times we just don't know what we don't know. We got an estimating guide that's awesome in helping you understand variables and how to adjust efficiency factors based on those variables to come up with a realistic price that is both accurate, professional, and profitable. And remember, profit is not the dirty word. We'll see you Friday. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Got a great show playing today. My, oh my. Hope your day's off to a good start. Certainly ours is. Not bad, not bad. We did have a little adventure this morning, which, not a big deal, but, or hopefully it doesn't turn to a big deal, but shouldn't, hope not. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But hey, it is another week in the books. The last day. Can y'all believe it? It's the last day of March. Unreal, real unreal. So big shout out to my buddy Aaron Walls and Daniel on getting us all rocked and kicked off for the week here on Turfs Up Radio, and looking really forward to an opportunity to share some stories with y'all today from the weekend, and got some really good things to talk about today. We're going to talk a little bit about God, the registrations for trucks and trailers, and some things you can do to speed that along. And we're going to talk about a little bit of marketing and uniforms and bidding jobs, and what do you do when a client does this. And we're just going to have a good fun time today, fun / educational as always, or that's my goal anyway. But a little misty here today and cool. Was really warm yesterday and humid, and but this morning our rain went through last night about, I don't know, let's call it between 9:30 and midnight. Happy Monday to you, Craig. Appreciate you listening. Appreciate you listening, my friend. But yeah, we had pretty good rain roll through here last night, and rain and wind and some hail and that whole thing. But this morning coming into work, it start misting a little bit, and it's just like the cloud decks like dropped on us. It's almost like, I don't know, fog, if you will, out there. Kind of, that's what it amounts to. It's not really, but anyways. But anyway, we're out and about. Hope your weekend went well. I had a great weekend. Tabitha made us a great dinner Friday. It was linguine with shrimp and clam sauce, and oh my God, and asparagus. It was really, really good. And then Saturday, we went to eat at this restaurant in a little community called Smithfield, Kentucky, and the restaurant's called Our Best. And I know you guys have got them too, those little nooks that are away from everything else that are just really, really good. And that's where we went out there Saturday with my very best friend, Timmy and Rob and Hamilton and Tabitha. We went out there and had dinner, and they bought dinner for us for my birthday and Tabitha's birthday. Tabitha's birthday's tomorrow, April Fool's Day. She said she used to get a lot of people didn't really think it was her birthday. So, but absolutely. Yeah, true that, Mike. Mike's got his registrations in hand. He sent us a picture of that. So yeah, it's that time of the year. It's that time of the year, and it was fun. Got a funny story to talk about that here in just a little bit. But yeah, it's a big day here at WLS. Big day. Looking forward to getting a good day of mowing in, actually, as crazy as that sounds. And that's one of the things we're going to talk about today a little bit, is mowing, after a significant rain. How do you decide when you're going to go mow? So we're going to talk about that. And yeah, it's wet, no doubt about it. It's wet. Our event we had this morning is we had a lawnmower get stuck already, and we had to have a rescue operation. So, but that happens. I mean, that's just part of it. It was a small condominium complex on near like a retaining wall. So, yeah, got it stuck, got it out. There you go. So, little things that happen when in the lives and times of a commercial mowing contractor, right? You've probably had one or two stuck yourself over time, but yeah, that was our start to the day, and we're hopeful that this mist gets out of here. I mean, it's just blah humbug kind of. It's that kind of mist that it's enough to get things wet, but it takes it a while. It's one of those things. So, so that's what's going on, and we got some more. Doing a little pre-emergent today. So from pre-emergent standpoint, good day. Good day. Get it on, get a little water on it, and we'll see what happens. But talking about tonight, temperatures going down to about 38 or something. I think I heard. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't talked to my boys at BAM yet today, so see what they got to say. But Aaron, no, we didn't, man. We just had another lawnmower hooked to it and pulled it out with another lawnmower and a tow strap. So, excuse me. He asked if we used our new tractor to get it unstuck. So no, we just hooked a lawnmower to it and pulled it out with another lawnmower. Hey, if ever you don't have a tow rope, we didn't do that today, but it's happened to us in the past. Many years ago, we actually had a lawnmower that slid in down a hill into a little stream. Not, I mean, it wasn't deep, didn't submerge the mower or anything, but we actually used 095 weed eater line, because we needed about 30 feet or so, and 30, 40 feet. And this goes back a lot of years ago. Derek hooked that weed eater string to the lawnmower that was, hanging over the edge of the water, and put another one on, hooked a string to the other one on top of the hill and gave it a yank and pulled it straight up. So I'm not suggesting that you try that to save any life-threatening situations, but that worked. That worked pretty daggone good for us. So if ever you get in a pinch, man, I'm not saying that that's what you ought to do, but that's what we did, and by golly, come on up out of there. So yeah, let's hope that's the last lawnmower we get stuck today. And let's just hope it's the last one we get stuck all year. Actually, we don't get too many stuck anymore. I mean, that's just the reality of it, too. Um, but, I mean, when you're mowing wet grass and you get into a situation, sometimes it's better to not tear the turf completely up trying to get out or even successfully getting out. If you just hook another mower to it and pull it out, and from a distance a little bit, so you're not in that same wet muck area. Um, that might be something fun to talk about too, getting things unstuck. I mean, it's not something we're going to talk about today, and it's not something you talk a long time about, but the reality of it is it probably has happened to you too. I can't be the only one that's had a lawnmower get stuck before. So, God, I remember once I got one I was in a ditch. I was mowing a ditch line and slid down into this funky, nasty bottom of it. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about, where it smells like crawdads. And God, just working on it, trying to get it out. And, oh my God, I finally got it out. But those are educational events. I'll say that, to say the least. Educational events, to say the least. But anyways, hey, we're going to take a short break. I do want to give you guys a big shout out and tell you thanks for subscribing to our YouTube channel. And if you haven't subscribed to us on YouTube, would appreciate if you would take a second and do that for us. So today on Turfs Up, let's talk about how we decide to go out and do mowing or fertilization and weed control apps, but specifically, or any service, but specifically I want to talk about mowing for a couple minutes, is to, when you know it's wet, what do you use as a deciding factor on, yeah, we're going to go, or no, we're not? And, that can be different for different times of the year. I know for us here, I mean, last night we had, some pretty heavy rain, but the reality, and we got some mist going on now. I hadn't been out in the last hour or so I don't know if it's still misting or not, but what we know for sure is conditions aren't going to, bless you, conditions aren't going to change this week. And matter of fact, it's going to get worse as we get into midweek and then late week. So we decided today to let's go full blown into mow and blow operation. And also, like I said, we're putting down some pre-emerge as well. But the reality of it is we're going to have quite a bit of water this week, and Wednesday going to get BAM on with me and find out exactly what their thoughts are on it as well. But it's looking like anywhere for us in our region, and I think that's going like south and west as well in that loop. Um, Somewhere between maybe 6 to 10 inches of rain over Wednesday through Sunday. So when that's Wednesday late. So what we're looking at from a management perspective here is, okay, we probably going to have Monday, Tuesday, and part of the day Wednesday to potentially jam a week's of service in. So we're going to be pushing hard these today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, and hopefully we get a full day in Wednesday. But you take what you can get. So it's not like we could say, well, we had rain last night, we won't do anything today. From a mowing standpoint, we'll let them dry, and then we got 3 or 4 days in a row where it's going to be good weather. That's not the reality of it. So now, like you guys know, and we know, there's some properties that you can mow wet, some properties that can't be dealt with wet, and you deal with it accordingly. But there is decision making capacity that comes into play with that. That okay, what's the risk versus the reward kind of thing, and I think that's something that we all make based on our customers that we know that can take a wet mow and the ones that cannot take a wet mow, and that's what we're doing. So like I said, we decided to go ahead and mow and do quite a bit of it today and tomorrow, and that's what we're going to do. And I probably may have to answer a couple phone calls on it, but the reality of it is I'd rather do it now. Get it done while we can rather than skipping a week. We're not skippers here. I know a lot of guys that do that in a week, and especially in the spring when you get multiples, days in a row of rain, they'll skip that whole week out, but I mean, we generally do not do that. I'm not going to say we've never done it for a client, but that's just not the way we generally do it. I'm just subconsciously and consciously trying to think of how frequently that happens, and the reality of it is it doesn't happen very frequently at all. So, yep, we're going to mow wet grass this week, and or certainly today. Hopefully by tomorrow we're into some better conditions. But we did a landscape last week. One of the landscapes that we did, we got a call this morning that the wind blew a couple of their trees. So that talk customer service, right? We're going to go by and reset those trees. So, yeah, absolutely, Stephen. He said, so what's that mean? Does it mean, extended hours to get service done in a short week? Absolutely. That's what it amounts to. We'll just go a little harder and longer and try to get it done in our 3 days, or get what we need to get done anyway. And because it's I'm not going to say it's normal to get as much rain as potentially they're talking about us getting later in the week, but what is normal is spring rain. And what I see a lot of companies doing is they don't think about capacity when it comes to mowing, and they schedule all this mowing up, and there's no way that they can get it done. And then you have the frustrations of a whole lot of phone calls and a whole lot of complaints, and people, where you at, when the reality of it is, just like snow and ice management, we got to think about capacity when it comes to mowing. And you got to be the one that has the flexibility to make the decision of, well, yeah, I know you're normally a Thursday mow, Miss Smith or ABC Company, but Thursday and Friday and Saturday through Sunday looks to be a complete washout, if you will. And the reality of it is we're not going to skip it. We don't want to have to skip the entire week. So, and again, that's something you got to do, and you learn as you go, and you get better at it. Good morning, Doug. Appreciate you listening, my friend, and hopefully you guys are doing well up there in Pennsylvania. But yes, indeedy, yeah. So I don't know. It's when I say I don't know, it's always a little challenging. That was this morning to make the call on. Yeah, let's just throw resources at it and go at it, and then the first job out, you get a lawnmower stuck, right? And you're like, oh God, yeah, we maybe made the wrong choice, but um, we redirect ourselves and move along. So, be curious what you guys do. Yeah, be curious what you guys do when it rains. Do you just wait for it to dry up, or do you just go ahead and do what you got to do? So shoot me a text. Let me know. 502-550-8307. It's 502-550-8307. How do you handle wet days? Do you just move along with it, or, what do you do with it? So, but yeah, we made the decision to move along with it today. We had a good phone call a little bit, I don't know, about an hour or so ago. Truckload of mulch is on its way. So we had some cedar that we've been waiting on, and it's on its way. So the guy says, I'll probably be there around 2. And I'm like, dude, we might not have anybody here to unload you at 2:00. Might have to be tomorrow morning. And he wasn't mad about it. He really wasn't. Sometimes the drivers, get a little frustrated when you tell them that. But, it's specifically on our order to give us at least a day notice, so we can arrange what we're going to do, how about getting that unloaded. So we'll see, though, when he calls. He was still about 250 miles out. So we'll see. But we'll be glad to get it here regardless. And hopefully he's in, I don't know, hopefully, I was going to say hopefully he's in a covered trailer, because the stuff comes from state of Washington, I believe is where we get our cedar from. But, hoping it's going to be dry. But, yeah, Doug says they typically don't mow in the rain. And that's a good thing, hey, if we don't normally do it, but sometimes we do it. So, yeah, I'm just curious what you guys do and how you handle it. Because, like I said, you do know whose you can do and whose you can't do. But looking forward to getting that mulch in here. I know that. So, I think we're kind of running short on our cedar for sure. So, this will help out. This will help out. I think they said there's 20 pallets on this one. It's kind of funny how they can, based on weight. If it's good and dry, then we can get 20. Sometimes we can only get 18 or 17, or you never know for sure what's going to be coming till it's coming. So, but yeah, we're looking forward to getting our mulch, and got 3 trailer tags that we're still waiting on. So I guess tomorrow we'll be pulling illegal trailers around the city. But as slow as our county clerk's office are, on getting things out. I think I told you a little bit about this, about getting, and it does make sense now with as many as we have to drop them off and then they get them done. But they've had a lot of problem with processing tags. And so anyway, they called us and got our biggest group of them completed for us the other day. And we had picked up 3 new trailers to put in service here. And so they just happened to call when I was going out there anyway to drop our new paperwork off to get our tags for our 3 new ones. And long story short, I get out there and I get ours and drop the new stuff off and blah, blah, blah. And if I told y'all this story already, I apologize, but I just wanted to kind of reiterate the story again. I said, hey, here's everything we got. I gave them my certificates of origin and my bills sell and that whole thing, and to get them going. And they forgot to get me to sign something, so they called me when I was about halfway back, and Katie reached out, or they called the office, and Katie reached out and said, "Hey, you need to return back." So I go back over there, and there's literally nobody in there. All 6 clerks had somebody with them, but nobody was there otherwise in line waiting. So I asked the guy, I said, "Man, can you go ahead and do these?" And he wouldn't do it. I mean, he's like, "No, you can only do 2 at a time, and you got 3." And I'm like, "My God, how about we just do 2 of them then? If that don't break the rules." And so here we are. I don't know. I guess it's it. I think it's been a week, hasn't it, Daniel? We've been a week.
Yeah, it's been a
Maybe
week.
Been a
Maybe more.
Yeah, maybe more. Maybe like 8 or 9 days now to get 3 tags, for God's sake. So I don't know. I'm gonna have to go over there, I guess. And then they get their feelings hurt pretty easy when you do that. But anyways, yeah. Steven said his biggest peeve with trucking is no call ahead when they request it. Yeah, and they arrive after your acceptance hours. That's why I don't have any problem telling them, that hey, we're not taking that load after 2, because you get into something after 2, and then it's later than that. It just becomes more problematic. So, but anyways, we'll be glad to get it. We're looking forward to getting it in here. So we'll be happy to see that. But one thing I did want to remind you guys of, if you haven't done it yet, and this may help with renewals for you, because I know one of the biggest frustrations that I used to run into was matching up the VIN numbers, with the trucks and the trailers. And, when you get your insurance card, maybe they typed one of the VIN numbers wrong on the card, and then you get to your renewals and they don't match. And then they're like, "Hey, the insurance card's not good." And maybe most of you guys know this, but if you're like me and you didn't know it for a while, the reality of it is, most insurance company will give you what's called a fleet card, and it just says fleet on it, and it does not have the VIN number of the particular vehicle that it's going to. And you talk about making your life a lot easier when you go to the county clerk's office, or however you do your renewals within your own state. But it just makes that life a whole lot easier. Trust me on that. So if you're not utilizing that option now, even with just 2 or 3 trucks, man, it makes it just a whole lot easier, utilizing that fleet card versus worrying about the VIN number being, one off, and then having to reach out to your agent and, going about it that way. So a lot of different things can do to save just a little bit of time. So, but yeah, I'm looking forward to getting our last 3 back in here so we can do what we need to do with that. So I did pass a guy's business up down the street from us this morning, and they still had a couple plows on trucks and a couple spreaders. So I don't know if they're just holding out for hope, or they're just hadn't got them all off yet. But I think we're safe. I think we're pretty safe in our market. And that's what Brett told me the other day anyway. A couple of weeks ago, y'all heard him here and saying, yeah, probably wasn't going to be real likely for anything. So, yeah, there we go with that. But wanted to talk about a phone call we had this morning too. If you guys are interested in this, I think you may be, some of you guys, because we talk about route efficiency quite a bit, and the reality of we can't be everything to everybody all the time. And this morning we had a potential customer who had called in get a little bit frustrated with Kyle actually, and here we go. I mean, the guy was not about, because he actually looked it up. The client looked it up, because evidently he must have heard from some other people that he was a little too far out. But, he told Kyle, he says, "I don't understand why y'all don't want to come out here and service me. I'm only 17 miles from your business." And y'all have heard me say, we'll go for different work, we'll go outside our golden circle, which for us is 12 miles. Okay. For the right work, we'll travel. But this guy wanted fertilization and weed control. And Kyle professionally told him, he said, I'm sorry, you're just outside our service area. He said, he said, we're trying to build our route up that way and blah, 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 trying to give the guy a professional answer. And guy just didn't want to hear it. He said, well, I don't understand. It's only 17 miles away, But what he would have understood is if we'd have told him what it would have cost to get there, and then get back to our regular route, then he would have been thinking, well, you guys are just overcharging me. And so that's why we would rather than overinflating the price for a fertilization and weed control service like that, we would rather tell somebody the truth. It goes back to, if you tell the truth, you don't have to have a memory. But sometimes the truth isn't good enough for somebody. And Kyle said he could tell this guy wasn't satisfied with that answer. He just didn't understand why we didn't go to his location, is what it amounts to. And 17 miles is a big trip. And you say, well, wait a minute, at some point you got to say no to the customer. And I think that's something that you guys need to know and understand, that you can't say yes all the time. It goes back to what we talked about the other day for a little while, that sometimes the most profitable thing you say is no. And would love to have serviced this guy, but it just didn't make sense to tell him, hey, well, yeah, we can service you, but it's going to cost you another $42.80 in drive time. I just made that number up, okay? But whatever it may have been for that 5 miles, because it's not just 5 miles there, it's 5 miles to get back to our regular route, the exterior side of our regular route. Then you're just too high. So then what you have to decide as an owner, or what we decide as an owner, is, would we rather be honest with somebody and tell them, hey, we don't provide service in that area yet, or overinflate the price and they never call you for anything? And they might not call you back anyway, being honest. But our hope is that, hey, if they do want, some landscape lighting or holiday lighting or landscape work done, we'll certainly go the distance. But on a reoccurring service like fert and weed, we don't want to have to overinflate the price to fit in with them. So, what do you think, Daniel? What do you think's the? I'm not, and you weren't going to hurt my feelings with this. I mean, we better off doing it the way we do it and tell them they're outside our service area, or giving somebody a higher price. What would you want as a consumer?
I guess it goes back to
a higher price to make the trip.
I guess it goes back to, would you rather give somebody the option, or would you rather not give somebody the option?
Yeah. I mean,
pretend, like you said, potentially by giving them the option, you might scare them away and from other services that are more profitable. But by saying no, maybe psychologically you plant that in the customer's head too, that you're the company that says no more than yes.
Yeah. This would be a good psychological question for Heckabus. I mean, what's the mindset behind that? Does somebody appreciate the honesty, or would they rather you say, hey, going to your point, because I do, you're right in selling. The answer is give your customers a choice between something and something else, and never a choice between something and nothing. So we're not really giving them a choice between nothing by saying we don't provide that service there, but we can do this for you. I know it's not satisfying that immediate need, but yeah, I would really like to know psychologically. And it probably different people think about it different ways. That might be the other side of it too. So I don't know. I might have to reach out to him and ask him about that. It's got me thinking about it now, because the reality of it is more and more people in our market, and probably yours, or not probably, but maybe yours, if you're serving an urban area, maybe, I know for us, more and more people are moving out further, you know? So for those that are moving out further, do we extend our circle? I guess that's the question. Do we extend our golden circle from 12 to something greater, or leave it at 12 and work on route density within the circle? I mean, it's not wrong or right. It's just you're going to set your business goal up and your model up based on whatever you decide on that. So
I think it makes more sense to work your way out than it does to work your way in, though, too, potentially, right? Like if people are truly moving out, but you still have enough customers to do what you want to do within your 12-mile radius or whatever it is, then you continue with your 12 miles, and then you slowly build out as potential customers also go out a little bit.
yeah,
So, you don't go from 12 to 17 maybe, but maybe in 2 years you're at 16 or 17.
right. And then start soliciting work in that area. And then the initial drive time you have is just to get to that route, but you're going to do 20 yards that day out
Right.
there. You're going to go out and treat 20 lawns and then come back. So spreading that cost that away. So yeah, that's something we need to think about. I mean, because every time we do get the frustration from a customer about this, and here's the thing, I mean, we always have a few a year that call from that area. So if we slowly put those on, then maybe you do have a route in that area. So,
Or maybe you do a marketing campaign to that specific area with some door hangers or flyers or whatever that says, "Hey, our minimum is $63 or whatever, it would be to go out there and do it," and try to get 10, in that given area, and build up your area quicker than just waiting for them to call in 3 per year. Just see what you can do on a more mass scale to build that area up.
yeah. Now here's a point. David said people move, and he moved out a little bit, so maybe that's it. This is coming from his perspective. People move out to save money. So the ones moving out generally want to save money and don't want to pay for good service.
I mean, that could be
some of it too. I know initially when moved to Mount Washington, which is now just Louisville South, really. But at one point in time, that was out a little bit. You could get more home, more property, more bang for your buck, if you will.
Yeah.
Because
yeah,
you were going out a little further.
that's still true, but certainly not to the same degree.
Yeah. But David makes a valid point here. They want to save money. And I don't know, maybe they want to be on the same playing field. And that was a point Kyle made this morning after he hung up with the guy, that, saying, they want to go out and have the rural setting, but
have the same convenience.
Have the same conveniences of an urban environment.
Yeah.
So that could be the challenge. I mean, that really can be the challenge for each and every one of us. So I don't know. I thought I'd throw that seed of thought out there for you guys as well. And then this is on a different note, but Craig sent me this text this morning, and I think it makes really good sense to talk about for a few minutes. And that is the other side of the spectrum of professionally firing a client. How do you go about professionally firing a client? And I think, Craig, I think it depends on the circumstances involved. Number one is you firing them, obviously, is that's what we're talking about, is the company getting rid of the client, not the client getting rid of you. But I think the reality of it is sometimes it's necessary to fire a client. We've done a few. Um, when you decide to do it, it's you just follow through with it and do it. And what I've found, for us, when we fire somebody, we just literally tell them, hey, this isn't a good situation for you or us. If it's that kind of situation, um, whether it's a service issue, a quality issue, a satisfaction issue, you know, then I think you just tell your client, hey, this isn't good for either one of us. I'm gonna go ahead and just discontinue service according to the terms of our service contract. This is our 30-day notice for our residentially. Now, if it's somebody that doesn't want you to cancel and you want to cancel, I think realistically you go about it the same way. You should have within your service agreements a written cancellation clause, that states what the cancellation time period's going to be, and if you're going to provide service or not during that term of that cancellation, or how that's going to go down. But yes, I just think it's a difficult decision sometimes to get rid of somebody, especially if they've been with you for a while. But at the end of the day, we got to look at what's the ultimate reason that we're in business, and that's to make a profit. So if for some reason that account's not allowing that to happen, then certainly you need to make a change. Now, if you're making a fair profit on the job and you just can't make the person happy, then the profit goes, the customer goes, and you go out and you find a better customer. But to answer your question directly is, I don't think there's one solid way of firing a customer other than the fact you simply do it. You give them a phone call, or you send them an email, whatever you're comfortable with doing. And I think that would be based on the client, what service you're providing, how long they've been a customer. If they've been with me a while, I'm probably going to give them a phone call and tell them, hey, we're going to part ways professionally, and hopefully we can both be friends. Kind of like Mr. Grossi the other day parted ways with us. He parted professionally. Hey Wayne, he says, I hope you understand why I'm switching, and appreciate the service over all the years. So I think the key factor there is to do it professionally, and that is, I think Craig. Let's see, he's got a thing in here about this person though. He said I've got one that's just not working out. She's difficult and maybe not all there. I'll send her a note later today that'll cover the basics. We don't seem to be a good fit. It's best for both parties to go our separate ways. I think that's the technique I would utilize in that situation. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Let's see what Mike's got to say here. Mike said, I have a client who came on board last year and signed a service agreement for full maintenance. We sat at her kitchen table and went through everything. Everything in all caps. The first invoice they received, they got mad about the price, which they agreed upon when they signed. I tried to salvage the relationship, and I thought I did. Everything last year from May to November was fine. Well, here we are this season, and all the pricing is an issue again, even after signing the agreement and returning it in January. I'm calling her today to cancel service. I mean, yeah, it can get frustrating. It's, you explain it to them, you sit down with it, you go over it, and then they have a question, so you explain it to them again, and then here you're back at the same point. It may be time, to do that, to just do that. Um, um, Craig said, let's just put it this way. I get more complaints from this one customer than seemingly everyone else combined. Yeah, we've had those too, Craig. And that's when you just do it. And then the bad part about that is then somebody generally takes their place as the next worst client. But the reality of it is you get tired of the frustration that you're putting yourself through. I understand that side of it too. But Mike's points very well. Said he thinks his just needs a handyman, and not a lawn service. My mom told my aunt that one time. She was complaining about our service, and she said, maybe you just need a gardener and a handyman versus, somebody's going to come out and mow your lawn. Because at that time, we weren't treating lawn, so we were just mowing, occasional mulching or some hedge trimming for her, So that's it, too. Sometimes it's just not a good fit. Let's see. Fred's got a text here. He says, don't know what you got until it's gone. Let them figure that out. If you do it any other way than professionally, you just ensure they'll never return. 0% of zero is always zero. Absolutely. And I think that's a great point, Fred, as well. However you do it, the point Fred's making there is don't burn the bridge behind it. Unless you want to burn the bridge. And I've only burned that bridge twice in my 46 years of being in business with somebody, where we specifically told them, do not call us again. And I've only done that twice. And other than that, it's wide open. It's open for people, that cancel us or we cancel them. And specifically for customers that cancel you or fire you, if you just remove your ego sometimes away from it, to Fred's point, sometimes they do. They forget how good they had it. And that's what I'm hoping happens here with Mr. Grossi's situation. That, he does have a really nice looking lawn. We've got his lawn in really good shape. And like I told him, I shared that with you all last week, it'll take a growing season for it to deteriorate, but
what'd be cool is to go over there and take a picture of it now and send it like a year later and say, hope your lawn is still looking this good. Like,
yeah, right.
It could be a mass email that just happens to be his yard and he sees it and goes, huh,
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Something to just be a little nudge, a little reminder.
A little reminder before and after.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. And if it looks better, send it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is possible.
Well,
too.
if it doesn't look better, it's not like you're losing anything anyway.
Yeah.
They're not going to come back if it's better anyway. So
that's a good point.
Send it. It looks better. I mean, you've lost nothing.
Yeah. That's right. To Fred's point, 0% of 0.
Yeah.
But Mike said, I might burn the bridge on this one. I might even dredge the river a little deeper. Ha. So I get it. I mean, we've all had that customer, and if you haven't, you will. For you guys listen, say, man, I can't believe you'd ever do that to a customer. Well, yeah, every once in a while you run into that one. Like I said, I've only ran into two. It was this was kind of funny last night with the weather running through when they put out a tornado warning for us. And was talking to Kyle and Katie in a little family chat we have because we're scattered throughout the city. Kyle got a message on a phone call or something coming through our office, and he made reference to joking about this customer of ours we have. He said, well, maybe that's so-and-so. He's complaining about his chickweed. Because the last time that we had a tornado warning, it was during the day, and we were here at the shop, and he called in talking about some rocks or something. He, wanting to get some rocks taken out or put in or something. But, I mean, we're right in the middle of a tornado warning. You could hear the sirens in his background as well. And we're like, all right, this guy's obviously either can't hear well or is not concerned with anything other than what his problem is, and he wants to get solved. But so we kind of had a little laugh about that last night when that was him calling and leaving a message. But I never did ask Kyle what that was about, Daniel. We got to see if he left us a message or not. But Mike said this is the first time in 8 years that he's felt this way about a customer. So that's good. It doesn't happen too often. So, yeah, got to fire him. Got to fire him. Sometimes it's just time to fire him. So, and know that that's the best thing for you and them, and grow with that. So, speaking of that, let's take a short break. We'll be right back. Corey just sent us a good text. He said he had one like that and she refused to pay her last bill. She called 2 years later asking to restore service. I reminded her she still owed me money. She had the money when I arrived. I took the payment, said thank you, and left. Bridge atomized. Blew it up, I guess, huh, Corey? So sometimes, hey, it's nice that you got your money. We had one last year, Corey, very similar to that. Called and wanted to restart service. Katie reminded them that they owed us some money, and they hung up. So didn't want to pay. And then we had another one that Katie just said right now that it's called what, restarted service this year, and paid the outstanding balance. So both sides of that story, both sides of the story. So, it's just funny when, you lose a customer, or you got to fire a customer, or they fire you, to Fred's point, very well taken, a lot of times we don't blow the bridge up, because sometimes they do just forget what they had and how good it was. And not that you're the only person that can do it well for them, or I'm the only person that can do it well for them. I think it just goes down to the reality of, they forget. We all do. We all get complacent with things. And the reality of it is money becomes important again because they forgot what it was like, having a problem in their lawn, or not getting their lawn mowed, or the hedges not being trimmed right, or the mulch not being looking right, or whatever it may be. Fill in the blank on what services are that you provide for somebody. But so don't burn that bridge most of the time. But I will say this too, and in all fairness to the bridge burning episodes. The 2 times that I told a customer, please don't ever call us back again, it made me feel good. As much as I hated it from a business perspective, it was like a tremendous weight was lifted off my shoulders. So I'm not saying that let me rephrase that. I'm not bragging about it in any stretch of the imagination, because when you look at customer acquisition cost and, things like that, the last thing we want to do is get rid of somebody that we're providing service for in a lot of cases. But what we also got to be smart enough to do is get rid of people that aren't working out. And whether that means working out from we can't make them happy through service satisfaction, or we can't make them happy about pricing. They always want to complain about it's too expensive, or whatever. You ought to, both you and them, to change that for a given length of time. Hey, let's cancel this. For your best interest and my best interest, we both need to go our own separate ways. If it doesn't work out, reach out to us. And I think realistically, when we started soliciting people that had fired us, and, we've talked about this on previous shows, but, we'll wait a while. And a while, whatever a while means, is based on how that relationship was terminated. But we'll wait a while and start targeting those customers to come back. And some tell us to please don't ever contact them again. That's one option. Some will just get our emails and read them and not unsubscribe or hire us. And some do come back. Some do come back. And what we found is a lot of times the ones that do come back, they come back much more loyal and understanding because they've had a taste of what it was like, again, of not being able to get the job done the way they wanted it done in the time frame that they wanted it done. And they start spending too much time babysitting, if you will, a commercial service that's supposed to be a landscaping business or a fert and weed business or a lighting business or whatever it is service that you provide. So, yeah, roundabout answer, Craig, but I think absolutely the reality of it is we need to fire customers occasionally, but we fire them professionally generally. But there is going to be that occasional occurrence when you say, Miss Smith, we appreciate your business, but we just can't work together. And just forget our phone number. It's harder to do it than it is to say it, though. Let me say that. It is harder to do it than it is to say. Because both times that I've had to go that route with it, I wasn't proud about it, but I did feel better about it. So, hey, you guys have a safe day. It is Monday. Hopefully your Monday's off to a good start. But, hey, let's look at it this way. Might be a manic Monday start, but it's going to be, hey, it's going to be a good afternoon. It's going to be a good Tuesday, good rest of the week. And it's up to each and every one of us to have the type of day that we want to have. You know, the only thing we can control are the changes within the day. So something weird happens, figure it out, move along to the next thing. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you Wednesday. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. It is Friday. Can y'all believe it? Man, we have already rode around to another week in the books, or almost anyway. Hope you guys have had a great week. Hope you got some good plans this weekend. Looking forward to a great show. Got a special guest on my show today. The world famous David Bowling here within our own market in Louisville. So we got some great conversation that I think each and every one of you guys can relate to. If you can't relate to it, it only means you haven't been in business long enough and come into an encounter of of what we're going to talk about. And that is setting the rules after the season begins is what I want to call it. Yeah, that's what it amounts to. How do we set the rules? How do we set the parameters? How do we let the customer know that we love you, we appreciate your business, but you're not going to drive the bus? We're the bus driver. It's your business. So, yeah, we're going to talk about that. But before we get into all that, just, again, hope everybody has had a good week. Curious to know what you guys might be into today, what you got going on, and more importantly, what you got going on this weekend. I know a lot of you guys, if you're in a flooded area, you might be working all weekend. I get that. And if you are in a flooded area, then, you know, hell, hopefully it's created a little bit of work for you. Not off of somebody's misfortune. I'm not saying that, but it does add some work out there if you do that type cleanup work. So, and again, water seems to be receding in most places. Louisville and north, if you will, you know, going up toward Cincinnati and that away. So where we had all that rain last week. So we are seeing a lot of improvement on our rivers now. I think the Ohio River crested to the Wednesday or Thursday morning. Either Wednesday night late, but regardless, it doesn't matter. When I say it doesn't matter, it matters. But I mean, it's on the way down. That's what matters. And so yeah, Katie's off till Tuesday, so we're going to try to survive here at Wayne's Lawn Service. till next Tuesday morning. We've got our floodgates up, metaphorically speaking. But we'll make it, Katie. If you happen to be listening to us, we'll be okay. But certainly going to miss her. But hey, it's that time off that we all need and everybody needs. So she's up in Cleveland, or up in the Cleveland area, roaming around a little bit and having a little fun up there with her bestie and their family. So hope that works out well, and hope they have a good time and enjoy their time up there. I know they were looking for a little snow shower activity, so we'll see how that pans out. If it pans out up there, Katie, let us know. You know me, man. We're always interested if it's going to be snowing or not. Ta-da! It's my favorite time of the year. So, anyways, I love snow. And I want to thank John Parker and his team with the Original Magic for sponsoring us here on Turfs Up Radio and our show. We certainly appreciate that. Tim Brennan and all the distributors all over the country. So I know it's like, Wayne, man, it's April, mid-April almost, man. What are you doing talking snow? Well, so there's some guys going to be doing a little snow work, according to my buddies at BAM, up in the upper part of the country. And so we'll see. We'll see how all that goes. So the season goes on for some. We've transitioned pretty much, but I do want to give back into the lawn service side of things. Before we get going too far into this, I want you guys to know we're going to have a special guest on my show, not only today with David Bowling, but I've got Tim Wasmer going to be on my show Monday. And he's going to talk about some outstanding software they have that does time and material tracking for you. So it doesn't do billing and all those things, I don't think, or didn't used to. He says he got some exciting updates to talk to us about. So we're going to have him on our show, and then we're also going to have him in the Profit Circle talking about that here coming up shortly as well. So I know a lot of you guys are in the Profit Circle with us. Dan, good morning. Appreciate you listening to us out there in St. Louis area, my friend. So appreciate, and I know you as a first responder also, man, y'all probably had some pretty crazy things going on as well. So I remember those days. It's been a long time for me, but I do remember it to say the least. We were actually talking about that yesterday here in the shop. We let's see. Wow, appreciate you listening. Good deal. Hey, good morning. What a day to be on this side of the dirt. And Turkey opens tomorrow. Happy Friday, my friend. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, appreciate it. Nice to know you guys are listening. Big shout out to Aaron Walls and Daniel Vose for their shows this morning. Aaron had a great show. I'm sure you guys heard that. And Daniel's show with his fun facts. And I think I was putting my show together when he was on, but I think I heard him say cat food was not made in the United States. I don't know if he comes back in here. He's out of the office right now, but when he comes back in, I'm going to have to ask him about that. I think he said cat food's not made in the United States. So I don't know. That was one of his fun facts on something. So we'll see about that. But appreciate you guys being with us. We got there was a flash, I think, or it might have been my eyes. I'm nervous because my computer went black on me a minute ago for like 10 seconds, and I thought my hard drive crashed. And I was like, oh, my God. So, Daniel, quick question. Did you say cat food was not made? Huh? Some of it. Okay. All right. That's, you know why, I'm not going to tell that joke. Never mind. Something about cat food and why it's fish. You know why they name most of the cat food after fish or something like that. David Bowling, you heard of that?
No, but I know where it's probably going.
No, no, because when people eat it, it tastes better. Oh my God! Oh shit! I know I did. I should have just left it out there. But anyways, all right. Well, hey, we got David Bowling here with us today. We're going to get him on like right now because he's got an appointment. He's going to be able to hang out with us for a few minutes. But he had an interesting situation we'll call it, come up that is not new for any of us, but I thought it would be worth sharing. Just so you know, number one, you're not out there on the island all by yourself, because that's how we feel sometimes. It's like, oh my God, is this happening to anybody but me kind of concept. And but I'm really proud of the way he handled this. And I didn't realize he was even going to be on my show till about an hour ago. We were just going to talk about it. Because we were talking about it this morning here in our office before he showed up, actually. David, sorry, you were the topic of conversation before you even got here.
Fitting.
Kyle was talking about it. And but the reality of it, and I'm going to let David tell most of the story because it's his story to tell, but the whole thing really boils down to, with new accounts, you know, you go out, the customer calls, you go look at the property, you bid the property, you get the property, you write the contract, you sell the job, blah, 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 blah. All those things take place. And then you go out and you start providing the service. And then all of a sudden, there seems to want to be a rule change. That's, you know, there wants to be a rule change after the game started. And David was a pretty good football player back in the day. And it's pretty hard to change the rules when you're in the game, right?
It's not the easiest thing in the world to do, no.
You know, it's like, okay, you can't block this away, you can't tackle that away. It kind of messes a guy up after he's practiced, you know, for let's just say all week for a team. And now when you get ready to go out and play the game against this team you're playing against, all of a sudden you find out, hey, we can't do this and we can't do that, or you got to do this. You've had no practice for it.
Can't use your hands.
You know, yeah, you know. So that's why I thought, as common of a problem that this is, as common of a problem as this is, we're going to talk about it today, because he's got an account that wanted to discuss the rules and how they were going to need to be changed. And, you know, as we're going along in the spring, and we can all relate to that, you know, but the reality of it is spring is spring everywhere. I mean, or most places where, hey, it's inconsistent weather patterns, or it's consistently inconsistent, you know, because about every 2 to 4 days, 2, 3, 4 days, you got rain or some situation rolling through. And so he was trying to do what was right for this customer. It's an HOA. We're not going to give the name because it doesn't matter. You know, it could be the Easter Bunny's HOA. It doesn't matter where it's at or whose it is. They're generally very similar. You know, some are bigger than others. But the reality of it is, let's see what we got here. Appreciate you listening. Yeah, we're going to talk about that too. We're going to talk about that too. So hang on to that thought as well. That is certainly a game changer as well. But so David, first of all, I want to congratulate you, and I sincerely mean this, on the professionalism in which the way you handled it. That's number one. He happened to be on site, and I'm going to let you tell this story, but I just want to kind of lay the foundation a little bit. One of the complaints yesterday when he was out there was, you need to be on. We need a direct number or direct contact for you, right?
Yep.
And you were on site, you know, but God forbid you were working and didn't answer your phone within 2.67 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, so they're like, we need a direct line of communication. And I mean, Jesus, he's on the property. You know, he's on the property with them, doing the work, you know. So that was the first situation. And, you know, the second was the complaints because of the weather. And before we get into it, I want to play a couple audios, and then David can tell you the whole story behind it. And then we're going to talk about it. Thanks, Corey. He says he's paying close attention because it sounds good already. So he actually had, like, I don't know, three or four phone calls, two two or three, four texts, whatever, before it ever got going. But so so anyways, man, get your popcorn ready. Get your popcorn ready. Here's one of the messages that David shared with us that we're gonna let's see, do here. So, all right, let me get this because we're going to play a couple of them. But he had these are interesting. And then after I play this first one, we're going to let David take over on talking this. So here's the first one.
Hey, David, this is Dennis Marsh out in Preliminary Commons. Can you stop your guys from mowing? They're tearing up our yards. They got their mowers stuck in my yard and my next door neighbor's yard out back and just destroyed grass in the ditch. It's too wet. Call me back.
So, David, that was one. You want to talk about that one, or you want to listen to the?
Oh, you can go ahead and play the other one.
All right, and here's the other one. All right, here we go. Let's get this one going. Here we go. Hold your breath.
Hey, David. This is Bob Frank over in Glen Mary. Just got a customer, might have been Dennis's yard, where you guys have rutted the crap out of the back corner of his yard. I think it's way too wet to be mowing today, and you need to call your guys off. If you got any questions, you can call me back at this number. And we need an alternate number to get a hold of your office, because when you don't answer your phone, time goes by and things bad happen. Thanks. Just give me a call.
Things bad happen as time goes by.
Oh, boy.
So let's talk about that a little bit, David. I mean, y'all were out there, and this was yesterday, Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
The property was supposed to be mowed on it's on a Monday route.
Yep.
So you skipped them all the way till Thursday.
Correct.
Even though you did all of your other Monday route stuff.
Yep.
Tuesday?
Yep.
Because you didn't mow on Monday, trying to give it a little time to dry out. First of all, how bad was it? I mean, because that makes
terrible.
It sound extreme. But
No, and it wasn't. It was something we went out this morning and kind of walked and looked. Out of everything they're talking about, there's about 55 to 60 homes in this subdivision, and it's a HOA property where we just service each individual house. And we went out there and looked at the quote unquote damages this morning. Generally, what it is between a total of out of 55 houses, there's between two houses, there's a small area, probably, I don't know, 3 foot by about 6 inches wide, that it's going to need a touch of sod put down. Between another two houses, it's the same thing. And I mean, it's
so literally out of all those homes, we got two small areas.
Yep. Probably 4 strips of sod worth of quote unquote damages that need to be repaired.
Yeah.
And it's in an area too that it's wet. It's where all of the houses drain to, and it's also the only way to get to the back. A lot of times, specifically in these cases, my guys are pretty well informed on what they do, and they're pretty good at doing what they do. They're
not rookies, so you guys know too. They're not guys that just came on. I mean, these guys have been mowing grass for a while with him. It's and a while don't mean like 3 weeks.
Yeah, no,
that's a while for some people.
They've got my trust. They know that
they've been with him a few years.
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
They're fully capable to do anything that we need to get done, and they know when they can do something, when they can't do something, and they know also if there's something that they're questionable on, that they call me and we get to the bottom of it. So, I mean, all in all, it was wet, but I mean, we had 8 inches of rain over the course of 4 days. We had another quarter to a half inch of rain overnight. But as I explained to them, that was the most dry it was going to be for the next week.
That's the thing. I mean, it boils down to, when do you want us to cut?
Exactly.
And not just that HOA, because I mean, we encounter those same things sometimes here. It's like, Monday we mowed. I mean, we did some stuff early, but Monday afternoon, and we did some mowing. I mean, you know who you can mow, who you can't mow.
Correct.
And then they call and leave you messages like this.
Oh yeah.
And he's got one other one that he didn't send me, where it sounds like the guy was just wanting to beat his ass. Basically, he's like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna meet you. I'm gonna be there in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Literally, that's what he said. I'm gonna be there in 10 minutes.
Yeah. It was the situation unfolded. We were pretty much done, and I was out there, and I haven't been out there servicing it because they've been doing it. But I knew that it was wet. I knew we were a little bit behind, so I went out there and
you were on a blower, I think you said, getting ready to start a blower, and tell that story, because that's outstanding, man.
Yeah, we just got I just got done weed eating a section, and I was standing there with a blower, and one of my guys he was probably 50 yards out in front of me, and this car came flying around the corner, and it came flying right up to him and just stopped. The guy started getting out of the truck and yelling at one of my guys, and I was like, I didn't say anything because one, I wanted to, I kind of wanted to see what was going to happen without having to interject myself. I wanted to see how it was going to go and how they handled it, really. And the way they handled it was pretty funny. The guys, kind of yelling at him, and he just turned and looked and pretty much told him, "Man, I'm not your guy. That's the guy right there.
There's the man.
If you want to yell at somebody,
now you
yell
get
at
to
him."
be the man. Yeah.
Yeah. So then at that point, I had talked to him, and he came over, and he was hostile, and it's really hard when somebody's standing there yelling at you, telling you you're basically an idiot, to not just do what you want to do and tell him he's an idiot. And he's not. I mean, I can see the reasoning behind it, and I see both sides of it. But once I explained to him the situation of, if we get into skipping this thing and it starts to grow, and then next week it rains and we skip it again, I said, then that third week we're going to be praying to God that it's going to dry up, because if not, I said, then we're going to have extremely wet grass and extremely thick grass, and there's nowhere to put this stuff. I mean, there's just nothing to do. And
when you proceeded to tell him also, I think here's a major takeaway from this. You proceeded to tell him that you're not going to bag it and rake it.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. It's not in the price description. It's not.
Yeah,
that's not included. That is. Anybody that does this for a living knows how much work that would be, especially in that big of an area. You're talking a couple trailers full of grass.
So then they wanted to meet you.
Yeah. So then, of course,
after all this, you all.
Yeah.
Then they had to have the official meeting this morning.
Yeah.
And she wanted to schedule it up. And in all fairness to her, David said, you said you like her. She's okay. She's just a bearer of the bad news from the complainers.
Exactly. And to be fair, all of them are. The one guy that was really upset was the president. His yard he was one of the ones that was slightly damaged. And it was the thing that I was telling my guys right after this happened, I was pretty happy that they were here and saw it all unfold, because I told them, I said, look, when somebody comes at you like that and they're hostile, the last thing that's going to make anything better is going right back at them with the same energy. I said, you've got to be able to bring them down a little bit to get their initial reaction out of the way. Whatever their initial reaction is, it's the same as us. We get things wrong, we get mad when we're not supposed to, and we don't get the full understanding. But when you can sit there and let a guy just say what he wants to say, go through what he needs to say, and then explain to him, look, and I think too.
Well, that's pretty much what you did with him, right?
Yeah.
Because you pointed out, hey, look here, look down this.
Exactly. But I have, it's almost like sometimes the customers or the clients they just have the perception of landscaping companies are just guys that are coming in here just wanting to get it done. They don't care. They're here to get a paycheck. And, I think that is why it frustrates me when this stuff happens, because we aren't that. That's not what we do. My guys don't do that. They take pride in their work.
Well, and the last thing you wanted to do was have to go back out there Thursday.
Yeah.
That on a whole route that had been completed on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So now you got another 20 minutes of drive time
Yep.
out off route for what, 4 of y'all or 5 or whatever
Yeah,
you use
that day
out there.
it was 5, yeah.
You know, so you got 5 guys for 20 minutes. That's 100 minutes. Now it's 20 minutes when you get the job done to get back on route. That's 200 minutes. That's a little over 3 labor hours of uncompensated time that you've just given them to try to make them happy.
Yep.
In an effort to make them happy, but they don't see that.
Yeah.
You know, they don't see that. And, you know, we're the last ones in the world. You know, you got a lot of people interested. We're the last ones in the world that want to make that trip out of route.
Yeah, and it's like I told them too, nobody, including myself, my guys, I don't know of anybody that enjoys cutting wet grass. Your equipment gets muddy, you get muddy, your feet are soaking wet, it's sopping ground. Sometimes it doesn't look good. You tear things up. Nobody enjoys doing it. We don't want. If it was up to me, we wouldn't have cut all week, but we have to. I mean, the other side of it is, you know, I've got quite a few other customers that have reached out this week of, you know, the yard looks great. I didn't think you guys were going to get by. And they understand.
They appreciate what the hell you're doing.
Exactly. And then I think it helps once you give, specifically people like the HOA, once you give them a perspective of, I don't just make a decision because I want to. I didn't just sit at home last night and think,
I don't need your $50. I'm going to go tear this up and go mow it. Yeah.
It's not that. There's a lot of thought that goes into it. I mean, you can ask my wife. I'm up at 11 o'clock at night trying to figure out what we're going to do or what somebody's going to say or how it's going to be perceived or, you know, things like that. I think it's hard for sometimes for customers to see that this isn't just, it's not just the job. It's something that we actually really care about.
Right.
We do it because we like it. We do it because we want to. It's not just let's run around and make as much money as we can. Because I mean, that's not how you.
You're much more professional than that. And you know, I think, you know, you made a very good point when she made the comment of, well, maybe you're just because you're a smaller service compared to and they're not real small. But compared to some people they've had, you know, because you're a smaller service, you've probably overbooked your work. And I think you had a really great answer for that, if you wouldn't mind sharing that.
Yeah. I mean, I told her, I said, you know, we don't overbook our work. And that's the honest truth is there's every year in March when we start getting to a certain number of clients, I stop taking people until I make sure that we can get that stuff done. I mean, around here, in the spring, you know, without a doubt, you're lucky if you get five working days in 1 week from March through the 1st of June. I mean, you're lucky. So when I book our mowing work specifically, I don't have any more than 3 days worth of mowing work. That way, if at the worst case scenario, at least we've got all of our mowing done. We have service agreements that we have everybody sign with a set number of cuts, and that's what we're going to do to reach it. But we don't overbook our work. I don't send my guys out until 6, 7 o'clock every night and, you know, give them 40 accounts and tell them just let it rip. We go out and we
let it rip.
We service what we can. We make the money that we can, and we go out. We're done at a reasonable time. We can get everything done. And I think that goes a long way for our core group of customers that realize, like, you know, they're not calling us and asking us where we're at. They're not telling us the grass is 2 foot tall and we haven't been there in 2 weeks. You know, we're there once a week. We're there generally the same time every week. You generally are going to get the same crew there every week. And we don't get complaints. I mean, everybody gets complaints.
This kind of this kind of goes back to the 95-5 rule where, you know, 95% of your customer or 95% of your complaints come from 5% of your customers.
Absolutely.
You know, and I mean, this started with them, particularly back with some snow issues, you know, they sign a contract we've had several texts that Mike's point, you know, people sign a contract one way and then want to adjust the rules, you know, as you're going along. And that's when you look at something and you just got to ask yourself, is this worth fooling with? Number one, if I do think it is, then we're going to try to work it out and see if we can work it out, and know that, hey, maybe the answer is no, but sometimes you do work through things like this.
Oh yeah.
Well, I think once they understand that, okay, they're going to do it your way. Now they can fire you if they don't want to do it your way, but they can't call you and tell you, hey, skip this week, skip next week. Then you go out there and you've got 3x the labor rate, and they're like, well, man, you didn't cut the last 2 weeks. We're just getting our time back. No, there's a lot more involved than just getting your time back.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's the most important takeaway from this thing. We do have a question, and just so it's clear for everybody. It said, are these just common areas that you're mowing?
No. So it's a neighborhood. I believe there's 55 houses in here. So it's they're generally
like 555 yesterday. Dude.
Yeah, no kidding. They're generally like 1-2 story brick homes. Really, really nice subdivision. The grass is, I mean, it's really nice subdivision. And we do the full maintenance for the houses. So we cut all of the front and backyards. We do all of the mulching. We do all of the bush trimming.
Well, that's not bad. $3 a home. That works out pretty good.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, but it's all these homes. So then in return,
correct.
And he's not really doing it for $3 a home, just so y'all know, before that starts coming. But
it's 6.
It's 6. Yeah, but the crazy side of it is, it's like you've got 55 bosses.
Oh yeah. Now I will say the good thing that they do. It didn't necessarily happen yesterday, but generally out there, the board has actually told the homeowners, if you have complaints, come to us. Don't stop the crews. Don't talk. Don't inhibit them from doing their job. If something's messed up, you come to us. And for the most part, that has been how it is. The one thing that I think is important too is when you get complaints, even though I totally agree with the 95.5 rule, it's still, like you said at the beginning of the show, it still makes you wonder. It makes your guys wonder, like, man, do I know what I'm doing? Did I make the right decision? It almost like it hurts your confidence for a minute until you sit back and think about it. Like, I know what I'm doing. I'm as simple as it is. I'm going to take Ryan English's line here, but you're making tall grass short. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're cutting grass. We know what we're doing. We're capable to do it. And the biggest thing that I try to tell all my customers is that we care. And people hear that and they're like, man, whatever. But we really do. If we understand that if we don't do good work right off, if we're not providing good quality service, we aren't going to have a good quality business. And it starts with the work that we do. If we're going out and tearing stuff up, if we're going out and making mistakes, getting complaints constantly,
it's like they got to understand that you do, to your point exactly, you want to do what's right. And it's not just about mowing it. It's about mowing it, knowing it's not, you don't like your name on that particular service, let's say that week. Shit, we have the same things. Sometimes you got to mow it and just hope nobody sees it.
Exactly.
It's a
little harder now. Everybody's got cameras.
Yeah, but it just, even though we hate to mow it, it's going, like you told them, it's not going to get any drier.
It beats the alternative.
It really does beat the alternative. And, they got to understand. Craig said, that's a new shirt. It's going to be things bad happen. That could be the new lawn guy shirt.
Yeah, there you go.
Things bad happen because, the reality of it is that is the daggone truth, And
it's like I told them, I tell my guys this almost every day. They're probably tired of me hearing it. They're tired of me saying it, but we are human beings. We're going to make mistakes. We're going to tear stuff up. Things are going to happen that are out of our control. weather, equipment, you name it. But if you make mistakes, you own it, you fix it, you move on. And I tell people all the time, we're going to make mistakes, but we don't make the same mistake twice. If we mess something up, it's going to get fixed, and it's not going to happen again. If it does, we'll talk about it. But generally, I don't think we've had that happen. Usually once a guy gets a lawnmower stuck in a certain spot, he knows.
It's like knowing where the dips are in the yard.
Exactly.
You're only going to scalp it one time.
Forget to trim something in the back, or we do stuff and we're going to do it once. People expect right off the bat just to be a flawless thing, and ideally, that's what we expect too as business owners. But in reality, that's not what's going to happen.
That's what's going to happen, right?
If you do that, you're just going to be disappointed when the reality sets in. I mean,
yeah. What do you think? And not that this was a huge learning experience for you, but what do you think? Did you learn anything from it?
I would say the biggest thing that I've learned, and it's what we talked about before the show, is, and every time something like this happens, it just kind of drives the nail a little deeper just to solidify it. But it's like, all these years I've heard you talk about, driving the bus and doing that thing. And it's always been kind of scary to not just kind of bend over and let a customer, just bow down to them and let them have their way, let them drive the bus. And I think over the winter, when we did snow specifically with this property, I kind of came to the realization of when we start doing things a different way than we normally do, that's when we have mistakes. That's when we mess things up. And then when you mess things up, not doing it your way, you're frustrated because now you have to pay for something.
Trying to do something the way your customer wanted it, that turns into your problem.
And then I've got to pay to fix it, but it was their idea. And I think over the winter during snow, I realized like it's our way. You're hiring us to do a service. That means you're hiring me to do the service.
Right.
If you want it done and you want to come out and stand over top of us and tell us what to do and how to do it, I'm not your guy. We aren't going to do that. We have a specific way we do things. And when we do it our way, we can limit problems, we limit issues, and it just goes a whole lot smoother. And I've come to the realization of if really it's how we're going to do it or we're not going to do it. And there's no in between on that.
It only took 2 years of consulting for that.
Yeah,
but hey, you know what? You're a faster learner than I was. It took me about 9 years to figure it out.
You gotta be sick and tired of being sick and tired. That's it. If you want to change something, you just it's gotta get bad enough for you to change it. Or in the snow case, it's got to be good enough because that it really was. It was a good situation, and it just kind of made me realize this is how we're doing it. We know what we're doing, and when we do it our way is essentially the best way. And sometimes it's not, but that's how you learn things too,
Corey Smoking Joe just sent this in. Customer couldn't wait. Now look at this shit show.
Yep.
He showed up
that's
too.
That's exactly what I was trying to avoid is that right there. I mean,
if y'all could see these pictures, y'all can see them on our YouTube when Daniel puts up. There's the pictures there that Smoking Joe put up of
the tall grass. It stains the sidewalk. I mean, and it's what. Imagine that in 55 houses that are postage stamps houses. It's not like it's big. There's big open areas where we can just blow
disperse the grass around.
There's islands. I mean, it creates an absolute mess.
Well, good deal, man. I'm not running you off, but I'm running you off because you told me you had to be off and you got an appointment, man. It's 10:37.
Fern Creek.
Good to get. But I appreciate you sharing your story with all of our listeners, man. And we're going to continue to talk about it while you're off.
Oh, I know.
For a minute, but good luck on your appointment, my friend. And I'm really proud of what you did and how you did it. And
I hope it helps somebody because I mean it's a simple thing, but it's like the confidence thing. When you know that it's not just
somebody wants to know how'd you handle the phone number situation.
Oh gosh, so the full story on that, I get back to the truck. I always had my phone with me. It wouldn't have mattered if I had it with me to begin with or not because that phone, I've got two phones. That one's not hooked up to my work phone is not hooked up to my music. So They were both in the truck. I get back to the truck. I had 5 missed calls, 3 voicemails,
And
and 10 text messages. And out of those 10, a couple of them were in a group text with all 3 of the people that had called. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me, because we've gone over the 1 point of contact thing 100 times.
Yeah.
And
they've got your direct line.
there's not a more direct line than that. I mean, that.
Yeah.
That,
How'd they deal with that when you told them that hey, you've got my direct cell phone?
yeah. No, I mean, they didn't know that, but I said, that's my office phone. It's a cell phone. You can call, text, email. I said, if I'm working, I'm not looking at it. I can't run a weed eater looking at my phone. But I mean,
I don't think you could have done anything any differently. I mean,
No.
I just, honest to God, don't think you could have handled it any differently or any more professional than what you did.
yeah.
And hearing one side of the story,
Yeah.
and it must be okay because, you've already been back out there this morning,
Mhm.
Came to the resolution, and they seem to understand now that you're going to do what's best for their property.
Yeah.
It's not about what's doing best for you. Been to cut it Tuesday
Oh, yeah.
instead of
absolutely.
waiting till Thursday.
Mhm.
But you gave it 2 more additional days.
Yeah. And it's just one of those things that I think people don't realize the thought process that goes into the work we do. It's not just, hey, this is your Monday route, we're going to do it. I mean, it's not how it goes. If we can't do it, we're not going to do it. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to shoot myself in the foot this week and then play catch up for the next 3 weeks, hoping it's going to get any better.
Right.
Because in all reality, it's not.
Because then it's in the back of your mind, God, that place is out there getting 10 inches, 12 inches,
Oh, I've got a rain gauge on my phone. I set
You know.
it out there to them. I mean, it's. I make sure
Yeah.
that we can take care of them the best we can. But if it can help somebody and know you're not alone when people start complaining and bitching about it, it's just.
It just happens. I
Yeah,
mean, and that's just part of it, whether it's on a residential lawn or a HOA or apartment complex. I mean, it just is what it is.
Yep. I mean,
And-
people mess up. Even I mess up. I mean, I've
Yeah.
hit gas meters before. I've driven through a fence. I've done all kinds of stuff. I'll be the first one to tell you. I mean, I make mistakes.
We
I
all do.
do it all
Yeah.
the time. But if you own it and you fix it, hell, we hit a fence out there and it was fixed in 2 hours. I mean, we did it. Told the homeowner what happened. Showed her what happened. Put some grass seed down. Got the fence back in. Bought a brand new piece. Put it in. I mean, we're gonna do things, and it's just the nature of the beast running a business.
Yeah,
part of it.
absolutely. So, well, man, I appreciate you getting on with us this morning, David, and good luck on your appointment. And anything fun going on this weekend?
Nope. Might go down
Corey.
to see the river.
Yeah. I want to do that too before it goes down too far.
I tried to get to a customer's yard the other day, and it's crazy to see. You can't even get through Indian Hills.
Really. I was going to say, I was going to tell Corey, who's over on the East Coast, he cooks a lot too. David's a big cooker.
Oh, I love to cook.
Cooking wine, right?
I'll cook wine,
that
bread.
wine you made me was pretty good. He brought me a bottle of wine by that was pretty good. Yeah.
It's a
Actually, you
fun
came in what,
process.
second or third in the state with that, didn't you?
Third place.
Third place in the state with that wine. So
You make wine, you realize too that you make mistakes. Even if you make mistakes, it's still going to turn out pretty good as the finished product. So
it's kind of like the HOA.
yeah, pretty
Came
much.
out pretty good.
Yeah, just get a little muddy going through it. But that's what they make shires for.
All right, David, have a good one, man. We appreciate you hopping on with us.
Yes, sir.
Be safe. All right. Well, that was the world famous David Bowling. A lot of you guys know him from in the Profit Circle with us. He's in the Profit Circle with us, does a great job. And Corey said you can cook dinner when he comes to GIE because he's making dessert. There you go. Yeah, that's we'll do it at our house. We'll do it at my house. Absolutely. So, yep, let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. All right, welcome back to Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Appreciate the text. Appreciate all the text during that. And, there's a good point. It said, good show proves the customer's not always right. that's it. I mean, and for you guys that are in the profit circle, and even if you're not, that's okay. We'd love to have each and every one of you guys in there with us. But the reality of it is, David was just talking about that, from being in the profit circle, and we've actually done some individual consulting with him, that it takes you a while to make a mindset change, Daniel. I mean, to buy into it. It's kind of like when you start practicing differently or whatever it is, or working out, I guess, there's
a period of time between doing it and just doing it because somebody says to do it or whatever, and then believing in it. And you have to go and just do it. Like, if you really think, okay, I can trust this person or I can trust this advice or whatever, just go and do it. And then eventually, hopefully, and if it works out well and the advice does continue to work, then you will buy into it.
Yeah.
But you can't, and the same is true, like I said, within fitness. You can't just say, well, I don't know if that's going to work, so I'm just not going to do it.
Yeah.
If it's somebody that you trust or advice that you trust or makes sense, then just see what happens.
Yeah, you just stay the course, and I'm really glad to see that the young man is coming along and his business is doing well, and he's got a different mindset. And, and I think he made a really good comment there toward the end when he said, you just got to be comfortable being uncomfortable and doing what's right for your company. And it took me a long time to know that the customer's not always right. And also that I got to do what's best for my company, because at the end of the day, customers are temporary stops. And it took me a long time to realize that I hope this comes out right. Probably won't, but I'll fix it. I always try to do what is in the best interest of the loyalty that we want from the customer. But there's times when you have to make the last stand. There's a time as a business owner when you've got to decide, okay, who is driving my bus? And if that means you lose a customer because of it, then you lose a customer because of it. But when you're trying to do the right thing, and, David mentioned that several times when he was talking about this incident he had. And I know he feels really good now about it just because it's done. It started yesterday about this time and just, continued on. And the reality of it is, between all the text, all the phone calls, and then talking to 2 or 3 of them yesterday, a couple of them actually in person, the resolution was, and this is way a lot of times they do work out. It was like that guy that rode up on his guy, Liam, and then Liam said, well, you need to go, hey, the boss is here, the owner's here, after David talked to him for a while, he had settled down and cooled down. And that's how it works most of the time. Is, you've got the frustration, and that's why, when we talk about it, and Katie's talked about it before, as well as, the most important thing we do, whether it's on the telephone or in person, when somebody's complaining, is to let them complain. Don't interrupt it. Just let them finish it, and then address it. And I think David made a really good point as well, saying that, what was his point? I just lost the thought process of what I was going to say. A point he made about just basically sitting back and taking it, and then tell them why you did what you did. And that's what it really boils down to. And, the customer carousel is going to continue to spin. That's one. Okay. And we all have it. Mike sent some pretty crazy things in about a situation that he went through. just recently with a customer. Let's see, and I'm sure he wouldn't mind me bringing it up because he texted to me, but he's got, he said, get a load of this one. He said, hello, Mike. We only need bi-weekly mowing, as that is what corporate is moving to this year. We also will only need the mowing until the end of September. Please advise and please revise and resend the invoice. Mike said, now, Daniel, this is after they had already signed a contract just recently, February 20th, And here his response was, I've carefully considered your terms for service for the upcoming season. I understand corporate has guidelines that they want you to use, but let's be honest. Asking me to service biweekly and then stop after September is only going to get complaints and very possibly fines from the city. Mike's in southern part of Kentucky, which the growing season, no way he can stop mowing in September. As I mentioned before, the last service provider provided a biweekly service and was fired by corporate after getting a fine from the city. And that, that in itself should tell them, the business owner or manager, something that, again, here's Mike trying to do what's really in their best interest. And now they're wanting to switch back to what they had before that got them in trouble. It's a customer carousel. That's what it really amounts to. Mike said, I've been in the industry for 8 years and have over 15 years in the service related industry. I'm not saying we're the best, but I do pride myself in offering a quality service in a professional manner. I already accommodated your request for a biweekly service in July and August, as stated in the service agreement which you had signed on March 3rd, and now you're wanting to change it. I will not hold you to the 30-day cancellation clause on our service agreement in which you signed in February. Please consider the 2 services rendered as a donation to corporate. If money is really that big of an issue for them, it's best they keep it. God bless them. So, hey, I hear you, Mike. I hear you. The reality of it is, they're just out there. The customer's out there. The customer carousel is going to continue. And not just with mowing, but, we see it also happening with fert and wheat side of the business. We had a call this morning of a lady who was looking to switch services, wanting to switch services and have us get her some information on our fertilization and weed control because she wasn't happy with who she had, but she's only had one application, Daniel, from the other company. Yeah. So it'd be like our customers that haven't had round 2. And we've had them call in, said, hey, I've got a broadleaf weed problem in my yard. So we'll go ahead and get them on our fire list, we call it, get them sprayed right away. But, when that first application that you got didn't have broadleaf weed control in it, at least some of ours are kind enough to call and say, hey, we're having a problem. Then we explain it to them and they're okay with it. And then we'll get them on our spray in a hurry list, basically. But here's a lady this morning that called us that, she just had already canceled who she had. And there we go. We'll see how it works out with us. Now, could that be a red flag for us? Absolutely.
Yeah.
And
I think, too, it depends, which I don't know if she did or not, but maybe the customer is unhappy because when she tried to get answers, they didn't respond to her. They didn't communicate with her. Maybe that's not necessarily just the results. It's how they handled her customer.
They handled the complaint. And, that's funny that you bring that up because there was a survey done by U.S. News and World Report. And this goes back a little while. It's a few years ago, but and I remember that specifically. And they asked consumers why they quit service-related businesses. It was not specifically landscaping and lawn care. Okay, it was just service-related businesses. But what it boiled down to, it was like 7 or 8% was due to cost. Very low, under 10% was due to service. And it was like, and I'd have to look it up. I know I've got it, but it was like 68% of cancellations came from somebody not responding fast enough to a complaint. The companies, they called it indifference, to a complaint.
Yeah.
And I think that is, to your point, should be well taken by all of us, that it's not always the problem that gets us fired. It's how we deal with or respond to in a timely manner the problem.
Yeah.
Which we have. So I don't know. We got about another month of the customer carousel in most markets, give or take, based on your market. But know that, if you get a complaint, deal with it, address it. Some you're going to lose, some you're going to keep. And as always, it boils down to some will, some won't. So what? And that, I don't want that to sound like an arrogant attitude, because it's not intended to be that. But what I have learned in 46 years of business is we cannot be everything to everybody all the time. But we can care. We can respond to phone calls. We can return phone calls when somebody's mad at us, and I know, and as the smaller your company is and you wear all those hats and you got those phone calls to make, the last person we want to call is the customer that complained. But realistically, it needs to be the first person, because, think of yourself when you get into a situation like that, when you're mad about something. You just want to talk to somebody. You want to vent, and, give your customers that same respect. And it doesn't mean you're going to give them what they want or do what they want or whatever. What it means is you're concerned about what their complaint was. And then sometimes your resolution to the complaint may not be to their liking. I mean, that's the other side of it. And that's okay too. But at least you responded, at least you provided an opportunity for a resolution. And then it's up to them and or you, depending on how that conversation goes, as to, okay, are we going to continue on, or are we going to terminate the relationship professionally? So, and both of those are options. Let's see, Mike sent us an update on that. It says that was a new manager who came in around August of last year. Prior to that, this would be their 5th year as a client. And that bodes well too for where we see situations, us too, Mike, with our business and most of you guys out there. That's the reality of that too. You got a good working relationship with a manager. The managers change. The managers may have people they like, so they look for a reason to get rid of you. It's bad, you meaning any of us. And then they move forward with somebody they like, or just since they don't have a relationship built with you, then what happens? Well, that relationship, moves along and goes with somebody else. So all those things are things that happen. But just know that the customer carousel is part of it. That is the reality of it. I want to thank again David Bowling for sharing his story with us today, because it's something that, like I said, it affects every one of us in business. And if it hasn't affected you, it will. You just don't have enough experience enough clients in at this point, but it will happen sooner or later, guarantee it. And it is what it is. But the thing is, again, is to deal with it, to meet it head on. And to David's point, understand that you absolutely need to be the one that's driving the bus. Learn that it's okay to, number one, either fire a client, or number two is say no before the relationship begins, if they want you to change the way your business model is set up. I don't call a contract up. Good example. I know we're close on time, but perfect example. we got a building next to us over here that we use the backside of it for our lawn and landscape company as far as mulch bins and stuff like that. But the building itself, we lease out. Okay. Well, with all the rain we had about 3 feet of water that got in the basement, and it's not a rental area. It's just a small utility room, if you will. So furnace and water heater had to be replaced because of the flood. Sump pump worked. It just couldn't keep up, evidently. So what do? So we called a couple contractors. We called our plumbing contractor, and then we also called heating and air to take care of the other part. But what we didn't do with either one of those people was tell them how to do their job. And I think that's what you got to understand. When somebody tries to tell you how to do your job, don't make it fit. Do not make it fit. You know your business model. You know what works. You know how to do it. You're running your business a certain way. We did get some good ideas. One from the plumber. He said, "Hey, here's what we're going to do. Since this is going to be done over, let's get a deeper crock, and then we'll also increase the service line pumping out off of the sump pump to try to keep up should we have an event like this again." So my whole point is this. Don't feel like you got to have the work. Don't feel like you got to keep the account. So if it doesn't fit, don't force it. There's a song with that exact thing. And I don't even know what it goes with, but it's just, hey, just relax and let it go. Just relax, let the client go, or don't put them on in the first place. Don't deviate from what is best for you. Thanks, Dan. You have a great weekend too. And with that being said, we're going to wrap it up. I want you guys again to know how much I appreciate you and listening to my show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday here on Turfs Up Radio. Be sure to get in the profit circle with us, and if we can help you with anything, let us know. We'll see you guys Monday. Have a great weekend, and remember, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Got a great show planned today. Phew, I tell you what, man, we have had a great start to a Monday morning. Hopefully you guys have had a great start to your Monday morning as well. But looking forward to our show today. We got a special guest that we're going to get on here in about 10 minutes. Tim Wasmer, you guys have heard him before. He's been on my show in the past. Talk a little bit about their software that they have called My Snowscape, and it's good all year long. It's good all year long for your business, and we're going to get Tim on here in a little bit and talk to him about their product and how it can help you be better at your business. So we'll leave it at that for now. But want to find out how everybody's weekend went. Craig, I appreciate your text, man. Craig just shot me a text already, rocking and rolling in here. Let's see what he's got. Yeah, I hear you. We'll talk about that, Craig. That's a good question. That's a good question for sure. I mean, how long's too long, right? So, but yeah, glad to know you guys are listening. Let me know you're listening today. As always, we're looking forward to some interaction with Tim and his product as well. So look forward to that. But man, had a great weekend. We got a great weather start off here. It's a little windy today, but not windy enough to where you can't be out treating lawns. We're out treating lawns. So I'm not trying to make a judgment call for anybody else in the industry, but for us, yeah, we're out treating lawns today, doing a little landscaping work. Got a little mowing going on, actually, quite a bit of mowing going on. our front of our week is heavily loaded with the amount of mowing that we do. And then we just back off of it as the week goes along. So that's how we do it. And that'd probably be a pretty good discussion for the profit circle, Daniel, actually. So make a little note of that if you would for me. So, but that's what's going on here. We're full strength, 100% up at it. Other than Katie, Katie's not here today. Katie, believe it or not, we haven't set the place on fire. Everything's everything's still going. We're okay. We miss you though. I want you to know that we just miss your bubbly personality around here with us. So, but Katie will be back with us and be back in the office tomorrow. She was out Friday. She went up to Cleveland, Ohio, for a little fun in the sun. I don't know if they end up having snow showers or not. She never did tell me if they had snow showers. They were talking about a few snow showers going on. So I guess we'll hear about that when she gets back tomorrow. Didn't get too much, or I'm sure she just sent me some pictures of it. But hope you guys had a great weekend. I had a really, really good weekend. We got a couple great topics on things we're going to talk about today, one of which is something that we did over the weekend. So looking forward to sharing that with you guys, and also looking forward to Tim and talking to him about their software that they have. And I know you guys have enjoyed him being on my show in the past, and we actually had him in the Profit Circle with us. So we'll get him on here probably about 4 or 5 minutes. But man, I had a great weekend. Went to a baseball game. Our baseball team, our AAA affiliate to the Cincinnati Reds here, went to watch them play Saturday, and it was supposed to have been Thunder over Louisville, but they canceled the fireworks side of that about a week or so ago because of the flooding that we had going on. But got some good sun. Yeah. Corey, we have not set the place on fire yet without Katie. So we're still up and running. So we'll be glad to have her back. We'll be glad to have her back tomorrow with us for sure. But hopefully you did something fun this weekend. Like I said, I went to the baseball game Saturday, and then had some really good seafood Saturday night. I ain't gonna lie. Went to a place called Pier 17, and they've just got really good seafood there. And yay, Stephen, appreciate you listening with us too, my friend. Yeah, so looks like hell, the gang's all here, man. So, but yeah, I went to my granddaughter's soccer game yesterday. That's always fun as it can be for 9 and 10-year-olds rolling around. They're getting to the point though where they play decently, so it's different than going to watch 4 or 5-year-olds play. You all have done that. We've done that. I've had 4 kids. I understand that side of it too. But yeah, you're getting to the point now where you got some players on the team, and it's kind of cool to go watch a play. So we're going to talk a little bit about that later on in my show. And other than that, got a little sunburn actually on my forehead. My forehead got a little sunburn. I forgot that you're supposed to wear sunglasses out in the sun. And yeah, I could have used my sunglasses yesterday at the baseball game and at the soccer game, and I could have used them Saturday as well. But hey, we're off to a good week. We're going to have a great week this week at WLS, and hopefully you guys are off to a great start as well. Hopefully everybody showed up today, doing a good job out working, out in production, getting some things done. Hopefully you didn't have too many call outs today, but hey, we do what we got to do, right? I mean, we get it done and we go from there. So plan accordingly for your week, and all should be good. All should be good. We got a notice from BAM as well that I wanted to share with you guys too, about weather and what potentially may be coming up. I don't have them on with me today. But we'll have Matt or Brett or one of those guys, Michael, maybe. We'll have somebody on Wednesday, I believe, with us, for a few minutes like they generally do on Wednesday or Friday. Monday's their Monday morning meeting show during my time, so that's why they normally don't hop on. But for you guys trying to plan your week accordingly, we did get a notice, and I think they actually put it out on Facebook too, a post that they're becoming increasingly concerned about severe weather potential late this week and beyond into the latter part of April with excessive rain and flooding threats again. So this weekend coming, which will be Easter weekend, they're just talking about more potential rain than initially was out there on the table, and possibly some impactful kind of rains, maybe some more flooding in different parts of the country. Predominantly looks like on this chart that they put out, somewhere from Texas coming up through the Midwest and through about 60-70% of Kentucky and Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, little bit of Minnesota and Wisconsin, so Iowa. So could have some significant impacts, they're saying, on the next couple weeks, basically, after we get, and it's going to start toward the end of this week. So that's where that's at. So, hey, let's take a short break, and we'll get Tim on here shortly, but we're going to do a short break here, and we'll be right back. Tim, how's the world treating
Hey,
you?
Wayne.
Good deal, man. We got you. I think we're good. Buddy. You're looking good. Your modulation's good. And how's things in Michigan?
They're good. Yeah, turning the weather a little bit. Finally, seemed like we had some cooler weather a little bit longer than normal this year. But this past weekend was nice, and this week ahead is supposed to be good. So I think we've turned the corner past those 30-degree days.
Glad to hear that. We ours went on a little bit longer than normal as well. So as far as cold weather,
like a couple weeks longer than normal. It kind of felt like just those days in the 30s.
Yeah. Good deal, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you taking a few minutes and hopping on with me this morning and to talk to our listeners, about your product again. And for those of you that are,
thanks for having me.
Yeah, for those of you that are just hopping on with us, we've got Tim Wasmer, and Tim is in Michigan. I'll let him give you his background, here shortly and what they do. And I know a lot of you guys have heard him in the past here on my show, and he also did a thing for us in the Profit Circle about their software that they have. But don't be confused by the name, right, Tim? Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah. That's why I'm here in the spring, because last time we talked in the fall, heading into winter.
Yeah.
For winter season. So now we're gearing up for spring and summer. So
good
deal. Conversation.
Yeah. So Tim and them basically have a software, and I'll go. I tell you what, Tim, why don't you just tell our listeners what you got, and then we'll go from there about it.
Yeah. So our software is Snowscape. It's software to help manage job sites, tracking hours, materials, routing, stuff like that. So we, like I said, I've been on in the fall before talking about how specifically it pertains to snow removal and plotting things out for snow plow routes and salting and all of that type of stuff. And we also have it set up for the spring and summer months as well. So for the green season, so for lawn mowing, you can use it for landscape installation. I use that, side of it for my company here in Michigan, as well as, fertilizing, irrigation, tree work, really, you name it, you can set it up to work for your company. So, it's, you plug your stuff in, you put your customers in, you can create routes, you can optimize them on there. You can see where your crew is in real time. We have a few new features that we've developed over the last 4 or 5 months since I last spoke to you, Wayne.
All right.
So happy to, kind of talk about those, but really just a game changer as far as keeping yourself organized in the field, especially for guys that aren't using a software. If you're using just Google Sheets or pen and paper, this is, that easy next step for you to kind of save yourself time, save yourself money, and keep yourself organized.
Right. And if you would, Tim, share your history in the lawn and landscaping business, that you're just not software developers, that said, hey,
Yep.
man, this would be great for the industry.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm a contractor. I'm not a software developer. My history, I've been in the industry for over 20 years, doing lawn mowing, landscape installation, snow removal. So at this point in my career, I have two businesses. One I have a partner with, which is, well, three businesses, two separate from Snowscape. So I do commercial snow removal in the winter. And I have a business partner for that. Same partner that I developed Snowscape with. And, we do really strictly commercial snow removal in the winter. And then in the spring, summer, and fall, I have my own, design and build firm. So we really 98% of what we do is landscape design and installation. So commercial, residential, front yards, backyards, really everything that goes into that. I do a little bit of landscape maintenance still. I've gotten out of that over the last handful of years. But I did that for 20 some years, 25 years of, cutting grass and being out there on the mower myself for, many, many years. And, I been through it all firsthand, in the field, out of the field, in the office, sales, development, all of that type of stuff.
So you got plenty of experience to put out the knowledge here in your software to help guys increase their own efficiencies is what it amounts to.
Yeah, and we saw, we saw needs in our own businesses, right? And that's what led us to designing Snowscape, and we let people use it, and we got a lot of positive feedback. So we're like, hey, let's get this thing out to the world. Let's let people experience it and help people, get over those humps that we were struggling with ourselves.
And you guys have had it available now, and you mentioned you've had some, and we'll talk about your updates too. I'll let you talk about that. But you mentioned that it's across the board, spring, summer, winter, fall services, number one. And then also in previous conversations with us, changes that you've came along. So obviously you listen to input from people that are using your software. And one thing now, from what I understand, Tim, also from last time, and correct me if I'm wrong here, is there you're not going to replace, if somebody's using like QuickBooks or if somebody's using some other type of accounting software, yours is not accounting software, correct? It's strictly
correct. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. What's explain the difference, if you would. Explain the difference, if you would, of what you all do very well.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, something like QuickBooks, like my business, I use QuickBooks Online and I use Snowscape. Those are the two things that I use. So it takes over, any sort of tracking, right? So what Snowscape does is you're going to put all your customer information in, you put your jobs in, your services. If there's materials you want your crew to track when they're using them, you can put that stuff in. And then your crews in the field, whether it's yourself or, your foreman or other crews, they're going to click through on an app on their phone or tablet, whatever mobile device they have in the truck with them. They're going to click through and they're going to record everything they do. Snowscape is going to keep digital record of all of that. It's going to put that in an easy to view and easy to access format for you. And then what I do every month or, whatever our billing cycle is, depending on the season, we can easily go into Snowscape. I can generate a report of what services have been rendered in the last 30 days or whatever date range I want. And then I just take that information, I put it into a bill in QuickBooks, and then I send that bill. So the billing, the tracking of finances, the bookkeeping side, every business needs a bookkeeping side, right? We at Snowscape, we aren't taking over that. We're pairing with a bookkeeping software for your operation so that it's just easier for you versus doing it all in the same place.
And I got you. So
yeah, that's kind of how we're thinking.
I got a text from a gentleman here. He said he loves your product. It was great for them over the winter. He's in Pennsylvania.
Awesome.
Doug.
Cool. I'm glad to hear it.
Yeah, yeah. So good deal. Good deal. I think.
So use it in the summer now, depending what you do.
He said they've
Whoever that was.
implemented it a little bit for the green side, so as well. So
Cool, there you go.
tell our listeners about the green side. What's the capability of the software as far as tracking? Are we tracking lawn applications? Are we tracking mulch, or what are we actually using the software for in the summer?
Yeah, so you can do all of that. So for me, for example, I do installs. So how I set all of my jobs up is I put my customer in, I put a job sheet in, a description. If I have a design for the landscape, I can put that right into the app.
The picture?
So then when
for the crew?
Yep. For the crew. So I put multiple things right on there as, the site details for the crew. I could put description of, written instruction, materials, whatever I need, I put right in there. So then when my crew goes on site, they have all of that right on their phone. So they don't have to call me with questions. They don't have to look at that. So that works on the install side. And then they just track their hours. They punch into the job site, track what they do. I love getting the picture updates. So if it's a multiple day job, for example, like for right now, I have a crew that's doing a 2-week long hardscape install. And every day they record what they did and they put pictures in of what was their progress. If we buried stuff underground, whether conduit, utilities, drainage, they'll take pictures and document that in Snowscape. Then I have that on record forever. So if something happens down the line, I can see, or just every day I can see it.
So
that's how I use it for install.
How much time does it take for your crew leader out on a job site and then the follow up to this, Tim, is then does the customer have a portal to see these pictures, or is this strictly for your own in-house, use the pictures?
So how I set it up, and I always recommend people, is you set that up depending on the property. So when you log something, it will send an email to whatever email address you associate in Snowscape with that property. So if you want it just to be emailed to yourself, you can do that. If you don't want it to be emailed anywhere, you just don't put an email in. Or if you want the customer to get an emailed report every time they have service done at their property, then they will get an email report. So I set it up so my customers get this email. So every day, so if they happen to be out of town, if they happen to be working late, they get an email every day of what was done on site. Or in the situation of lawn mowing or fertilizing, they might not be home when you're there. So you can set that up that the customer can get an email report. Hey, we cut your grass today and we trimmed the bushes. And they'll get an email report with pictures and notes of what they did. As far as how long it takes the crew to record that in the field, a minute at most. For installs, I have my guys put more detail than, I would for like lawn mowing.
Right.
I have my guys on installs take 10 pictures at the end of the day, whereas lawn mowing, you might say take 1 picture.
Okay.
Just to kind of show that you were there. So the more detail you have your crew put in, the more time it takes, but it just takes as long as it takes them to snap a picture and write a note.
That would be I could see where that really be advantageous in the fall with leaves, because
fall and spring.
Get something done, and 10 minutes after you've gone, it looks like you hadn't been there sometimes,
Yeah, we have a lot of that. Yeah. Like where people kind of, you'll bill them a week later and they say, what do you mean you came for my spring cleanup? Nothing's been done. You're like, well, here it is. It was done on this date. And and then it's not really, a dispute, but it's just,
it's something.
Well, hey, more debris fell. So
right.
Need another service then. Whatever the case is.
It goes back to those
things. So that's how it's set up.
Yeah, I always think it goes back to it's not our fault, but it is our problem.
Yeah. Yeah. It's no one's fault.
It's not anybody's fault, but we got to figure out. All right, hey, how are we going to make them understand that we were there? And with that documentation, that makes it really nice. Is there a? We got a question here from somebody. Let's see, Tim. And Tim's good to take questions, I'm sure, right? So.
Yeah, absolutely. Love the live feedback.
All right, let's see. It says, is there a way, and you'll understand this. It says, is there a way to make the notes shorter? I currently
Yeah, so
minimum of 5.
yeah. So you can make notes not required. So then they can leave them or not leave them. If you make them required, then we do have the default setting to be 5 words at a minimum. So if you're requiring a note, they can't just type in. The reason for that is we don't want someone to just type in "okay" as their note, right? We want them to at least like type a sentence if they're going to make the note. But you can make the note not required, then it's just optional. If they put notes in, they can, but if it's required, they can't go to the next step in the process without typing a note. If you make it optional, then they are able to go to the next step in the process.
And then what happens to the pictures and all that I've put in for ABC companies, lawn or landscape? Do I have a separate recording area within the software for, say, their landscape maintenance versus their snow pictures? In other words, if I go out and do a paver for somebody commercially, is this all blended together, or are they separate accounts, if you will?
Yeah, so there's on the software and on the app, there's 2 seasons. So there's a green season, which there's like an icon that's a leaf.
Right.
And then there's the snow season, which is an icon that's a snowflake. All you do is there's a toggle on the app and on the website as well, and you just select which season you want to be in. So if you have lawn mowing and brick pavers that you did for a client in the spring and summer, that would be under the green season. So then when you go into your history, you just you filter by the green season, you can see all those services. And then if you go in the winter season, you can see everything you did for them for snow. So that way you're not having to sift through everything if there's overlap like that.
Right.
But yeah, you'll have access to that and you can search by date range, by customer, by service, by foreman, by route name, anything you want to, go into your job history and search, any parameter you want to type in, you can do that. Just like, if you're searching an email, you could search by anyone, any name, address, phone number, whatever.
Is there is it a routing software as well? In other words, once I put my 10 stops in for the day or my customers in, does it route me for that day? Or is it just I pull a customer when I get there and then I do my completed pictures and notes?
Yep. You can do it either way, but that's a new feature we added. So we do have it now. There's 2 parts of this feature that we literally just launched last month. The description you just had, you put your properties in, say there's going to be 20 stops on your Monday route. You put that in. If you want to manually order it, you can just drag and drop, put them in order. Or once you put them in, there's a button you can press that puts optimize. So you can put your starting address and your ending address, say it's your shop, for example, and then it will put, I'm starting at the shop and I'm ending at the shop, but I have these 20 stops to do. It'll put them in order, whatever the fastest drive time is for those. So it's going to put it in geographical order. And then it's going to tell you, hey, this would be an hour and 10 minutes of driving, and you're going to cover 17.3 miles.
I gotcha.
And then you can change the order from there as well. So if you put them in order, but you actually, hey, my third property needs to be first. Well, I can manually do that and then save it. And then that would be in order for your crew out in the field. So we added that. And then we also added, when you're doing that, when you're creating the route, there's a map view now. So when you put that route in, whether you optimize it with the optimized tool that we have on there, or if you manually do it, you can view it in a map view. So then you can see on a map where they would be going, where the crews would be going.
I gotcha.
Which is just an extra added visual to help make that
Now,
you know,
with,
make that obvious. If there's an
Yeah.
outlier or something, you'll go, why are we all the way over there? That
right
doesn't make sense.
now, now
Something like
as an administrator of it, of the, you know, say my company's using your software, and I've got crew one that's, you know, doing landscape maintenance today. Can I go?
Mhm.
Can I look and see what they've completed for the day, or is it strictly what they input as being completed?
Well, they have. I mean, if it has to be recorded in order to know that it's been completed,
And then you
right?
can
Like if
look
they
at
don't,
it as an administrator to know that they've completed the job. Then
exactly, yeah. So you can look as the administrator. You can look in real time to know where they are at. So there's an active routes view, so I can see where they are at geographically and where they, if they have their location services enabled, I can see that, or I can just see what jobs on their route they've marked as complete. You're also able to give that permission. So you can see it as an admin. You can also give that permission to any other members of your company. So if you want, say your foreman isn't an admin, but you want your foreman to be able to see where everyone else is or what's been completed, you can give just that permission to be able to view active routes to just that specific foreman as well. So it's a permission you can give to certain people in your company, whether they're an admin or not. Because we run into that lawn mowing, for example. I want my foreman to know, hey, I finished my route, but let me look and see where Joe is on route number 2. Oh, he's got 5 houses left. Let me see, you know, I'll call him and see if, you know, if he wants me to cut the last couple of houses and help him out.
I got you.
Or in snow removal, that happens even more.
Right.
Frequently, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I could see where that's definitely a big advantage.
You can do that right on your phone. You can be on the computer or on your phone to see what's been done. So you don't have to go back to the office to figure that out. You can just look right on your phone and say, hey, I want to view everyone's active routes, and it'll give you a list of what's been done and what hasn't been done for that route, for that crew.
Yeah. And we just got a text that says it's very easy to move sites from one route to the other if guys need help. So, yeah.
And that's how we made it, right? Like, again, back to your point that you asked me, I've been in the field. I know how many audibles you cause every single day, every single snowstorm, every single day with mowing, with raining in the spring season.
Yeah.
You know, the weather changes everything. Someone calls off for the day. There's so many things that change every single day, right? And we wanted it to be super easy to be able to move between routes, be able to see where each other are at, be able to help each other. You know, that's how we designed it that way, because we do it that way.
Now, is it also something, Tim, and just thinking about the routing side of this for a second, when I put 20 lawns in for today that I'm going to do, well, does it save those same 20 for me for like next Monday? Or
so you'll
in other words, if I'm running a regular route each week, you know, on mowing, or say I'm treating lawns, you know, can I set those routes up and then pull up that route for that truck for that day, or, you know?
Yeah. So you can save your routes however you want to. So if you want to say, you know, crew 1 Monday route, crew 1 Tuesday route, crew 1 Wednesday route, or whatever, you know, names you use, you can just save all those routes in there, and then the crew would click on that route when Monday comes around or when Tuesday comes around. Or again, if they don't finish their Monday route because they got rained out early, well, then Tuesday morning they come in and they finish their Monday route, and then they go into their Tuesday route.
Okay.
So yeah, you save those, and you can change them as well, but very easy to change. But yes, you know, how we do it is we save those routes, you know, as basically pillars that they're going to do those things every day or every week. And it's set up that they can access them at any time.
I got you. Now, if I need some help today, let's say, right? And you come over and help me do 3 of my jobs today. And now, do I physically, once I move them to like to your route to get some help, do they move back? Do I have to manually move them back to my route the next time around, or how's that work?
If you switch them on a route, then yes. But what even easier and better is that if say I finish my route and you tell me that you need help on yours,
and
I would just end my route and I would go on to your route.
Oh, I
can
see.
access
so you
your
can
route
get
on
on
the app.
my route. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
Yep. So that way you don't have to, on the admin side, you don't have to actually move them and change them between routes. You can just access the other route, and then it's going to record on there that I did it instead of you doing it, but it's still going to record that it got done.
Okay.
And then so that way you don't have to actually change it.
And is there a limited number of accounts? In other words, can I put like 100 accounts in or 1,000 accounts, or in my pictures that I take, how long are they stored and where are they stored? Are they stored on the cloud? Are they stored on my own phone, or where's all this take place?
So there's no limit to number of accounts. The only limit that we have currently is the optimization tool. So when you're inputting routes, you can't put 1,000 properties in and have it optimize it for you. We have a limit. I think it's 25 properties that it's going to optimize for you.
All right.
If you go over that number, it's going to give you a warning. But you just won't be able to optimize it. So if you have a route that you do have 100 properties on, you can put 100 properties on a route. You're just going to have to manually order it versus optimizing it.
Okay.
And then as far as your next question is like, where is everything stored? It's stored within the app, and which is, cloud backup basically. So it's not stored on your phone. It's not going to take any more data or storage space from your phone.
Right.
It's all going to be stored within the software. So as long as you have an account with the software, you will be able to access it and view it. So, and it's kept forever. So if you need to look back at something from 3 years ago,
I remember, you talking about that
ago.
With the snow side of it, that, if you have a slip and fall that pops into your world 3 years from now, you've still got your documentation there.
Exactly. So, yep. So it keeps it forever for you. Unless you delete your account. If you delete your account and cancel your account, then the data goes away. But as long as you keep your account, and I tell people, even if you're going to downgrade or something, you're not going to use it, don't cancel it. We have a free mode, or we have a free plan. So you can just downgrade to the free plan, and that way your account still stays active and you don't have to pay for it if you're not using it, but it's still there and you don't lose all your data.
Your data is still going. Okay. I got you. Yeah. And what's the different, what are some different plans that y'all offer on this? How does somebody get involved with using Snowscape?
Yeah. So our website is mysnowscape.com. So you can go right to that website, mysnowscape.com, whether you're on your phone, tablet, computer, and then you can download and set up an account right there. It takes 30 seconds, maybe a minute to do. Our first plan is free. So anyone that's a solo operator, a one-man show, if you have one person that needs a login, then you're free. After that, you can add a user. So if you have, you and one other guy that logs stuff, or an office person or whatever, it's $11.99 per user. And then our next tier is up to 20 users, and that's $89 a month. So really, once you get past like 6 users, then you go to the next tier, which allows you up to 20 users, and that's $89 a month. And then it goes up from there, 100 users, 300 users for bigger.
Well, these are just, it sounds very affordable for somebody to implement and to track. And I can see this is pretty neat. So if I'm doing Miss Smith's mulch job or ABC's mulch, whatever, and I record in there that, what time I got there, what time I left, but that we used 184 3 cubic foot bags of a mulch, or 20 yards of hardwood, or whatever it was. I've got that documentation not only for the billing, but next year when I go back I can pull that information up if I'm hearing you right? And know that, hey,
Yep.
this
Yeah.
job required 20 yards of mulch or 65 bags or whatever, just to give you a good starting point.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's a great use for it. And yes, that's correct. Another use for it, I'll take you another step further, which again, you can look at this in the snow side for salt or for mulch, is you look at the whole season and say, hey, how many yards of mulch did we install last season? Oh, we installed 520 yards. Maybe we should look at getting 300 yards bulk delivered
Right.
to our shop to save, or, if we do it by the bag,
Sure.
hey, maybe
Yeah.
if I have the place to do that, I can pre-order because I know which will save you money. Or same with salt. Hey, we installed 300 tons of salt over all of our properties last year. Maybe we should consider bulk ordering up front, 200 or 250, depending on how you're set up with your supplier. Then you can save money that way as well when you know your numbers and you know your averages of how much you install over a season per property, et cetera. So yeah, that data is super valuable if you have it and can use it, which Snowscape gives it to you.
We got another text. Gentleman says he loves also the fact that it pulls the weather in at the time of the service into the documentation.
Yeah, yeah, and it automatically does that because I know, for example, like Yeti is one of our competitors. Not to talk badly, but but you have to, when you use Yeti, you have to manually put the weather conditions in. Well, what if you don't know them? Whereas ours pulls it based on your location. What is the weather at that moment? Is it snowing? Is it raining? Is it 34 degrees? Is it 60 degrees?
Yeah, that's
sunny?
Nice. Just something else you don't have to do that is nice to have the documentation for. Absolutely.
Yep, exactly. So it pulls it. So, that happens with snow. Was it actively snowing? That happens with fertilizing. Hey, it was raining when we did the application. That's good to know.
Good.
And it does that for you.
Now with fertilizing, somebody that's going to use it as a fertilizer app, is it same way if I put my accounts in and I have them set up as, just let's take it as a very small company, day one, truck one, day two, truck one, day three, truck one. If I don't get some of those accomplished on the first day, it's just going to show those what is outstanding that didn't get completed because of rain or wind or whatever, or how do I keep track with what I've accomplished on that route?
So it's going to track what's been done, and then you will pick up with what wasn't done. So it's not going to necessarily make a note of that. It'll show in your history. It'll show in your last route, like, hey, you did 8 of 10 properties. So there's 2, you'll just know, hey, those 2, I didn't get those 2 done yesterday. So I need to pick back up where they were left off.
I got you. Now, when I mark those complete the next day, do I move them to my Tuesday route, or do I just go back to Monday and when I code them done, they put Tuesday's date on there? Or is that?
Yeah, I do the latter. You can do it either way, but it's easier the latter, because it's gonna, whether it's recorded as a Tuesday route or route 1, or that doesn't really matter. It's going to record when was it serviced, the date, the time, the weather conditions, like we just talked about.
Yes.
That's all going to be recorded in there. So it doesn't matter if you did your Monday lawns on a Thursday. It's going to record the date that they were done.
So customers
manually shifting your routes around.
I got you. So yeah, that makes sense. So if I want to look up Mike Smith, 123 Any Street, and see when we provided service for him, when I pull his specific account up, it's going to show me dates and times of service.
Yep. So going back for whatever date range you want to search for. Yeah, it'll all be there for you.
That's
along with pictures and everything else.
Good deal. So you mentioned your new features. One is what your map view and your optimization on your routes.
Yeah. Optimization and map view when you create a route, and then also a map view for the active route.
Okay.
So I kind of alluded to it, but when you have crews out in the field, and you want to see where they are on a map in real time, you can log in on the website and go to active routes, and you can see where all of your crews are. So if they're logged into a property, but they're not at that property, you can see. If they've been at a property for an hour, you can see where they are, and you can view them on a map. Where they are, you can view on a map what jobs have been completed of their route and how many they still have to do. And you can see all of that in real time, not only in list view, but in map view. And then like I said, it geographically shows where they are as well.
I could see where
we got a lot of requests.
Yeah, I could see where that's really beneficial, number one. But I can also see where this also will help a person, regardless of their company size, one truck operation or multi-crew company. You can take your time in and time out on these jobs and help you bid jobs better. I mean, I could see where, because a lot of times we want to say, why did it take the crew so long? But when, but it's not always the crew's fault on why it took longer either. Hey, maybe the job was bid at 10 hours, but it's a 12-hour job, really. That could be the reality of it too. And I'm sure with your experience, you've seen some of that, Tim. I mean, I know I have with our company that, sometimes the salesperson misses the hours. It's not a crew problem. And by tracking these hours like that, it can help everybody be better. Yeah,
100%. And when you have averages too, when you're talking lawn mowing, for example.
Yes.
And I'm thinking, oh, hey, the Smith house, I bid that I thought it'd be a 20-minute cut. The crew was there for 35 minutes on average all season long. Okay, I underbid that.
Yeah. Exactly.
It wasn't just 1 week where it was wet and rainy and that's why they were slow, or, they were shorthanded. I can look at the average time spent on that job over the course of a whole season. And now that gives you very good data for next year.
Yeah. Contract renewals and the whole thing, isn't it? Absolutely. So
and knowing your numbers, really knowing your numbers by knowing your time, by just having a really good grasp on all that.
and that's my I'm gonna say weak point, but not weak point. That's the thing I'm very anal about when talking about is it's none of us are going to hit every job bid perfectly right. I mean, it's just not going to happen. I mean, there's too many variables. But if I can have a better handle on my processes that I get to my numbers with, I'm certainly got an advantage over my competitor. And it sounds like that, your old software does that just for somebody it's almost a side benefit to it. I mean, it's not just a documenting it for the client that, hey, we started here, we stopped here. The side benefit is it helps you know your numbers better.
Yeah. I mean, the side benefit
bidding process better.
Exactly. There's so many side benefits of having something like this in place for your business. There's knowing in real time, not wasting your crew's time by texting them and asking, hey, where are you? What's going on? You can look. You don't have to bother them. Knowing your numbers, like you just talked about, having the customer know when you were there, having documentation to prove if they call and say, hey, there's still leaves on my property. You didn't do my spring cleanup. Well, hey, when we were there last Tuesday, the property was perfect. There's so many ways that, you use one of these things and it benefits you in one time. And the amount of money and time that just saved you that one time probably pays for a year worth of subscription.
How do you find, Tim, that you all, and maybe your users too, because I mean, you may be utilizing it different than a user may be utilizing it, but how do you recommend that somebody sets it up? Do you recommend that once the job has been completed, do you all notify all the customers, or is it just certain customers that, hey, your job's been completed? How do you all set that aspect of the software up within your own company?
I set it within my own company or all of my, all of my companies. I set it up that it emails the customer, because I have personally landed or retained many customers because of that.
Okay.
The transparency that you're giving customer, saying this is when we were there, this is what was done. Here's pictures of what was done.
Right.
People absolutely love that because they don't have to be home to talk to the crew when they're there. They don't have to worry if their snow was plowed in the middle of the night. They don't have to worry if their leaves were cleaned up when they're out of town. All of those little worries that a customer has, they go away. And if you screw something up, if your crew screws something up, if they damage something, you put a documentation there, and it's just, you're transparent, right? It's being upfront, it's being transparent. And I've had so many customers that say, oh, wow, just that part alone, I want to work with you guys because I know what's getting done and when it's getting done, and I don't have to bother you.
Yeah, I can see where that is a great selling opportunity, for a benefit for the client,
Mm-hmm. And there's probably this last winter alone, probably 5 to 10 snow accounts that signed up with us because of that.
Yeah.
Because we put that in our contract that, hey, you're going to get a report every time it's serviced. They know that. We tell them that in the sales process, and they're like, awesome, love it, I want it, let's do it.
Yeah. Not to mention the awesome documentation that provides, yeah. If needed, it's hopefully you never need it, but if you do, it's there, so
yeah. The reality is you do need it. It always happens that, there's that one time of, how many companies that use us now, they're like, oh, I used to just keep track of this in my head. Well, take that mental load off yourself and being in your head. And when someone calls you 3 months from now and say, hey, did you cut my grass on this day? I think so. You're a Monday cut, probably. Well, no, I can look back and say, oh, no, it rained on Monday, so I did it on Tuesday.
Right. And not going through paper sheets to find out. Yeah.
Yep. It would take you 10 seconds. Type in the date and see when you were there.
How's the summer side of this going for you guys with end users? Are they saying, hey, yeah, this works really great for snow, I'm implementing it? Or do you see more people using it for snow? I'm just from a customer's perspective. What are you guys seeing?
So all the feedback of people that use it in either season, it's the same. People love it. People are loving the live active route page that we added.
Yes.
Especially again for lawn mowing. I can know where my crew is. I can know, hey, they've been logged into this property for 2 hours, but they're actually at the gas station down the road, or, that type of stuff has gotten a ton of positive feedback from people. We have noticed, and I think you kind of alluded to it, people, maybe which is a branding thing on our end, the snow skate. People are thinking about the snow and not the skate.
Right.
So our users have gone down a tick from winter months. As we're getting into spring, I'd say we have about 10% less users than we did in the winter months. But that's why we're trying to promote that for the spring, because there's a lot of benefit year round. And having, because another thing you can do on Snowscape is you can just have your guys track their hours. They can punch in and punch out on the app. Then you can generate their payroll hours and reports right there. Well, having the same software and app year round for your crew to use, it's one less thing you have to train people on when you switch seasons. It's one less thing you need to remember of where is what. Where are those hours? Were they on the spring? Were they on the winter? I don't know, because it's a different software. Just having uniformity across your company is big, in my opinion. And so we're really trying to get users to not just use it in the snow season and use it year round, because it works just as well no matter what season and what service you're providing. And that's been our feedback and our personal experience as well. So we're really trying to just get people to use it. There are companies that only plow snow and they don't do any lawn mowing. Well, then you have no use for it in the summer. But if you're someone that uses both and you use two different softwares for two different seasons,
right?
To me, it seems a little bit silly.
Yeah, it seems like it's so easy to implement that it's why not use it year round. realistically.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it's cheaper.
What is the learning curve? What's the learning curve for an operator? For somebody, hey, I'm one of your crew leads, for an example. What's my does it download onto my phone, or do I have to have a specific device that to use it on?
Downloads onto your phone. You don't even have a password to remember. It's just your username is your phone number, and you log in by putting your phone number in, and then it sends you one of those texts. That's your passcode to enter, which changes every time you log in. So you don't have to remember a passcode. You don't have to. All you need to know is your phone number. Then once you log in, you're in, and as the admin, the more work is on the admin to set up the routes and, optimize them and put them in order and name them and stuff like that. But
Right.
once that's there for the user in the field, it's as easy gets. You hit 3 buttons, you take pictures, you write notes and record your service and you submit it and away you go. That's all you need to do. It takes you, 30 seconds.
Only because it sounds like you guys are just constantly making this better and better all the time. Can I ask you, I don't want to feel like I'm putting you on the spot, but is there,
Go for it, Wayne.
are you, okay. Are you looking down the road of potentially being able to use this as a way for me to send out my proposals?
That's on our radar. Yep, it's on our radar. What we're really trying to hammer, kind of our philosophy with this is whatever we do functionally, we want to get to the point where we feel elite at it. So right now, the job site tracking, adding in these features to improve the job site tracking, the map view, things of that nature.
Right.
We have a couple more things that we want to even improve upon more to, again, be one of the best job site tracking softwares out there. And then we kind of take in the next step, if that makes sense. So we like
Absolutely.
to be great at what we have in our niche. And then we start looking into adding things. Cause yes, this goes on and on. The list of wish lists that we could take this and places we could go is infinite. So we don't want to cut ourselves too thin and just be okay at everything. We want to really hammer out kind of being in our lane and being the best in our lane. And then we can look at adding another lane to it.
Sure.
And that's one of those. One of the next things back to that map thing, which goes into proposals, is we want to add in a way within Snowscape where you can create your site maps for your jobs, and it would measure out the property and tell you square footage, perimeter, all of that type of stuff right on the software.
Right.
So then you can use that and say, hey, yeah, we're mulching 3,000 square feet. This is your bid. We're plowing 4,000 square feet. This is your bid. We're shoveling this. We're
right.
cutting this. We're fertilizing this. We're irrigating this, right? If you have that information. So that's kind of the next step to make those site maps and give you those measurements. And then from there, that evolves into, hey, let's utilize that data that we now have in our software to create a bid, to know, hey, my mowing rate per 100 square feet is 25 cents. So this is 4,000 square feet. It's that, whatever the case.
Right.
Is that you can start really having those production rates and then utilize that to put a bid.
Good deal.
Bid out there. So
it's hard to believe we're an hour on this almost already, Tim. Man, it's time always flies, man. We talk about it. I'd love to get you maybe to talk about it again in a profit circle for us as well. So
we'd love to.
We can get that talked about a little bit. I think that's actually how we got Doug involved with you guys, and it sounds like the simplicity of it, and what I've looked at it and myself, it is and that's what I want everybody to know. Listening to this here on Turfs Up or in a profit circle, when you see it there, is that the simplicity of use on this software seems to be much easier than a lot. I'll just put it that way.
Yep. And that's our goal. That's what we feel like separates us, to be honest. And again, it's designed by two contractors. We've been through it. So we didn't want things to be hard for our guys in the field. We didn't want things that you're fumbling around with or don't understand. We wanted it to be easy and straightforward. And that's been our guiding compass through and through from start all the way to today.
Now, it's crazy as this question's going to sound, and it's a simple answer for you. I know it is. To keep a rogue employee from going in and eliminating clients. If I enter the clients as an admin, can I just do like as a route manager, for an example, or can I have restrictions on what the restrictions are for like a crew lead or a route manager on what they can do within the software once they're logged in?
Yes, you can do that. And if you have a rogue employee that you terminated, you can delete them from your company so they can't get in anymore as well.
Okay.
So if you fire someone, you can take them off as a user and they no longer can get into your company.
I mean, I knew you had a answer for it. I just wanted to put it out there for everybody that was thinking it, but didn't ask us.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can remove terminated employees, and you can also change restrictions. So like I said, you can add some things. If they're just a regular foreman, not an admin, then they can't change anything. All they can do is record. So that's their limit. And then you can add things like seeing the active routes where other crews are and stuff like that. You can add those permissions to people as well.
Okay. And then
so you have some control on that.
And then if I've got a crew on job site doing a job and Miss Smith has a add-on, that's just something that within my notes, I can put, hey, Miss Smith had us add this there.
Yep.
That just becomes part of the client's notes.
Yep. Client's notes. You can take a picture. You can say, hey, this is the bush we trimmed. We charged her an extra $150.
Okay.
And you can put that right in the app, and then let your office know, hey, we did that, and bill them an extra $150.
Good deal. All right, Tim. Well, hey, if you would have somebody give your contact info out, and we'll wrap this up for today.
Yeah. So again, our website is mysnowscape.com. The app itself is Snowscape. So you can find us in the Google App Store, as well as the Apple App Store. But going on to the website, www.mysnowscape.com, you can contact us right there if you have any questions. It's got our phone number, email addresses, and you can sign up, and it's free. So sign up for free, check it out, demo it, play around with it yourself, see if it could be a benefit for you. If you have any questions, reach out to us. We're happy to onboard you, walk you through it, answer any questions. If you have any feedback, like we've been talking about, areas that we can improve or features you want to see, let us know. But you can go right on the website, download it, contact us, email us, call us, text us, whatever works best for you. And we are here to help. And we want to see your business grow, see your profits grow, and see you be more organized. And that's why we made it. So we hope you enjoy, and we hope you can help us spread the word.
Good deal. Good deal. Well, Tim, thanks a lot for hopping on, and I'll touch base with you on getting on here again later date, and possibly doing something again with us on a profit circle if you do that. So
sounds like a plan, Wayne. I appreciate it as always. Appreciate your time. It's always a pleasure, and look forward to talking to you soon.
You too, my friend. Thanks a lot. Talk to you later.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye-bye.
All right. That is Tim Wasmer out of Michigan with their Snowscape. And like you said, a lot of people miss the scape side of that, the green industry side of that. And just the more and more I hear them talk about it and do it, I can just see the simplicity of the implementation of that. I know a lot of times it's the learning curve that holds somebody back. And so I don't want you guys to be held back from the learning curve of it. I know in the past, last fall, November, I think it was, when I was talking to Tim about their product, it's it's a great product. It really is. So certainly something to look at and consider for your company and see how you can use it. I know Doug sent us several texts in while Tim was on. I know that they utilize it within their snow and ice management business. And maybe Doug will get him in the profit circle as well to talk about how they've used it and whatnot. So, Doug, I'm kind of putting you on a spot there a little bit, buddy, but I'd like you to, do that, for our members in the profit circle as well. So, with that being said, we're going to wrap it up today. I didn't even get to my rest of my show, but that's okay. Tim Wasmer, they've got a great product up there. So, coming out of Michigan, but you can use their product anywhere. I mean, that's the reality of it. It's, like our products are not just for one location. The implementation can be used anywhere. So check them out at mysnowscape.com. See if it doesn't make sense for you. How can you go wrong when you get a free, solo operator? I mean, that's you. That's a lot of listeners. So, and I know what they're counting on. I know Tim's told me in the past that your company's going to grow. You're going to have, you're going to add it, and as you grow and you start that second truck or third truck or fourth truck or as you continue to scale your business, they know they're going to grow with you, and they've got the capability, like he said, to have, unlimited number of customers into the database, and they're just constantly improving it. So with that being said, we're going to wrap it up today here on Profit Time. Appreciate you guys listening. Be sure to reach out if you got any questions to us, and you can reach out to Tim and just go to their website. I'm sure they got a contact us page right there, a way to contact them. But again, it's mysnowscape.com. We'll see you guys Wednesday. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Bowles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. Got a great show planned today. We got like 678 things we're going to try to cover today, but we'll probably only get to 2. No, I don't know. Heck, we'll get to as many as you allow us to get to. That's it, because you're listening, your engagement, you make the show the show. I love you guys. Appreciate each and every one of you all that tune in, and certainly appreciate you sharing it like you do and watching our podcast. So, man, it is hump day. We have made it through another, well, I was going to say 3 days, but I guess technically not 3 days. We've made it through a couple days. And into day 3 pretty successfully here. Good morning, Corey. Appreciate you listening, my friend. Glad you joined us this morning, and got a lot of great topics for you guys today we're going to talk about. We got a great weather start to the week this week, and today's an outstanding day going on out there. So we'll see how that all plays out. But we've been very fortunate with our weather. Speaking of weather, we're going to have BAM. Matt Griffin's going to hop on with us here in a little while, so looking forward to that, as always. But I hope your week's going well. Absolutely, I hope your week's going well. We got a good week underway here at WLS, and things are rolling through pretty good, and got Katie back. Yay! And Daniel's been pretty good at going and getting what he's does for us here at Profits Unlimited and the Profit Circle and WLS. He wears a lot of hats like the rest of us do, like you do, right? And but hey, we got a really nice landscaping project underway today that also includes some landscape lighting. We did the tear out last week and got it all prepped, and going over today, or we're there now, and looking forward to trying to get both those knocked out at the same time. Going to get the landscaping done and the lighting installed. So for you guys that follow us, I'm sure you'll be seeing some pictures up on that as we get that done. So Doug says they're out doing emergency tree cleanups this morning. That's always a good thing to get rolling on. Little extra wasn't counting on income rolling in through the company. So, hey, I can appreciate that for sure, Doug. So you guys be safe with that. So glad that's going well for you. So keep up the good work on that, to say the very minimum. Not minimum on the price, but hey, just be safe out there. I don't know. I was just watching a video the other day about a girl, had not a girl, a woman, trimming some hedges, man, and she grabbed the bar by accident. I mean, God, just you can't be careful enough. That's the reality of it. You just can't be too careful when it comes to doing things like that. But yeah, that's what we got underway here. Corey, appreciate you, and Doug, and I know we got more of you guys listening and whatnot, so we appreciate that. For any of our new listeners that are out there, if you guys would like to text in, feel free to do so. My direct number is 502 550 8307. That's 502 550 8307. Feel free to text in and give us your input. We appreciate everybody's input, quite honestly. And as much as I like to get on here and talk about different topics, I love to hear what you guys are doing and how you're running your business and what you're doing. We had to call an audible this morning. Anybody ever have to call an audible besides us on a change for the day kind of thing? But yeah, we had an audible change this morning. One of our crew leaders was pretty sick, actually, and hopefully he gets feeling better. But he's been under the weather pretty much all week, and just couldn't make it in today. But I appreciate what Derek's done last couple days. Coming in and getting the job done. So we had to call an audible this morning and switch a few things around, and that's just part of doing business, though. That's just part of doing business. And Katie was funny when she came in. She's out doing a few videos now on that project we're doing, but she came in. Aaron Walls, if you're listening to us, buddy, she had her purple shirt on today. Kyle, actually, when he ordered our new gear for us here at WLS, he actually ordered a purple WLS shirt for Katie. So she's in her purple WLS shirt today, supporting our buddy, the Purple Walrus, Aaron Walls. And the other day it was funny. She had another guy that she works with, David, here in our local market, actually helps him with his marketing and branding and whatnot. And was had his shirt on, and a customer came in, and I said, "Oh God, here comes somebody, Katie, and you got David's shirts on," and she said, "Oh, it's fine," and it is fine. Heck, if they would ask, we'd tell them, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. We just like to support everybody. There's plenty of work out there for each and every one of us, and I think that's something that sometimes we get lost in that. And that's something that it's much better to develop relationships with your competitors. And I get it. There's some that you don't care a whole lot about. I understand that. I mean, we're not going to get into that whole side of it today, but the reality of it is there's some people that don't like us as a competitor. They don't like me for whatever reason. That's okay. Can't imagine why anybody wouldn't like me, but it's their own individual choice. But one thing we never do is criticize a competitor, and because when you resort to criticizing your competition, then that means you have nothing to offer yourself. So, and I've got people, like I said, that I probably wouldn't pee on if they were on fire, realistically, but I would never ever let anybody know that. Said, hey, that Daniel Voles, he's just a jerk, blah, 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 blah. Man, your customers don't need to know that's your opinion, you know. And I know a lot of times when I hire contractors to come to my house to do things, I'll see what they have to say about their competition based on questions that I ask to see if they're going to criticize them or if they're going to divert the question professionally. And for those that decide to criticize their competitor, I don't care how well I like them. I'm not going to hire them because I know that's the type of contractor that they will be. So That's just me. I'm not saying that's the way you got to do it, or you need to do it, or you want to do it, or have to do it. I don't care how you do it. But what I do care about is professionalism for our industry. And I think that's something that we could all, each and every one of us, be a little bit better at. You know, I've got a really good friend of mine that's just a goofy man, and he's not even in our industry, but he's outside our industry. But I mean, he's just goofy when it comes to talking about people, man. And I don't know. It's one thing I don't like about him. But anyways, we're not here. That's not the agenda today. The agenda today is first things first. Matt's going to hop on with us from BAM Weather, or I hope he still is. I didn't reach out to him this morning, but that was the plan when I talked to him on Monday. And looking forward to having him on with us for a little while today and get their insight. But I want to give a big shout out to Aaron. Had a great show this morning. Purple Walrus did talking. He had Darren on his show with him, and Darren was kind of funny talking about him and a few guys taking a walk around the neighborhood. Speaking of Matt Griffin, there we go. Let's see. We're gonna that. All right. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that. We have Matt hopping on here with us. Matt, how you doing, my friend?
I am doing fantastic. Can you hear me all right?
Oh yeah, man. We're good on your end. How about us on yours? Everybody good?
Perfect. Crystal clear, my
Good,
friend. Crystal
good deal.
clear.
Well, my software says we're good, but technology's great, but you can't always trust it.
Yeah, speaking of that, I was having iPhone issues all day today. I was on the phone with Apple support for about 30 minutes earlier today. So just kind of goes to show you.
Yeah. Yeah, true that. Hey, we got a big weekend coming up, Easter, right across the country for everybody. What's weather looking like? I've been reading some of your all's posts you've been putting out there. So
yeah, Easter weekend looks active to say the least. The fun, so to speak, I guess you can call it, kind of kicks off late tonight, tomorrow morning. So some folks into, I'd say, especially northeastern Kansas, southern Nebraska, some storms fire up, more of a wind, gust, and hail type of threat there. And then for Thursday, southern Minnesota, Iowa, we'll see if we can get something isolated further in eastern Kansas and Oklahoma. But another round, some stronger severe storms, wind, gust, hail, maybe a tornado or two, not possible there. And then eventually that system spreads east. And that's probably more of a significant weather maker as far as severe weather is concerned, getting into Friday evening. And that's going to be a fairly large area of potential severe weather from, it could be from northern Texas up to Michigan here. We'll see how far east some of those stronger storms can survive. You're going to be really close in your neck of the woods towards Louisville, getting mainly into Saturday morning. And the problem with that system from Friday night to Saturday morning is it's more or less going to get stuck. Where
oh my God, like last time?
Bingo. Exactly. It's quite similar to that system, the other week that just produced tons of rain. The problem versus that last system is that front got stuck for days. This will get stuck for about a day or so. But it can lead to some pretty heavy rainfall in areas from, I'd say, eastern Oklahoma, northwestern Arkansas, through kind of much of central Missouri, through central Illinois, even getting towards the Indianapolis area as well. For some flooding rains, and especially considering we had that last system that dropped tons of rain, and so our soils are already, primed, so to speak.
Right.
They're pretty well saturated, and you get heavy rain on these areas. Although where the heaviest rain's expected is not the same corridor as the last system. Still got a lot of rain in those spots. I'd say anywhere from about 3 to 7 inches, depending on where you are at exactly. So
that
the
heaviest swath, you think, Matt, not to interrupt you, but that just for our listeners out there to kind of prepare the late week workload and things like that, where's that heaviest swath going to run from, you think? I mean, right now?
Yeah, I think from
change.
Right, and it's going to depend on where that front ultimately kind of gets stuck at. But I would say from about eastern Oklahoma through much of the interior of Missouri, that includes areas Joplin to St. Louis. And then I would say towards about Indianapolis, that looks to be kind of the main show, so to speak, for the heavy rain. I think especially Illinois into eastern Oklahoma, I do think there can be areas that can get, 3 to 5 inches of rain, locally even heavier in some of those spots when all is said and done through the weekend here. So very, very heavy rain. And, for folks, for farmers, and I'm sure folks in the turf industry too, probably not at an ideal time with getting that heavy rain. But we're not done there just yet. We just only got through Saturday. I do think on the southern edge of those storms through Saturday afternoon, I think that's more of a southern Missouri, southern Illinois, even your neck of the woods getting to Saturday afternoon, southern Ohio, perhaps northern Kentucky, for a few stronger storms Saturday afternoon. And then another low moves through here as we get into Easter. And right now, I think that low can move through Iowa, and there's going to be a cold front attached to that system. And so need to watch another round of strong severe storms getting into Saturday afternoon, Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Illinois. And once again, the timing of the system, we'll see how far east the severe weather threats get, but I can certainly see some stronger storms working their way into Indiana, Kentucky, and portions of Tennessee as well.
Now, does that keep moving on east to the East Coast, Northeast, or where's it going? Southeast?
It does. The problem is it'll kind of choke itself out from the moisture. But I do think as we get into Monday into Tuesday, there'll be some showers into the north and to the east. Probably not severe, although we would need to watch kind of the southern edge in the mid-Atlantic, maybe a low-end strong storm risk for folks to, say, Virginia, North Carolina on the southern edge of that. But nowhere near as the high-impact system. It'll be out more into the interior U.S. as we get into Monday and Tuesday next week. But I do think, yes, that moisture will spread to the north and to the east. So it's jam-packed this weekend. Lots of rain, lots of storms, severe weather threats from really kind of kicking off overnight tonight and through the Easter weekend here. So
what about Easter egg hunts, man? We need to not color the eggs because they're going to get washed off.
It depends where you're at. I think, folks, probably southern Indiana, where you're at, Kentucky, Tennessee, much of the U.S. Southeast, kind of east of Mississippi, probably can be pretty dry. But if you're in Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, Illinois, northern Indiana, southern Michigan, northern Ohio, Wisconsin, southern Minnesota, I'm naming off tons of states here,
right.
It probably will be a pretty wet day.
Okay.
Certainly going to put a damper in Easter festivities here.
Well,
the good news, though, after the system, things quiet down relatively for a few days. But there'll be kind of a weak system outside of the U.S. Northeast Monday and Tuesday that could impact areas, Illinois, Wisconsin, Iowa, Dakotas, northern Nebraska. But overall, not as active, but things I think can pick up as we head deeper into next week, as we're just in this very active weather pattern. We're probably not done yet with these episodes of multi-day severe weather outbreaks and heavy rainfall. But deeper into May or April, as we get into May, the frequency of these probably wind down, in my opinion. But until then,
well, your opinion's the only one that matters to me, man. So,
hey, I appreciate that.
You know that. I mean, the rest of them we just watch for fun.
Sure, yeah. But it'll keep us busy. I'm sure it'll keep a lot of the folks in the turf industry, busy, being strategic of when to do things, how to do it, and let alone behind these strong systems. The other kind of problem here is it probably can bring down periodic shots of cold air too. And so frost, freeze threats probably aren't done, although the forecast moving forward will generally lean warmer. It's behind these strong systems. They'll drag down cold air for, a day or so. We're kind of experiencing that now, probably even for you too.
Right.
It got quite chilly this morning.
Yeah.
Of course, that's going to be harder and harder to get, especially the further south you are as we head deeper into April, into May. That's just climatology, but these lows will continue to probably bring in some shots of cold air and behind too. So it's wet, later than normal frost and freeze for a lot of folks. Not the ideal spring, I would imagine,
And
whether
late
you're
corn.
a farmer or turf.
Yeah, it sounds like late corn too. If these farmers can't get in the field, right? To get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what planting period time is, for those guys, but
Well, I could tell you from interacting with a lot of our clients, it seems like planting is on everybody's mind right now. There's a lot of folks out in the plains, in the Mississippi Delta who have already started. And I think people around here would like to start, but the weather's kind of really, limiting what folks can do. So
gotcha.
That'll be an issue. That's something we've been talking about, planting delays, especially the Eastern Ag Belt. That'll be an issue here. And, it's funny because as we get into especially summer, that I think there could be drier risks that start to emerge as well. So, wild year so far. And I think it just continues to be a bit of a wild year moving forward.
Yeah. I was going to say next fall when we talk about snow, I'm going to put my order in for snow, but then I'm going to say but not so much rain in the spring. Will that help if we order it up differently?
Hey, listen, you didn't ask for that. You wanted the snow. I got you the snow. But I cannot turn off the tap.
Oh.
It won't turn off. So maybe this summer we can get some dry stretches. But
hey, quick question just for specifically Louisville, Kentucky area, because I'm just being greedy now about tomorrow.
Sure.
You think we're good tomorrow till tomorrow afternoon or evening work wise, or do we have potential rain early?
I think you're good to go. I think as we get into the afternoon, let's call it about the 4 to 7 p.m. time frame for some light showers.
Okay.
But it should be I think any of the rain tomorrow that kind of tries to work its way from Illinois is going to struggle to push east, even towards the Louisville. It'll be just encounter a little bit drier air. And so it'll be a struggle. It should be pretty darn light, in my opinion. You probably see less than 1/10 of an inch at that, but should be good. Your morning work, early afternoon, you'll be good to go, in my opinion.
Well, good deal. Well, Matt, as always, man, I appreciate you and everything you guys do at BAM Weather to keep us on the road and cruise out and or knowing when to keep cruise in, maybe more importantly.
Right.
Seriously, I mean, that is a big aspect of what you guys help contractors with. And if they don't understand that, they need to understand that as well, that's one of the huge benefits we get with you guys is not just accurate forecasting, but hey, don't send those crews out because that's expensive. When you launch in the morning and you get 30, 40 minutes or an hour, you never recover from the profit loss on that, I mean, because the most expensive thing we do is organize and get out and get to the job, and then when you don't get enough time to do anything, then you get the fun of doing it all over again, So,
right. And that's a great point, and you could probably tell me, but probably one of those decisions, is worth the money you pay for our service.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I say it all the time, not just when I'm on with you, but, just in general. And, in our other groups, the profit circle that we have, with Profits Unlimited, my other company, that the return on investment of what we spend with you guys. And I know everybody would see the same result if they just utilized it. The services that you guys offer, man, is, second to none on anything. We do really well on snow money, profit dollars with snow. That's very profitable for us. But, our return on investment with BAM Weather is second to none. I sincerely mean that, man. And for you guys that aren't using it, you need to certainly check into it,
Yeah, and it's super easy. You can get a free trial. Anyone who just wants to test it out, maybe you're a suspect of it, get a free trial with us. That's something super easy to do, and we'll walk you through the entire process and show you how things work. So
absolutely. BAMWX.com and get you there still, right?
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right, Matt. Well, hey, thanks a lot, and you have a happy Easter, my friend.
You as well, Wayne. Have a good one, and happy Easter to you and everyone on your crew.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you as always.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Of course. Bye-bye.
All right. Matt Griffin. Daniel, it's always fun to have them on. You know, we give good forecasts. They do all the way across for all of our listeners. And I know it's a little bit, gosh, you know, when you give a regional forecast, it's hard for somebody to dial in, but
Yeah.
you
It's
know,
just a taste of what's possible with the BAM, though,
but
really.
yeah, that's just it. I mean, you guys that are not using them, you really need to. I don't care how good you think local is, and that it's just, man, that I like that 24/7 access to them. You know, it just, for us, it's invaluable. So, with that, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. One thing that I wanted to talk about is, you know, being that we're in the spring and a lot of guys are kicking off seasons and, you know, everybody's wide open, if you will, is not to focus. I was reading an article today. Actually, it was this morning when I got into work early. I was reading an article in my email, and appreciate that, Mike. Appreciate that. And but I was reading an article, and this article was put out by a company that does franchises, and the focus was on revenue. And I'm not picking on it, but I just want you guys to know that when you're reading something, and revenue is cool, revenue's best thing in the world, right? I mean, you don't have a company without sales. I mean, that's just it. Goes back to Mark Cuban, right? Sales cures all. But sales doesn't always cure all. And my point of sharing this with you guys is sales at a right margin cures all. So don't focus on revenue. Focus on profit dollars. In other words, you don't, and it don't have to be extreme profit dollars. Yeah, that's great when it is, you know. But the biggest problem you will ever put your company in is when you strive to hit a certain revenue goal without a profit goal running alongside of it. Because otherwise, all you're doing is you're kind of like Forrest Gump running across the country. You know, you're just running hard. You're running, and you know you're doing good, and you're running. I know y'all can't see me. I'm acting like I'm running. You guys on the YouTube version of this can see me, but I'm just sitting there acting like I'm running. You know, but the reality of it is, don't focus on revenue alone. And anytime, and maybe it's because I lived the revenue focus a long time, 9 years. For 9 years, my first 9 years I was in business, I didn't know it, but mine was a revenue focused goal orientation, if you will. It wasn't profit focused. I thought it was, and I knew I needed to make a profit. So, I mean, I don't want y'all to think I'm stupid, but I've done a lot of stupid things. And that was trying to hit certain revenue goals without profit goals running alongside those. And the only way you know is to know your numbers. And I even hate to say that, know your numbers, because it is so overused now. You know, when we first start talking about it, you know, I'm dating myself a little bit. This goes back to like 1990. Okay. But it was, we don't know what we don't know. And that is the reality of it. And there's a lot of companies out there that are hitting revenue goals that don't know what they don't know about their profitability within their business. So I'm not going to beat that horse any harder today, other than the fact I know it's spring. I know a lot of us are kicking off seasons. I know a lot of us are putting on significant amount of work right now. And that significant could mean 5 accounts. It might mean 500 accounts, you know? So it's based on your company size. But what we need to do is know and understand that along with revenue goals, profit goals have to be running side by side. Because if you do one without the other, it can get very convoluted, you know. And even just saying, hey, even just trying to come up with a profit goal versus understanding cost and how you back into a revenue projection is important. So you can't just say, hey, I want to make $100 profit, or hey, I want to do $100 in sales. It's, hey, how are we going to accomplish that? We accomplish that by first understanding cost, you know. And first and foremost, I just think it ought to be a rule that anybody that's going to talk about revenue, that sounds bad, doesn't it, Daniel? It needs to be a rule. But it doesn't need to be a rule necessarily, but I just think anybody that's going to talk about revenue projections and goals needs to also include the fact that you need to understand profit goals and cost to project what those revenues really need to be. So, yeah, Mike says it's like having offense without defense. You can put up 80 points, but let in 82. So, yeah, that's it. You know, that's a great comparison to that, you know. Let's see. Yeah. Said I always like to sell 100K at 20% versus 200 at 10%. I mean, it's the plan. That's what it amounts to. Do you have a plan in place? And know that the number one rule in your business has got to be, let's not focus on revenue only, because that will get you in trouble. That will get you in trouble. Because if you don't believe it, just check out our video that we got on YouTube about specifically Wayne Vose and how we were doing a really nice revenue, but not making any money. You know, what's the name of that, Daniel? How we made $300,000 a year and didn't make any money or something. But yeah. I mean, that's the reality of it, and that's got quite a bit of looks. And the reality of it is that's what a lot of contractors do. They get revenue focused and not profit focused along with that. So that's the number one rule I want you guys to live by all the time, but especially this spring as you're looking at those, you know, the phone ringing and you're going out and you're running those leads and talking to people and putting new business on, that there's more to it than just building up the gross dollar volume. And another reminder, these are just reminders. No biweekly mowings. And if you want one mulligan, you get a mulligan. But other than that, no biweekly mowings. And we're not going to talk about those today. We've talked about them enough, but the reality of it is there should be no room in your schedule for biweekly mows. Now, like I said, you get a mulligan because there is a time and place where maybe one will fit or two will fit, you know, but just don't load yourself up with it. Don't do it because that's what the customer wants. Do it because that's what you want to fit into a particular schedule, and not a routine schedule. But hey, it just fits fine right here. You know, it will work. You know, kind of thing. So you get a mulligan on that. You know. Let's see. Corey sent us something here. Let's see. The yes for profit will ease the no. Yeah. Corey, I understand exactly 100% what you're saying, because that is exactly what I say all the time. And that's how I fixed my business, particularly, was once I knew what I didn't know, I knew where no was at. I knew that when somebody offered a certain price, and that's really what frustrates me about our industry. People want to tell you what they're going to pay. You know, hey, we'll pay this, but not that. This is what we've been paying. This is all it's worth. You know, never, ever, ever apologize for pricing. Don't do it. Just don't do it. You know, our price is the price because we know what it takes to do the job right, because the ultimate goal is a quality job. Now, within that, sometimes comes into play the thing, and I think Zig Ziglar said it well. He's a little differently than I do, and he's much more successful than I'll ever be. But the reality of it, you know, he said, and I can't remember exactly how he said it, but the way my dad said it was similar to Zig Ziglar. And I mean, you guys can Google it and find it in like 2.6 seconds, but something to the point of never apologize for price, but you can explain your cost. And I think that's something that we need to help sometimes our customers understand, that not that we're going to go through and say, hey, well, my lawnmower cost me this, my sprayer cost me this. They don't care what your costs are. But one thing that I have found in 46 years of business, that the quality of the service that you provide is very long remembered after price is forgotten. You know, hey, how many times haven't you heard somebody or even said yourself, man, I can't remember exactly what I paid. It wasn't cheap, but man, it was good. You know, it was a good service. It was a good trip. It was good, whatever, you know? So if you don't want to have to explain, or you don't want to have to apologize for your pricing, provide a great service. Now, I know there's a fine line between providing a great service, being competitive, and making a profit for some parts of the industry and for some parts of a lot of industries. And it's only because too many times we don't know what we don't know. Our business model's not good. But certainly bi-weekly mowings makes it hard. And now the new and improved version of that we started with last year, that we start getting calls on, and we've had a few this year, on tri-weekly mowings. Not try and see if you do a good job, because that's another thing we're going to talk about here in a minute. But like every 3-week mowing. I mean, I don't know if that's who you want to be, and if that's who you want to be, that's fine. And if that's who you want to be, keep doing it, because I want you to stay busy doing stuff like that so we can have the good stuff. I know it sounds a little bit arrogant, maybe. Probably a lot arrogant. But if you want to do the stupid things over and over and over and over, they become a choice at that point. And when you know you're making a choice that's not in the best interest of your company, is when you may want to think about doing things a little differently. You know, another thing this time of the year that comes up a lot, you know, let's see what we got here. There you go. There you go. Oh, John just sent me a video of one of his robotic mowers. He says this is one of his staff members mowing today, Daniel. It's a robotic mower. And you know, that is part of our industry. I know John talked about that in the Profit Circle with us a while back. And it'd certainly be a great thing to talk about again. And I know Tim Brennan has implemented those within his business as well. And I think that's certainly the wave of our future. Is robotic mowing, and and there's going to be companies. I know John and them been doing it a while. And robotic mowing, battery operated equipment. It challenges each and every one of us to look outside. I'm going to use the term. I don't like it, but I'll use it. Outside the box. But to look at doing things different than the way we've always done them, to be different. And that is the reality of how a lot of our companies can be more successful, is the ones that step up to the plate and decide to do things different. I will certainly do that. I'll certainly do that, Aaron. So something else that I want to talk a little bit about today, and I'm not going to take a break because I just want to keep going, but I got a couple more things I want to run by y'all today. I've got, and I know you all can't see this, but I swear I'm holding up my hand, and I'm going to show it on our YouTube thing. In my hand, this is a contractor certainly thinking outside the box. So I'm not saying it's wrong or right. I just want y'all's opinion on it.
I think you are saying it's wrong.
I
mean, let's not be
all right. Let's
deceptive.
Okay.
Some things are wrong.
Okay. This is wrong. All right. That's fair, Daniel. All right. Thanks for
I'll be King Darren in this situation.
Okay.
Tell you to stop apologizing.
Don't stop apologizing, Wayne. Darren used to tell me that all the time. But the reality of it is, this flyer says on it, and maybe you guys have seen it in your market. This is the first one I've seen. And Kyle got me this, okay, off of their, what did he say? His neighborhood Facebook page. So if by chance you're listening to us and you're one of our competitors,
listen
up. Because it's coming to a theater near you all, wherever you're at too, probably. Specifically on this flyer, it says, your price, your choice. Your price, your choice. Professional lawn care services. Here we go. Here it is. For you guys that are not sitting down, please sit down. And if you're driving, please pull over. The safest spot you can pull over. And I'll give you a few seconds to do that before I tell you. Because I've seen a lot of different marketing concepts. And again, I want your all's opinion on this. But this says, your price, your choice. Professional lawn care services. You decide what you pay. We believe in providing quality lawn care at a price that fits your budgets. No setup fees. No set fees. No set fees. Just, it's got me tore up. Just fair, honest work at a price that you feel is right. I'm holding it right in my hand. I swear to goodness I am. If any of y'all would like a copy of it, just to put up in your office, just to remind you of what's coming to a neighborhood near you, maybe. Now, I realize that's not you, y'all. I realize it's not any of us probably here on Turf's Up Radio. But what I also know is this is the problem with our industry. This is why the industry continues to get diluted and has for the 46 years that I've been involved in it, is because you get more and more and more of this. Now, again, Daniel told me to say it is wrong because it is. But if that works for them, I guess it works for them. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Now, it does have on there, to be fair to them, I want to be fair to them. It does say minimum of $35.
Which is even, in my opinion, even dumber. Like,
Yeah,
what does that even mean? Like, you're going to offer someone to choose their price. Why wouldn't everyone just choose $35?
Yeah, because it doesn't say anything
Just
about
they will mow any
minimum
yard for
square footage.
$35.
I'm just
Because for one, it's not obviously not truly pick your price. If you can say you have parameters,
yeah.
and 35, like, once again, why would someone just be like, oh, I'd rather pay you 40 than 35?
That's what Mike said. False advertisement. LOL. Yeah. I mean, you guys are right. You know, I mean, we need, let's see what we got here on this one. This is why I've always said the green industry needs requirements like HVAC, electric, et cetera, to have apprenticeships, journeymans, et cetera. I agree 100%. Agree absolutely 100% that
nice.
That's the way it needs to be. You know, it really does.
But then you also have to figure out a way to educate the people that are educating.
Yes.
Because who's to say that they know what they're talking about? Even if you go to the person that says, gosh, I can't remember what it was now, but the one you were talking about today with the newsletter and the email that the one that the people that do the what's the word?
Sorry, Daniel, I was reading this
The
text.
people that do the franchises.
Oh yeah, about the revenue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's not a terrible or like a terrible email send. I can't remember what the email was now that they sent out a while back that we talked about. But like,
yeah.
Are they the industry influencer experts who then train everybody? Like, because that's what they do with their franchises, but that doesn't mean that necessarily they should train everybody or know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Just because they're big.
Correct.
Or what? Like that's the problem with this is who's educating,
who's regulating the educators. That's the reality of it, you know, and that's where we talked about doing your due diligence before you work with somebody. You know, and we're not calling any particular company out, any particular franchise out. We're just saying, do your due diligence. You know, Corey said he'll drive by and make sure the house is still there for 35, but nothing else is going on. But, you know, do your due diligence with that, you know, and here's something else that I want to talk about today. I got several things. We're not going to get to a lot of them, but that's okay. That just blew me off my feet yesterday when I saw that, because we've all seen a lot of them that give really inexpensive mowing services or lawn applications or whatever it may be, you know, lighting, you know, but to name your price, I'm almost halfway. I am going to probably call the person. They do have a website. So we'll look that up, and I'm going to see about reaching out to him. First of all, I want to get him on Turf's Up Radio. You know?
Yeah.
I'd like to get him on Turf's Up Radio. I'd love to get him in the profit circle with us, because we could certainly help somebody with it. Aaron asked me what's more important. I don't know if this is a serious question or not, but I will treat it as a serious question. What's more important, pricing or showing up? Well, pricing first.
More important.
Pricing's got to be the foundation.
Because you were showing up all those years. I mean, just go back to the video.
Yeah, go check out my video. I showed up for 9 years and didn't make it shit. I wasn't making anything. We're doing a good volume. You know?
It's almost like saying what's more important, the foundation or the roof, right? Like, they're both important, but without the foundation, the roof's not going to be there anyway.
Yeah. Or not long.
Yeah.
You know, it's the foundation that's important. You've got to build your business from the bottom up, not the top down. It's the same exact concept that I talk to equipment dealers and manufacturers about our seminars. We got to build a solid foundation. for a contractor to stand on, because Wayne didn't have a solid foundation for 9 years. So showing up and doing a great job, they're not the most important thing you're going to do. Your stripes are not the most important thing you're going to do. I watched a video this morning on one of our local guys sitting here talking about, look at my stripes. And it ain't just local, it's all over the world. Everybody wants to talk about, ooh, look at these stripes. Look how good these stripes are. If you cared as much about your stripes showing up, quality of work, relationship with all those things that we say are important, and they are. But if you cared as much about understanding your cost for your company as you do about all the other things, you'd have a great company. You can have a good company not knowing for sure. I will say that. You can have a good company guessing. You just work your ass off. That's what it amounts to. You work. Oh, but you got to work hard. I'm not saying not to work hard. I'm just saying if you're going to work hard, let's make some money working hard. That's all I want the mindset to be. Let's see what we got here. The dumb is strong in that one. And it's that Yodi guy or whatever.
Yoda, yeah.
Yeah.
Yodi.
Oh, my God. There is now a social media lawn care striping guy. I'm sure. But like I said, there's nothing more frustrating to me than guys want to talk about their stripes. But when you ask them what's it cost to pull up in front of Miss Smith's yard before you spray it or mow it or do the mulch, or they're like, I'm not sure. This is what I'm charging. This is what the market will bear. This is what my client's willing to pay. Or in this new case of the guy that says your price, your choice, care about your business as much as you care about the other things within your business. Specifically, care about your pricing. And know that your pricing can be adjusted. We actually, we got a video we're getting ready to put out on how the tariffs are going to affect your business. But the good thing about that for everybody is don't panic. Don't panic. It ain't going to be the worst thing in the world. Mike said, if you ask me about our stripes, we're going to talk about the flag. God bless America. I hear you, man. He said, you're 100% right on that. I would say 1,000%, but that's not accurate. LOL. Katie would get us on that, wouldn't she? But again, those are a few things that I want to be the takeaways today. Is number one is I don't think this business is scalable when you say you make the price, you set the price, you tell us what you want to pay. And now that I think about it, this might be the second one of these I've seen. I'm going to root through my scans because I scan this stuff in because I use it at seminars. We might have an update Friday for you. But I think we got another flyer from years in the past that didn't look nearly as nice as this one, but that's what it had on it. You tell us what you want to pay. We're going to find that, Daniel. I think this might be number 2. I guess I wiped it out of my mind, But again, summary for today. And John, it's great hearing from you again, my friend. But summary on today, and and all you guys, your input's unbelievable. I appreciate it. Decide what you're going to use for your marketing, but make sure it's professional. Make sure it's accurate. Make sure it's not deceptive. You know, let yourself stand out based on pride and professionalism and those professional results and daily efforts. And know that just because you did something one way yesterday doesn't mean you can't change the way you do it today. So let's throw the bi-weekly mows out. Let's throw the tri-weekly mows out. Let's throw the you tell me what you're going to pay out. Let's be more focused on what's really important within our business. And that is the success and profitability of the business model that we have in place. John said they've got a guy in their town. The name of the business is Low Cost Lawn Mowing. Just, you got to worry about the type of client that's going to attract too. Wouldn't you say so, Daniel?
Yeah. Well, I think with this thing too is
it's kind of like going to, and this is going to maybe a terrible comparison, but it's kind of like buy here, pay here lot. And I'm not making fun of you if that's where you got to buy a car or truck, but you know you're going to be taken advantage of at a buy here, pay here. You know you're probably going to be taken advantage of by somebody that says low cost mowing, and taken advantage of not from the price of the service, but more importantly, their ability to deliver service. Go ahead, Daniel. I'm sorry.
well, just with this, this guy's marketing is, it might be like, not that you would do this, but it might be attractive to say, okay, well, this guy's obviously probably getting a lot of attention from this because it's so out there, right? Like, it's not something many people are doing. So let me go and do that too to get more attention for my business within the community. But like you said, just be aware of who that is actually attracting. You might get a few people that ends up, not that in this case you would pay anything or $35 minimum or whatever. But with any crazy marketing, you might get a few people that are okay, but you're probably going to waste so much more time with people that are just time wasters.
Yeah. And if this is if these pictures are actually stuff they've done, the quality of the job looks good. But I mean, you don't know that either. But I don't know. Well, what I do know is this. We're up on it. We're up on that 11 o'clock bewitching hour. And again, I appreciate each and every one of you guys, all your input. Without you, all my show's not possible. And as always, we had a ton of content we didn't get to, but we'll get to it Friday. We'll get to it Friday. I got a few other things that I want to talk about on this line, and then also got a headline Friday that we're going to talk about. It's called "What is your response?" And so put that in your pipe. Hold on to that one. But yeah, we're going to talk about what's your response as it relates to things that customers bring up. And if you got anything you want to cover or you want me to cover on Friday under that heading, feel free to shoot me a text. Let me know. We'll put it in there. So I think we're going to have fun with that. I got a lot of fun ideas already on here that we're going to talk about. And, but that's our plan. That's our plan. It's hump day. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Be sure to listen to Turfs Up Radio all day long. Join us in the Profit Circle. Daniel, for our new guys listening to us, how can they get in there quickly and easily, if you don't mind?
Go to our website, profitsareus.com, and the Profit Circle will be right there on the homepage. Just click the button that says the Profit Circle. It'll take you there and sign up for it.
Just like damn weather, you get in for free. Just check it out. check it out. See what it's all about. But we certainly would love to have you in there with us and hanging out with like-minded professionals from throughout North America. So with that being said, you guys have a great day. We appreciate each and every one of you. Don't do anything that you know is not in the best interest of your company. And I don't want to end my show on something that sounds that ludicrous, but a mistake's a mistake. But a mistake repeated more than once becomes a choice. Don't let it happen to you. We'll see you guys Friday. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. I hope your week has gone well for you so far. I mean, that's the whole goal. And we just got a lot of things going on this morning. We're going to try to get everybody out of here by, I don't know, maybe noon, around noon. You know, it's our normal Friday thing where we try to get done a little bit early, especially since everybody's had a great week and we haven't had any weather issues going down this week realistically. So, yeah, we should, that's going to be our target. That's what's going to be our target today is to get out of here a little bit earlier than normal and take advantage of a good week and a great weather week and a great production week. Want a big shout out to our team for, making all that possible and picking up a little slack, calling a few audibles during the week we had to. And shout out to one of our team members that's pretty significantly under the weather, but feeling better, a little bit better today. So hope that continues to go in the right direction. I know we're trying to do a little bit of landscaping and today make a couple more people happy for Easter, with families coming and all those things that we do. So we're going to, we got some good topics we're going to talk about today too. So, curious what you guys are into today. You taking the day off, you taking it easy, doing a half day, doing a full day plus, and let me know what you got going on in your world because that's what's most important, is what you guys got going on. And why I wait to hear from some of you guys. Yeah, there we go. We got a little bed maintenance going on around here too. We got a few new mow jobs that we're getting done today, and so that's always good. And a few special Easter mows for people, that you guys know what I'm talking about. If you're in the mowing business, you got some people that just, hey man, can you pick me up at the end of the week? And sure. So we got them on their regular day and we'll pick them up. We got some we're doing today again for them just because they got family coming. So we always try to do that. Dan, happy Friday to you, my friend. Appreciate your motivational post every day as well, man. Hope everything's going well out there in the St. Louis area for you guys. So, and business wise and personal wise, curious, with it being Good Friday, I know, there's Christianity as a whole as it's a big day. Corey, good day. Good day. He says he's got a full day of cuts and then a little mulching they're doing. So, absolutely, man. It's that time of the year. It's that time of the year. Actually going to talk a little bit about that is, what that actually means. But just curious, too, going to be a serious show, but a fun, easy, laid back kind of show too. Daniel's going to hop on here with me in a little bit, but and talk about a few things. But just curious about Easter. How do you handle Easter? What kind of special traditions that maybe some of you all have? And I know, today a lot of you guys are out humping it out and maybe you can't text in. I get that too. So, do you normally have people to your house? Do you go somewhere? I know, Easter's kind of like Thanksgiving. There's a lot of family tradition that gets involved, with that. I know one of the big things that we do is that a lot of people do is, the kids with the Easter egg hunts, obviously, but my sister Sherry is really enjoys that. I really do think she really still enjoys doing that and hiding the eggs and putting some change in the eggs and, $1 in a couple of the eggs and, huh? Yeah, man, we got an Easter egg hunt for sure. Something I found the other day at Target was Easter eggs already filled with candy. So that yeah, it's pretty cool. So that makes the first round of Easter egg hunting a little bit easier. You don't have to stuff them the first round, and so that'll make it fun. That's I don't know why one of us didn't think of that or somebody, but finally somebody said no. Who thought of it, Katie? A mom. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Probably was. Is somebody doing it? Like uh, experience is the provides the impetus for most inventions. So yeah, absolutely. You're right. Somebody's mom thought of that. You know. The, oh God, I tell you, one of the silliest things. I like buying a lot of gadget kind of stuff, and that just made me think about that, Katie. I don't know why when you said a mom thought about it, but I bought this thing called an egg extractor, and all you did, yeah, yeah, and you put a crack in the very tip of the egg, and you put it into this plastic thing, and you pushed it real hard, and somehow most of the time, yeah, it blew off the shell, so you didn't have to peel the shells. When you were sitting there wanting to do your Easter eggs on Easter morning. So yeah, that was pretty cool. It was called the egg extractor or something. I gotta look and see if that's downstairs still. It might still be down there or back where the manual to the calculator. Yeah, so I'm sure the egg extractor's there somewhere. So, damn, I hope I think about that later today. I'm really going to look for it. I don't, Tabitha, if you're listening, make a mental note to ask me about that. I'm going to see if that rascal's still down there. So, yeah, that thing was pretty fun. But one of the traditions we had also that my mom used to do with us was there's this candy place in Louisville called Moose Candy, Muths, and it's a family owned candy store. And oh my God, their chocolates to kill for. It's I mean that's probably not the best example to use on Good Friday, but it is really, really, really good chocolate. And I'm not a big sweet fan or a big fan of chocolate, quite honestly, but I like theirs. Theirs is just really you can just taste the difference. You really can. Not just saying that. So, but that's some of the traditions we have. And uh, John Stuber, if you're listening to us today live, shoot me a text. Let me know some of yours. But reason I bring you up, buddy, I want to tell you thanks for sending me the the messenger thing that you did. That was cool. He sent me a thing about my opening song that I use here, on my Prophet Time. He sent me a message with that in it on how how that applies to parenting. So it's funny. John knows John's a pretty funny guy. Excuse me. But with that being said, we're going to take a short break and we'll get into our show. And looking forward to some input from you guys. Got something I want to talk about off social media that I saw that I think you guys would be interested in, and certainly a continuation of where we left off on Wednesday. So we'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere.
Hey, this is Aaron Walls, your host of the Landscaper Roots, right here on Turfs Up Radio. If you're like me, you know how real it is being a solo operator in the landscape industry. It's now my mission to grow with you, sharing stories and experiences while learning from others who have been in the industry and willing to share their mistakes so we don't have to make them. Join me live Monday through Friday at 7 a.m. Eastern or 6 a.m. slow time for you Central folks, right here on Turfs Up Radio.
Get ready to abandon gas with Crest Commercial. With insane power and extreme longevity, the era of batteries trailing behind gas engines is over. With the Crest revolutionary 8-minute cyber system, Crest Commercial landscape tools provide the same power and performance as their gas-powered counterparts, as much as a 2-stroke engine. Plus, the Crest 60-volt CyberPack batteries charge in 8 minutes or less. Professional landscapers can finally make the switch to battery without sacrificing performance, power, or runtime. Crest, it's the only choice to replace gas. For more information or to find a dealer near you, visit Crest.com.
Hello, Turfs Up Radio. It's your host of Profit Time, Wayne Vose. Are you a lawn and landscape business owner striving for more profit and success? Join us in the Profit Circle, where we offer exclusive webinars, meetings, videos, and direct access to industry experts tailored specifically to elevate your business. Our group focuses on essential skills like bidding, estimating, contracts, cost calculation, and much more. Dive deep into effective marketing strategies, advertising tactics, and sales techniques that work in the real world. Don't miss out on this opportunity to transform your business with the Profit Circle, where profit is not a dirty word. Visit our website at profitsorus.com to get started today. Yes, indeed.
This is Lou Blacksail from Liars of Ur, and you are listening to Turfs Up Radio. TurfsUpRadio.com, baby. Wow.
Wow. Welcome back. Welcome back to Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Yes, indeedy. And speaking of the Profit Circle, next week on Tuesday, April 22nd, we've got our webinar coming up. And I think this it's going to be really a great opportunity to learn a lot from a gentleman by the name of Dan Kasser. And Dan has been in the web business and the ad business for over 30 years. He'll give you exact time frame, but I know he's been working with us here at WLS for probably 30 years at least. And but he's still, even with that longevity, he's still not an older fella. I know he's not my age or nowhere near my age, but he started with the company, pretty young, and he's been calling on us here at WLS and Profits Unlimited for a long time. And but anyway, Dan's going to share his knowledge concerning website presence and social media presence, and how you don't have to spend a fortune to have that presence, or you can spend more if you want better presence and additional leads. So, but yeah, be sure to join us. If you're not a member of the Profit Circle and you'd like to sit in on that, feel free to reach out, let me know, or you can simply go to our website, and that's Profits or Us. That's Profits, AREUS.com. And right on our homepage at the very top, you'll see a big banner that says the Profit Circle, and you can join right there. And in our free trial basis, no hooks attached, man. And again, that's going to be Tuesday, April 22nd. At 7 p.m. So, and you guys within the Profit Circle, look forward to you guys being there and listening to what Dan has to say. You won't be disappointed. And you can, I joke about this, but the reality of it is he can answer your questions. Let's put it that way. I know some guys like to, see what somebody's knowledge actually is, and but Dan can certainly answer your questions. Let's put it that way. So take the time, join us 7 p.m. Tuesday, April 22nd, and we look forward to seeing everybody there. So not just our members, but you as well joining with us. So it's going to be a good night. Good night. I know you guys are going to be busy during the day out doing what you do because it's that time of the year, but set aside the time, put a reminder in your phone, right now for that. I also want to give a shout out to our equipment distributor, Midwest Equipment, and Ben Taylor. Ben was kind enough to reach out to us earlier in the week and came by Wednesday and then again yesterday and went over their new equipment Skaggs got out that Jackal. So he dropped that off, and we're going to give that a test drive for a bit, and really looking forward to that. It looks like an outstanding piece of equipment. Some of you guys may be familiar with it and have tried it, or maybe own one or a product similar to it. But yeah, we're looking really forward to trying the product. I know just running around here a little bit in our shop and our yard, and uh, doing some mulch and rock with it a little bit already. Looks like it's going to be a pretty decent piece of equipment to get out on a job and see what happens. So, but I did want to give Ben Taylor a big shout out for that. We certainly do appreciate that, and him as our distributor, Midwest Equipment. Certainly appreciate you trusting us to try that equipment. So looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Anything, it really boils down to Daniel. Anything that can make our lives a little bit easier. I mean, that's what it really boils down to. We don't mind investing the money into equipment that's going to increase efficiencies and make our lives of our team members easier.
Right. Yeah.
And
it just makes sense. It's the initial investment, of course, that, you look at it first and you're like, oh gosh, and it hits you a little bit. But then you got to look back, at the numbers and go, well, how does this actually improve things? Where does this make us more efficient, quicker? We can go do more jobs, get more done in a day and make more money.
Well, I mean, like this specifically, I mean, something we were just talking about, we get quite a few calls for sewer line fixes, where people get their front yard dug up where they, somebody has to have a sewer line either replaced or cleaned out or whatever it may be. And currently, I mean, our solution to that is a skid steer, which is fine, works great. But I mean, this is something that this particular piece of equipment would be outstanding on, and doesn't require the time or the effort that a skid steer requires. And again, don't hear me saying that it's bad to use a skid steer, hard to use a skid steer. It's not. But this particular piece of equipment, I mean, it's got a lot of uses, but this is something that this Skag Jackal, I believe is what they call it, the Jackal, is going to be really great at that for us. So I think we could almost, even if we didn't use it for anything else, I think we'd have the opportunity to recover our cost on this thing pretty rapidly, just doing 15 or 20 of those a year. I mean, that's the reality of it. Not to mention all the other opportunities that, where a skid steer doesn't fit into somebody's backyard, doesn't fit through a gate or whatnot. This is going to be a decent piece of equipment to look at. So I'm really looking forward to, putting it into play a little bit next week into our operation and see, what it actually does. So, because like I said, anytime we could increase efficiencies, we're good with it. Let's see. Doug sent us a text. Let's see. Let's see. We've got Doug. Good morning, Doug. Appreciate you reaching out. He said they rent a mini skid a lot, put a broom on it and sweep snow. Absolutely. And that's the neat thing about these. I mean, the attachments are, you can do grapples, you can do brooms, you can do, augers. It's, if we could have hooked up on an auger today, but we got a friend that does help us with that, Chris Kelty. You guys have heard him on here before, but he's got a ton of different equipment. We just didn't. Chris was actually meeting us on a job site this morning with his equipment and augers to get these trees in the ground quickly. But this would have been certainly something, Daniel, that we could have done had we had the auger attachment with it. So Yeah. Again, there's something else instead of, a guy digging a hole or even using, the hand augers, which are really good too, you know. Again, it's just something that we think is going to speed us along and make sense. Now, is it something that we're going to use on every job? Absolutely not. I don't think we own anything that we use on every job other than a truck because you got to get there, you know. But even the trailer you don't use on every job because you're not always taking a trailer. But the reality of it is, and to Doug's point too, they use a broom on with theirs, the one they rent, and they do a lot of snow with it. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the opportunity to use this thing and see how it works out. And Doug, I appreciate your input on that as well. But we just see a lot of opportunity with it. You can put the forks on it. I think it's got like 1,100. I think it was 1,112 pound.
1125, I think.
1125 on the capacity. The footprint on it is not bad. It's just a little over 4.5 pounds per square inch. So when somebody says, "Oh my God, you're going to put that on my yard," it's not bad. And that's one of the reasons that we use a skid machine, a tracked machine, versus a wheeled machine. Um, is for that weight displacement. So that's something to think about as well when you're purchasing a piece of equipment, like that. Whether it's a smaller mini skid like this Jacko is, or even your own skid steer. Now there are places for wheeled machines. That's obviously somebody. Maybe we'll get somebody on to talk about that. Because I mean they've all got their place. It's like anything. Z sprays ain't for everybody. Handguns ain't for everybody. You know, 72-inch mowers aren't for everybody. 36-inch mowers aren't for everybody. It's just, jackals aren't for everybody. Dingoes aren't for everybody. But all I say is ask yourself, are you giving yourself the opportunity to be as efficient as you can, and just don't be intimidated by the price of something.
Yeah.
And you can do like Doug said, they rent mini skids a lot. So if you're sometimes renting is a better choice than buying. You got to make sure that the overall cost of ownership is worth it, or you better off renting. And a lot of times renting a piece of equipment, we did that. We rented equipment before we start buying things that we, didn't justify the cost of ownership on. But if you don't understand your numbers and how you're going to recover it, and what your sales plan is to recover the cost on the equipment and to make a profit with it, then you are more laid back or more resistant to think, oh God, do I really want to spend $40K or 20 or whatever the amount is for whatever it is you're buying, for a piece of equipment.
And with the spreadsheets we have, it's easy to plug those numbers in and figure it out.
Yeah, before you ever buy it.
Yeah.
That's the cool thing about it. Yeah, or know why you charge what you charge, stuff that Daniel's talking about. We can run a piece of equipment through it before we ever buy it to see what it's going to do to a cost per hour of operation, and see, hey, what type of sales goals are we going to have to produce to make the cost of ownership make sense on this. So we're looking forward to it. I'm not trying to sell you one. I'm not even so sure we're going to buy one, but what we are going to do is put it in service for a bit and see how our labor hours change on different jobs. I think one of the big things in talking to Ben was, just the fact of the efficiency over a wheelbarrow for like mulch or rock, that you're going to see, so, and it, when you're talking about labor cost, it doesn't take too long to start figuring it out that,
Yeah.
hey, if we can reduce labor cost and get done more efficiently, what does that mean? Well, what it means is we've got more hours during the day to sell somebody else.
Right.
So
it also gives you an opportunity too for your employees to get trained on this equipment, get good at it, make more money for the business, and then have the capacity to make more money themselves.
That's right.
So then you become a more attractive place to work when you have the ability for higher skilled people to go, oh, I can work here because I know I can make a good amount of money because they make a lot of money doing what they do.
Right. Yeah, Doug just sent us a couple pictures of one of their rentals in action. And absolutely. Yep, there it is. Doing a little dirt work with it there. Got the broom on it, doing a little snow work with it there. And yeah. So I'm looking forward to it. Looks like Doug's got it figured out already. That hey, this is the thing. That hill that Doug's working on right there is exactly what I was talking about. I mean, it's not it doesn't look like a sewer line, but it's that kind of size job that it would, God, it's just going to be so efficient on, and we don't have to get the big skid steer out. So I can hear some of you guys saying, man, what are you worried about getting a big skid steer out? You already own it, you already got it. Why increase your cost? Because we're going to use that jackal for other things, or some version of it for other things. That's the reality of it. So, yes, indeedy. Speaking of trying to be more efficient, Daniel, and making everybody's life easier, there was a really good post on social media that a gentleman put up named David Carroll. And I don't know if Mr. Carroll's one of our listeners or not, but he had a really good point on something that he shared. He said, Doug said, renting is our way due to not needing it daily and one less thing that needs maintenance. Absolutely. I mean, that's the thing about it. And that's where if you look at the cost and you run your cost sheet, you know that, hey, what's my cost of ownership? And there's a lot of times when a rental or leasing, whether it's, short-term leasing or whatever it is a better option than cost of ownership, So that's also what you need a good accountant for. That's why we talk about that on here, having a good accountant. But each job, yeah. He said besides they bill the rental, the full rental, with pickup and delivery to each job as it gets used on. So there you go. Profit dollars in action. So nothing wrong with that. Glad to hear Doug and that you guys are thinking about it that way. And there's nothing at all wrong with that. So keep it going. Doug says they really got access to a really good rental yard, Daniel. And that is important. Having a partner in crime, if you will, not just from a rentals division, but, any dealer that you work with, your suppliers that you work with, a rental company. Because, actually that's something we discussed here with Ben, the distributor on that equipment was about, their local dealer network. And also rental companies, So that is something to think about for sure. But I wanted to talk a little bit about this post that this David Carroll put up on social media about, and this directly relates to efficiencies of spring startup and, and how busy that could be, but also owning a business. And let me see, I want to get his quote here. It said, owning a business means you don't punch out at 5. Sometimes you work 90 to 100 hours per week for zero income. And nobody speaks on it, but that's the reality. And when I saw the nobody speaks on it, Daniel, that's when I thought, I'm going to talk about that. Because I think it's a very valid point. And not just from the startup of the spring, not just from the startup spring hours that you get involved with, but the hours that a lot of people put into their business over and over and over and over for too long without making changes, you know? And so David made a really good point here. He said, he remembers those times when they were working hours, 90, 100 hours a week or more. And, you wake up at night and you're thinking about it. And God, I remember that. And I still do that sometimes. You wake up at night and you're thinking about, what's going on, go on tomorrow or the next day, or you're thinking about a job, or you're thinking about an employee situation. And, you got all these things that run through your mind about 180 miles an hour. But this was a really great post. And when he said a lot of times we're doing it for zero income, meaning you're not being compensated for the hours that you're working. And that happens, that does happen, especially on the startup side of your business. But what you can do, and I think this is something that didn't get, none of the responses got into, was the reality of it must be nice. And we talk about that here on the radio a lot of times, but the reality also is, yes, we know it's always going to be busy in the spring. We generally go out busy in the fall. Snow brings its own set of responsibility and timing for guys that do snow. But the reality of it is, I want to make sure, and Daniel, you've probably got a much better way of saying this than I want to, but just the fact that it doesn't have to be a forever problem that you're putting in 100 hours. What can you do and implement and change? And sometimes it's equipment that we implement to take some of that stress level away. Sometimes it's more employee-based things that we take some of that stress away. Let's see what some of our some of these comments we got on that. So let's see. Sorry. Yeah, absolutely. He says many nights I put the kids to bed, then end up working till 11 or 12 myself on estimates and paperwork. Absolutely. Or maintenance. Let's see, Craig got, if you're working 80 to 100 hours for little pay, time to get out of ownership. We've all been there and are there now. And that's it. That's the whole point is, we got to think about what are some things that we can change and do different, right, Daniel?
Yeah, you should. I think you should, what you're doing past production and billing and all, like what you're doing, I don't even want to set an hour amount on it because,
right,
40 hours or whatever, but if you're spending an excess amount of time per week, I think you should be doing things that are adding value to your business at that point. That should be a time investment. And I don't think, and we talk about all the time are you working 80 hours a week and having to go home and do 20 hours of billing per week at night because you service too many properties, because you are going after everybody trying, not charging enough, and you think more work's the solution? Is that the problem? Or what's the problem here? Because like you said, and Craig, I think you said, Craig said, like, if you can consistently work 80 to 100 hours per week and you're never changing that, then that's on you at that point. Like you said, you haven't implemented anything to get more efficient, get better, delegate.
It's funny that you mentioned delegate, because that's Dan out in St. Louis. He said that was what his comment was, Daniel, that delegate and say no more.
Yeah. It's different to work 100 hours a week on a given week where it's something, but to make that your everyday 50 weeks, or 30, 40 weeks a year, and you're not ever changing that, then that becomes a choice. Like you say, a decision or a mistake made over and over again is a choice. and you're choosing not to change.
Yeah, you're not doing what it takes to see a different result.
Yeah, and like I said, I think overall, if you're going to be putting in those kind of those hours, then they should be investment hours. They shouldn't just be grind hours and I got to get this done and the same thing is going to happen tomorrow. Got to get this done and all that kind of stuff. It should be working on things that are going to then pay dividends in the future.
Right. Hang on to that thought, and then we're going to get to some of these texts here. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Getting back to this comment that Mr. Carroll had, and and this is to Daniel's point as well. That's what he mentioned, that the first 3 or 4 years, 5 years, can't remember exactly what he said. I don't have a post in front of me now, but as he was building his company, they did have a lot of hours. But now that, to Daniel's point, as they built their company, they implemented technology and efficiencies and things to help them be more successful, more profitable. Just ask yourself, what are you doing to get yourself into a better position? Because, to Mike's point, he brought it up here on a text he sent us that, it's okay to be busy and it's okay to work hard and it's okay to have long hours, but it's okay to figure out that, hey, that can't be an everyday, all the time situation going on in your business. Dan, my buddy, he said it took him 35 years to start slowing down. And he said, life's too short. The work will be done by somebody when we're dead and gone. And you know what? That is solid advice. And, that could be certainly one of the huge takeaways. As a matter of fact, I think I'm going to make that the truth bomb today. That is going to be our truth bomb today here on Turfs Up Radio, is that the work will always be there. It just will. I mean, whether you think it is or it isn't, the work's always going to be there, and customers are temporary stops. Those two things are a given for any business. I don't care what business you're in. So now what you do as a business owner or business manager is you've got to manage the things surrounding the work being there and the temporary stop of the customer, whether it's 1 year, 5 years, 25, 30 years, it doesn't matter. And you're going to have customers that last that long. For you guys have been in business 5, 6, 10 years or 12 years. Some of those are still going to be with you 15 years from now, assuming you're in business. But you're going to have a lot that come and go as well. So to Dan's point, and it's solid advice, don't be a slow learner like he was. Don't be a slow learner like Wayne was. Listen to somebody like Dan, who's got 35 years plus experience in the industry, that said, hey, man, it took me that long to realize that I needed to slow down a little bit and smell the roses. And I think that's something that I didn't do either soon enough. And I want each and every one of you guys, and I'm sure Dan feels the same way. I don't want to talk for him, but it's just in his post right here, his text to me, that take the time to smell the roses. Work is a good thing. But something my dad used to say that took me a long time to learn, and he made the same mistake, and he was not in this industry. He said, Wayne, you need to understand that you work hard, and you need to work hard, but you got to understand that you need to play harder. Spend time with your family and friends or yourself, whatever it is, but be sure to take that time, because what happens when we realize that, hey, But by investing in equipment and time and talent of employees, these are all things that should make our businesses run smoother and better. And don't try to think that you're going to change a employee that may be doing something that doesn't make sense either. I was a slow learner on that. Okay. Matter of fact, I was just speaking this morning with somebody, the reality of it was the guy's basically not listening to direct orders, if you will. Or you don't call them orders. What do we call them? Direct, a direct, yeah. Hey, do this. And he's making his own choices. And we tell people here, yeah, it's okay to make a choice. But the reality of it also is there's certain company policies that we want you to follow. We know you may not dig a hole the same way that I'm going to dig a hole, or we may not trim a hedge the same way I'm going to trim a hedge, but we have certain company policies that need to be adhered to. It's like this morning, I had to remind somebody nicely that I said, hey, what size shirts do you need? Had on one of our old shirts. And that's not a bad thing necessarily. But hey, we invest in image. We invest in image. So we want everybody to play, that same game. Let's see, Wayne, I'm finding myself having to terminate one of my key employees. It's definitely upsetting and hard. Any ways you do it to make it easier? Whew. I mean, it is hard, and you worry about it, and you lose sleep over it, and it's never easy. You're right. I never will forget the one time the gentleman's passed away since, so I'm not going to use his name, but he had been a guy that worked with us for I think at that time it was like 14 or 15 years, and he kind of started thinking that it was his business, and he started being a little bit rogue, if you will. And I never will forget the day that I called him into my office and had him sit down right where I'm sitting now and told him that we were going to have to relieve him of his duties, basically. We're going to have to terminate him. Let's just say it. Hey, and I hated to do that. But it was what was best for the company. And I think what you do after you do that is you go, like, I'm glad that's done. And that is a hard thing to do. I will tell you, that's the hard thing to do. I've had to do it a couple different times with guys that have been with us a long time. But first, you try to give them an opportunity to make a change, to do the right thing. And sometimes they do, and sometimes they don't. But and it was like Craig was telling me today with somebody he's got. And I'm sure he wouldn't mind me sharing this story, or I hope he doesn't. Normally doesn't. But it was, a crew lead that had experience, but was just being insubordinate, if you will. And what we got to think about is what's that doing to the whole company image, if you will. Hey, well, I don't think this yard needed to be mowed today, so I didn't mow it. I skipped it. Like I was joking with Craig, but I said, well, you know what? Just time the next yard time he skips a yard, it comes out of his pay. Now you can't do that, but that's what you'd like to tell him. But that is a discussion you could have and say, every time you skip a yard, man, you skip 3 a day. That's X number of dollars a day. That's what I'm paying you with. So, if that's the business model you want to work within, then you probably need to do it somewhere else, because I can't run my business with you skipping yards. And I think that's something that we all need to get a little bit better at. And honestly, I think here's the thing. Here's the thing, and we're kind of going down a road I didn't plan on going down, Daniel, but that's all right. And if you got any input on it, let me know, because yours is always good as well. But I want you guys to remember this, and this is our second truth bomb of the day. And you can believe it if you want to believe it, but anybody with experience will tell you this is 100% accurate. Or let's go with this, 99.9% accurate. There may be that outlier out there. But you will not long term change somebody. You won't change them. I used to think I could change people. You won't change somebody. Now, they may have an epiphany and change based on some positive direction that you're trying to give them. But 99 times out of 100, you're not going to change somebody's mindset. You're not going to change their, what do you call that? Just the way they operate. Their
personality.
Their personality. You're not going to change somebody's personality. You're not going to change their mindset. And more importantly, you can never, ever, ever, this is, I normally don't say always or never very often, but that was 3 nevers. And I'm going to say it one more time. You can never make somebody care. They may pretend to care for a minute. I'm going to say a minute, a day, or a week, or, hey, man, I'm just frustrated. I mean, everything's just falling apart, and life's shitty, and ain't got no money, and boy, if I could get a little more money, it sure would help. And so you give them a little more money, and that worked for a week. They're smiling and eating bonbons and watching TV and enjoying life and working hard. And then 2-3 weeks later, they're back to the same position of where they were at. That's the reality. That's the truth bomb to that. So do know and understand that you're not going to change somebody. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Let's see. Doug said this guy that he's got has been disrespectful to everybody. It's pretty much the same thing, Craig was saying, and I mean, that we've all go through it and all been through it. And if you haven't been through it, then you will eventually. That's just the reality of it. Corey says, I like to tell my wife that I care about people's lawns just as much as they pay me to. But, Corey, there's probably a lot of truth in that. It's that relationship with the customer that I think we got to look at. And those are all things that can be fixed and repaired, but you got to make sure that they're not getting the same message over and over and over again. And to Dan's point, delegation takes pressure off. But delegation without authority for somebody to get the job done can be problematic as well, and getting back to working a whole lot of time and not making any money. And one guy even said on that post that, my guys are making more money than me. Dude, I can relate to that. I can relate to that. I remember those days specifically when everybody got a check but Wayne. I sit here a lot of Fridays and with my hand on my chin thinking, God, it's another week, man. It's another week where I ain't getting paid. I'm waiting on cash flow to come in. I'm waiting on checks to come in. I'm waiting on this. I'm waiting on that. And for years, I went through that same stuff. I didn't change, to Daniel's point. But the reality of it is, human nature doesn't allow us to want to change very frequently. But the core reality says people don't change until the pain of change is less than the pain of staying the same. And that is reality. When you finally get tired of something or somebody, you fix it. When you get tired of working 90 hours a week, you'll figure out how to not work 90 hours a week, whether it's more efficient equipment, more efficient software on the backside that says, hey, man, I don't have to come in and spend 5 hours every night doing billing or get some software that does your billing, for God's sakes. The hours that it frees up are going to be hours that help you retain or get back your sanity and to understand and focus on the purpose of your business. Let's see, we got quite a few texts go rolling in here. Dan makes a good point. You're missing life, you're missing your family. And he makes a really good point here. He said, it's the only things you'll want in your last hours. And I could not agree anymore with that, Dan. That is exactly the truth. I never once, not once, does anybody that I've ever known that's passed away while they're laying there said, damn, I wish I was at work, or wish I could, go do one more thing at work. It's not the reality. You can't take it with you. So in the meantime, what you can do is set up a business. And we've sure went a long way around this circle, Daniel, starting with the jackal. But it's all connected. But what you can do along the way to take back some of that free time is to implement efficient equipment, whether it's through buying it or renting it, doesn't matter. Rent it till you can afford to buy it, or it makes sense to buy it, not afford to buy it. You can afford to buy a lot of shit. I call it ego buying. Guys that buy a lot of equipment that they don't put any hours on, but they say they got one. But then they're sitting there wondering about, damn, I wish I could do this, wish I could do that. But the reality of it is, it's not always equipment that's going to make you more efficient. It's not always technology that's going to make you more efficient. It's not always better employees that are going to make you more efficient. It's a combination of all those things. And you as the business owner being able to look at that information that you've got in front of you, whether it's equipment, labor, expenses, whatever it is, and ask yourself, what am I and can I do differently? Thanks, Dan. Appreciate that. What can I do differently to help not only myself, but to help my employees and to help my business and to help my family? And last but not least, your customers. Because when you're not working your brains out daylight to dark every day with no change in sight, like this David Carroll said, I don't know, I'm working hard. I just don't want to do it forever. Implement the things that you can change within your business that will also change your personal life. And that's what we forget about. I think specifically, this is just for Wayne Voles. This doesn't mean it has to be this way for you. But my pecking order of importance is you owe it to yourself first. You owe it to your family second. Now, I'm not making my family second, but if I'm not taking care of myself, I'm not going to be there for my family. So you got to take care of yourself first. You take care of your family. Take care of your business. Do what's best for your business. Why? Because employees and clients are temporary stops. So do what's best. If that means firing somebody that's been with you 1 day, 5 days, 5 years, or 10 years, do what's best for the business. Because you and the business and your family are always going to be there. So you owe it to yourself, you owe it to your family, you owe it to your business, and then you owe it to your employees. And then once you got those 4 things in order, guess who's going to really reap the benefit of all that? Customers. And that's how we create loyalty with the customer. Loyalty is the most valuable thing you have in your business. A lot of people want to argue and say it's employees. Employees are very, very important. Don't hear me wrong. For any of you guys who listen as an employee out there, we appreciate you without a doubt. But loyalty of our customer base is what makes our lives a whole lot easier. Because then we're not spending as much money on marketing and advertising. Because our retention is greater. And it's all beginning to make a little more sense. So we're going to wrap this up and be done, but I would just want to reiterate it one more time. The need to make a profit is the obligation of every company. As basic as that sounds, sometimes we get lost in thinking working harder is going to make more profit dollars. Absolutely not. Not going to be the right answer. The first thing we got to do is understand cost. Then we understand cost. We understand a customer base we got to go after. We understand the customer base we got to go after. Then we're going to understand the image that it's going to take and the professionalism that's going to take to go after that customer, and what type of employees is that going to take to retain that customer. And that's when the hours of work get reduced, the profit margins go up, everybody gets more family time, including your employees, and the business thrives. You know what's cool about each and every one of those things? They're all choices that you get to make. They're all choices that you get to make for your company. It's easy to decide, hey, yeah, let's buy that jackal. It's an easy choice. The hard choice is, damn, that person's not doing their job. I got to fire them, and they've been with me 10 years. But do what's best for your company. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. Got a late start today. Got a little bit of rain going on where we did earlier. It's about moved through here now. So the whole day's not a wash, but you know what? It's Monday. So here we are. We're back at it again. We'll be on April 21st, moving through another month. It's hard to believe that here we are, April 21st, 2025, and it was just January. It was just January, but hey, it is what it is, and times are moving by, and that's all right. That's what it is. We did, like I said, got a late start. Guys got in here about 9:00 this morning, and got squared away and got out about 9:15 or so, 9:20, and doing. We're in a mow mode today. It sounds crazy that a lot of rain days you'd say, well, hey, we're going to do this, but we didn't have enough rain not to stop, basically. So, yeah, it's wet. It's going to be a little damp, but I mean, it wasn't like we had, an inch of rain or anything like that overnight. I didn't even look and see what we had. Matter of fact, could real quick look here at our BAM app and see what we had, but it wasn't much, but it was enough to just put us on a late start. So yeah, we're out and about, and that's what we're going to do today. Cause you guys hear me talk about it a lot. We're early part in the week's our heavy load of mow, so by the time we hit Wednesday, we're almost done. Thursday, we generally are done. So Monday, we hammer it out pretty hard. That's the way we do our mowing here. You guys know it. But so, yeah, that's why we, on a Monday, we're gonna go if we can go and get it done. So we're throwing the resources at, doing that today. We have a crew leader in the hospital. So it's not a life or death situation, I don't think. But he's been out for a few days. Derek's been with us, I don't know, 35, 36 years. And I don't know, last week he was not feeling good. And about Wednesday, he decided to stay home a couple days and reached out yesterday and said he was in the hospital and they were going to keep him for a couple days. They'll try to figure out what's going on. So having a hard time, getting his breath and breathing and feeling better. So I share that with you guys, not to give you his medical history, but to, just hey, if you believe in God or whatnot, or whoever you believe in, give me a shout out, give him a prayer, and, hopefully he gets better. So, yeah, that's what's going on here. But, yeah, appreciate the text for sure. Appreciate that. And appreciate you guys listening to us and looking forward to a great show today. I had a special guest I'm going to put on my show here in just a couple minutes with me, James from Evansville. And he just dropped in on us like 10 minutes before we were getting ready to go on. I was actually wrapping up my my show notes, and I'm like, oh my God, man, good to see you. So yeah, we're going to have James here with us, and we're just going to talk about his business. And but first of all, I want to give Daniel a big shout out on his show, and Aaron Walls. Aaron, appreciate your show this morning. I was listening in on that as well. So, and here we are, round 3. It's my turn. So appreciate you guys listening, and let's see what we got. Beautiful wet spring day in Litchfield. I hear you, Seth. It is, man. It is. It's but I appreciate you listening to us while you're out and about and doing your thing today. So wanted to reach out to Ben Taylor, our SCAG rep from Midwest Equipment. Again, he dropped off at one of the Jackals for us to try this week for a few days. We'll talk about that too, James. But yeah, so Aaron, I want to tell you, I'm going to let James tell you what he does in Evansville here in a minute. So, but anyway, hey, let's tell you what, let's just bring James on. James, appreciate you dropping in on me this morning, man.
Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, you never know. I told him I met James, I don't know, a long time ago.
22 years ago.
Is that how long it's been? I was going to say about 20 years. Dang, gone 22 years ago at a seminar down there at Scotty's lawn equipment that we do each year for them down there. For they always have their Pro Cutter University Day the last Wednesday of February.
Yep.
And I met James down there, and we've kind of grown up together, really. I mean, you go back 22 years. God, I was 40.
Yeah.
How old are you?
57.
So 37. So yeah, man, we've kind of seen a lot of things come and go and change. And so tell our listeners a little bit about your business and what you did, what you do now, because he's transitioned like a lot of businesses. We start off doing one thing, we transition into something a little differently, kind of like a grub worm, you know?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Well,
We start out in the larva stage, just crawling around, you know, and then finally we decide we're going to fly.
there you go. No, you know, 24 years ago in February, I started this company after leaving a family owned business for several years and started out in mowing grass. Thought things were great until I met Wayne. Then I found out I wasn't charging enough, so got on your program in the second year, and it just took off from there.
Hang on, man. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal program. And I was mowing up until about 3 years ago with the industry trying to find those quality employees.
Right.
I had to make some changes because I'm really picky about how things are done. And that's maybe a taboo for me, but I just got to the point where the workforce just wasn't putting out the quality that I wanted. So we switched directions and we started going more towards landscaping. And then now I'm really big into the water features.
Yeah, I knew you were saying that just a minute ago. The koi ponds.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And
so how did you? What pushed you to that direction?
Well, I like to install the water features themselves, the bubble rocks, the pondless waterfalls, all that fun stuff. And I always had people asking me questions about ponds. And so I thought, well, let's start learning about them. So I got my nose deep into the books and started reading up on the stuff, and I've just fallen in love with it. And I've got my own koi pond at home now. I've got 13 amazing fish, and I'm actually looking to add on to my pond.
When did you start providing that as a service to your customers?
And only about 3 years ago.
Okay.
And it's taken off. It's been a lot of guys are getting out of it, especially in my area.
What's the drawback to why they get out?
I guess the younger generation doesn't see the value in the koi ponds as much as I even do, and there's just not a lot of guys in my area that do it anymore. So
what do people do with their fish in our market to where it can get cold enough to freeze?
Well, if your pond's deep enough, they'll overwinter at the bottom of the pond.
Okay.
So you're fine. I mean,
but the feeding them is not an issue?
No. Basically, when they go into hibernation mode, you don't have to feed them at all. So,
okay.
And then they just kind of hang out. On a sunny day, they will come up and swim around some, but typically they're chilling at the bottom of the pond. So
nice. And how big of a pond does it take to have I know I've seen different size, ponds out.
Yeah.
But what's somebody like say, hey, a customer, how do you recommend hey, this is a size you may like, if you're coming to look and talk to me?
Well, basically one is obviously the area that you've got to work
yeah.
with. The second thing is if they want fish, are they going to want a lot of fish? Do they want them to get big? Because koi will grow in the areas that they have to grow. So if you put them in a small pond, they're not going to grow as big as if you put them into a bigger pond.
Oh, okay. I did not realize that.
They adapt to their surroundings. So, so there's a lot of factors with it, but most people a 15 by 20 pond is probably a common starting point. And then when I'm putting these ponds in, I'm always looking for ways to maybe expand it in the future, because once they fall in love with their fish, they want to make them a better place.
Yeah. How's their survival rate? Pretty good?
Great.
I mean, when you were kids, you'd buy a goldfish and it'd last 2 or 3 days, know.
Yep. I've actually got over in Owensboro, Kentucky, I've got a woman that she has a koi pond she's got 7 koi in it that she's had for over 27 years.
Oh my!
And they're probably 1.5 to 2 foot long.
So she's got a big one then, isn't it?
It's actually she downsized her pond after her fish grew, and they're
Yeah.
actually in a really small pond now. But yeah, she's got some pretty healthy fish.
That's
there.
a big fish. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. So what's the maintenance on your side as a contractor? You know, how do you make money on a pond? Obviously the installation,
And then
is it the maintenance afterwards?
the maintenance afterwards. When you get a pond in, sell them a maintenance package where you come by on a monthly basis and just keep things clean. Make sure that there's no algae growing, and just help them maintain that pond water to where their fish are doing well.
And how problematic is that?
It can be, especially if it's in the full sun. There's a lot of you get a lot of algae problems in those ponds. But typically, if you stay on top of it, you can keep it under control pretty good.
So what's a maintenance program look like for Wayne's got a pond in his backyard? Do you come by once a month?
Once a month. Yep. So, and it includes the startups in the springtime, the clean outs in the springtime, the maintenance throughout the summer.
When you say clean out, what leaves or debris that get in
leaves
it?
and debris. Yeah. For me, I typically try to sell a customer to pull the pond down every other year. Basically take it down to nothing, pressure wash everything, get everything all cleaned up, and then bring it back again. If they can afford that, that's what I recommend. If not, we do the best that we can as long as we can until the gunk on the bottom just gets so bad that we have to do a takedown all the way.
You got to do it.
Yeah. And then we also do the nettings in the fall, keep the majority of the leaves out, and then the shutdown if they don't want to run their pond throughout the winter months.
If they're not running it, what do they traditionally do with their fish?
Leave them in the pond. You just got to make sure that the pond stays open, that the water doesn't freeze completely over, so that there's oxygen that's getting into the system.
Good deal, man. This guy says he loves our conversation today.
Good.
He said because the uncle's had a koi pond in Morgantown for probably 25 years, about 20 by 20. That's a big
pond.
Office.
Yeah.
This office is 19 feet that we're sitting in, so that's a big pond.
Yep.
That's probably brings on a little more maintenance, doesn't it?
Oh yeah,
Is it like a bigger swimming pool?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean that's what it amounts to, right? You got a swimming pool you're taking care of, only fish.
And if you don't stay on, and a good example, a couple of weeks ago, we did a clean out. The guy hadn't maintained the pond and hadn't drained the pond down in probably 6 or 7 years. And we pulled it all the way down and cleaned it up. We were there for 13 and a half hours, and there was rhizomes on the lilies that were as big as my arm, because it hadn't been cleaned out in so long.
Okay, speak English to me. What's rhizome?
That's basically it's Bermuda grass. You know how Bermuda grass grows? Got the little rhizomes.
Right. So it's the same concept.
Same concept, but with a water lily, and they were huge. We had some sections we were pulling out that were 6 or 7 feet long, that were as big as my arm.
That's pretty crazy.
And you shouldn't really let it get that bad, but.
How do the fish like it? Seriously,
they love it. They eat. They actually eat. Some of the fish will eat the lily pads.
Okay. Now, is there much maintenance from the fish standpoint, like feeding the fish, or?
Yeah, I mean, you need.
How do you feed
them?
I'm just curious now. I'm just getting educated myself, really. I mean, do you feed them once a day, once a week? How do you feed a fish?
I feed my fish at home. I feed them once a day, but I don't feed them a bunch. But yeah, I'll come out of a nighttime. I shake my dispenser, and they all come up to the top. I throw a handful of food in. And
they know you're there to feed them.
Oh yeah, yep. And you build a rapport with these fish.
You ever hook them?
No. Now, if the economy doesn't shape up, we might be eating them one day.
No.
Kidding. Just kidding.
Yeah. We don't need any phone calls, But no, I bet my brother, he's got a pond. He's up in Scottsburg, Indiana, a regular pond, not a koi pond.
Oh, yeah.
And with catfish in it. And he puts dog food. He feeds them with dog food.
Yep.
And it's crazy, man. When I don't know how they know it's him walking up there, but whenever he gets there, man, the water just starts churning. They're just there waiting, knowing that he's going to be throwing that dog food in there.
Exactly.
And the first time I saw it, it was crazy. I'm like, man, could you fish with dog food in here? He's like, man, you ain't going to do that to my fish. You know, if you want to fish, you can throw a worm, but you ain't going to trick him. He said, hell.
Like, you got to be fair.
I didn't realize you could use dog food for fish, you know, but how with a koi like that, is there different varieties of those things?
Oh yeah.
Because I don't like, and this is going to sound a little weird maybe, but there's an Oriental restaurant I go to that has a pretty decent sized koi pond in the lobby.
Yep.
And there's like some of the traditional gold ones.
Yeah.
But there's some white ones that are sparkled and stuff like that in it. Is that due to just a light issue in their facility, or can you get certain ones? You know, they're like dogs, like
yeah, they're all different colors. Yeah,
you know, poodles and German shepherds and that. So.
Yes, in fact, it's kind of funny that you mentioned that because I'm up here seeing my significant other, and she's got a next door neighbor that's got a koi pond, and he's got a beautiful. This thing's probably 24 inches long. It's almost yellow. And I said, man, the house is up for sale. I'm hoping that the new owners don't want the fish, and I'll go buy the fish because I just want the yellow one.
You just want the fish.
No, it looks amazing. I mean, this thing is just phenomenal. But yeah, they come in all shapes and sizes and colors.
What would you say? What's a normal size for your customers? What are
about probably 12 to 15 inches.
Okay.
So they get pretty big.
All right. And then like waterfalls rolling down into them, is that something y'all do with them?
Oh, yeah.
And that's just to keep the water moving and aerate it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That sounds really cool, man. The few that I've seen look really nice.
Yeah.
God, we were doing a leaf cleanup job one time for a guy and had leaves all over the place and didn't see the damn pond. And the guy stepped in the pond.
Whoops.
Honest to God, true story. Sure did. And guy stepped in the pond. And we were worried that it might have cracked the liner.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when he went in, but it did not. That's what the customer's concern was. Because when he went in, he tripped and he had a backpack blower on and literally fell in the pond.
Oh, he was wet.
He got wet. Derek, it's the guy that I was telling you that's in the hospital.
Oh, okay.
It was actually him many, many years ago. He fell in this guy's koi pond up.
Oh, fun time.
Oh, God. James, I need you to come clean my pond out with my landscape. My mowing guy fell in the pond, you know. So if it happens, you can say, well, yeah, that probably true story what happened to Wayne.
Yep,
you know.
Definitely.
But weird things happen. But what's a maintenance contract go for on something like that?
It's all going to depend on the size. Kind of like, mowing grass. A quarter acre is going to be a lot less than an acre and a half, 2 acres. So it's all dependent on the size, how many plants they've got, how many fish they've got.
So do you do their plants too for them?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So because you basically on the plant side of things, you want to keep them contained in baskets so that they don't overtake the pond. So you take those out, you clean them up in the fall and do your trimming back in the fall and get them ready.
Where do you get the fish? Where do you order them?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a company in town that I use that will order them. Their little fish store. Do
they survive well?
Oh yeah.
I mean, like from getting, or is there like a significant die rate or whatever?
They do fine. They ship fine whenever they bring them in. It's amazing that they come in a cardboard box and you got a fish in a plastic bag, and they do fine.
And what's one cost?
Again,
size
is going to range. I mean, some of these fish can be thousands of dollars.
Oh my God. I had no idea.
Yeah. So, if you want to start them out small and raise them as your kids, and then hopefully when you retire, you can sell a couple of them to live on.
Daniel, 1 year for Christmas, I'm not even going to call this thing a fish tank. It was just a fish bowl. And we got him when he was younger and had, put a fish in it. Would died in about 2 days. So we went up and got a little bit bigger one. That thing ended up, hey, Daniel, how long did Kissy live? 7 years. He had one survive 7 years with
in a fishbowl.
In a fishbowl.
Yep.
Yeah, sure did.
So probably didn't have an aerator.
No aerator in it. Nothing. No, just water. And every once in a while we'd clean the water out.
Yep.
And but yeah, and then one day it was really weird. One day I went in to wake Daniel up for school, and the fish was out of the tank. It had jumped out.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, it was right after we got Lacey. So I don't know if Lacey was in there, and I mean Lacey didn't knock the fish out.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know. And it Kissy was its name. Kissy was there on the floor all dried. I'm like, oh my God. Got to tell Daniel's fish is dead, you know. And
Flush it down the toilet. Go get another.
Yeah. So anyway, that we had Lacey then. So I don't know that it worked out okay. Daniel was okay with Lacey. We didn't have to get another fish, but yeah, that goldfish made it 7 years in a bowl. You know, just a little small bowl.
Yep.
And so they're hardy.
Oh yeah, they are.
You know.
And actually, a lot of people put goldfish in their ponds, which is really not a great idea because they like to. If you get a male and a female in there, they reproduce like crazy, and they're fun.
How do you know on a fish
that they're goldfish?
Know that they're male or female? I mean, seriously, it ain't like most animals, you know.
I haven't figured that one out yet.
Okay, so if it happens, it happens.
Yeah,
it's not like you'd say, "Hey, I want a male or I want a female."
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm not sure at this point.
All right, fair enough. I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I was just like,
yeah.
We'll move along.
Move along.
Next. I'll tell you what, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. Talk to James about his koi pond, and we're also going to just touch on some business aspects of this. So stay where you are. We appreciate you. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. Welcome back. Welcome back. I got James Daly here with me. We're talking about koi ponds a little bit and how he transitioned from mowing lawns to koi ponds and landscaping.
Yep.
So I get that, that is a pretty good connection, isn't it? I mean, landscaping to koi ponds, it can be one in its own.
Oh, definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what do you normally try to do around a koi pond as far as landscape wise? I mean,
it again, depending on the yard and where it's at. I mean, plant selection, you definitely want a lot of water plant material because that helps filtrate the water.
Yeah.
Keep it clean. So the more plant material in the pond or around the pond that takes in that nutrients from the fish is really good for you. And then outside of that, obviously you want to try to keep it as tidy as you can too, because the more debris that falls into the pond, obviously the more troubles that you do get.
Yeah.
But it just depends on the situation.
Do many people start off like smaller than what they think they're going to want?
Yes.
And have you upgrade? Because I could see me doing that. Like, okay, well, I don't want anything that big. But then you have it a little bit, and it's like, oh, this is pretty cool. I'd like to have something bigger.
Yeah, and whenever I go in and look at a customer that I'm putting a pond in for, I'm always thinking to the future because I know, like for myself, when I put my pond in, it was only a 10 by 15 pond, and I'm expanding my pond this summer to I'm going to do a spillway into another bigger pond that's going to be a 25 by 30.
Oh my!
So I'm going big, and I like to, whenever I set things up, if I've got the idea that maybe they're going to want to add on in the future,
right?
I'm looking at that site at that point, saying, okay, if we come back in 5 years, where we're going to add on to this pond at.
Any problem with animals getting into them?
Oh yeah. Here, and this is funny because with retention ponds now being open all the time, a lot of the blue heron are moving into neighborhoods and stuff and eating customers' fishes. And that's a problem. You got to watch that. And then obviously your raccoons, they like to get to them sometimes as well. I'm not sure the neighborhood cat's going to do a whole lot, but really when you're building your pond too, you got to keep that in mind. So you got to build caves for the fish to hide out in so that, if let's say a blue heron shows up in your yard, at least they've got a fighting chance and they've got someplace to go hide.
Right.
But that's the biggest problem now is with the open water, so much open water, these blue heron are moving into neighborhoods and they're eating people's fish.
And they're eating the fish.
Yep.
No warranty on that for sure.
No,
we had
not at all.
We installed a landscape in one of our areas. Prospect, it's called. It doesn't mean anything to you probably, but anyway, just a nicer area, but it's out a little.
Mm-hmm.
And but that night we put the landscape in. That night the deer came and ate probably I don't know. Kyle can tell you for sure, but I mean 80% of their ornamentals that we put in.
Smorgasbord.
It was like, and she called and she was like, "Are these warranted?" And I was like, "No." Well, and she was frustrated at first, but then she was she understood it that it wasn't anything we did.
Yeah. Yep.
You know, but yeah, she got up the next morning to sit on her deck and look at her landscape, and a lot of it was gone to where the deer had come in and eaten her ornamentals up. So yeah, so I think thinking about fish. I mean, whatever something gets to the fish, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's that. Unfortunately, that's nature takes its course. And
so, what do you do besides fish now? The koi ponds.
Landscaping is the only other thing.
Is it
I
so
do.
Landscaping and ponds and
that's it.
How much is that taken off your mind from like mowing and?
A lot.
You bluegrass in my mulch and.
Yeah, I mean I like it a lot more simply because I can schedule around a pond where mowing I had to be there every Monday,
right,
no matter what. So with landscaping, I get a little more freedom. I'm here. I'm in
the
Louisville,
flexibility.
Kentucky. Yeah, I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
Yeah, you showed up here on a Monday when
exactly. So I didn't have to be out mowing grass. I didn't have to worry about sharpening blades or greasing fittings or whatever it may be.
Right.
And it's believe it or not, I find it so much more relaxing and easier than.
And how many how many people do you have help you with your ponds? Just you?
I've got 1.5 guys at this point.
I got you.
So it's there's 3 of us, and the one full-time guy that I brought on, this guy he's young and he's energetic to learn, and I think he'll be with me for a long time.
Good deal.
Yeah. Yep.
So you don't have that stress of who's showing up and
exactly.
Can they back a trailer up or can they? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. you lived that for a few years, right?
Yeah. You know, the crinkled bedsides and taking 20 minutes to back a trailer into a parking spot. And it's like, come on.
Yeah. So the frustrations provided the impetus to move it along to koi ponds and landscaping, right?
Yep.
I hear you. Well, speaking of, landscaping and plants and fish, and you see my weather thing here. I wanted to talk about that. What I just gotten, how does it affect fish? I guess Bam sent the thing out talking about, how they think it's going to be drier now in the Midwest and the Ohio Valley area than initially their long-term forecast was for summer. How does that affect the koi ponds at all? Any?
The only thing on the koi ponds that affects is, really just water level, just maintaining a water level.
And how do you do that with a pond? Is it they don't have a constant supply of water, do they? Or do they?
You can, yes, you can. I try to get people to, if they've got an irrigation system, to put an autofill valve in the pond so that it constantly maintains that water level. If not, when it drops down and they have to add a bunch of chlorinated water at one time, then they're having to put the dechlorinator in the water at the time that they fill the pond back up. So if you're dosing it a little bit at a time.
So how does the autofill feature work? That sounds pretty cool.
Like your toilet bowl.
So it's on a float.
It's on a float. So when the float drops, it fills up and it maintains it all the time.
Does rainwater mess it up?
No.
So the rainwater is okay.
Yeah. I mean, it will mess with the balances,
pH balance.
The pH balance in the pond. But like at home, I catch all my water in barrels to fill my ponds up. So it's I would rather have that versus the city water.
I see. All right. Yeah, I didn't even think of that on the ponds, but that's because I don't do ponds. But
yeah.
That would be, if somebody's got an irrigation system, that'd be the way to do it, isn't it?
Yep.
And they just run a line over to it.
Yep. Put the autofill valve in the skimmer, and it'll maintain the water level all the time.
Yeah. Damn. Somebody figured that out too, hadn't they already?
Oh, yes, they did.
Yeah, absolutely. And you do maintenance on those as well?
Yeah. Yep.
Nice. Nice. Well, you know, even with ponds and landscapes and mowing at all, it's something I want to talk about and get your input on too is what I was going to talk about today before you walked in the door.
Surprise.
But no, we're glad you did. But the definition of a good deal, how much pressure do you get with ponds, since we're on ponds, of, well, I can get it done over here for this. How much competition do you have, I guess?
It's very little.
And
I think that's more of a better reason why I got into the ponds is because a lot of the guys are getting out of it. They're not wanting to do the maintenance on these ponds. Now, there's guys out there that'll build the bubble rocks and the pondless waterfalls. But as far as doing the pond work itself, there's not a lot of guys out there that want to really mess with that.
How does a
anymore.
pondless waterfall work?
Well, basically, you put your tank underground. So
right.
basically, you got what they call aqua blocks that you build. It's like milk crates.
Okay.
You bury those in the ground. You put a liner down. You put those inside the liner, and that's going to hold your water for your fall. And then you've got a pump that pumps the water up to the spillway, and then it runs back down into the.
How do the fish live in that?
That you don't. That's
it's strictly
just water.
It's strictly just water feature.
Yeah. So it's no open water, so you don't have to worry about the insurance company calling you and saying, hey, you got open water source in your backyard. You don't have a fence up. You know, we got problems. Pondless water feature gives you the sound of the water without the risk of drowning, let's say.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Yep.
And it's nice to know about the competition.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah, that was a side benefit to it as well. But, you know, I'm sure, or you remember it from your landscaping days some too, where somebody says, well, I want a good deal. I've often wondered, and, you know, my dad and I talked about this a lot, you know, and he helped me understand how to respond. I want a good deal, but what is a good deal? I mean, you know, is it price? What, in your opinion, and it's not wrong or right, and I ain't setting you up.
Yeah.
You know, what do you consider a good deal for a pond or for a landscape or for whatever service it is?
A good deal for a pond or a landscape is putting the right things in the right places and giving the customer the best product that you can put out. That's the good deal.
That's the good.
The price has nothing to do with it.
Thank you very much. That's exactly what I've got on my sheet. The prices should be incidental to the good deal.
Exactly.
You know, to me, in the way I was taught by my dad was, it's the good deal is, first of all, is his definition of a good deal. It doesn't mean it's right for everybody, but is when the buyer and the seller agree on a price for the service or product that they're buying.
Yeah.
That's the good deal.
Yep.
Now, what we do as the seller to create the perceived value in what they're buying from us is where the consumer becomes comfortable in saying, yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just wish we could, for our industry as a whole, get more people to understand that a good deal is not a cheaper price.
No, it's not.
Because normally we spend more money on a cheaper price in the end result than we do on the good deal that we got going in.
Exactly.
You know, and we see it a lot with landscape work.
Mm-hmm.
You know, now even, you know, going back and having to fix things that somebody's done. Do you run into any of that with pools when there were more competitors or ponds, not pools, where somebody just did something to be less expensive for somebody and now you got to go back and solve that problem?
Funny you say that, because I've got a customer that I've been working on her little pond for several years, and she's older, she's retired, so her money situation has changed. And I kept on telling her over the years, we need to put a new spillway in. The way this one was built, I'm assuming her husband probably built it because it was just, everything was kind of makeshift. And I go, we need to at least rebuild this spillway because you're constantly having troubles with this. And I gave her a price, and she's, well, that's a little more than I want to. Well, she paid somebody else to come in and rebuild her spillway last year.
Yeah.
And when I saw it for the first time this year when we were out, I go, we're going to be fixing this. And we've already set up a time to go and fix it right.
Right.
So and this was one of those situations where she thought finding a cheap guy to do it was going to take care of her problem. And it's just now she's going to be spending more money with us. Had she just let us do it, we would have
done it right the first time.
Exactly.
And that's where I think the value in a good deal comes into play. Is it goes back to, you know, the price is forgotten long after the service is remembered.
Yes.
You know, and that's the reality of it. And I want you guys that are listening to us today, you don't have to be doing puns to understand that this mindset applies to anything that you do in your business.
Even mowing grass,
landscaping, lighting, irrigation, whatever it is.
Yep.
Don't worry about being the least expensive contractor in your market. I mean, that's fine if that's the way you want to go, but also know that there's a certain type of buyer that does want the deal.
Yeah.
You know, and that buyer is normally the person that has no loyalty to you for anything moving down the road.
And they complain about everything.
And yeah, they're the 95-5 rule people that, you know, 5% of your people are 95% of your problems. And it's normally the people that pay the least.
Yep.
You know, and that's, I want to be a takeaway from our show today is that aspect of it, that don't feel like you, to be a good deal, that your customers are getting the best price. Mm-hmm. They get a fair price for training, education, and knowledge. That's the definition of a good deal.
Mm-hmm.
We're willing to give you a fair price for our training, education, knowledge that we have to do whatever it is you want done.
Yeah.
Put your koi pond in, put the right plants in that pond, or put the right plants around your pool.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we see that done a lot where we go back and have to deal with that. You know, well, my plants are dying around my pool. Well, it's because we got chlorinated water
inundating the
plants. And, you know, these plants aren't designed to live on chlorinated water, you know. And I know there's different products that can be used to make water safe too now in pools, but still, at the end of the day, when you got a man, that's not the right word, but a man-made product to make something right coming into a plant that's not used to what it's getting because of the splash over of that. A lot of times it's not our fault, but it is our problem.
Yeah.
The fix. And so, you know, that's a big thing to learn. How about website? Do you have a website?
Yes, I
where
do.
you promote your ponds?
You know what? I've got a little bit on there, but I don't. You know, it's one of them things that I don't keep up with my website very well. But
right.
Yeah, I do have ponds listed on my website, and it's at dailylawnandlandscape.com, and I promote a lot more on my Instagram page.
Do you?
Yeah. And
how's that work for you?
That's done really well for me. I've picked up some work off of that. I'm not on the other page, the FB page.
Yeah.
I don't do a whole lot there.
Yeah.
But I've talked with other people that have done well promoting on that page.
Right.
I just choose not to be there.
It's different buyers sometimes,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
We actually, in the Profit Circle tomorrow night, we've got a gentleman with Thrive, which is a national company. He's going to talk about websites and the importance of websites for your company, regardless of what it is you do, because that's where people go now. I mean, you and I are old enough to remember the Yellow Pages, right?
Yeah.
You know, and you know, everybody let their fingers do the walk, and now they let their fingers do the walking on a keyboard to find you.
Exactly.
You know, and if you don't believe that, you need to understand that. And, you know, I want you guys to understand that whether you're a one truck operation or a multi-crew company, you need presence. You need presence with a website to attract a better client. Referrals are great. We all love them. No pun intended. It's like shooting fish in a barrel,
mm-hmm.
right?
Yep.
But I mean, you know, referrals are great, but normally there's not enough referral work to keep us busy. And when I say us, a company that wants to scale or be larger, they're great, but at the end of the day, we need to think about what we're doing to get our social presence out there. Instagram works good for you, evidently.
And then Google as well. In fact, if I use Thrive, they
oh, do you?
Yeah, they take care of my whatever the rankings, and my representative tells me you got to get on your Google page and update your Google page. That's where you're going to get. That's where you're going to get most. Yeah. Yeah, and that's where you're going to get a lot of your referrals from the internet are off of that activity on the Google page. So if you don't have a Google page, do something simple. It doesn't take long. I'm horrible when it comes to computers, but I set up my own Google page and it's done wonders for me. Now, Thrive takes care of it for me now, but that's something that would definitely give you a boost up in your area.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want you guys to understand it was regardless of the market that I go to, there's a lot of guys that say I don't have a website, and the good thing is that gap's closing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But we as a business owner need to understand we need to have a website. And Dan Kasser is going to talk about that tomorrow night for us in the Profit Circle. But I'm looking forward to his presentation on that, quite honestly, James, because, I mean, we make an effort to be seen.
Yeah.
We do. I mean, we're not a huge company by any stretch of the imagination, but at the end of the day, we want to be seen. We want those calls, and I'm glad to hear you say, hey, it's just three of us, but I have a website and I do Instagram, and what would be your best recommendation for our listeners of why, even as a small company, you do that?
Well, you always want your name out there. So unfortunately, work doesn't always come when we want it. But if you're when you're always promoting it out there, you're going to get calls trickling in. And I'll be honest with you. I track all my phone calls that come in, and probably 90% of my calls come from Google search.
Yeah.
So that ought to tell you right then and there that if you're not on Google, you're not going to get the calls. And I turn away a lot of stuff. So
is there a busy season for koi ponds?
Yeah, spring, basically springtime cleanup starting up, and then fall closing everything down.
So it's kind of like mowing and landscaping.
Yeah.
I mean, people want things cleaned up and then cleaned up in the fall again.
Yeah, and shut down properly, and then if they're running their pond through the winter months, we will want to make sure that we get all the plant material, the leafy material cleaned up out of the pond before.
What do you do with it? Does it store from season to season, or you just replace it in
the plant
spring?
material you leave in the pond? You just basically you cut all the foliage off and pull the foliage out so that it doesn't drop to the bottom of the pond and decompose. So basically,
so the leaf surface is cut off.
Yes. Yep.
And so you got the root system that's
still in the pond.
In the pond.
Yep. And it comes back every year.
Now, is the water temperature what dictates that? Kind of like our ground temperature dictates grass growth. Water warms up, then the
plant material comes. Yeah.
Material starts coming on again.
Yep.
It's crazy how similar it is.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
And plants need fertilizer in the water just as well as the plants above ground. So
is that a separate licensing? I'm sure.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. Nice. You've educated me a lot on ponds. I've never really thought about this much about, and I'm not saying we're going to go out and do koi ponds, but I mean, it's
your guys are going, no, we don't want any more.
But I tell you, I mean, recently we have had it holiday lighting and landscape lighting.
I started holiday lighting this year,
and they were both good for us.
Yeah.
And for the same reasons that you discussed on why you got out of mowing predominantly.
Mm-hmm.
They require a little more time and talent, but they're good income producers, they're good profit centers.
Mm-hmm.
And if it rains today, it's okay.
Yeah.
You know, tomorrow when we go to do the job, it's still the same number of fixtures getting installed. And now you might get behind because of your work volume.
Yeah.
You know, but still, it's not like when you were out there trying to mow lawns and spray lawns that, you know, mowing them specifically this time of the year, you get a day or two behind because of rain. Now it takes you 60% more time to do the job, but you're still getting $12.40.
Yep.
You know, to do it. What's pricing look like in that world? I mean, is everything based on labor hours and material, or how do you do it?
Yeah, labor, material. So, but it's pretty lucrative.
Yeah.
I mean, people, let's just say, for instance, a 7 by 10 pond, 8 by 10 pond. I mean, you're looking at eight grand easy, and it typically you can do one of these ponds in a day and a half, 2 days.
And okay.
So.
And margin on one of those things is what?
About 35 to 40%.
Not bad.
No.
It's a lot of grass cutting.
Yeah, it is. And that's what I like about it. I can go out and do one of these jobs and I don't have to worry about fueling the trucks up or hoping the guys don't get in a wreck or whatever it may be.
Yeah, right.
Tear something up. And that, that was always my biggest thing was, if you're on the job site mowing grass and you break something, just tell the customer. 9 times out of 10, they're fine with it. But I just got tired of the customer calling me saying, James, I think your guys broke something,
Right. I got a rug ran over, and
accidents happen, and I don't have to worry about that as much with the ponds.
With the ponds.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad it's probably added a few years to your life.
Yeah, I think so.
With less stress and worry and
there's still stress, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I can imagine. I mean, I guess when it gets really hot, you worry about the water in all the ponds.
Yeah.
Or I would think so, because I remember my sister had just a swimming pool, and I know when it was an above ground pool, it wasn't an in ground pool, and evidently above ground pools are harder to deal with than in ground pools. And but she would just stress when it would get hot, just trying to keep that water balance
clean.
right.
Yeah. Yep.
And
which with ponds, with the plant material helps with a lot of that.
Yeah.
So you try to get the right amount of plant material for the pond. But again, if it's if it's out in the wide open sun, that's more of a challenge than one that's got partial shade.
What do the fish like? Do the fish like shade?
Shade.
Do they?
Yep. So that's where you got your caves, you got your water lilies on top to help shade. Plus, it helps protect them from the predators as well. So, yeah.
Is there a temperature range that the koi do better in?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
But they adapt.
I would say that, I don't think that really matters. It's just the food and the water quality is really.
Here's a silly question for you.
Got a silly answer.
Okay, that's fair enough. Does anybody ever put anything other than koi in them?
Yes.
Have you ever had a customer, not put koi in there, but put bluegill in there?
I've got a customer that's got bass and bluegill in his pond.
In his pond.
Yeah. So he doesn't fish for them. I'd fish for them, but
is the maintenance similar?
Yeah, it's not. It's
okay.
Nothing different.
Okay.
Just different fish.
Just different fish.
They're harder to see,
because their color probably because most of those are black bottoms.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, dark bottoms, but
dark.
yeah, I mean, you can see them over nighttime more with the lighting that's in them, but during the daytime, unless you're in the right angle, they're kind of harder to see. Where the koi, you can sit back at 10, 15 feet and you can see the koi fish swimming around.
Now, do you do the lighting as well for the ponds?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's, you know what? If you don't have the lighting, you're missing out on half the fun because nighttime. In fact, I posted something on my Instagram page last week that, I went out and sat next to my pond and the fish all came up. They thought I was feeding them. I was out there having a drink and they came up and they were all active and everything. And it's because I had the pond lights in it and I could see them swimming over nighttime. That's fun.
I bet that was fun.
Oh, I enjoy it.
I always wanted, at my house, I've got a little bit of a berm or a hill that comes down by my deck, and I always wanted a little waterfall coming down that thing.
Well, let's get it going.
Oh God, not now, man! It's no pun intended. This water over the dam now. But I always did think that would be really cool, just because it ain't a big steep hill. It's really not at all. but it would just have looked really neat to have like a little waterfall run into a pond, or actually what I thought was a pool, but just couldn't afford it at the time to do that. That would have been really cool because I've seen these pools with those waterfalls where they come into the pool.
Yep.
But I thought, oh my God, that would have really been nice.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that, you know, when you want to do it, you can't. When you can, you don't want the
You
headache.
don't want the headache. Yeah.
You know,
But I'll tell you what, once people get
but
a water feature and
yeah.
they hear that water all the time, they wish they would have had it 20 years earlier.
Yeah. Kind of like my hip surgery.
Yeah, there you go.
I waited forever for that damn thing. You know, I gimped around forever. And then after I did it, I was like, God, why'd I wait? You know?
So are you running the marathon for the Derby?
No. Daniel did, though. There's Daniel's marathon picture. He actually did run a marathon.
There you go.
My God, he decided. Oh my God, true that. I hear you. But no, Daniel decided one year. I don't know. He's like January or something that he was going to run a marathon in May.
Wow,
and did it. And
that's impressive.
Yeah. So that's why I hung his picture up there. I mean, I don't think I've ran 26 miles in my life, but I mean, maybe collectively in sports in high school doing wind sprints and shit, but you know, just a run.
Yeah.
You know, I don't.
Not on purpose.
Not on purpose. Now, it might have been purposeful running, but not on purpose running. Oh my God. Well, hey, I appreciate you hopping on here with me today, James. This was certainly a pleasure, man. I'm glad you came to see us, and
yeah, it was fun.
It was really great, and evidently we've got several people that were interested in the koi pond thing aspect of it, and I appreciate your knowledge, sharing that as well with them. So
great add-on service that it doesn't take a lot.
How much training does it take to do something like that? Because we do talk about diversification a lot.
Yeah, I mean, as far as the getting the pond water quality right, yeah, that takes a little bit of knowledge there. But as far as building these things, a lot of your suppliers provide classes, one-day classes that can teach you how to build these ponds. And take the time, go take a class and add it to your the money stream, and
you get a leak.
Happy.
What do you do? Drain the pond and seal it, or do you have to normally replace?
Typically, the leaks on all the leaks that I've ever come across in a pond situation, it's always, if it's got a fall, it's always in the fall somewhere. So, or at the skimmer. So basically, with the freeze and thaw, where the liner attaches to the skimmer, a lot of times it'll pull apart there and leak, which is an easy fix. Or if you've got
when you say easy, what's an easy fix?
An easy fix is taking the liner seam apart and resealing it and putting it back together. Because basically the water gets in behind the liner and the skimmer and it freezes, and then it kind of opens up that area, and then you'll get water leak out there. So that's an easy fix. Typically, if somebody calls in the spring and says, hey, my pond was fine last year, it's leaking down, I look at the skimmer first, and then I go up to the spillway or the falls, and typically that's where it's at.
That's where it's at.
Yeah, ground settles, ground moves, and with the freeze and thaw, and that's where you typically get your leaks at. Very seldom is it in the pond itself.
Okay. When you put one in the ground, that brings up another question. Do you put a sand base down, or do you dig a hole and do what then?
You dig the hole, and I use an underlayment. It's like a felt material.
Okay.
You put the underlayment down, and then depending on, if you're using really big rocks, then I put the underlayment down liner, and then another underlayment that the big rocks will sit on, and that just gives you more protection to keep it from punching through.
I got you. All right. Well, here we are up on it. I mean, it was a pretty quick hour.
That was.
And for not knowing anything about ponds.
And we were going to only talk for like 10 minutes.
Yeah, like 10 minutes. 10 minutes. True that. True that. But hey, I appreciate everybody's input and your text on it. Certainly, as always, you guys make the show what it is. James, I'd like to thank you again for hopping on unexpected. You know, I mean, that's a lot of pressure to ask. Hey, man, you want to go on the radio with me?
Yeah, I was a little nervous at first.
But no, it's when you know what you're talking about, it's easy. You know, it's easy. But hey, I appreciate each and every one of you guys for listening, and look forward to seeing you guys on Wednesday. And in the meantime, if you have any pond questions, don't call me. No. I'm sure James wouldn't mind helping you out. He's a nice guy, man. But hey, it is another revenue stream. It's something to look at. And it goes back to you don't want to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. But, maybe you can look at something within your business and, says, maybe this isn't creating the profit dollars that I want. So maybe I can look at doing something like ponds that does have less competition, the needs out there, and it's a niche need, I'm sure, right? Is that fair?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a niche need or probably a niche want, more importantly.
Yep.
And you know what we always say, people pay more for what they want versus what they need.
Exactly.
So with that being said, you guys have a great Monday. We'll see you Wednesday. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. My, oh my. We got a good show planned for you guys this morning. Doug, appreciate you listening. Yeah, Doug's into a project. Looks like he's running a mini excavator today. So getting a little work done, but I appreciate you listening to us, Doug. He says, probably going to be a little hard to text in, but hey, that's all right, buddy. We appreciate you listening. And looks like you're out hammering it out. Weather looks nice up there Pennsylvania way. And we got some really good weather going our way today. Looking forward to Matt with BAM Weather is going to hop on here with us and talk to us a little bit about the weather. So looking forward to that here in a few minutes. But man, it's hard to believe that it's already hump day. Here we are, Wednesday already. And before we know it, it'll be Friday, and we'll be talking about what we're all doing this weekend and how that's all moving along. And Lordy, I don't know. I tell you what, it's just time's going by. But hey, I hope you're having a great week so far. Ours is going really well for us here at WLS, and great teamwork going down, man. We're doing a little mowing today. We've got a little fertilization and weed control going on today, a little bit of landscaping going on today. Taking out our jackal, the Skag jackal today, using it on a few jobs, seeing how that works out for us. So we're looking forward to that, and looking really forward to seeing, production-wise, how it works out for us. So be anxious to see what our crew has to say about that, and give that feedback back to Ben, our Skag rep with Midwest Equipment. So appreciate them being an outstanding distributor for us, to say the least, and appreciate our Skag dealer as well, So Bluegrass Lawn and Garden. So Kenny and them do a great job for us and really help us with our business. I mean, true business partners, and, that's something we got to think about is, partnerships with our dealers and distributors and, suppliers, because, we are business partners. I mean, we count on them, they count on us, and both of us make a fair profit and everybody wins, and those relationships are things that we don't seem to appreciate early on in our business life, if you will. It's more about me being the owner and, I'm the owner and I'm going to hammer you because I can. And, nobody likes that. Nobody wants that. So, let that be the takeaway, man. This ain't Truth Bomb Friday, but let that be the truth bomb of today, Wednesday's wonders or something, But the reality of it is we got to have great relationships with our suppliers and our vendors. So, just they all sell parts. I want you guys to know that too. I get that question a lot, when I'm traveling around, well, Wayne, what equipment do you all use? There's a lot of good equipment out there. The key is to find a good dealer. Find a good dealer, somebody that understands your needs as a small business owner and how working together can benefit the both of you, you know. Um, but yeah, they all sell parts. I tell people that all the time, man. They all sell parts. But I mean, some of them do, or all of them do have, hey, they might do this a little bit better than their competitor kind of aspect to it. But, the reality of it is, there's a lot of good manufacturers out there. There's a lot of good equipment out there. And it's just up to you to find a dealer that wants to partner with you, and so you can help their business and their family and their employees be successful in the same line. They can help you and your family and your business and your employees succeed. So yeah, kind of went down a little bit of a road on that, but that is the reality of it. So this Jackal, I'm looking forward to the feedback on it today and see what our guys think about it and get some pictures. Katie's out doing some videos with it as they do the work with it, and looking forward to seeing what that looks like. But speaking of going out and getting some videos, the other night Kyle and I met one of our customers after we did a lighting install. They got some really nice lighting completed at their home, and they were really appreciative that we came out. I know I touched base on this the other day, but I got a little more funny part of the story to pass along to you guys. It's about perception a lot of times. And this is something that the reality of it is that a customer's perception is our reality that we live in. And had a great friend Hecabus, that actually taught me that about 4 years ago, that we can think what we want to think about our businesses, but it's what the customer thinks and what's the customer's perception is the reality that we live in. And I share that story with you that for this reason, that after we'd went out there the night after, or the night that we did the installation, went out and Kyle went over the app with the customer and how to set it up and how to save different features and different light settings that they can do with the cast lighting that they bought from us. And they did go with very, very high quality lighting. And that's pretty much what Kyle sells, quite honestly. 99% of what we've put in the ground is cast lighting. I don't know that we've put anything other than their brand in the ground, really, but it's just a great product. But anyway, the gentleman calls Kyle up Friday evening early and says, I've got a problem. I can't, get my app to work. And but what he was trying to do was just simply trying to work his lighting system without his lights actually on. And so it's one of the small things you learn as you go along as a contractor. To be sure to tell, that's something that we'll add now in part of our presentation after we do our install, that, hey, your lights got to be on. You can't go in and adjust your lights, blah, blah, blah. So, but here's the part of the story that's really important that I wanted to tell you guys was his son and a couple of his sons and all, they were all in town for Easter, and they were there. And when Kyle rode out there to, get them squared away, and and that's something that he did do on a Friday evening with the fella, just because, again, it's all about customer service. That's what we offer. That's what you offer. That's what we all offer. We don't offer lights, or we don't offer mowing or fert and weed. We sell service. That's what we sell. And part of what we're going to talk about later on in my show is that aspect. But and I know Bam's going to be ringing in here on me in a minute, but Matt is. But it was funny. This gentleman's perception was he told his son while he was talking to Kyle, he said, even Wayne came out here the other night with Kyle. And I think that's something that we all need to look a little bit more at and I know based on your company size, maybe you're the owner and you're on every job. And then that's perfect. That's great perception. But this guy understands that, we're not a huge service, but we're not a one truck operation either. And he appreciated the fact that the owner came out. And I had actually talked to this couple, 3 or 4 years ago, initially made the contact with them, and we did a little bit of landscape work for him. But he thought it was really cool that I took the time to come out there with Kyle. We drove independently out there because it was an evening call, and we both took, went out independent. But he told his son, he said, even the owner came out here to check on Kyle. So I'll finish this story here in a second. Let me get Matt here going with us. Get him on here. Matt, how's the world treating you guys today?
It is absolutely amazing. Perfect weather. Can't complain.
Yeah, that's right, man. If we're complaining about this weather, we got a real problem.
That is damn right. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. But hey, I appreciate you hopping on with me today. And yeah, and I want to hear what you got to say about the weather. But as you're doing that, I got something for you to just think about.
Okay.
We got the Derby coming up here in Louisville. And I know it's a long ways out. We're 10 days out or something of that. But if you kind of think about that for me for a little bit and let me know what next week kind of looks like. But in the meantime, what's the weather looking like in the short term across the country right now for our listeners?
Yeah, I think especially for any of your listeners that are kind of more to the plains. So I would say especially kind of, let's call it the eastern half of Nebraska into Kansas, Iowa, even portions of Oklahoma and Texas. It's a really messy setup, but there's going to be a lot of rain. There's going to be some folks, I think especially in portions of Kansas, that can get 2+ inches of rain, some very heavy rain in areas that really desperately need it. They're going through some drought conditions out there, but a few stronger storms will be possible. Lots of rain. I think as we look at the radar this evening into the overnight, we're going to see a lot of rain on the radar from Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, even portions of southern Minnesota and South Dakota as well. There'll just be lots of rain. And then out ahead of that system today, I think especially in the southeast U.S. in particular, areas of Tennessee, southern Kentucky, Mississippi, Alabama, northern Georgia, there'll be some scattered storms there as well. So patterns starting to ramp up here as we head to the back half of the week. Getting into tomorrow afternoon, this would be kind of more of a concern for you as well, Wayne. But the concern is, one, there's going to be some additional storms out west, portions of Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, Texas. The concern that there can be some more scattered storms that creep up a little bit further north tomorrow afternoon. That's going to be even, Louisville, eastern Kentucky, southern Ohio, maybe areas like St. Louis, Indianapolis can get an isolated storm. But some heavier downpours, I think, can be possible. Low risk for a stronger storm or two. And then that wave out to the plains slowly starts to creep east. And I think it's especially getting into Friday. That's especially going to impact areas in the Ohio Valley and the U.S. Southeast for scattered storms. That'll be possible, and that'll drift into the Northeast heading into Saturday here as that wave slowly moves from west to east. And so a lot of areas across the, let's call it central and eastern U.S. are going to pick up on some rain here, some much-needed rain at that. A few stronger storms. Again, today, perhaps Thursday and Friday, we can get a few stronger storms as well. That'll be possible. Southern plains, a lot of areas that need rain are going to get the rain. And then things will quiet down for a brief time. But I'm concerned kind of things ramping up Sunday night into Monday into the plains. Perhaps a few stronger storms there. But let's keep an eye on next Monday, Tuesday. There's some signals there for more of a better severe weather outbreak that can kind of erupt, especially in the Monday, I would say kind of portions Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, Wisconsin, down into Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Another round of some strong storms, and that'll eventually kind of move its way east. And that's where we need to be on the lookout, I think, especially Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning for kind of our neck of the woods, Wayne, for some strong storms. And eventually that'll slowly move east as we head into Wednesday. There's probably going to be another severe weather outbreak getting the next Wednesday as that front continues to shift east. That's going to be primarily, I think, east of Ohio, eastern Kentucky, Tennessee, down into central Texas here. There's another front there in behind that. The Derby's on next Saturday, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So as long as the data kind of holds true here, and I think that front, there's another front behind that severe weather outbreak getting into early in the middle part of next week. I think that front can pass through generally getting into Friday here, and it should set the stage for some drier weather in behind it for Derby Day getting into Saturday. We'll just need to watch the timing of that second cold front. That would be kind of the key here. But, the good news with that, since it is more of a cold front here, not necessarily a full-blown low-pressure system,
right?
The rain chances are going to be really confined to the front passage itself. And so my gut for now is pretty favorable for the Derby.
All right. Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for that. What would you say next week in listening to you? Because, there's a lot of events. Daily there's something, going on. But it's work-wise for us at Wayne's Lawn Service and guys, in this vicinity, if you will. I know it's a big week because there's a lot of derby parties and things, the people want to get landscaping done for. And, between you and I, Matt, a lot of people just use that as a push point. Hey, get it done by Derby, and then half these people aren't even at home for the Derby, but it's a way they can put their thumb on us. How much good work time you think we might have next week?
I think quite a bit, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. I think, I mentioned that system rolling through into next week, probably kind of into your vicinity, probably more of a Tuesday night, Wednesday morning type of deal.
All right.
As long as the timing holds true, things can slow down or speed up. That always happens from a modeling perspective. But as that front moves through, we probably get some good dry days until that secondary front moves through, right?
Yeah.
And that's more Friday. So Wednesday's probably dry, Thursday's probably dry. And to be honest, as long as the timing can hold true here, a lot of Friday can be dry as well. And so I think you get a lot of working hours into next week. I mean, gosh, Monday is probably dry too for you.
Good.
So you'll be able to get a lot of working hours in for sure, in my opinion.
All right, man. Well, we're going to trust it for now. I'm sure you'll keep us updated. I know,
Yeah,
but
it should be good. It should be good. And the weather in between these weather systems, just kind of the pattern we're getting into, the warmth, I think, is going to start to really be apparent here. And so it'll be great conditions, in my opinion, to get work done outside of some periodic rain chances.
I got you. Hey, one thing I did want to ask you about on a weather thing that y'all put out Monday about it looks like maybe a drier summer's kind of moving a little further east, potentially into our area. And I think we're kind of like in the equal chance side, but we're right on the below normal side of that now. We're earlier we weren't. What's caused that shift? To move for a little further east with the drier summer.
Yeah, so it's just kind of based off some of the years, our research we've done, years that have had similar pattern drivers to what we're dealing with now.
Okay.
And it's all about where does the high pressure settle in this summer. It's very common for kind of a dominant high pressure to set up in the summer. Obviously, your listeners out in the Central Plains know that's a very common place for the high pressure to settle. Obviously, when I talk about high pressure, I'm not talking about a lot of rain chances, right? It's usually pretty quiet. High pressure is usually associated with sinking air versus rising air. Obviously, you can't get much storms with the sinking air. And so kind of based off some of our research, we think that area of high pressure can just be a little bit more expansive.
Okay.
And it can really start to snowball as we get into, I would say, especially kind of middle part of May and then getting into June and July. Once things start drying out, what's very common is, and maybe you've heard this phrase before, drought feeds drought.
Right.
It's a feedback loop, right? Things get dry, and then there's not enough moisture to really pull from the ground to help develop storms. That allows things to warm up more, which makes things drier, which makes storms less possible, so on and so forth.
Okay.
And so it's just based off our research, more of an expansive high pressure and drier here. Years that we've looked at, I mean, some people may kind of, pop their eyes out of their head a little bit, but, one of the years we're looking at, the year like 2012, we're not forecasting it like 2012, but that's especially in ag circles notorious for big time dryness. But for your listeners out in the plains, they're in a spot, Iowa, the Dakotas, Nebraska, Kansas, especially northwestern Missouri, those areas we're definitely concerned about for some, drought conditions.
Pretty dry stuff.
Really, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So may lead to some fall seeding work looking at it from outside the agriculture side of the farmers and whatnot, because that's a different set of problems for them. But
right
for the lawn and landscape contractor, we're going to have to make sure customers are watering installations to say the least, because they're going to be wanting items warranted or whatnot, and then also, but it could bring on a revenue stream of seeding work in the fall. Then is what it sounds like, maybe. So good deal. We'll kind of look at that side of it from a business side.
Yeah, and definitely, the sprinklers will be running for a lot of areas where it's probably a little bit more consistently wetter this summer. Is around that high pressure is where the better rain chances will be. So any of your listeners kind of southeast U.S., Florida, East Coast, there's probably going to be more rain opportunities there throughout the summer because on the outside of that high pressure, that's where the rain's happening. That's where the action happens. Now, for us, the Eastern Ohio Valley, let's call it, there will be better chances versus those areas out in the Central Plains. It's probably not going to be, completely bone dry. We're talking about no moisture at all, right?
Right.
I think there'll be some opportunities.
Because I know in looking at that map you guys put out, even just 100 miles southeast of us is an above normal potential.
Right. And that's very common. It is. There's probably going to be a pretty sharp cutoff between those who are doing great with moisture and those who are really struggling.
So the have and have-nots is not going to be a wide gap, is what you're saying?
Yeah. It probably will be half a state, if that. Kind of a difference between those who are in a good spot and those who are feeling pretty dry. But I do think there will be extended periods in summer for areas like Louisville, Indianapolis, Lansing, St. Louis, kind of along that eastern periphery of our dry on our outlook. Extended periods of dry, which, to be quite honest, that's how the past seems like 5 years have played out. Right. We get these longer stretches of dry, and then you get a slammer of a storm that brings 2-3 inches. That definitely is in the realm of possibility. And in fact, anytime we get these big areas of high pressure out in the plains, and we get all this heat to build up there, sometimes that can help allow for, you may be familiar with the term called a derecho, right?
Yes.
That's usually in the environment that they form. They form on the top of those high pressure, where all the heat and instability is building, and then you get these big blobs of storms that kind of work their way down, and it's very common, in the Ohio Valley, Northern Plains in particular, for these storm systems to kind of evolve these derecho type of storms. Of course, they don't happen all the time. They're fairly rare, so it's not like we're going to get tons of them. That's not likely to happen. But at times, that would be the concern, right? So So that's definitely going to be a risk. I think, especially folks in the Northern Plains, Great Lakes, and I would say even Eastern Ohio Valley. In fact, I mentioned the year 2012, even a year like 2011. That's another year we've been looking at. They had some of these really strong storm clusters that went through. So, time,
Yeah. Well, only time to tell, I guess, right? And as we get a little closer, you guys will be perfecting that forecast. So,
100%.
Man, we appreciate everything, the BAM weather does for us. And like I always say, it's certainly return on investment for us and for you guys that are looking for accurate weather forecasting. And I don't want to paint the sky too blue because that's always hard, but no pun intended. But, the reality of it is, I mean, you guys are worth every penny spent, man. I mean, it really is. And then some. So just to know, just a preliminarily schedule as well as active day scheduling, man, that y'all help with. So, the value to that's incredible, to a business. And
and probably just one of those one decision, one kind of scheduling shift here or there.
Pays for the service, man. It does.
Right there.
Yeah. I mean, one day of launch or don't launch, more importantly, when you tell us not to launch, saves us money as well as the days, that you say, yeah, go ahead and go,
Right.
And,
you guys have tons to worry about too, right? It's not your job to be a meteorologist.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can make a decision off of numbers on a piece of paper or on a computer screen.
Right.
What do those numbers actually mean?
Let me ask you something about water, if you would. Rain specifically, and it may be outside your expertise. I don't know, but why does it seem like in the any time of the year, but specifically in the summer, when it's dry and then you finally do get rain, that it seems like a half inch of regular rain from the sky is better than an inch and a half of irrigation. Why do you know why that is? Why does a plant respond better to natural rainwater over irrigated rainwater?
I don't know the answer to that specifically. A lot of that probably has to do not only kind of the composition of the rain.
And I wasn't trying to put you on the spot with that, Matt. I swear to God I wasn't. But
no, you're fine.
It just does seem like from an agriculture standpoint, I'm gonna call it a horticulture standpoint, that a little bit of regular rain goes a lot further than a lot of irrigation.
I mean the problem too is when you're irrigating, right? It's a beautiful sunny day, high of, let's just call it 85 degrees, right?
Okay.
And you're watering the grass or whatever you're watering. Sure, that's great and it helps, but during the daytime hours, it's going to be constantly evaporating. There's a constant pull of moisture back into the atmosphere. When it's storming, obviously, that'll happen before and after the storm, but you're dealing with less of that as it's storming. And so probably seeping in a little bit more into the soils. And usually comes down really heavy, like all at once. And so I don't know, again, this is where I don't know enough about, kind of the biological part of things. With maybe the grass or whatever you're watering maybe responds better to a really heavy dump of rain. And then there's the composition of the rain itself,
right.
Whatever water you're using, whatever minerals it has, or whether that's, city water or what have you, there's going to be a little bit different ingredients in the rain, so to speak, coming straight from the sky. You're going to have a different composition to that as well. So I don't have the perfect answer for you.
But I know that was more of a horticulture question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. That's something I would have to dig into a little bit more.
It certainly is appreciated, Matt. I just want you to know that.
Worries.
So, and our listeners love hearing from you, weekly.
Yeah.
So
I love to do it. Like I said, I'm a weather nerd, right? And so I love to chat about the weather. So
good deal. Well, hey, we'll look forward to talking to you next Wednesday if it works out.
yeah, I think that should be a great day to chat about it.
All right. All right. We appreciate you, Matt. Thank you. And thanks, Bam, for everything y'all do to help us make our company run smoother here when it comes to the weather aspect of that. I wanted to touch base on something just for a few minutes here on client selection and how critical client selection is for each and every one of us. Because we're doing a lot of estimating right now. A lot of proposals are being put out right now. And the main question that I want to ask you guys is, are you chasing the right clients? Because it's really easy to stay busy or get stuck in a rut, if you will, on trying to just get clients, if you will, versus the right type of client. And I've been in that rut myself in the past, that sometimes we think about client count versus quality of client. And I just want to reiterate that a little bit today on my show, because if we're constantly, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way or at all, and sometimes you don't even know that you're going after the wrong client. And I am a firm believer in that there were a lot of years, excuse me there, had to cough. There was a lot of years when we didn't realize we were targeting the wrong demographic, for our service. And the thing is, based on your company size, you may have different demographic targets. And Dan did not get into this last night, just for the sake of time. But, you may be going after different types of demographics, and it's perfectly good based on the diversification of services that you have and that you offer. Let's see what we got. Corey said, "You're spot on. Thank you. The first year in a long time. For the first year, I've been told no." Yeah, there you go. Corey says it's first year in a long time he's been told no. That. So absolutely, it's okay. No is okay, but focus on that right clientele. Because what happens if we don't? It's kind of like, I don't want to use the word stuck. Maybe that's not the right word, but when we constantly do the same thing over and over and over again, I'm wondering why we're not seeing things change, and we do it for year after year. It's up to us as the owner, the business owner, manager, operator, because we wear all those hats and wear all those titles, it's up to us to make the change. And sometimes it's just as simple as, maybe instead of looking for a lot of clients, we look for a fewer clients at a higher job total, if you would. And then what I mean by that is, look past the second for fertilization, weed control, and mowing, but landscaping, for an example. Maybe instead of constantly looking for clients that want that $2,000 to $3,000 mulch and trim job, we start looking for clients that want that $4,000 to $6,000 trim and installation of mulch job, or even greater than that. My point is, don't look at the numbers that I'm throwing out there. Just ask yourself, what am I currently going after, and what can I do differently? And because what I caught Wayne doing myself here, what I caught myself doing was stuck in that rut of going after that hedge trimming and mulch job all the time. And yeah, it was decent money, but a lot of times when we're stuck in that rut of just mulch and hedge trimming, and there's nothing. First of all, let me say there's nothing wrong with it, but don't fill all your time up based on your company size with that same type of clientele, because yeah, the mulch and the hedge trimming is a reoccurring revenue each year for your company. But what we also need to think about is let's look at the installation side. Let's look at hey, at what point do we suggest to the clients that, hey, those plants have done all they're going to do? They've aged out basically. Why don't we get a different look in here? Have you considered, doing something different? Let's see. Um, On the first side, I started subbing myself out to mow guys who don't want to spray. Absolutely. We do that for quite a few of our competitors. We've got quite a few of our competitors that they don't like to spray, couldn't find somebody they could trust. And we said, hey, we'll do it. We'll do just your spraying. So that Mike makes a great point there. That is an outstanding and an awesome opportunity for you to do things like that. But know that it's okay to build on larger projects, and know that that's really what your goal should go. Darren said he's just tuning in. He missed most of the show. Can we go another hour so we can hear what we talked about? Oh, I don't know about that, Darren, but we can go a little bit over for sure. But I got a couple appointments here myself I'm going to be running on. And that's one of the great things that I like most about my hip being better is that I get to really aggressively go out and see more people than I was able to do in the past. And, we're talking about, client selection and whatnot, and changing the value of some of the jobs that we're making our core content. It's like us, for an example. We got to be willing to change. That's it. And I'm kind of getting ahead of myself a little bit, but here's my whole point of talking about this. If you're going to be running a business and you've got the challenges associated with running a business, we might as well do it with the right clients, right? I mean, why are we consistently but maybe not intentionally going after that lower value trim and mulch job when we could be looking for higher value, higher profitable installation jobs? And a lot of times it boils down to confidence. We don't have the confidence in ourselves to go out and sell the job. But the reality of it is, if we attract and sell the right clients, it makes things happen within your business that you haven't seen before, and that is less clients, more profit, less headaches. Now, we're still going to have a set number of headaches in running any business, regardless of what clientele mix we have. Whether it's all trim and mulch jobs or it's all high-end installation jobs or anything in between, any blend in between, you're going to have that change involved, And so if we're going to be running a business, which is what we're doing, sometimes we don't want to admit that's what we're really doing. We think we're out doing what we like. But at the end of the day, you're running a daggone business. And if we're going to have the struggles associated with running a business, and maybe that's not the right word, but that's the reality of it. I'm not really good at being politically correct with my verbiage sometimes, but none of it's easy. None of it's easy. Now, we can make it easier than it is by changing some of our client content up, if you will. But we can also change the way we're doing things from a business method standpoint. I hear you. He says, I keep no more than 5% of little old ladies with sob stories and discounts. And that is true. I mean, we all, it goes back to what I talk about, that the clients that got most of us started in business, as our companies begin to grow a little bit and we scale and we start doing more work and we add a truck, we add a crew, whatever it is, we add subs, whatever it is you're doing, a lot of times the customers that got us to that point are not the types of customers that we want or need to take our business to the next level. So I'm not telling you that you've got the wrong clientele. I'm just asking you to look at your customer base and ask yourself, within my customer base, am I the one that's creating a lot of the headaches with the type of clientele that I'm going after? Whether it's, and I say this with all due respect, the little old lady on Social Security, the person that's working more on a limited amount of disposable income, because that's what I'm after in the residential market. That's what Wayne's Lawn Service is after. I'm after people with an ample supply of disposable income that want things. Then the key word is want. Because whether you believe it or not, I want you to believe it. There is only two reasons that people need us. They either want something or they need something. That's just it. They either want a nice landscape or they need a landscape. But what we got to ask ourselves, and I know this, I'm repeating myself a little bit here, but are you going after the clientele that wants something and not the clientele that needs something? Because at the end of the day, ask yourself, what do you spend more money on? Generally. Now, there's outliers and rule breakers to all this. But most people spend more money on things that they want versus things that they need. When we need something, we become more of a price shopper. When we want something, we know what we want, we'll go after it, we buy it, but we got to have the disposable income for that. And that's why I said what I said about we go after clients that want things and not need things, because we know they have more of the disposable income. Now, some people that don't have the disposable income want more than what they can afford, and they become the ones with the hammer. They're the ones that are, hammering you all the time on price. You ultimately have the choice on who you're going to attract and sell. And the question is, how do we attract a better client? And it's not always fancy ads and pretty pictures and, brand new trucks. And that's not always how you do it. But certainly those are things that should be considered when you're deciding on the clientele that you want to go after. When we look at how do we attract a better client, I can honestly say I can't make a list of 1, 2, 3, 5, or 10 things that you should do. Because what it really is, we could come up with a list like that. But the reality of it is, it's everything you do. How you do it, why you do it. So it becomes things as simple as that don't always take place, such as answering your phone call initially when they come in, or answering the email lead that came through your website. Following up with people, even the people that you don't provide service for in their area. Or maybe they want a fence put up and you don't do fences. Or maybe they want a chimney cleaning and you don't do I'm pulling these things out of my butt. But my point is, just because you don't do something doesn't mean you just skip past that person. Because when you skip past that person the first time, they may never come back to your company again for anything. That's why we give anybody that calls here the professional courtesy of a phone call back and let them know that, hey, you called to ask us about getting some concrete work done or a roof put on your house or, being the tooth fairy for a night or whatever the hell it is that we don't do. We give them a call back and say, hey, we just want to let you know that we received your message, but we do not provide that service. And again, this is Wayne's Lawn Service or WLS, whatever. You insert your name, right? But if we can ever help you with any landscaping, let us know. Now, they may not remember that, but they may. At least in the short term, what we've done for them is given them a positive experience with somebody they called, because what do we know? The largest percentage of the people they call aren't even going to call them back. Not going to email them back. And it's like, God, no, but does anybody in this industry return calls? We get that a lot. We get that question a lot. God, y'all called us back. Does anybody call people back other than you all? Well, I know you are. And I know you guys listening to us do. But if somebody out there doesn't, as simple as that is, start doing that. Because it starts with the phone call or the email. And then it moves on to, how do you gather their information? Is it through a website form fill, which is fine. But again, are you following up after the fact? And what does your follow-up time schedule look like? Hey, within 24 hours, we're going to follow up. Or immediately they get an automatic, hey, thanks for sending your request through our website. We'll follow up with you within 24 hours. Let them know it's been received. That's why I said it's everything you do, from the very initial contact, regardless of if it's by phone or email or website, all the way through collecting their data, finding out if they're a fit for your company, setting an appointment, showing up for the appointment, where you parked when you get there for their appointment. I mean, think of this. We've already come up with 5 or 6 things, and we haven't even said hello in life yet, in real person. So that's why I said, how do we attract and sell the right client? It's everything we do. And then after we talk to them, it's how we do the walk around, how we introduce ourselves. How do we address the client? You don't address your client with their name, Charlie or Mary. It's Mr. or Miss or Mrs., if you know, unless they tell you differently. I talk to people a lot younger than me all the time that I call them Mr. So-and-so or Mr. Smith or Miss Smith. It's all the little things we can do to create perceived value that goes along with our nice trucks, and when I say nice trucks, they don't have to be brand new trucks, but they need to be clean trucks. If you're utilizing subcontractors, they need to have clean trucks. They can be work trucks, but there's no reason that they got to be dirty. There's no reasons that their shirts and clothes can't be clean at the start of the day. It's all about creating perceived value. And when you finally start attracting that type of client based on the perceived value that you're creating within your own market for your company, then you're beginning to attract people that have more disposable income, that are willing to spend them with a professional service. Because along with perceived value should come professionalism and pride. And when you put perceived value, pride, and professionalism together, and somebody's responding because you had a nice ad, and because they've seen your trucks out or your truck out, for whatever reason they've called you, then all these other things begin to take place that are creating the perceived value. Then guess what happens? You're attracting a different clientele. So perceived value, pride, and professionalism, they lead to one thing. And what they lead to is profit. And that, my friends, is how you begin to set up a new database of customers if you want to see a change within your business. Now, unfortunately, that change does not take place overnight. A lot of times we want it to. You know, it's like, oh God, we got to, it's got to, how am I going to change this? What you're going to do is you're going to change it one day at a time, one thing at a time. And the smaller your company is, the easier those changes are to implement because you are in direct control of them. It doesn't have to be a trained trait for a salesperson or a crew leader or a crew person or an operations manager because you wear the majority of those hats. So don't use the excuse, I'm small, I can't do it. No, I'm small means I can do it faster than Wayne's Lawn Service trying to implement a bigger change with more people, more jobs, more customers. So don't use the excuse, I'm small, I can't do it. Yes, this in fact is one of the things that the smaller your company is, 1 truck, 2 truck, 3 truck operation, the easier those changes are. But what did happen? It goes back to the fundamental aspect of selling. And what's the most important thing in selling? It's not the price. It's not the loyalty of the client. It's not a relationship with the client. The most important thing in selling is you got to sell yourself first. You got to believe that the changes that you're going to make within your company are worth the pain of change. What are you willing to do to go through the pain of change? I had a gentleman explain that to me, Fred, if you're listening to me still, my friend. I was doing a seminar up in Fishers, Indiana. And he's the one that educated me to the pain of change many years ago. I was up there talking about contracts and the implementation of contracts and proposals within your business. And he said, Wayne, this reminds me of something my grandfather used to say about the pain of change. And that's why I say I learned from you guys as well. And this is what I want you guys to learn today from me. Is that if you change and you're willing to go through the pain of change, of attracting and selling to the right clients, that your company will change. And I am not suggesting or saying that you've got the wrong clients now. I'm just saying, look at your customer base and ask yourself, is this really who I want to build my business with? And if it is, that's fine. Keep working that clientele base, that demographic. But also see what you can do to make some changes even within that demographic to be a better fit for them. Because when you've created the perceived value and demonstrated your professionalism and the pride that you've got in what you're doing, the profit will follow. And it does take a while. Not for the profit to follow, but when you talk about changing customer bases or adding a better clientele to your existing customer base, it's generally not something that's going to take place overnight. That doesn't have to take 5 years or 3 years, but there's going to be a transition period based on what you're willing to put into it, not just financially, but mindset. And your mindset is what's going to control the destiny of the change. Take the time to make the change, go through the pain of change, and see how much better your company will be. We've got less complainers, less price shoppers. And the advantage of the price shoppers, we all know, is they're going to be more loyal. Because when you're dealing with people that hire you for cost, they're going to fire you for the same reason. So, yeah, you may have fit well this year, but next year they're pricing the service all over again. Hey, well, we got the install, that's all that matters. No, that's not all that matters. You got the installation, but now we want the ongoing maintenance to the installation. So now we're getting the best of both worlds. We're getting the reality of the big good push of the new install, but the reoccurring revenue of the maintenance on the new installation. Don't give the good stuff away. We're not intentionally giving it away. We're giving it away because we don't know what we don't know about looking for a better clientele. And when you begin to look for a better clientele and you start seeing this change slowly taking place, kind of goes back what Daniels talks about all the time about 1% changes, right? Make that 1% change. And then that 1% change becomes a 2% change, and 3 and 4 and so on. But always remember this, and we're going to wrap it up and close the show for today. If you're going to run a business, and that's what we're all doing, and we're going to have the challenges with running a business, and that's what we all have, we might as well do it with the best clientele that we can put into our business. Because that's going to give us the greatest opportunity for success and profitability. The least amount of headaches. And how are we going to do it? It's everything we do. It's not one line item. It's everything we do is going to create perceived value, professionalism, pride, and profit. And profit my friends, is not a dirty word. We'll see you Friday. It is Derby week here in Louisville. Some of you guys might be joining us down here at some point for the Derby, but it's a big week down here for all landscapers. Unfortunate part of it this week is it sounds like our weather is going to be a little bit off and on during the week, starting tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So get my buddies from BAM on here, Matt, with me Wednesday. He'll be on our Wednesday show with us to get us through the rest of the week. But today's supposed to be a good day, and is a good day out there. We're supposed to hit about the mid-80s. So good day to be doing whatever it is we want to be doing outside landscape-wise. And because Derby week's up into this week. I mean, this week it actually eases a little bit on us. But up until this week and then getting through Friday of this week is push time on landscapers in our market. Everybody's going to do something for the Derby, you know. Man, I'll let you do it if you can get it done by the Derby. I'll let you do this with Derby, blah, 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 blah. And the funny part about it is what I've really learned over the many years of having Derby as the thumb down on top of us is that most of these people aren't even having Derby parties. You know, it's just a way for them to say, hey, man, I'll let you do it if you can get it done by this time, you know. So, and that's all okay. I get it. I understand it. So, but yeah, we're coming to the end of that this week, and then it's just normal wear and tear and hustle and bustle of being in the landscape industry. I know you guys in different markets, like Indianapolis, for an example, you know, probably the 500 may be a push date for you guys, or down in, you know, Daytona, you get the push. There's different, what Atlanta, probably the Masters tournament, you know, so I know, hey, I don't want to sound like I'm crybabying because I'm not, because every market's got their own push dates. But, hey, we got it under control. You got it under control. We all got it under control. So with that being said, we'll deal with Mother Nature as we always do, right? We can't control it, so we might as well not get frustrated with it and just learn how to deal with it. That's how you do it. So for you guys that may be new in the industry, that's all you need to know is don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It is what it is. It's going to come and go, and next year it'll come and go again. So don't fret about it. Don't stress out about it like what I did for a long, long time. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You still got accounts you want to get taken care of for whatever the reason is, you know. But at the end of the day, you know, the sun will come out tomorrow. And if it doesn't, none of us are going to need to worry about it anyway. So that's the reality of that. Hope you guys had a great weekend and ready to kick off a good week. We had a good weekend for sure. And Seth, appreciate you listening, my friend. We're going to have a special guest on with us here in just a couple minutes, Brad Stewart. So you guys listening to us, if you've got any kind of insurance question, if you want to play stump the speaker, you can. He'll probably have an answer for you, I'm sure. Right, Brad?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If not, I'll find out the answer and get back to him.
Yeah. But no, Brad's got a whole lot of experience. He'll tell you about himself and his experience here in just a second. But I appreciate him hopping on with us today and sharing his knowledge about insurance. We've got a few generic questions, I don't want to call them generic. Basic, yeah. A few basic questions, but seriously, if you guys have any insurance questions that you want to, you know, run through, and Brad would be happy to answer those for you live. You can simply text those to us, and we'll go from there. But again, touching base on your weekend. Hope you had a good weekend. Hope your Monday's off to a good start. I had a good weekend. Didn't do a whole lot. What about you, Brad? Did you do anything involving great? Did you golf?
Yeah, my wife was gone both days, so I played golf Saturday and yesterday.
I got you.
So that was a good weekend. Not that the fact my wife was gone, just the fact that I could play golf without having to do yard work or whatever it was I needed to do. Yeah.
Yeah. How many honeydew projects did you have left behind? Any?
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just like everything else. Business or personal. by the time I get the list done, there's another list formed, so I never get done.
I hear you.
I get done when they shut the casket lid.
Yeah, I hear you. Oh my God, that's funny, but it's pretty true. Yeah. That's right. It keeps us honest, man. That's what it does. So keeps us all good and honest. But I had a pretty good weekend. Didn't really do a whole lot. Yesterday, I'm actually switching TVs out in my RV. So the guy that does all of our tech stuff for us, computers, TVs, that kind of stuff around the house and here and whatever. Lee, he's with a company. If ever you need anything like that done, like you want to, any golf simulators. He does golf simulators.
Really?
He does all the work for him out there at what's that golf store at the mall, across the street from the mall.
Oh, wow.
Whatever that golf place. He just replaced
Golf Galaxy.
Yeah, he works with them and pretty much everybody really that's cares about what they're getting. He's got a pretty good little side business going, and then he is also pretty high up with VA. So, that. But he's got a company called Tech to Go, and he's really good at what he does. So if ever you need any type of TV work, computer work, surround sound work, like I said, he's trying to talk Colin to a golf simulator. Colin's a golf simulator, I think. So
I think Kyle should get it, and then I can just come to his house and hit off.
Yeah.
And then I don't need one.
Then you don't need one.
Uh-huh.
That sounds like a pretty good idea. It's kind of like a boat.
Exactly.
Friend of Finn that's got a boat. Yeah. You don't need one. But that's one thing I have not missed yet is my boat.
Two happiest days in your life.
Yeah.
The day you buy the boat and the day you get rid of the boat.
Yeah, that was true for me too. I loved it. I had a great time with it. With my kids growing up, we had a boat. But boy, I tell you what, a year ago in October when I sold that thing, I was not sad to get rid of it.
We used to. I never pleasure boat. I fished. We tournament fished, and you fill the truck up with gas, or fill the truck up with gas, fill the boat up with gas, $300 or $400. Go fish a weekend tournament somewhere that costs $150 a piece to get into, and then if you don't cash, it's basically $1,000. I told my buddy, I said, dude, wow, where else could you go and throw $1,000 away every damn weekend?
Yeah.
And we caught fish, but
yeah, and enjoy.
We won a couple times, but you win $1,500 a piece and you spend $1,000. I mean, the return's not real good.
Yeah, true that. But
we had a good time though. I mean, it was a lot of fun, but it was expensive fun.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Hey, Craig, appreciate you listening. Craig's listening to us today. He said he's on the beach listening to us.
Wow.
Quick little getaway with the anniversary with his wife. So Craig, we're going to have Brad Stewart on with us today. I don't know if you heard me come on initially with Nelson Insurance, and we're going to talk insurance today for a little while. But before we get into that, I just wanted to find out about y'all's weekend. So it sounds like we know what you've been doing, Craig. You got your little escape planned, and I was getting new TVs. They're not in yet, but got the old ones out. Got the old ones out. Going to get some new TVs in the RV, and looking forward to that. It's time for an update. God, I forgot how heavy those old TVs are, man.
Dude, we've been cleaning up my mom's, like I told you. She's got, flat screen, and then but the one she's got are those that have that big. They look like flat screen, but they've got all that behind them.
Yeah.
Dude, we carried 3 of those out of the basement the night before last, and I thought I was going to have to take therapy. I mean, they got to weigh 130 pounds. I mean, it's the damnest.
They are heavy, yeah. Especially compared to the way the new ones are. It's crazy. So, but anyways, let's see what we got here. Hey, well, that's a good question. We'll ask Brad that question when we get rocking and rolling. Got our first question, right? So, all right. So anyways, let me go ahead and we'll introduce Brad. And for you guys that are listening to us on podcast, feel free to reach out. Or if you're watching this on Zoom, YouTube with us, feel free to reach out to us at any point in time. We can get you in touch with Brad. So, but Brad, if you would tell our listeners your name, and a lot of them know you because they've heard you before, either here on the radio with us or in the Profit Circle. I know you've helped us in there as well. So,
Brad Stewart. I live here. I live about 30 miles north of Louisville. Worked in Louisville my whole life. Been in the insurance business since I got out of college in '85. Worked on the insurance company side for 9 years, underwriting, commercial underwriting, marketing. Got in the agency business in '94, and I've been a commercial insurance agent since 1994 with 3 different agencies. First agency, couple years. Second agency, 15 years. And the agency I'm with right now, 14 years.
So plenty of experience. And what's the difference between I understand it because you've explained it to me before, but what's the difference between underwriting and agency experience? What's that?
So the underwriting background that I had gave me, I learned all the coverage forms. I learned the way that insurance companies basically underwrite or look at a particular risk, the do's, the don'ts, the items that you push to the front to make the risk look better to an insurance company, and the items, I won't say downplay, but items that aren't as important to the insurance company. There's no need of bringing those to the forefront. They'll get addressed eventually, but that's not the stuff that they're looking at in order to price or write your account. I spent, from 88 to 93 as a new business marketing underwriter for a large insurance company, and then I spent from 93 to 94 with another insurance company. And then I just decided that, I didn't want to work for the man anymore. So I went to the agency side, and I've been there ever since.
And it's obviously panned out pretty good for you. I know
I've done okay.
You've helped us for a long time. So what are some, just to discuss, and again, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to reach out to us, 502-550-8307. That's 502-550-8307. And Brad, I'd be happy to entertain your questions. But just as far as general coverages go, can we get rid of the myth that I'm small, I can just have my truck and my trailer is okay on my personal policy?
Yeah.
Can we get that out there first? Because I see that all the time on social media. And guys like, well, you guys, y'all don't have to have separate insurance. Your personal policy I cover it.
So if you, so the named insured, if the named insured is Wayne Bowles, and Wayne's the named insured on the personal insurance policy, and Wayne's doing lawn care out of his personal truck, pulling his personal trailer, then there's two things. I mean, if you can prove that you're not making money pulling around your lawnmower and mowing people's yards,
that's 90% of the industry,
right?
No. Are we talking?
Well, I'm talking about covering expenses and stuff like that.
Paid.
Yeah, getting paid.
Getting paid. Okay.
You're not getting paid.
I was going to say, because there's a whole lot of our industry that doesn't make any money.
You're just cutting your grandmother's yard or whatever, then you're fine. But if you've got Wayne's Lawn Service on the side of the truck, there's an exclusion in your personal automobile policy that will exclude coverage for business use. You can drive your vehicle, your personal vehicle, back and forth to a job site, but you don't use it for business use.
Right. Now, what about the guy that does say that, Brad, that, well, I don't have a name on my truck, so it doesn't matter?
It does matter, because if you're pulling trailers and stuff, whether you got your name on the back of it or not, if you're pulling trailers, mowers, whatever you've got on the trailer, and you have an accident, it would be very hard to convince someone, if you've got 4 skags on the back of a 28-foot trailer that you're just mowing your own yard. So there'll be an investigation, and they may end up paying it, but you may have to wait 6-8 months to get your money too. There may be depositions, which is time away from
What
work.
does happen in that situation? Where I've rolling around, I don't have insurance, I do have an accident, and so but you say they may pay it even though it was commercial use. What happens after the fact on that?
They cancel.
Do they?
Yeah, there's no, you don't get.
And then what happens? Can I still go out and get insurance from somebody else?
Yeah, but it'll be high risk. I mean, here's the thing. If it may cost you a little more in the short term to properly insure yourself, but in the long run, the money that you will save from headache standpoint, just from loss of business, because there's a lot of places that, if you're mowing people's personal yards, most of those people don't ask you for certificates of insurance. But if you're doing commercial properties, you're working for various industrial manufacturers,
right,
property, stuff like that. None of them are going to let you work without insurance, and to a fault, most of them require you to have too much insurance. Guy mowing yard has to carry the same amount of insurance that the guy that's working on the propane tanks. Chances of blowing the entire building up with a lawnmower are pretty slim. Chances of blowing the building up with a propane tank, it could happen. But they do this broad brush deal. And I've got customers that, you can go back to those property managers and stuff and try to negotiate a better deal. In other words, hey, I've got $2 million in umbrella.
Well, I know you did help us do that with Humana, right, actually, or with that pollution coverage they wanted for snow.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. A lot of these, there's consultants are different than insurance agents. Consultants, you can't be a consultant and an insurance agent on the same account. In other words, I can't consult on an account and write the insurance. I have, I've got several accounts that I work with that have consultants on them, and they ask for, because they've got a lot of customers they deal with, and rather than specifically tailor the insurance coverage, the needs for that particular client, they just broad brush everything, and then they spend all their time going back and forth around, up and down with people such as myself, trying to get the insurance right for that particular customer, for the particular customer that is trying to work with it. It's a nightmare. It truly is. Certificates of insurance used to be type a couple things, push a button. Now it's you have to add 5 endorsements. They want blanket additional insured. They want blanket waiver of subrogation.
What does that actually mean, blanket additional insured? Because you're right, we get a lot of that.
So blanket additional insured. Let's just say you're doing work for, Nelson Insurance, and you're taking care of the grounds around our building. Additional insured means that we're requiring you to name us as an additional insured on the policy, so that if you do something while you're working for us that injures someone or throw a rock through somebody's car or whatever, and they sue you, but because we own the property, they're going to try to sue us too.
All right.
So what the additional insured endorsement does is it puts you first in the pecking order, and then our insurance is excess.
So they're going after my limits.
They're going to your limits first, and then they'll come to ours if they get all yours. Right?
Okay.
Blanket just means that if you have a lot of customers that you work for, and they all want to be named additional insured, it's a lot less inexpensive to buy a blanket additional insured endorsement from your insurance company as opposed to naming each one of them as an additional insured on their own.
I see.
It's usually $500. Let's just say it's $500 for a blanket additional insured, and they want $100 a piece for if you name them individual. That's not. It varies by insurance company, but you can usually do 3 or 4 if you do them by themselves.
All right, and
before you get into the blanket. But if you do any more, if you've got 10 customers or whatever, you're losing money to do them on a name basis.
I got you. And what's the basic, if there is such a thing, not limits, but like, let's say I've got a landscaping business, okay, and I've also let's look at two scenarios, and maybe they don't change. I've got a real job, and I mow 50 yards on my own after I get off my real job with a truck and trailer and lawnmowers, or I'm just out on my own mowing 50 yards. Does the insurance requirement change on what I need to have as far as like what's the difference between like general liability, commercial auto, the different things that we insure against for?
So, first part of your question is there a specific limit? No. I mean, there's no law or whatever that says you have to carry a specific general liability limit. But the question that you have to ask yourself is, if you're out there and you're representing yourself to the public, you're in a business. I can only speak for the viewing market is from television and stuff that we have here.
All right.
But we've got 6 or 7 attorneys that I can think of that are doing TV commercials every day. That, if you're injured in this or this happens or whatever, we can get you more money. We're battling the big insurance companies, yada yada. So if you buy a $100,000 limit, and especially if you're not an LLC or some type of corporation, if you buy a $100,000 limit in your personal name, or you don't have any insurance at all, guess what? You throw a rock through somebody or somebody's house or car, they're coming after you personally, and there's no limit, there's no barrier between you and all your personal assets. So they're coming at, if you don't have insurance, they're coming after your personal assets. Now, to go from, let's just say for this goes back to my underwriting days. This has changed probably a little bit, but it's still holds true. So $300,000 limit. Everybody wants to sell, a $300,000 limit. Well, $1 million limit, to go from $300,000 to $1 million is only about 7 or 8% more. So if you pay $100 for $300,000, you can pay $1.08, $1.09 for $1 million. For 8 cents, I'm buying $1 million. The automobile limits, $1 million. I've had 4 claims in the last 5 years that they've thrown out policy limits on stuff. I mean, one of them. And it doesn't even really have to be your fault. You're in it. So you guy in front of you slams on the brakes. You slam on your brakes. Somebody hits you and drives you into the rear end from the guy in front of you. They're going after everybody that's in that wreck. They're going after them.
Yeah.
Now, they may weed you out, but here's the other thing: they'll weed you out, but your insurance company, with the way and they call them nuclear settlements now. That's what the new buzzword is for these high dollar insurance settlements. But they'll pay you $100,000, $150,000, $200,000 to get out of the claim, because they know if they go to court in front of a jury or your jury of your peers, they've all seen those insurance commercials,
right?
The attorney commercials. So hell, those insurance companies got billions and billions of dollars, which they do. But insurance is law of large numbers. So everybody shares. If they pay you $1 million, the rest of us are going to have to make up for that $1 million in the cost of our insurance. So yeah, it's I don't know. Insurance has made me kind of a jaded person.
Right. No. Well, I can imagine after that many years of it. Mm-hmm. So we'll see how that goes. What about? Question is, guy sat down and said, "What if he has cones out? Does that help?"
Yeah, it helps to mitigate the if somebody comes flying. Well, perfect example. I had a claim like that 5 years ago, 6 years ago. Lawn care guy had his cones out, had flashing stuff up. Some kid wasn't paying attention, 17, 18 years old, ran into the back of his truck. The parents' insurance of the kid that hit the truck only had 25, 50, 10 limits, which means 25 bodily, 50 property damage. 25 bodily, 50 overall, and 10 property damage. So when the boy hit the back of the truck, parents didn't have enough insurance on the car for the PIP, which was $10,000, and the lawn care guys' insurance ended up paying for the injuries to the kid, even though they had nothing to do with it. Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. So yeah, yes, cones, flashing lights, all that stuff mitigates stuff, but there's no guarantee that that you can get out of a claim if something like that happens. I mean, all you can do is what you can do, and then
Right.
basically the rest of it's just up to luck.
Yeah.
Basically luck. Because if you mitigate, you do all the loss control stuff, everything you possibly can.
So loss control would be like your cones,
Right, your cones and your safety flashers. You put up barricades.
Anything you can do
anything
theoretically.
you can do, to mitigate a loss, or to prevent a loss from happening. Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't help, but you're never relieved from the liability.
Yeah. There's just, even with all the hold harmlesses, all that type of stuff, you're still not, you're never out of it. It keeps putting more layers between you and the actual event, but you're never out of it.
Yeah. So what would you say in your experience, Brad? How many people, and this may not be the right way of asking this question, but I'm going to make it two questions.
Okay.
Why are they so reluctant to get the coverage, number one?
Good.
And then number two is, how many guys do you see are business owners that you work with, because you service a lot of different industries? How many will go have like the general liability insurance, but they do not have the work comp insurance?
Okay. So,
and why do you think they do that?
So, and we're speaking of states everywhere. So you've got the monopolistic states, Ohio, West Virginia, where everybody buys their insurance through the state fund.
All right.
And then you've got the other states, that are they deal with the standard insurance market. So there's a lot of various things, and I can't speak for other states, but like state of Kentucky, once again, law's one thing, action's another. So the state of Kentucky says if you're a sole proprietor, you don't have to carry workers' comp insurance.
All right.
All right. Sole proprietor. So, but then the courts, in their infinite wisdom, you hire me as a sub. I'm a sole proprietor. I'm working for you, and I get injured. Guess what? I can collect against your workers' comp insurance, even though I by law I can't. I've decided I don't want workers' comp insurance. I can collect on yours, and that's what poor little Johnny or whatever got. He didn't take the workers' comp. Johnny's got a wife and 3 kids, and Johnny gets his leg cut off working for you. Well, I feel it's tough luck, Johnny. You chose not to take workers' comp, but the state, the
potentially
court, it goes back to you. They paid the insurance company for you paid Johnny for his leg being cut off, and paid him total disability benefits till Johnny was gone. But once again, it's and I'm not good, but when everybody making the laws are all attorneys,
right?
And the ones they're all attorneys. At some point they're not going to be where they're making laws, and they're going to be back in private practice. So it's kind of a like I said, I'm not going to go.
No, I hear you, man.
I'm not going to get on that stump.
No, I hear you. So work comp, then somebody excludes out of work comp.
They don't even have to buy it in Kentucky. They don't have to exclude out. They are not required. A sole proprietor state of Kentucky is not.
Now, when you say a sole proprietor, what if they're an LLC?
LLCs
or sub S's.
Sub S's have to sub S. So LLC, the 2 owners are automatically, if there's the owners of the LLC are automatically excluded from workers' comp. So they have to include themselves if they want to be in the workers' comp, right? Sub S, you have to physically sign a Form 4 that you have to file with workers' comp that says that you as an owner you're wanting to exclude your payroll from the workers' comp calculation.
All right.
But otherwise, you're automatically included too.
Okay. So you're in it regardless.
You're in it until you get your.
So it's based on somebody's structure.
Correct.
Okay.
It's based on sole proprietor. You don't.
So if somebody's not sure, then
they need to ask their insurance agent.
They need to follow up with their insurance agent.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then general liability. What's the difference between general liability and work comp?
So workers' comp is a first-party employee coverage. General liability is a third-party coverage for damage to bodily injury or property damage to another person's stuff.
All right. And then I guess your auto stuff is completely different.
Auto's got first-party and third-party coverage in it because physical damage coverage is designed to cover your vehicles. The liability coverage is designed to cover other people's vehicles if you run into them.
What if I personally have a truck?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I go out and I buy a truck,
mm-hmm.
and it's for Wayne Bowes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But then I put that truck into operation in my fleet, whether fleet's 1, 2, 5, or 25, whatever.
Yep.
Okay. Does my personal coverage follow that truck? Or should I have my commercial auto cover that truck?
All right, so there's.
I know it's a few different.
So state of Kentucky,
going
once
on.
again, state of Kentucky is a little bit different. State of Kentucky insurance follows the truck. So if you've got it insured personally, even if you're using it for work and something happens to that truck, then your primary insurance would be your personal insurance.
All right.
Wayne's Lawn Service insurance would be excess over top of that because under the hired non-owned coverage for Wayne's Lawn Service, it would pick it up excess of whatever if the record. Now the physical damage would go back against your personal insurance. The easiest, and I know this is where you're leading me, the easiest way to do it would be if you've got a personal truck that you're using for personal and business use, you need to lease the truck to the business because your business policy is a lot more lenient on personal use of a vehicle than your personal policy is on business use of a vehicle. Does that make sense?
Yeah. All right.
But so you can drop a lease.
How does a person lease their own?
So I've got lease agreements that are already been approved by attorneys, insurance companies, and stuff. Where I give you the lease agreement, you say Wayne Bowles for whatever sum.
Yeah.
Lease this truck to Wayne's Lawn Service, and then it spells out the parameters and stuff of the insurance coverages and stuff that you as Wayne's require Wayne Bowles to do.
All right. So that's something that somebody can just reach out to their agent.
Correct. Yes.
And do that if they want to do that. Okay.
And like I said, the stuff that I'm dealing with is Kentucky specific on a lot of stuff. So there may be, who knows? There may be something in your state that won't let you do it. I mean, if I lived in California, then there may be laws in California that won't allow you to do that. I don't know.
So Wayne Bowles wants to save some money, let's say, on insurance, and I'm mowing just 50 yards a week or whatever it is, and I'm going down the street and I have an accident. My truck's fine, but my trailer had a blowout and my lawnmower flies off the back of the trailer into traffic and causes damage otherwise to cars or property.
Yep.
Is my personal policy still going to take care of what happens in that situation? Because I see guys wanting to debate that all the time, and I'm not going to argue with them.
Your SOL. If your mower flies off your personal truck that you don't have, and you don't have the insurance on the mower, all right, so mower flies off personal truck.
Right.
So the truck itself, the liability insurance may cover if it flies onto somebody else's car, there may be coverage. Don't know, but it's liability, so there's a chance for liability coverage for the mower flying off until they find out that there may be, going back to the business use we were talking about earlier, right? But initially they may pay the claim. The lawnmower itself, unless you have it specifically covered under a separate rider, endorsement, whatever, there would be no coverage for the damage to the mower itself. All right. The damage to the trailer, if the trailer hits someone that resulted in this, once again, this is in Kentucky, state trailer hits someone resulting in the mower flying off, doing whatever, the liability for the vehicle, the trailer coverage itself, the liability for it follows the truck. So truck insured for $300,000, the trailer has $300,000 liability on it as well. Now the physical damage to the trailer, no. You have to schedule physical damage separately from the rest of it. But there would be liability, all right? But once again, there's liability until if they choose to investigate it, and if it's just a ding, your lawnmower flies off and bumps into something, whatever, and it's a couple $1,000s, they're not going to investigate that because they're not even. But if it's a lawnmower flies off, goes through somebody's windshield and kills them, type deal, yeah, they're gonna look into that. So it's all, it's not a matter of whether they will or not. It's just a matter they may if the damages aren't enough, but because they're not going to investigate it.
I gotcha. All right, let's see. Can you get accident life insurance as a small business under the same policy? Example, can my wife cash in and move to Barbados with a 22-year-old if I flip over on a mower?
No. Now, all right, so position I'm in, I'm 1099. All right, so I'm partners with a guy in the agency, but we're both, and the three other guys, we're all 1099. So we have to provide our own workers' comp, but sole proprietor, state of Kentucky, I don't have to have workers' comp. So then I bought a short-term, long-term disability policy that has accidental death and dismemberment on it. So it pays me up to 6 months short-term, and then like a 70%, it pays me 6 months short-term up to what my actual salary is. And then after 6 months, it pays me 75% of what my monthly annual salary is. But if I'm killed, it pays three times, I think it's three times the policy limit. So that, but. So
it's a separate policy.
It's a separate policy that can be bought, but you can under general liability or workers' comp, there's not an accident or dismemberment policy or anything like that, but you can buy separate coverage, yes.
Okay.
And you may even, if you buy a life insurance policy, you can probably get AD&D on accidental death and dismemberment. You can probably get a coverage on it too that's probably 3 times what the face amount is if you're killed accidentally.
Could you talk a little bit, since we're talking about that and that was brought up, like key man insurance, and explain that to our listeners? And I assume that's just for somebody that is in partners with somebody and or maybe not legal partners.
Yeah, they don't even have to be partners.
Okay.
So if you've got a guy that basically your lead guy or whatever that drives most of your business, and say he does all the supervision, he does everything, and hence he's a key man. So to replace him, you may have to hire 2 guys. You may have to hire 3 guys. So you can put life insurance on him. Let's just say his name's Joe. You can put life insurance on Joe as a business that will allow you to be able to replace Joe's income, Joe's whatever, but without a loss to your business. It serves as a.
So the business is the beneficiary.
Business is the beneficiary. Yep.
And what kind of expenses do those policies bring around?
Just well,
I mean, I'm sure it's age, I guess.
It is. It's age and health related. I mean, they're gonna do a pee test and a blood test on Joe, and they're gonna ask. There's like they've simplified stuff now where you can literally get. There's like 10 questions that you have to ask, and you can get up to X. Now, when you start getting into the $500,000, million policies on up, then they're going to do but you can get $250,000 coverage on a guy with just 10 questions and him peeing in a cup.
That's gotcha. Is that something you would recommend?
Oh yeah, I mean, if if you're not active in the business, or you're active in the business, but you've got two or three key guys that basically do all the stuff, and you're basically act as a manager. Well, if those two or three guys are killed in a car in the same truck, what are you gonna do? Now, I mean, you can take the money. You can take the money and just walk away and close the business. But if you want to continue the business, then key man's the way to go. And you'd be surprised at how few people I have that buy key man.
I can believe it. Yeah, I mean it's something that I covered in a different way, but
right.
Yeah, but it's something that you guys need to think about.
Yeah,
for sure. Is the partners in the company, and that's one of those things I think that a lot of times is easy to overlook. Something else that I wanted to talk about was if I start diversifying my services. Hey, I was mowing lawns, or I started out mowing lawns, but now I do fertilization and weed control, or snow and ice management, or holiday lighting. Does that affect all across my general liability and my work comp, or just one or the other?
So,
do I need to let my insurance company know the different things that I do?
The insurance company, because the worst case scenario would be something happen. Well, all right. So there's I can only think of very few times that in 30 some years I've been doing this where an insurance company denied a claim. Most of the time what happens is they'll pay the claim and then send you a 90-day notice canceling your insurance because you were doing something that you didn't inform them of that's not specifically excluded by the policy, but you didn't, there's fraud claims where you intentionally misrepresent to them what you're doing. I've seen a couple of those be some issues. But if you decide, if you're a mowing guy and then you decide you buy a couple of snowplows and start plowing snow and something happens,
right,
then they'll pay the claim, charge you the premium for what it would have been had you told them, and then 90 days later they'll cancel your insurance. But basically, there's things they'll ask your agent up front, does this guy do snow plowing? And if he says no, even though you told him yes, then there's a whole different set of legal ramifications associated with that. But if you answered yes and he didn't put it on there, then there's coverage. If you weren't doing it at the time, there's coverage. But anytime you change operations, anytime you do anything different than what you've been doing, you need to let your insurance agent know, because the company needs to know. And then even if it might be a situation where I'm afraid they won't write my insurance again. Well, independent agents such as myself, if that insurance company won't write your insurance, they've got 10 others that will. It's just a matter of, but you don't. Worst thing you can do is keep something from an insurance company.
Why does the income affect pricing on insurance? My guy's like, how much are you going to be making or doing?
Okay, so if I understand that, why does income affect? Are we talking workers' comp? Are we talking because both of them are affected? I mean, workers' comp's based off of payroll. General liability can be based off of payroll or sales those are the only two auditable classes. All right, GL and sales. GL
Yeah.
is sales and payroll. Workers' comp is payroll. All right. So if the reason it's rated off of payroll is, so let's say you're paying Joe $10 an hour. So every hour that Joe's out there is the potential for Joe to tear up something of someone else's or injure someone. So if Joe works a 40-hour week and then Joe works overtime, now he's working a 50-hour week. So instead of 40 hours for Joe to either hurt someone or tear something up, now he's got 50 hours that he can hurt someone or tear something up.
All right.
So the insurance company has the exposure for that. So therefore they're entitled to collect the money for that, because if Joe does something in the 49th hour of his work week, they're not going to exclude it because it's 49th hour, but you base the exposure basis off of a 40-hour week.
All right.
And if you got more pay, so and if you add 10 employees and your payroll goes up, then you got the exposure of 10 people doing 10 times more than what the two guys you had hired doing. So they're not. It's based off the rate that your initial deal was based off of.
He said his particular agent asked him. He said, "How much are you doing in Christmas lights, and then how much are you doing on snow?"
All right. So there's a separate classification for snow. That's street, and there's a street and road class that they, cleaning class that they use for snow. The Christmas light deal, I went through all of that and looked all of that up when I was talking to Wayne. There's not a separate classification for hanging Christmas lights per se. On the GL, on the workers' comp, they used it was street or lights or something. There was a class on there for that. I've got it written down, but off the top of my head, I don't remember the exact class, so I'm not going to throw that out there because I don't want to confuse or someone come back and say, well, that's not what he said. I'm telling you, there is a class under the workers' comp, but you have to. It's a class that involves heights, because if you're hanging Christmas lights on the side of a building or on a roof, you're 10 to 15 feet off the ground, and that changes the whole scope from a workers' comp standpoint. But the GL, the landscaping, lawn care does not. The landscaping class is a park NOC class, and the lawn care class is a separate class under the.
Well, I know that saved us a lot of money.
Yeah.
Making sure that you're classified properly.
Right. Yeah, because if you're doing mowing and stuff, then that's different than. If all you're doing is putting out mulch and stuff like that, you just need to make sure that it's classed correctly. But if I don't know what state you're in, but different states have different classification tables that they use for insurance, and the different insurance companies have to file the rates with the ISO, the Insurance Services Office, and all that in your state insurance department. So I can't speak, but I know Kentucky, the light hanging fell under the landscape gardening class for the hanging, for the putting up of the lights itself. But then the workers' comp class was a separate code that I've got written down on a piece of paper on my desk, but I don't have it with me.
I gotcha. And the proverbial question, how much is enough?
And
let me rephrase it another way, and you know what I want to say. The guys that run around that says fully insured on his truck.
There's nobody that's fully insured. Nobody could be, fully insured, no. There's exclusions. There's exclusions in your GL policy. There's exclusions in your automobile policy. There's exclusions in your workers' comp policy, your inland marine policy. So, there's exclusions in all of them. If you're really bored and don't have anything to do, you can pull those out and read all of them. But, no.
But the bottom line is
nobody's fully insured. You can't, there's always gaps, holes in coverage. Let's say that you buy the GL, you buy pollution coverage, you buy employment practices liability, you buy employee benefits, Let's see what else. You get all the additional insured endorsements. You get all the blanket waiver, non-contributory, all those endorsements. All right. So then, but then you have a claim that you only buy $1 million, and then you have a claim that's $1.2 million. Well, you're not fully insured. You only got $1 million and $1.2 million. So at some point, you should just put on the side of your truck insured and bonded or insured and licensed.
Leave it at that.
And leave it at that. Don't put fully insured on there, because in fully insured, some lawyer's going to see that and say, well, this guy's fully insured. Well, you're not. No, nobody can be fully insured. There's nobody. You can't get insurance companies to waive enough of the exclusions and stuff. Those exclusions are in there for a reason. You can't afford as a lawn care guy to buy all the coverages that you have to have in order to even be somewhat close to fully insured. Pollution coverage is, it's a separate limit. Now there is, if you do herbicide, pesticide, most if not all the insurance companies will throw in a limit for limited pollution coverage, which basically means that, if you mix the stuff up at your shop and take it to a job site and the tank gets a hole in it and it leaks, that's limited pollution. They're not going to give you full blown pollution, but they'll give you limited.
Now, does that mean, when you said that, Brad, does that mean if you have $1 million policy, you're not going to have $1 million limit on pollution coverage?
That's correct. They'll limit the pollution to
whatever it is,
100,000, 50,000, 25,000, something like that.
Okay.
The snow plowing.
Now, what does it mean? What should somebody beware of? What should a business owner beware of when they get that phone call or they get that cold call, sells the insurance person that walks into their office and says, "You're paying too much. I don't care what it is. I can beat their rate." Where's the? And I'm just going to call it what it is. Where's the cheat on that? When they say they're going to beat a rate, what does that normally mean in English?
So,
because it's probably easy to beat a rate, right?
There's 50. Every account I've got, I could find somebody to beat the rate. I could do that internally, but
what happens when you beat a rate?
You end up with you either cut exposure bases, you cut limits, or you get an insurance underwriter to rate it and give you a price knowing full well that he's going to raise it 40 or 50% next year to get back to about what it was. Because, if I've had an account for 20 years with the same insurance company, then you can bet that insured is priced pretty competitively based upon the loss history and the stuff that have happened over the last 20 years.
All right.
Because, there's the thing that, and I'm not trying to sell you guys anything, I'm just answering questions. The thing that insurance companies, that insurance agents won't tell you, is the longer that I can keep you with an insurance company, the better rate, the better pricing you're going to get, because there's a history.
All right.
They've got a comfort level with you. I've had them for 8 years and they've had a broken windshield, or I've had them for 8 years and they had one bad accident, but they've not had anything other than that. So hence, it was an accident. There wasn't any.
I knew you did tell me that a long time ago, that
there's a
bad accident, not that you want it to happen, is better than a lot of little ones.
Especially on workers' comp. Workers' comp, somebody cuts their hand off, it was an accident. But if guys are constantly getting their fingers hung and stuff, or their back injuries from jumping off vehicles and stuff like that, then that becomes a loss control issue rather than, a guy that, it was an accident. Something flew apart on the mower and it cut, something like that. Even a bad automobile accident, if it's one, but if you constantly got people rear-ending, running into stuff, then that means, probably they're on their cell phones and they're not paying attention to what's going on in front of them. So, that's basically it.
Now, what can some companies quickly do to mitigate some of the cost of insurance? What are some policies they can implement? I know, like we had to get a driver safety course.
So, well, and going back to your thing about the insurance companies. So that's the same thing. I mean, if you've been with your insurance agent for a long time and you and him have a pretty good relationship, there's a lot of things that he can do for you behind the scenes that will make your company and your stuff a lot more presentable or palatable to an insurance company. Having
Well, I know, like with snow,
right.
They took our snow contract and our snow information and took that, and because we did have that in place.
Yeah, because what they're looking at on snow is what type of liability are you accepting after you leave the lot? Are you telling them that you'll be back every 30 minutes? Are you telling them that you'll be back every hour? Because in the snow business, when you plow the snow, there's ice under the snow, and then you have to salt the ice. So, and then the temperatures have to reach a certain temperature to be able to get for the salt to react. That's my basic knowledge of snow removal. But if the temperatures don't get above said number, and somebody slips and falls on the ice, then guess where they're coming? They're coming to you all, and because the person that you made the deal with to plow their snow, they've asked for blanket insured, waiver of subrogation, primary non-contributory, so you're on the hook. And then if it gets really bad, then it may seep through to them somehow or another. But for the most part, most contractors and property managers and stuff know this. Most contractors and most contractors' insurance companies will put anything and everything on that policy so that the contractor can get the job. I mean, there's a lot of times that I see stuff, I'm like, I don't even know why they're asking for that, or why the insurance company would even do that. But they're asking for it, the insurance company does it. But it's really putting a lot more liability and responsibility on the contractor than it should, because you can't control what the premises was before you got there.
How do you know and we'll wrap it up with this as a final, how do you know you're properly insured? You really don't, do you?
No, well, yeah.
Or do you? I mean,
do. If your insurance agent, new business, every piece of new business I got, because I've been doing this long enough, but when I first started doing this years ago, I had a checklist that I had as an underwriter, and I would just go down the list. I said, here's this, do you have this exposure? No. Do you have this exposure? No. Do you have this exposure? And then I'd say, well, and then I'd get the exposure list done. I'd be like, here's the gaps in coverage that I see that you have. And if you want them, fine. I'll get them and I'll sell them to you. But if you tell me you don't want them, then I'm going to document on my sheet that spoke with Wayne on 28th, 27th, 20. Spoke with Wayne Bowles, 4/28/25, discussed getting employment practices liability coverage. Stated did not want it. And that covers my butt, because if you have an employment practices liability claim and you say, well, we talked about that and you never got it. Yeah, we talked about it, but you said you didn't want it, and here's the day I documented it.
Yeah.
Or if I bring you a quote, you don't want it, then I have insurance sign off on it, says don't want, date, and then I put it in my file, because I got to protect my butt just like you are to protect your butt. But yeah, the fully insured part, or the getting the correct insurance, that's up to your insurance agent. That's not, the insurance company's not going to tell you what you need. They're going to provide the coverage that you've requested, but they're not going to tell you what you need.
Right.
So that's a conversation you have with your insurance agent.
All right. And then for the agent that wants to keep the price low and the contractor that doesn't know, are they just messed up until is that one of those things, you don't know what you don't know? In other words, like, how would Wayne find out that, hey, I'm not properly insured? Not with the limits, but hey, you don't have this coverage and you should.
So do you?
You suggest that, like, if somebody's not, I guess this is probably a better way of asking. You can be confident with your agent,
right?
But how do you really know you've got coverage for everything that you really want coverage for when you don't know
Okay, so
what you don't know.
let's
as
say
a business owner.
let's say that, well, Google's your friend. Just Google insurance coverages for lawn care services, and it'll give you a list of potential or exposures that you have or whatever, and then it'll tell you. But I mean, if see, I don't want to throw. Let's just say if the person that you're dealing with, from an insurance agent standpoint, he should know all the coverages that you need. And he should recommend those coverages to you. And then at that point, if you decide as the business owner that you don't want them, then that's fine. That's on you. I'm not paying $500 for employment practices liability. I'm not going to get sued. Okay. Well, all you got to do in today's world is make one little comment about whatever.
Right.
And you're getting sued. Same way with cyber liability. Right now, cyber liability is probably the biggest claim that there is. And I'm not talking about, them getting in and hacking millions of dollars out of your bank account. Most of it is ransomware stuff where they'll get on and they can keep you from being able to access your account information until you pay them $10,000. And then they'll turn your stuff loose, and then you got to go through the problem of getting everything rebooted, redone, and all that. But that's where most of the claims are right now. And most of your insurance companies now will include some form of cyber liability. It may be limited, but there's some form of cyber liability included with the policy. You can get full-blown cyber policies, but those are more for people that handle a lot of other people's transactions. Per se. Yeah.
Good deal. Brad, man, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Man, it was an hour pretty quickly there, but we could just go on and on and on. But I think as a final thought from your end, what would you suggest somebody does right now today to make sure that they can be comfortable with who they've got and what their policy has coverage for?
So nobody, none of you want to get your insurance policy out and read it. Don't blame me. I've got customers that I say, you want your insurance policy? No. Because if I got an insurance question, I'm calling you anyway. Okay,
yeah.
Cool. But here's the thing. You can't, you need to call your insurance agent and just ask him, do you think that I have all the insurance coverage that I need?
And are you properly classified?
Yeah, and are you properly classified? And is who's excluded or included or excluded? Depending upon state law or the need or the wants and needs of the business owner. But yeah, you can't. But if you trust your insurance agent and you're with an insurance agent that does commercial insurance and knows commercial insurance, you're 95 to 100% guaranteed you're properly insured.
Yeah.
But if you're with a personal lines company that's trying to delve into commercial insurance, and I'm not going to name any names, but if you're with a personal lines company that's trying to delve into commercial insurance, or they've got a slot rated bot program that they throw you in that says that covers everything, no. But if you're with an insurance agent that is a commercial insurance agent, and you're with a reputable insurance company, chances are you have the coverage you need.
All right.
But, there's only one way to find out, and that's plain.
Yeah. All right, man. Hey, I appreciate it, Brad.
Yeah.
And Brad, again, he's been our agent for, I don't know, almost 3 decades. I guess at least 2.5.
Wayne and I were both a lot thinner and had a lot more hair.
Yeah, well, you're still thin.
Yeah.
But we've been working together a long time, and the key is to have somebody that you trust. And, if you
Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. Another hump day is underway. Derby week is cruising right along here for us. Mother Nature's been very, very kind to us. We've had rain, but it's been timely, if you will. You guys get it. You understand that. But I know some of you guys have been so lucky with the timeliness of the rain and how much you're getting and all that. I know my buddies down there in St. Louis area, they're rocking it out with quite a bit of rain and high wind and the last couple days. So hang in there, you guys out there in that part of the Midwest. It'll all be okay. You all know it, and I know it. It's just a pain in the butt while you're going through it. So, but hang in there. We've been pretty fortunate, like I said, with our weather here in Louisville so far. So we're gonna keep our fingers crossed for another day. Another day, another dollar. What? You get a raise? So, but yeah, hey, all joking aside, it's been a good week for us here at WLS, and like I said, we have had rain, but it's been timely. And when it's rained, we got yesterday afternoon. It wasn't, we got to about 2:30 or so before we had any issues with the weather. So a couple things we had to take and or didn't have to, but we went back on this morning, and we were going to respray and get that taken care of for one of our commercial customers, some beds that we took care of. So, but it's all about doing the right thing. You guys understand that. So we got that done, and we're out today doing lawn applications and bed maintenance and some landscaping work. Our mowing is pretty much done for the week. We hammered that out Monday and Tuesday and got a 99% of that done. We got a new one or two that we've put on that we're going to be getting today. But other than that, like I said, we just threw a lot of resources at the mowing side of it with the weather forecast the way it was. And we got a few that will cut again on tomorrow for people that always traditionally, have things going on Derby. So we'll take care of them as always. But hope you guys are having a good week yourself. Appreciate you listening to us here on Turfs Up Radio. And it's hard to believe that we're at the end of April. I mean, here we go. We're 4 months are in the book after the end of the day today. And I hate to say it, but, just a couple months, we'll be halfway through the year. So it's time flies. Time flies when you're having fun. Curious to know what you guys are into, what kind of weather you've been experiencing this week, or more specifically today. What you got going on today? If you're able to be out, if you're working, or if you're not able to get out, I understand that too. So if you got rain going on, but hope everything's going good for you guys. We're going to have Matt Griffin with BAM Weather is going to be on with us here in a little bit and talk to us about what's going on across the country and potentially some weather coming through our area. And but you guys know he covers most of the country for us. So regardless of where you're listening to us, he's really good at helping us all out and sharing his knowledge with us on what their best guess is on what's going to be happening across the country. So they do help us out considerably, as I always say. So I'm looking forward to getting Matt on here in a few minutes. He's going to call in and be on with us for a few minutes. But I also wanted to give one of my friends and competitor, Todd Ackerman, A&B Landscape. They're just down the street from us here, not too far. Big shout out for helping us out yesterday. We were trying to get a yard finished, power seeding it. And yeah, I know. Yeah, power seeding April 30th against better judgment, but we're doing it. We did it. And but anyway, the client wanted to proceed with it, so we were trying to get it done for him. But it's crazy. We'd actually put both of our seeders in the shop for service, and then so we got this add-on job. So David Bowling, another competitor and great friend, he said, "Hey man, just y'all can use ours. That's cool." So went to use his, and we had a little issue with his seeder, and we're like, "Oh my gosh, is this not the Jelly of the Month Club kind of thing? The gift that keeps on giving." Trying to get this one backyard. I mean, this is like 4,000 square feet, okay, y'all. So it's not a big area we're trying to get done here. But so we had an issue with his cedar. So that's two of our own, his, and now Todd Ackerman let us borrow his. So big shout out to having relationships with your competitors, all I can say, and getting help from people that can help you. And certainly we will do the same thing for them and have done the same thing for them with different situations, different equipment. But that's why it's important to have a good relationship with, your competitors, or at least some of them. I mean, I know some guys are hard to get along with, some owners are hard to get along with, whatnot. But always try to have some relationships, with some of your competitors. So if you do get into a situation like that, you got somebody you can call on for a little help. And fortunately, David was willing to help us, and then Todd was willing to help us. So we were able to get that done and got it done. So with that being said, we're going to take a short break before Matt dials in here, and we'll be right back with more Profit Time. Appreciate the text this morning from you guys. Let me know you're out there. Seth, I hear you, man. I knew it was going to be a bad pollen day today. When I got up this morning, my eyes were watering. And not from having a bad dream and crying or anything. It was just I could feel it already in my eyes, man, the pollen. And it was crazy. Speaking of which, Katie's pollen bothering you today? Can you? No, you know what? I forgot to take I take one of those allergy pills each morning, and I can feel it in both my eyes. I need to get mine, to say the least. And like I said, I woke up this morning, man, and I could just feel it in my eyes. My eyes were watering, man. Right now, my right one's always my worst one for some reason. I have no idea why that is. But anyways, here's Matt. Let's get Matt on here. All right, let's get Matt on here real quick. Uh-oh, we lost Matt. Maybe he'll call me right back. Let's see. We'll get him right. He'll call right back. I'm sure he will. Dun, da, da, da. It's not very nice when you hang up on your guest, is it? Goodness gracious. Let's try that. Oh, Matt, it's Wayne. Sorry about that. I guess I hung up on you, buddy. I don't know what happened.
You hate me.
I guess, man. Talk about not even getting a chance,
No kidding. Jeez.
Sorry about that, man.
No worries. No worries.
Hey, appreciate you giving us a call. We've already had a couple questions about weather. So, but anyway, before I get you those, tell us a little bit about what's going on across the country today.
Yeah, so I would say over the next 3 days are going to be incredibly messy from a rainfall standpoint, from a severe weather standpoint, but certainly some storms we're going to need to talk about here into the forecast. As far as today is concerned, that includes kind of your area too, Wayne. I am concerned about some strong severe storms. Let's kind of cut Indiana in half into northern Kentucky, southern Illinois in particular. I think there could be some afternoon pop-up storms that form. Some of these storms could be strong and severe nature. Wind gusts, hail will be possible. I can't even rule out a tornado. That'll be possible as well heading into this afternoon. It's kind of the finer details which we'll need to continue to fine-tune. But in my opinion, towards you, it'd be closer to, let's call it 3 to 7 p.m. would be the main risk window, in my opinion.
All right.
But something to watch out for today. Getting into tomorrow, I think there's going to be another, especially in the Ohio Valley, scattered thunderstorms about here, whether you're in Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, concerned about another round of strong and severe storms, especially I'd say southeastern Indiana, much of Kentucky, and much of Ohio, maybe a lone risk for a stronger storm that could extend back into Illinois, into Iowa, off in the plains. today into tomorrow, there'll be some scattered chances. I think especially getting into Nebraska, northern Kansas, even into the Dakotas, into Iowa over the next 48 hours here.
Same kind of
and then
time frame, like afternoon stuff, or what should we plan for, like from a work standpoint?
I think primarily afternoon. As far as from a work standpoint, Wayne, I do think there are some curveballs here into the forecast. I do think there'll be some rain showers in the morning for you. It's going to depend on the yes.
Okay.
It's going to depend on the evolution of some storms off to the west into kind of Missouri and Oklahoma, Arkansas, some of those areas. But in my opinion, you do see some rain showers. Let's call it about 8 to about 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. I do think there'll be some rain showers. After those pass, I do think there's some drier windows there. But once we get to about 3 to 4 p.m., that's why I'm concerned about some scattered storms moving back into the picture there. So and some of those can be strong severe nature and heavy rain as well. So again, a messy forecast, no doubt about it. For some of your listeners who are, into Oklahoma and Texas here, especially northeastern Texas, probably going to have multiple rounds of some storms. I mean, they're just getting absolutely lit up right now with some heavy rain. There's been heavy rain. I think eventually, as we head over the afternoon, some of the storms in Oklahoma move into the north, into the east, or to the east into northeastern Texas, into Arkansas. So probably some heavy rain can coincide with that for some folks. Into as we head later today, eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, and northeastern Texas in particular, and a few stronger storms with that as well. Again, it's messy. There's a lot of rain in the card for about any one location, from the Dakotas, Texas, and to the Ohio Valley. It's just going to be very messy as far as how the totals pan out
Is
here.
this stuff moving on east for over the weekend? The East Coast side, Pennsylvania and New York and Connecticut and that West Virginia, or is it just kind of dying out once it passes the Ohio Valley side?
Yeah, Thursday night into Friday, I do think there's going to be some scattered showers that move into the U.S. Northeast, West Virginia, north and east, up into Vermont, New Hampshire world, and some light rain showers can bleed east to some of the metropolis areas there getting into Friday morning. Likely going to be some more showers and even some thunderstorms heading into, I'd say, Friday, but especially Saturday I'd be concerned with along the East Coast with some showers and storms and maybe even a low and risk of severe weather at that getting into Saturday. Let's talk about Saturday, Wayne.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what about
we've got the Kentucky Derby. Of course, you're kind of locked into the forecast being in the area, but I'm sure everyone has some type of interest there. I do for my wallet's sake, so to speak. But as far as the progression getting into Saturday, my gut says that rain should exit out getting into Saturday morning. Late Saturday morning, it should dry out getting into Saturday afternoon. Now, when I talked to you last week, I was pretty confident, and I've been pretty confident, even through, I'd say, about Sunday, Monday, that the rain clears Louisville. What the development that has happened that we noticed from a modeling standpoint is they're trying to pick up more on something called an upper level low. It's kind of a spin in the atmosphere. It's not your typical surface low that has the warm front and the cold front and the L you see on the local news here. It's something that's more rooted up in the atmosphere. But data differs significantly with that. And from my experience, anytime we're dealing with these upper level lows, data is going to be junk, to be quite honest. They're going to have a very bad handle of that. But some data develops that low right overhead Saturday, and it lingers rain chances through the weekend into early next week for you. Other data does not have that upper level low. It has it further to the east and things clear out. Right now, I'm in the camp that things can clear out for the Derby. Probably some rain showers on Saturday morning. But right now, I think we can be dry. I think we can get some horse racing in as it stands right now. But just need to watch that forecast very carefully.
What's causing this to be repeat day after day after day? Is it just the system not moving, or is it just multiple systems?
That is a great question. So the big part of this is we've got a high pressure in the southeast, kind of off the coast of Florida here, and that's basically reorienting the jet stream and the moisture that flows right over top from, about northern Texas into the Great Lakes. And anywhere that jet stream's at, that's where the moisture's at. That's where the systems flow into. And so that's what's sparking this kind of multi-day rain and storm that we've been dealing with and that we'll continue to deal with over the next couple of days here. Now, the idea is, especially as we get into Saturday, there's going to be a stronger system, at least aloft, a stronger push of some cooler air, which shifts everything to the east. Now, it's once we get to Saturday, do they cut off that low? Does it get kind of cut off from the flow and it just hangs around, or does it continue to move east along the east coast? That's what's more in question here.
All right.
Of how that evolves. But unfortunately, a little bit more uncertainty than what I'd like in terms of the specifics. But just kind of an active setup here over the next couple of days. Lots of rain, storm opportunities.
This pattern that we're in, we had a couple questions as soon as I came on from two people actually with different questions. Yeah. It seems like we've had more rain this year. Do you think the wet pattern's going to continue on, not just for the next few days, but is this something that's going to continue on, or do you see a pattern shift?
Yeah, I definitely see a pattern shift here. I think, as however long the rain lasts, right, into perhaps early next week, if that upper level low cuts off into the Ohio Valley, right, that would be a wetter risk in the Ohio Valley and east here. But I do think things start to get drier, especially increasingly so as we head into May, and then as we head into June here. Some of our research years, and again, I've mentioned this, I think the last time I talked to you, a year that followed a similar progression, it would be years like 2012 or 2011.
Yeah, you did mention that.
Where those years, too, at this time, were pretty active. And then they reverted as we got into summer back to dry here. And so, again, that's what our research suggests. That's what the data suggests, too. The data gets dry here as well, with some exceptions. So as we head into kind of the May 7th to 13th period, I do think things can start to dry out in the Ohio Valley, the Great Lakes, and the Northern Plains. Those are the areas I think are drier. The area where there can at least be some better rain opportunities would be the Northern Plains, but I think most areas average out below normal. The exception areas are going to be, for any of your listeners, I would say into Texas, into the Western Plains, the foothills of the Rockies. That's area number one where I think some better rains can kind of linger in that time frame. And then the other area is going to be further to the south and to the east, I would say from about Georgia, Florida, up to the east coast towards New York. That's probably an area where the rains can be a little bit more consistent during that time frame. Now, as we head in the mid to late part of March, to be honest, I think the pattern is relatively the same. To be honest, I think it kind of stagnates a little bit. And so, again, Ohio Valley, Central Plains on the drier side here, but again, Texas, foothills of the Rockies, and then perhaps the Northern Plains and the Southeast U.S., the rain can be a little bit more consistent here. But as we head into June and July, I think the better rainfall opportunities are going to be kind of sticking into the Southeast U.S., and I think the dryness will really start to rear its ugly face June and July from, let's call it the Western Ohio Valley into the entirety of the plains. And I don't know if you've seen, Wayne, our outlook over on the Clarity app.
Yes.
July is very dry.
I was going to say, you had like a fire on it or something, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's a much below normal, and that's Kansas to southern Minnesota and eastern South Dakota.
Yeah.
So I do think the pattern changes. I don't think this is what we're going to be dealing with all summer long. Our research suggests that.
Guy just texted me from around the St. Louis area. Again, he said, could you please turn the water off in St. Louis for him?
Turn the water up?
Off.
Oh, turn the water off. Yeah. They're getting some rain here for sure. But the good news, I just actually talked to a client not long ago. That rain should start to exit out of the St. Louis area in about a half hour or so.
Okay.
depending on where he's at in St. Louis. And then he needs to watch closer to 2 to 3 p.m. for more scattered storms to kind of develop in behind this. But if he needs working hours, late morning, early afternoon would be the time to do it.
I got you. Hey, got a quick question on something that you guys put out this morning. I saw about the cicadas coming soon. Katie, my daughter here that works with us, our office manager, she hates those things. And, but it looks like it's going to be a pretty big comeback for him from what y'all were saying.
I guess I'm not the one who made that.
You hadn't seen it yet? Okay. It's fairly new.
Twitter.
Yeah, it just came out like an hour ago. Okay. And
okay.
It's talking about the cicadas. Katie's like, oh God.
Oh gosh, I can't stand them either. Especially if they get caught inside your house. They're so loud it hurts your ears.
Yeah, they are crazy.
I have heard of some of that. Even before our posts we made on Twitter and other social media.
Yeah.
That it was probably going to be a little bit of a larger brood. I think what's a brood 14. I think that's what our post has.
Yes.
Second largest brood cicada. Last emerged in 2008. So probably will be a bit loud this summer. As far as, the specifics into that, I don't know. I'm not a insectologist. I have no idea how to predict those things, but, that's what the cicada specialists are suggesting. So, I'll let them.
I'm telling you, they hate the high pitch of like string trimmers and blowers. And I remember when or they used to, let me put it that way. I hadn't been out in the field in a long time, but I remember when I was out in the field, running a crew, God, and these things would come out. They would just like dive bomb at your equipment, your head and all. It has to be something to do with the pitch of those. But,
maybe they think it's another cicada.
God, I don't know.
But
it's pretty bad. Hey, how far ahead? We had somebody ask too, and if you got quick access to it, that'd be cool. If not, that's all right. How far ahead are we on rain in like our market here in Louisville?
That is a great question. If you give me about 2 seconds here, let me see if I can pull that up.
He's actually a herbicide and trying to think of what the hell herbicide and pesticide distributor, and he said,
and he's in Louisville, you said?
Yes.
Okay, so let me pull that up.
In Nashville area.
Nashville. Okay, are we talking year to date?
Year to date, or or maybe let's look at spring, because I'm sure that's what he's concerned about. Same thing I am, is how quickly our pre-emergence getting washed out.
Let's take a look here.
That's the real concern, because that's been pretty crazy. I mean, it just seems like every year we worry about it, but it's spring and it rains. But
so the past 60 days, Louisville's about 169% of the normal rain. So you're on about 69% above normal rains in the past 60 days for the Louisville area. So you're definitely running a surplus.
Yeah.
And the rains, obviously, the next couple of days, although they'll be a bit messy towards Louisville, are going to continue to tack onto those totals. But things should start to dry out. So probably that's. I was going to say, probably for you, that's probably a good thing. So you don't have to worry about watering so much, or for planning and
it's a double-edged sword. Yeah.
Past, I would say year to date here, we're about 174% of normal for the Louisville area.
Oh my! All right. Well, I guess it is what it is, right? You can't do anything about it. You can't, you can't change it or cheat the system when it's getting measured, right? So
that's right.
But
But
I tell you what. Well, as always, Matt, I certainly appreciate your time and effort here on Turfs Up Radio with us, and us at Wayne's Lawn Service appreciate everything Bam weather does to help us run our business better and more efficiently with great weather. So, you guys still got your opportunity for people to sign up, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Free 7-day trial. Just reach out to myself, us, however you want to do it. We'll get you trial set up. It takes less than 5 minutes to do. Absolutely free. No pressure or no credit card. And I think it's worth at least trying out, especially for folks in your industry. So.
Oh, absolutely. And for people that we have listening outside the industry, if you've got any interest at all in weather, where it affects your business, bam, check them out. And I'm not just saying this because Matt's on the radio here with me. I'm really not, man. If weather is part of your daily life, I'm sure golf courses and things like that have to be a big part of your all's business as well.
Yeah, we do have a few golf courses for sure. And to be honest, about every bigger golf course that you can think of, they have some type of weather service provider, whether that's us or our competitors. That's vital for a golf course, not only from maintenance of the turf, but from planning, scheduling, safety of the patrons who go to the golf courses. It's multifaceted there for golf courses. So
I got a quick question on the Clarity. I think it's on the Clarity app, but anywhere where, and y'all added it a while back, but I just really started noticing it, honestly.
Okay.
What's the wet bulb thing that y'all showing?
That is a great question. So wet bulb, the whole phrase is wet bulb global temperature. And what that is, it's very similar to like a heat index, right? What it's trying to measure is kind of sensible heat. So not just the temperature, but how that will impact the physiology of a person. And so what the advantage that the wet bulb has over the heat index, which the heat index just takes into account temperature and relative humidity, and that's it. This takes into account wind speed, takes into account moisture, it takes into account sun angle. It takes into account a lot more things. And so it's a lot more complex, but it gives a more sensible reading. There's some threshold for the temperatures that various different government entities have put out. But it's like it feels like temperature. It's just kind of detailing how that can impact. And once you get to a certain threshold, they would recommend doing less and less strenuous work outside.
Okay.
Certain temperature thresholds may have, if you have asthma related or breathing problems, you'll start to see some issues.
So with a wet bulb number, let's just say, all things considered, the heat index, would the heat index or a wet bulb temperature be higher or lower on any given day, or should they be closer together?
The heat index almost always is going to be higher than the wet bulb temperature.
Okay.
Usually.
Which one do we need to be concerned with as far as team members out in the field more?
I would say for you all, especially anytime you see that wet bulb get to about 87 degrees or higher, that's usually when you can start to run into issues.
Okay.
If you have anyone who's a little bit, they've got some problems breathing, some asthma type of issues, respiratory issues, maybe as low as 81 degrees. But once you get over kind of 87, that's when it gets really problematic.
All right.
I have a question, actually. Is that relative at all, or is that 87 in Kentucky going to be the same 87 anywhere?
It's going to be the same 87 anywhere.
Okay.
Whether you're in the North Pole or South America, all the same.
Gotcha.
Same values.
Okay, cool.
Great question. Yeah.
Good deal. And one more question we had just roll through was about pollen. When's pollen going to be finished? When are people going to be able to breathe again and get off the Claritin?
I don't know, man. It needs to hurry up because I'm sniffling, I'm coughing. Anytime I go outside, my eyes start watering. it's killing my daughter. She sounds like she's got,
Your
some
little
type of
one?
lung issue or something. Yeah. I mean, she's coughing all the time. My wife's same deal. Everybody's sniffing, coughing. It seems like this year, I don't know about you guys, but it seems like it's been really bad this year.
Yeah.
Are you guys having the same?
Yeah, same. It's really bad. I watched saying before you got on with me today, Matt. I was talking to everybody and said this morning I knew it was going to be bad when I went outside because when I got up this morning, my eyes were already watering in my house. And
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like, this is crazy, man. So
yeah, I don't. Again, I those type of questions. I'm not super sure. I'm not someone who studies that.
You're not a pollinologist.
I'm not a pollinologist. That's the technical term for it.
Hey, you got our listeners believing you can help us with everything, man.
Oh, gosh, I wish I could help with that, man. But I would assume now, since it's so bad now, it has to get better sooner than later. Like, please.
Hey, that's what we'll go with anyway, right?
Yeah, there's my expertise, scientific answer. It's going to get better sooner than later.
All right, buddy. Hey,
one more quick question. I know it's for next time though, just something to think about. Kyle is actually talking about he thinks it's getting windier here, and we actually looked some things up, and it said it is getting a little bit windier actually just around the globe. So I don't know if that's something maybe that you know about or
give us an update next Wednesday.
But yeah, just something to think on.
Interesting. Okay, there's a lot around the globe. That's interesting. I do know one thing that it's been very active, at least recently, no doubt about it. I would say the past, I don't know if you guys would agree, I feel like the past 5 years have just been a little bit windier in general, at least versus my general memory.
That's what he said.
It's been anytime you get an active weather pattern, you don't have to necessarily get impacted directly by the low pressure, but any kind of low that kind of moves into the area, it's going to greatly impact the wind field. And overall, it has been fairly active. The last 5 years, no doubt, especially this year, has been very active, especially kind of in our neck of the woods. But we've gotten a lot of strong lows this year. Again, they don't have to swing through Kentucky or Indiana to impact the wind field. But the more lows we've had and the more active patterns, it's just going to naturally up those winds. As far as from a global perspective, that I'm not too sure about. I would have to dig into that a little bit more. I suspect maybe a little bit of it is the ocean waters in the Pacific have been very warm over the last few years. And in turn, that helps kind of fuel the jet stream a little bit because it's more juice. And ultimately, those winds aloft, they're up thousands of feet in the atmosphere. But as the systems evolve, eventually some of those winds do mix down. So I suspect that may be kind of a background residual impact from just how warm the Pacific's been. Because obviously the jet stream, comes from west to east. I suspect it could be related to that, but that's something I would have to dig into a little bit more. But I've certainly noticed that myself. It's been windy.
That's a good answer. You can leave it at that if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, I've noticed the winds myself. The last couple of years, it's windy. I mean, we've had clients, who've asked kind of a similar question. Like, why is it so windy the last couple of years? I don't remember it being this windy. A decade ago.
We notice it because of our application days. The days that we can apply product. Because of wind speed.
Right.
And
exactly.
It just seems like there has been more of those days where, your customer's saying, "Why has my yard been sprayed?" And you're saying, "Well, open your window," or walk outside.
Right.
They see the sun and think it's okay, but they don't realize, now the good side from a business perspective, I guess, is we can stand on one yard and spray 3,
Sure. One way to look at it. I do think, though, as the pattern starts to get a little warmer and drier, that's going to settle in more high pressure, and typically you get under the high pressure, typically less windy. where it may be a little bit more windy though is kind of those areas I mentioned, the above normal rain chances, East Coast, Texas, may stay a little bit windier in those areas, unfortunately.
All right, Matt. Well, hey, I'm gonna let you go. I appreciate the bonus time this morning, man. So
anytime.
All right.
Love
Well,
to chat,
we appreciate you guys and love Bam for sure. And hope you have the winner in the Derby, my friend.
I hope so too. Hopefully, my wallet hopes so as well.
Yeah, yeah, true that. All right. We'll talk to you next week.
Yep. Have a good one, Wayne.
All right. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. That is the world famous Matt Griffin with Bam Weather. So those guys are awesome. If you haven't tried them, give them a try. BAMWX.com. That's BAMWX.com. Get in there for your 7-day free trial and know that nobody's perfect. They don't claim to be perfect. They don't ever lead you on to believe that they're perfect, but they sure are pretty daggone good at what they do. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. So, Daniel, there is some validity to the windy.
Yeah. It's funny because when I went to school, it was always windy up there every single day. And I don't just the geography, it was higher or whatever. I don't know how all that works.
That's kind of interesting.
Every day. And when it was windy, it was really windy.
You know, that's really weird because, like, the airport here is the same way. You can go out there in August or July and there's not air moving anywhere, but you'd go out there to do some stuff, you know, and it's always windy at the airport. And before you guys start texting me, it's not because planes were taking off and the wind. I don't know. Hell, maybe that did have something to do with it. If there's any,
I wonder if there's any like studies done when an airport's built, like, oh, this is good because it is windier and it helps the plane take off.
Yeah, with the lift.
Oh no,
I don't know. It's a good question, but that's a pretty good answer from Matt. Pretty quick, wasn't it? Just
yeah. And actually, that's weird because my head went to planes right away. Of like, not maybe in the next year or 5 years, but like if that becomes a trend, how does that affect air travel? With more, if it's windier, I mean, I know it's like 30,000 feet up, it's going to be different than it is, 1,000 feet.
Well, fuel consumption.
That's true. Maybe more higher prices if anything, but
or lower prices if you're going the other way.
Yeah,
no,
doubtful.
Oh, shoot.
You don't get charged. Your car doesn't get charged until they know how much fuel they use. So it could be more, but it could also be less.
Oh, God, that's true.
That sounds
too.
like a, like one of those, what's like a Spirit or something that what they would do.
Yeah.
Your ticket's $4, but then when you get the fuel surcharge.
I did not tell him to say that, Tabitha, just in case you're listening.
Allegiant or.
Yeah, some of these economy airlines.
Yeah.
Or you pay for a seat belt and back seat and. Oh, Lordy. Mike wants to know if you were a hilltopper.
No.
He said it's always windy down there.
Actually, the opposite direction. I went to northern Kentucky. So
yeah, he was up at northern.
Cincinnati, which I know isn't Cincinnati's on a hill, right?
Yeah, God. Yeah, because you go down the big hill to get into Cincinnati.
Mm.
So I guess technically they would be down, but then when you get on the other side of Cincinnati heading toward Dayton or Cleveland, you're on that upward grade. So maybe it's just downtown that's in a hole.
Maybe.
I don't know.
All I know is when it was windy there, like you had to, like you were fighting the wind to walk. It was so windy. Like
Really?
That wasn't an uncommon thing.
Huh. Interesting. Well, maybe it's because you're so light too.
That had part to do with it, for sure. But like,
I mean, I'm sure I could walk along a lot better than you could on a
for sure. But like, you would notice it. You'd be like,
no, yeah,
pushing.
you'd feel it. Yeah,
burning more calories on your walk to class than just a stroll.
Just a stroll up or down. I hear you, but that's pretty interesting. I'm sure Matt will come back with some more info for us next week, for sure. But want to give Brad Sturt a shout out for hopping on with us Monday again. And for those of you that may not have been on with us or haven't listened to that podcast, certainly go back and take a listen to that. Brad was talking about insurance and a lot of the confusion that goes along with, I need insurance or I don't need insurance. My personal policy, I take care of it, or, this is why I don't have it. And I don't have signs on my truck, so it don't matter. And he kind of put to bed a lot of those answers for us as contractors.
Yeah, a lot of that too. I mean, that's up on YouTube as well, but also there's going to be a lot of like short content out on that too. So on our Facebook pages and Instagram and YouTube and all that kind of good stuff, you can find that.
So check that out. And Brad was in the Profit Circle with us, actually talked about that. So we got a webinar that he actually did
2 months ago or
yeah.
something like
so
that.
Be sure to check that out if you haven't. And for you guys, Daniel, if you wouldn't mind sharing, I don't want to make this a Profits Unlimited Profit Circle advertisement necessarily, but explain to our guys how they can go find that. Because I've had a couple guys reach out to me recently, our new guys saying, hey, how do I get to the content?
Yeah. So all of our exclusive is within the Profit Circle, and you can easily get there. Just go to, if you're listening to this on replay, the link to the website is actually in the podcast description. So you can go there, but you can also go to our main website, which is profitsareus.com. That's profitsrus.com. And on the main page, the home page, when you land on it, there's a button that says the Profit Circle. Just click that button. It'll take you right there, and you can sign up.
There you go. That's that easy. And get in there on your trial time.
And if you're watching this on YouTube, it's also down in the description. So
let's see. Corey said, hopefully he gave the low ballers nightmares so they can raise their prices. I got you. I thought Corey was making a joke since he likes to bake. It says hopefully he gave the low bakers nightmares. So but it probably happens in that industry too. You know, reality. The reality of it is, you know. But hey, one thing I did want to reiterate, and I had a gentleman help me with this years ago, before I even met Brad actually. But is proper classification on your work comp codes, not clothes, sound like clothes. But the reality of that is make sure for you guys that are mowing, and I know a lot of you guys listening to us are mowing contractors, you know, be sure that they've got you in a Parks NOC classification and not landscape gardening classification for your mowing side of your business, because it's a less expensive category. The Parks NOC, it's called Parks NOC 9102. 9102 is the classification code. So be sure to check on that. And I know within a lot of states, I talk about this at any seminar I do. I always started off with that, regardless of what we're talking about, because a lot of contractors are misclassified. And a lot of it goes back to the agents that people are working with don't know what they don't know about our industry. And they put you in landscape gardening because they think it makes sense, but it's a higher rate, and there's no sense in paying a higher rate. Now, the good thing about that is most states will allow you to go back on some of your audits, and that's going to differ from state to state, whether it's 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever. And give you the difference back in premium. So be sure to check that out. So, but classification code is 9102. Be sure that for you guys that are mowing, that's where they got you. So, anything we can do to save somebody some money, right, Daniel?
Yeah,
it's
every little bit.
It all goes back to how to fix your cost per hour of operation. And you know, insurance is it's a necessary evil. You know, the reality of it. Yeah, Craig, glad you're listening to us, my friend. Hope you guys had a great trip. But yeah, we had a really good evening Monday night as well. Craig said he needs to go back and listen to that. Daniel, he was beaching it. So nothing like a good break to do something like that, but
especially this time of year, you know, when it's, where's he?
He's in Charlotte.
Charlotte, yeah. That's this time of year when you can get away for like even just a few days sometimes and get out.
Yeah,
it can be a real refresher when it's also busy.
Anyways, I'm looking forward to this weekend rolling around. We'll talk more about that on Friday, but we're going to have a derby party at the house. So, any of you guys listening to us, feel free to reach out if you'd like to swing by. We'd be happy to have you. We always have a good time when we do that. So, but getting back to a more serious note, I wanted to talk a little bit before we hang up the old phone here and hop off the air today about charging for estimates. And we had a pretty in-depth conversation around here this morning about it. And I mean, we kick it around, and I understand you guys that are doing, much larger landscapes and landscape design and, things like that. Obviously charging for your estimates. But my question's this: for a smaller service, where you're not doing 50 and $100,000 jobs, regularly for people, what, and we'll talk a little bit about this too, Daniel, but what are you doing to compensate yourself for that time? I mean, and I really want to know the truth. Other than probably Darren Gruner on here, King Darren.
He's the king.
Yeah, that's why he's the king. And they're doing much larger projects.
Right.
Okay, so I get that. All right. But for you guys that aren't doing that type of project, and for you guys that are like Wayne's Lawn Service, for an example, or even smaller than us or bigger than us, regardless of which side of that pendulum you're on, how many of you all really charge 100% of the time for an estimate? I'm just curious if anybody out there is doing it other than landscape architects.
Yeah. Are you specifying in this situation landscapes?
For landscape, lady calls up, or, John Q. Public calls up and says, hey, I want to get some landscaping work done. I want a few plants put in and some mulch put down. And if that's in your wheelhouse of what you do you 100% of the time charge for an estimate, or do you fill the customer out and see if they're tire kicking, if you will, and then charge for an estimate? Because we've done some of that.
Mm-hmm.
But the reality of it is the only type of estimate that we charge for 100% of the time is an insurance estimate. Mm-hmm. Outside of that, we try to do our due diligence on the phone to find out if it's a legitimate lead or not.
Yeah. And speaking on that real quick, there's a little blog in the Profit Circle actually about some things that you can do to increase your efficiency with that kind of thing. But I think it's almost a catch-22, because the people that will pay for an estimate are the people that you have a higher percentage of working with anyway, versus the people that you're going to run on and waste your time are probably not going to pay for that estimate. So even the estimate in and of itself might be a deterrent for a lot of those tire kickers. But you also don't want to scare away the potential on the fence person with an estimate fee, or that might be a mindset. You don't want to scare away the person that may be, on the fence about having you do the work or come out to look at it with an estimate fee. So I think, there's so much that goes into it. And like you said, if you're doing a $50,000 job, your competition is so much less. And we were talking about this morning.
You're going to be doing a design probably. And
yes,
that does require a deposit, not a deposit on the landscape, but a fee to put that drawing together for somebody.
Yeah, something. There's a lot more that goes into it. Yeah. Maybe that's even something that you can promote within your business of any size, doing any kind of work. Is a like, hey, here's what you're actually getting with our 75 or 150 or whatever your estimate fee is going to be. You're getting a XYZ on the list.
And keep in mind that the estimate fee, like Daniel said, whether it's 75 or 100, 150, that is different than a design fee, which could be 1,000 or 2,000 or whatever based on the size of the job.
Yeah, but you could almost even like sell something within that estimate fee that would be very low like even if it's just the one aspect of, hey, we're going to come out, we're going to price whatever you want us to price right there on the spot for you. Whatever you want to call it.
Just the
Describe it
X's
as.
and O's kind of thing.
Yeah,
Hey,
we could do an X's and
we
O's
need
drawing
10 of
for
those
you, or
and-
we could, hey, we can talk about different services, and that's going to be part of our estimate fee. You're going to get,
Right.
Here's some things you're actually going to get for that. Even if it's things you're already doing, if you list them out as perks to paying that fee, then it's like, oh, I'm not just giving them $75 or $150 or whatever. This is what I'm getting for that.
This is what you get for it. So try to put some value to the fee they're paying other
Yes.
than just
hey,
well,
we're
I'll
coming out.
show up.
Yeah.
Kind of
You're
thing.
paying me to come out.
You're paying me to come out. Seth makes a point here. He said, I'm going to charge 100% of the time, but have not yet. But I do fill out the customer. And I think that's where we talk about, do your due diligence on the phone. What kind of questions are you asking on the telephone?
Right.
Hey, do you have a budget? What is your budget? When are you planning on, doing this? I mean, there's a set number of questions that you can do over the telephone, to try to figure out, is this a legitimate lead or not? Because a lot of people have no idea when they say, hey, I want a landscape. They don't understand that they're getting into potentially several $1,000s.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
They just don't know what they don't know about it. And that don't make them bad or stupid.
Yeah.
Same way I don't know what it would cost to get a roof put on my house.
Right.
I mean, I know it's going to be expensive, whatever expensive is.
Yeah, and even that's different for everybody.
And that's
right?
different for everybody too.
Yeah, like $1,500 might be an expensive landscape to somebody, but for, somebody else that's, a couple thing, that's not a big deal.
Yeah. So he says, it's a bad sign when they say, do you do free estimates? That's a good point as well. Let's see. I'd be lying if I said I charge 100% of the time.
Well, like we were talking about today here in the office, if there's 3 people, let's say 3 companies that I'm looking at to get a specific thing done, I'm actually probably more likely to, if 2 of them don't have an estimate fee, I'm probably going to go with them to get an estimate first, right? Like have a meeting with them first and then go to the estimate company third. So if I'm not satisfied with the other 2, then it's like they're my third string.
Yeah.
So, and that's something I think to take into consideration. Like, how do you elevate yourself on that list? And I think partially, like I said, adding value to what you're actually giving someone with an estimate is a good way. Or, there's some other maybe ways to do it. But
the only way you would know would be bite the bullet and say, for the next 45 days, we're going to charge everybody X number of dollars,
Mm-hmm.
And then compare that to the same 45-day period next year, because you just couldn't say the next 60 days or whatever.
It's not the same season.
It's not the same season. It's not the same buyer.
Right.
So you'd have to compare time periods to time periods, I think, in order to do fair. Mike said he doesn't charge returning clients. I agree with that.
Yeah.
We don't either. And, there's no need to.
Yeah. They're probably serious about going with
Yeah,
you.
they've called you because you did something for them good the first time around,
And that's the benefit, too, of having and developing and nurturing a client base, right? Like, as much as getting new clients for services, especially one-offs, is necessary to grow your business and, have more income, blah, blah, blah. If you build up that client base, then when things aren't going as well, you still have something to fall back on until things start rolling again. And so that's where doing the things that we talk about a lot here, nurturing through constant contacts or social media or, just the green thumb that we do, those kind of things keep people that you already have that relationship with buying from you when things do slow down a little bit.
Right. And, God, it takes me down a new line. We're not going down that path right now. But, this all came about again for us. Because I actually asked everybody this morning sitting here, I said, who in here would pay for an estimate? And I honestly was the first one that said, I don't think I would pay for an estimate, not for landscaping, but for anything.
Right.
You know, I feel like I'm going to be able to get enough source in Louisville, Kentucky. Now, I know different areas will have different levels of competition. So this is where maybe being in a smaller area
could
benefit of people wasting your time. But in Louisville, where you got
infinite number of
an
anything
infinite
almost
number of, hell, I'd be willing to say there's at least 2,000 registered businesses. That's just the registered ones.
Yeah.
So, you could get an estimate from somebody without paying a fee.
Right.
But if you're in a community that's got
15
within a 100-mile area, you're going to have a lot better shot at getting paid for an estimate fee.
Right. Especially, here's another thing about an estimate fee. What if you included hey, we charge an estimate fee, yes, but guess what that does? It really keeps our client list low enough to where you're not waiting 6 weeks. So we're guaranteeing you with this estimate fee that you're going to get serviced within a reasonable period of time.
You're not on a 3-month waiting list.
So maybe that's another selling point. Hey, yeah, what's included in this $150 estimate fee? A guaranteed 3-week, get you done in the next 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Or whatever, you can
whatever
fit
time
in.
frame. No, that's a decent idea. Let's see. Craig said I had to abandon the charge for walkthroughs. It's a no-go for customers, even the $15,000 to $20,000 jobs. Instead, I focus more on getting them in the initial phone calls.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. Our point is, let's do your due diligence in the phone call. And like we talked about before on here, is figure out why they don't fit on the telephone.
Right.
Instead of being really happy that they called and, hey, let's set an appointment, let's figure out why they don't fit by asking, hey, when's the last time you've had, landscaping work done? How old is your existing land? Oh, I don't know. I moved in there 20 years ago and it was same stuff here. Well, do you have a budget in place? I think that's a fair question. Somebody says, well, no, I don't. I mean, I have no idea what it's going to cost. And that's where you, as the owner, then have the opportunity to tell somebody, this isn't a $500 or $1,000 project you're getting into.
Yeah.
Not landscaping.
Yeah. And I think that's a good thing, even though you might not be able to or want to price a job over the phone. It's good to, I think, give realistic price ranges for certain things.
I mean, it's like, I do it quite a bit with people, what's it going to cost? Well, I don't know without looking at it, but what I can tell you is, in average, just a few bushes across the front, taking some things out, a few, out and a few bushes in and mulch and edge and clean up. I mean, you're $2,000 to $4,000 on average. Oh my God, I didn't realize it's going to be that much.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a lot of money.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are used to looking at plants at Home Depot and Lowe's for $9.99.
Yeah. Or even $49.99 or whatever. And they're thinking, how'd they go from $50 a plant to $4,000?
Yeah.
So I think something else too, and this might not be applicable for the smaller businesses out there listening, but those who can offer financing, I mentioned this morning.
Yeah, we talked about it in our thing this morning.
How do you advertise a $4,000 landscape of instead of $4,000 as $200 a month, 0% for the next 12 months? How do you take advantage of someone at the $200 affordability versus $4,000 in one shot?
Somebody's budget that you'll fit into at that level.
Right. And I can definitely relate to this because I just bought a door for $350 a month versus $8,000 at once. Right.
Yeah.
So if they didn't have that option, I'm saying, sorry, you wasted your time on this, call, but you're going to have to leave now because I can't afford that. So, but when he offered the financing, it's like, oh yeah, we can do that. Let's go ahead and just do
that. No, that's a really good plan, Daniel. That's a really great idea from a marketing perspective, to promote the 0% finance thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. It cost us some points to do it.
Mm-hmm.
but there's enough margin built into the landscaping side of our business or the lighting side of our business. Now, we're not going to go out and finance 12 months of mowing for somebody.
Right.
When I say us, not us specifically, it's an outside source that, we use called Green Skies, who we use. But to Daniel's point, not everybody can offer that. I mean, you got to be at a certain revenue level and things like that to work with some of those companies. But
there are things you can do within your own business, like 3 month, pay over 3 months or whatever you want to do. Make
get creative on your financing for somebody. Because we did that and still do that for some people. We got a lady that does 3 or 4 payments every year on our renovation work that we do. But every year that's the way she does it. I can't think of her daggone name, but she does it's we set it up on it like you pay when we're done and then a third, and it works for her, works for us, and everybody's happy, and we get the reoccurring revenue. So it goes back to what are you doing to make it easy for your customers to pay?
Yeah.
And so, but don't use the excuse, well, we're a small company, we can't offer anything like that. No, absolutely you can. You figure out what that money's worth to you over the course of the next 90 days. And if that's 7%, 8%, whatever it is, 10%, then add that to the proposal and make that fit for that customer for you. And you don't always have to have an outside finance company. So that's a great point, Daniel, that you make. But this all came about from a disastrous appointment Kyle had last night. And, he thought it was a landscape lead. Sounded like they really wanted to do something. The due diligence was halfway done, I guess we'd say, Otherwise, they'd have had some kind of budget in mind. I don't know. We're really good. Katie's really good at screening people on the phone. But, obviously when Kyle went to see these people, it started out with, well, no, I really just want some sticks picked up. And I mean, why would you call in and say you want landscaping done when I want sticks picked up? I think I've talked about this before, Daniel, and I really do. I think the consumer dangles a carrot out there in front of us. It's kind of like, hey, I want to get a mowing price and I want to get some landscaping done. So you give them the mowing price, and then it's, well, I'm not sure when I want to do the landscaping, but I want to do it later. It's like, how do they get so smart?
I think there's some truth to that, and I think sometimes there's just a lack of information on the consumer end, like we were talking about before, about what things are really called, what things cost, budgets and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. But, we went from Kyle says the first thing was, can we pick up what do you charge to pick up sticks? And then it was, well, my yard's in really bad shape. We just moved here from Owensboro, and, my God, y'all charge that up here to power seat a yard? Well, I don't know. Maybe did you really have your yard power seated in Owensboro is what you want to say, And I mean, it doesn't matter if you're in Owensboro or Pluto. And then it went to, well, what would it cost to get like a border around my kid's place at it? It's almost like they were fishing, and that's not the norm. That is not the norm. But our question or my question to you guys is, and you guys have answered, a few of you guys, and for you guys that are watching this on podcast, I'd love to know your answer is, do you charge 100% of the time for a landscape estimate? And do you differentiate between the estimate charge and the design charge? That's to the next level. Because we've got some software here that we can take a picture of somebody's house, put the plants in it, show them progression of the plants, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, so, but yeah, that's not coming free, for free. You're going to get something on, what they call it, graph paper.
Yeah.
And,
and
go
once
from
again,
there.
I think you itemize your benefits to that. So you have something to actually sell instead of just, I'm coming and charging you to come out. And maybe, professional plant consultant, or whatever you want to call yourself to give yourself more value or whatever. But just have some sort of benefit to just.
So is that the answer to this whole dilemma then for the smaller companies that have to wear the sales hat and the production hat and the marketing hat, and because it all boils down to time, right? How much time we've got to allocate to bidding jobs and doing jobs and billing jobs, and it all boils down to time is what it boils down to. So is that the answer then?
The itemization or what?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's the answer, but I think it can help people that are on the fence, that are more like, well, I'm not sure, but maybe, go from that to, okay, yeah, now I can see where, the value.
Katie, have you decided, would you pay for an estimate for anything? I mean, she's been thinking about it for 3 hours now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the way I am.
So-
If I know I'm going with that business
So
anyway.
her answer was not for sure unless that she thought she was legitimately going to go with that company.
Yeah.
But maybe you don't get the opportunity as a company to get in front of Katie. And something Kyle brought up too today on that line was, specifically within our industry, when somebody says they want to do a landscape, some company may go out there and put a proposal together with 1 gallon shrubs and 1.5 inch caliber plants or trees. And there, so there's no scope of work involved to dictate, hey, I want 3 gallon plants, 2-inch caliber trees, 20 of these, or you know what I'm saying? So the prices can vary so much.
Right. And part of that too, I think, is the explanation while you're there and claiming, to be the professional landscape designer. As part, get to meet with a professional landscape designer as part of your estimate fee, benefit. And then that's what that explanation that's when that explanation comes. Like, here's what's going to look best in your house. Do you think that you're going to
it becomes more of a consulting.
It's more of like, that's part of the benefit. Yeah. Is that consulting?
Because that's what Mike said. He said he wouldn't pay for it simply for pricing, but he would pay for it as a consultation and design.
Yeah.
And maybe that's the way to sell it.
Yeah, $150 consultation fee.
Consultation and design fee. Let's see. That's how they do it at a mechanic shop. You pay and it goes toward the bill. So, yeah, and that's what we do on ours too. That, hey, if you go with us, it goes toward the total job. If you don't, then somebody's helped pay for a little bit of the time, that we had invested there. Let's see. Mike says, if I got an estimate call like that one and they asked that man 7 questions, I'd say, why are you starting a lawn care business? That goes to Mike's point too. A lot of times we do get questions about pricing like that, and it's like, it's somebody in the business or starting a business, looking for some help. But I don't know. I think it's due diligence on the phone call to try to qualify the lead, and certainly, go with your gut. Go with your gut. But certainly designs we're charging for and things like that. But this one just hit a nerve, I think, with Kyle last night. And he talks to a lot of people, but he just felt like he completely 100% wasted his time last night. And speaking about wasting your time, I mean, when it goes to landscaping, Daniel, just to look at it from a little bit different perspective, the same perspective, but a little bit different. When you're putting a proposal together for a landscape for somebody, I'm curious for you guys out there listening to us, and I'd like to know, what does your proposal look like? does it give approximate number of plants and size of plants, approximate sizing on plants? Because we found many years ago when we started doing that, it gave a whole lot of transparency to our bid to our customers. You know, they were able to do that. There's the world famous Derek Fenwick. But the new but oh no, it's when somebody calls and says, "Hey, you're higher," then hey, let's make sure we're comparing the same things together.
Yeah. Well, I think if they do call back and say you're higher, that's a win, right? Because at least they're not just being like, "Oh, they're higher," so forget them.
Forget them.
That's probably the majority
something piqued their interest.
Yeah, yeah. So at least you've left an impact in that way.
Right.
That's a big win.
But be sure to describe, in your proposal what size plants you're using. Because people, and the thing is, you got to explain what a 3-gallon shrub is.
Yeah.
A 3-gallon Taxus approximate, or a 3-gallon boxwood approximately 22 inches.
Yeah. And I think too, even beyond that, maybe some like personalization, maybe not be the right word, but like saying 3-gallon, 22 inches, and then maybe like best fit for your landscape, best fit for your home, best fit for this design.
Make it personal.
Make it make sense to them why, okay, yeah, well, 22 inches, but this other is whatever. What does that really mean to them is that this is going to be the best for you.
Yeah.
So best fit for your landscape or something along those lines that makes it clear that anything else it's not going to be best for you.
Right. We've got a really awesome landscape estimator. I'm not to get you guys to use ours. You don't have to, but it is outstanding, and it's very fast and easy to use. It does your proposal to the customer. It does your proposal for you. It's a spreadsheet format. It takes whatever you're doing from a plant standpoint, a tear out standpoint, any new products that you're adding, or mulch, rock, pavers, whatever. It itemizes all that for you. You don't have to make a new list when you sell the job of what you need to pick up. And it also puts the proposal format in 3 different formats for the client. So, for you guys that are doing landscaping out there, if you're looking for something that's easy to use and more professional and does not, everything with one input into the sheet, you build your proposal, and that's your proposal, that's your shopping list, that we call it the shopping list, but what you're going to need from your yard or the nursery, wherever you're getting your materials. And then it also puts it into 3 different formats for your proposal to mail to your customer, whether email or snail mail, however you want to get it there. But check that out. It definitely makes your life a whole lot easier. And then if a customer comes in and wants to make a 1 line item change, you simply just go to your spreadsheet and change. Hey, well, this is a little bit over my budget. It gives you the opportunity then to go in and say, well, okay, well, instead of using this 2-inch caliber tree, we can go to 1 1/4 inch caliber tree. And hey, we're doing 9 of them. That's going to save you $600. So, and it's 1 line item change where you don't have to redo the whole proposal. So, I appreciate you asking about that. So, let's see. And then you do have to give the explanation. Seth says he does this exactly, Daniel. He just describes the plant sizes in person. And I think that's definitely the best way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you send somebody out, even though you've got something marked as a 1 gallon or a 3-gallon or a B&B or a 2-inch caliber this, or we're going to install 196 linear feet of this, they don't understand that. You might as well be telling it to them in Spanish or French or German or something. That's a great thing, Seth, and that's why you do a lot of landscaping. You know that we got to speak the customer's language, but what we have found by defining that is when a customer says, hey, well, man, I'd love to use you guys. I mean, you followed up, you got your proposal back to us in time. but you're higher or significantly higher, well, then that's when we can start with them as, well, what size plants are they using? They're, because, hey, we can adjust plant size if you want to do that and, lower the cost. So it gives you an opportunity then to not get and I don't know if this has happened to y'all, maybe not. Maybe it's never happened to you, but if it hasn't, it will if you do enough. You put a landscape in and they see it and they're like, I didn't realize that's what size plants that we were going to use. Those are too small, or those are too big, or those are too something, whatever. They're too fat, they're too short, whatever. So it is important that from a landscaping perspective, you do take the time to educate the customer. So, Craig sent the thing of what they sent out, and it does it. It explains it to the customer. Installation of 2 10-gallon emerald arborvitaes, approximate size 4 to 5 feet. Somebody knows what they're getting that away. They don't know, but they do know.
Yeah,
they know what it's kind of like that guy down. Yeah,
whatever.
They know what 4 feet is versus 2-inch caliper, or it's I don't know. It's like that idiot down here that beat us out of that money that we wanted to go take his landscape out. I can't remember that guy's name, but where he wrote 7-page thesis on why everything he got was not right, and we had the proposal where everything was spelled out in size and quantity, some people you just like to pinch their neck off, pinch their head off. I don't know. I shouldn't have said that. But did any of you guys feel like that sometimes? Just curious. We're on an extended version here. We need to probably hop off for long. But anyways, let's see what Aaron said. Oh, my God. Aaron, he's funny. He said his drawings don't look good enough. He'll never get one. Hey, but they'll come along, buddy. Plus, you said you were going to implement that software that Mike's got. Yeah. So, absolutely. See, there's another great thing that's happened on Turf's Up Radio, right? So, but anyways, with that being said, discussion I had with a fella just yesterday, he didn't want to hear it, but we had the discussion. And that was that diversification is your key to success. And that's just the reality of it. I know Seth said he does very limited amount of mowing, and I'm glad to hear that, Seth. I mean, because mowing is the least profitable thing that you can offer. But on the other hand, it's a good opportunity to stay in front of your client. That's the good side of the mowing, and it's that and also it's the reoccurring revenue that brings about as well. So it's all good. It's all like, hey, it's like, you take some of the good with the bad and together it makes something really good. But, hey, I appreciate y'all's time today. Daniel, I appreciate your input as always. And we got some interesting things we're going to talk about Friday. We'll probably do some derby stuff Friday, realistically, now that I'm thinking about it. But, hey, we'll have some good core content, too. We'll throw something in there. But, hey, I appreciate y'all listening. Appreciate you going over with me almost a half hour longer than normal today, because I know your all's time is valuable as well. So we just wanted to kick the old do you charge for an estimate thing around again. But, hey, appreciate that, Seth. Appreciate you being involved with us. Appreciate all you guys that are in Profit Circle with us. Get in there with us. Help us grow each other's business by leaps and bounds, by surrounding ourselves with like-minded professionals. Appreciate y'all listening to Turf's Up Radio. We will see you Friday. And remember, profit is not a dirty word.